got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Hazel Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-club?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut, but that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair.
krld-fm and HD1, Dallas, Fort Worth. Let's go, Cowboys.
An Odyssey sports station.
Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Good morning, Metroplex. We are live with the Tolo Tuesday edition of Sean and RJ on DFW Sports Station 105.3 The Fan. Good morning to everyone on the Twitch, the YouTube, the Fan Cam. Thank you for listening on the radio or the Odyssey app. Got you covered for the next 4 hours here on DFW Sports Station. We got live baseball going on.
I suppose. It was a tremendous job that they did marketing the opening series between the Cubs and the Dodgers in the Tokyo Dome. Just fantastic work. So the Dodgers and Cubs are playing a live game. Cubs up 1-0, and they're going to go back to Arizona and resume spring training.
Did they honor Ippei before the game?
I didn't hear about
for
that.
Shohei?
I didn't hear about that. Was that in Japan last year that broke?
Yeah.
Yeah. So I don't even know if he's at the game or not. He's probably in jail.
So this is going to count 1-0, 0-1.
Yeah. Well, they play two. They play one tomorrow as well. If the Rangers were playing this, we get a day off. It'd be like G-Bag.
Oh, okay. So we need to sign a Japanese pitcher.
Yeah, basically, like three of them.
Be great. Go get Sasaki or somebody.
Yeah. All right. So they're starting, I guess, with the now. How, in all seriousness, how would you start this? We understand why they're doing it. We have two Japanese pitchers for the first time ever facing each other in an opener. It's in Japan. How would you do it with spring training and everything?
Yeah, I honestly, I have no idea. They're probably doing it the right way, right? You got to give these guys
time to get back.
The time change. I don't know what the time change is. I assume it's like nighttime in Japan right now. So you've got to give them the time to recoup. But I don't know. I mean, maybe they're clearly not marketing this to us because they didn't say a word about this. It's like, are they just doing this in secret? Are they embarrassed?
Are you embarrassed?
Are you embarrassed? Like, if you don't promote anything, you're kind of embarrassed by it, right? Like, you don't want people to know?
Well, are you watching ESPN a ton when you go home throughout the day?
Not a ton.
Yeah, I'm trying to think my Monday through Friday when I have Sports Center on.
Yeah.
I'll go home. I'll try to catch a DFW segment on First Take, something on Get Up. I'm not putting it on Sports Center anymore.
That's true.
ESPN and Sports Center are number 3 on my list, trying to catch a segment or an interview on McAfee or something else to use for this show.
Yeah, I mean,
they're still ESPN entities.
Right, and this game's on Fox anyway. It's not even on ESPN. So, ESPN probably wouldn't promote this much. I've
definitely not watching FS1 then.
Definitely not watching FS1. ESPN, they got a ton of college basketball, so that's for me. But, Yeah, they kind of hid this unless you're, I suppose, watching FS1 that everybody knows. This is on Fox.
Fox.
Fox will run this game, but they won't run a playoff game.
I mean, Chip Wagner this
they
morning.
will never run a playoff game.
Bobby, some of the new Dallas Cowboys saying hello yesterday in Frisco.
Yes, they were. It was Kenneth Murray and Kyer Elam. And I don't know, we had to mention this while you were out. I don't know if you know this. Kyer Elam, the former first-round pick of the Florida Gators, he is actually he is a bloodline Cowboy. His dad, Abram Elam, was with the Cowboys. Choppy used to see him in the locker room when he would cover the team. So,
Abe Elam.
Yeah, Abram Elam.
Probably saw him naked.
That's it, yeah.
Is that who Witten ran off?
No, that was
It's a safety, right?
Brodney Poole.
Okay.
Yeah, so Abram Elam, he did not get run off. Matt Elam, formerly of the Ravens, that's his uncle. So it's all a family thing. And then Kenneth Murray, the linebacker from Oklahoma, he was the one who he's been a bust to this point, to put it lightly, but talk about a guy who they think is just off the charts leadership and a guy they would have been interested in picking in 2020 had CeeDee Lamb not been there. So both guys who are reclamation projects or rehab patients, if you will, trying to get their careers jump-started here.
Kenneth Murray, the new linebacker, saying, like a lot of people who end up here or just play on other teams, this was my team all along.
So when I came out, it was COVID. I do remember exactly where I was when I met with the Cowboys. I was living in Houston in a little apartment, and we met over Zoom. I felt like we had a really, really good conversation. Felt like we connected really well. And so, yeah, I mean, had a great impression after that meeting. And so I feel like, I've always loved the Cowboys. I mean, I grew up a Cowboys fan. My whole family's a Cowboys fan. So, I mean, it's definitely a dream for me playing here.
So there it is, whole family, Cowboys fans, and all that stuff. So of the two acquisitions, Murray and Elam, excited is too strong a word. You more optimistic about Kyer if it had to come down to one of the two?
Yeah, probably. I mean, Kenneth Murray's 5 years deep into his career. This is year 6 for him. He's a great athlete. He's a great leader. He's not it hasn't been put together for him yet. His instincts have not looked very good. Elam is Elam's 23. He's 23. He was a first-round pick. The same class as Tyler Smith. So, I mean, he's still...
that's a kid, man.
He's really young, and he's had some moments where he's had his struggles, but he's also got a lot of different traits that you like, and somebody who at times has played well. And just, honestly, when you talk to people outside of Dallas who, whether it be people in Buffalo or whatever else, they'll talk about, yeah, he probably needed a change of scenery. He needed a fresh start because he had just become a little beaten down here.
I mean, I generally like the idea of just grabbing onto former first rounders.
Well, then you'll love this strategy this offseason.
Yep.
I think the question has to be asked to scouting people and general managers and those in front offices. When does your college evaluation disappear? How many years in?
To me, it probably depends on the position.
Why?
I think certain positions are just, you should be able to meet your expectations earlier. So like quarterback,
take a while.
I take a while. Running back, like yesterday.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like you should be able. Cornerback, I could see. I could see corner taking a little bit longer.
It also comes down to the question of what type of investment are you talking about? In terms of taking a flyer, that evaluation may never go away.
Yeah.
Where it's one of those things where it's like, well, I'm willing to take a gamble on a guy that I knew had these traits. But yeah, I would say probably Kenneth Murray is a guy who probably at year 5 they look at and go, you should kind of know by now. I would say probably year 4 or 5 is when they get an idea of it.
Kyer Elam on why it has not worked out as a first-round pick so far and how it can change.
I mean, first it starts with opportunity, right? Coming in early in my career, like I wasn't blessed with the opportunity to go out there and be a full-time starter, you know what I mean? So right then and there, it's like, what can I do to take advantage of any opportunity I do get, you know what I mean? And not to point the finger or anything like that, but I just felt like with me being confident in myself and making plays, with my little opportunities I did get, I would expect it more, but that wasn't the case. I mean, I just continue to put my head down and keep grinding to get better and improve, so I just felt like as a younger player, I was able to learn from the sidelines and learn from my mistakes now to help me succeed now. You know what I mean? Because this is something I don't take for granted. You can ask anybody, man. I really love the game, and I really feel like it's my time to win. So I think that's what I can take away from, my career so far.
He's the exact type of person you want to gamble on. He is a 6'2" corner who runs 4'3", and he is, by all accounts, everybody who talks about it will say, just because it didn't work out in Buffalo doesn't mean this dude wasn't working. This dude worked really, really hard, and he is really committed to what he does. He's got a ridiculous backstory, just passed down from his dad in terms of their life that they had growing up. Abram Elam, his dad, 3 of his siblings were shot to death in the span of about 10 years.
Whoa.
So grew up in like a really rough area. And, so Khair had several different uncles and different things like that died while he was growing up that were shot. But I mean, all the traits are there. The mentality there, the work ethic's there. It's just a matter of they've got to see it all come together and bring it out of him. And so I'm sure Eberflus probably felt like this is a guy that I can work with and somebody I can get it out of.
The feedback I got on some of the no-name additions actually came on Jack Sanborn, the linebacker. This is my buddy Mark Carman, who stopped by in Indianapolis from Chicago, and he said Sanborn makes plays. I call him Sand God. Bears should never have signed Edmonds, demoted him, now cut him. Not going to win combine drills, but he makes plays. So a little Chicago love from Jack Sanborn, reuniting with Matt Eberflus. Way to go with the stereotype, Bobby.
He's scrappy.
A former Cowboy is trying to make a comeback. Michael Gallup? Michael Gallup scheduled to visit who? The Cowboys' offseason enemy, the Seattle Seahawks. Also had a visit with the Commanders. He turns 29 years old this month.
Good. I'm happy for him. He obviously was not mentally prepared to resume his career after the knee injury. And maybe he's fine now. Maybe he needs the money. I don't know. Maybe he's just itching to get back and play football. Whatever his motivation for playing is, I hope he does well. He's a sweet kid. And when he was before the injury, he could beat you over the top. That was kind of his thing. We'll see. We'll see what he has.
Cowboys fans are going to turn sour really quickly, though. If that contract didn't work out here and all of a sudden he just retires and pops up somewhere else and all of a sudden starts contributing, they're not going to be too happy with that. I will say, though, if he signs with the Seahawks, it creates renews a little bit of bitterness probably between those two organizations that existed 7-8 years ago.
Well, unfortunately, they don't play each other this year.
I know, that's what's upsetting. But you had the Earl Thomas drama there for a little bit, where the Seahawks were holding them hostage for a pick. It's actually funny. They would have traded Aldon Smith in 2020. The Seahawks called the Cowboys about Aldon Smith, and Seattle routinely said it's a second for Earl Thomas, except for the Cowboys, it's a 1 for you.
Yeah.
And so when the Seahawks called about Aldon Smith, they said it's a 5th for everybody else, but it's a 4 for you. And Seahawks were like, okay, well, I guess we're not getting Aldon Smith. Thank you.
Don't let your money get mad. And then we saw Aldon Smith on the streets of New Orleans.
That was Nolan Smith.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I thought you said Alden. David Moore, Dallas Morning News, with some follow-up on the running back situation. Why did they go out and sign Javonte Williams when it would not have cost more to keep Rico? Well, that means the club's talent assessment of the two is different from yours. Javonte was signed to be a complement to the back the Cowboys select in the draft next month, not as an excuse to ignore the position again. The addition of Miles Sanders also does not alter that blueprint. It's just more competition and depth at a position that needs it.
So they're just saying we should be prepared. They're going to take a running back very, very high.
Or in the draft, yeah. Because now there's a lot of, we'll get to this later in the show, the Quinn Ewers targeting is starting to pick up a little bit. Ian Rappaport tried to slyly drop that in his report last night, but starting to get a little heat up with Quinn in the sights. That would have to be, Bobby could tell us different because
Quinn's going to go, but I don't think Quinn makes it to. I don't think he makes it to day 3. I think he's second rounder.
Well, that's what I'm saying. So if you were looking at that quarterback that Steven says always disappears before we make our 4th round selection, your second rounder maybe going to a quarterback. And then third, fourth, fifth, although Mel Kiper has been talking about other running backs for the Cowboys too, and Dane Brugler.
Yeah, so running back is also, that's a big thing here, is that people just think running back's super deep. That's one of the reasons why people aren't necessarily thinking you should go after Genty so early. But to me, it's, and we've talked about this, the question that they're asking themselves over there at Cowboys HQ, I imagine, is, why is Genty good enough to break rules? Why is he good enough to break rules that we have or general philosophies that we have? We're willing to, but you got to really sell why this guy is the exception.
All right, that's a little inside the star to start off the Tolo Tuesday edition. We got a PBR ticket giveaway in the next hour for you turning it on, leaving it on. We say goodbye to Peyton Russell at 6:40. Hopefully he survives the streets of Boston after St. Patrick's Day. But holy crap, last night in the NBA. Nico continuing to be tortured. What happened with Tracy Morgan at the Garden in a wheelchair? And Anthony Davis is about to come back? Why? Next on The Fan.
But first, how would you like to...
That you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
Nah, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Hazel Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maiden? No.
Nutmeg Maiden.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
105.3 The Fan segment here brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org. And also brought to you by the personal injury lawyers, Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first. 214 or 817-333-3233. With Frankel and Frankel, there is never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck attorneys in Dallas.
Luka one way, then the other. Inside out and another wide open three.
Boy, he's finding open people, and tonight, open people are making shots.
Well, the assists were the strong point of Luka's game last night against the San Antonio Spurs. Lakers radio with the call. Bad for Luka, but LA still gets the win. Doncic 21 and 14 to go along with 9 rebounds, 5 of 20 from the field.
Ugh.
5 of 20 from the field, 1 of 7 from 3. But the Lakers win. San Antonio, of course, their entire team has been decimated and wiped out, kind of like the Dallas Mavericks, and they lost their head coach as well. Fortunately, Phoenix did win and beat Toronto, trying to go ahead and catch up in the playoff standings, but the Mavericks are still 1 game ahead of the Suns. What the freak? What the freak, Phoenix?
And that's after, even still, over the last 10 games, Phoenix has managed to claw away 3 games in the standings. So they're little by little making it, but there's zero reason why they shouldn't pass it.
They'll get there. They will. We have 7 players.
Yeah. Well,
I'm sorry, no, about to have Anthony Davis back.
About to have Anthony Davis back as the Dallas Mavericks are sending Anthony Davis to the Chop Dome. Anthony Davis is heading on over to the Texas Legends to allow him to practice with them and participate in 5-on-5 scrimmages as he ramps up his return from the strained left shoulder. Tim McMahon said, look, there were discussions about shutting him down for the year, but he has been steadfast in his determination to come back. No. Why? Now, why have him go and practice and run 5-on-5 with the Legends versus the Mavericks?
I don't know how much practice time the Mavericks are doing right now. Like, first of all, I know what the NBA CBA is like during the season. And if you have,
I guess the Mavs can't. They can't have 5-on-5.
They can have 5-on-5 also. They can.
All right, let's get these 4-on-4s in.
You can do some 3-on-3 half court. You can do half court 3-on-3.
Well, Bobby,
I said, yeah, no room for center if it's 4-on-4. That you got to eliminate the 5. But no, this is the Anthony Davis work ethic. This is why Nico Harrison wanted him. This is a guy who doesn't matter what's going on. I'm still going to fight my way back. I'm still going to be there. This is like the Nico Harrison clip I finally found and sent you all over the weekend of him playing trash basketball at Montana State, where they're talking about he has pins in his ankle and he can't even jump today, but Nico Harrison's out there. He just cares so much. That's what he wants in Anthony Davis.
All right, so 3 things popped into my head. Number 1, saving face for Nico. Like, wanting to give Mavs fans a little taste of a return from the trade and the future. Anthony Davis, steadfast, according to this report, because he doesn't want to just be murdered and killed throughout the entire offseason. He doesn't want to show that he's, this street clothes softy. And then they're going to say, look, we're in the 10 spot. All right?
Yeah.
Why are we going to sit there and bail on the season? They've had the internal discussions, you would think, already. We already had the discussion saying the farthest they could fall. It's not that great in terms of team tank. So if you get Anthony Davis back and try to make a little bit of noise, you do something crazy in a play-in game or a first-round series, and a little bit, they're trying to generate any little bit of Mavs optimism, I would just like him to be shut down.
Yeah, because if they're just doing this just to get him healthy so they have to forfeit games, I assume there's a financial penalty with a forfeit.
They apparently, did you send that Windhorst said that they petitioned the league for cap space?
Yeah, Windhorst had said yesterday, I read an article where he had said that they have been asking the league for salary cap relief, and the league to this point has not offered it to them.
Right, because that wouldn't be fair.
And
it wouldn't be fair to the teams that are like Phoenix or whatever. Like, it wouldn't be fair to them that, we're trying to make the playoffs here and you're giving this team free cap space.
Well, they have the rules there for a reason. Like the whole sign and trade and everything else that they did with Clay. Like, that's what you did. You put yourself in that corner. You knew what you were doing and you knew what kind of limitations that gave you. Now, you had some salary cap flexibility, but then you went and traded for Caleb Martin. And when you did that, you lost all of it.
Yeah,
that's what took you up to the first apron.
And I assume also that the Mavs have to pay the gate. Like if the game is a forfeit, my assumption is that they have to compensate Brooklyn for the home gate.
I don't know. I don't know how many Mavs fans are going to be excited for this. Although I will say this.
Right, because the same thing happened 2 years ago, and they decided to tank. Remember that? Why'd they tank 2 years ago to get out of the play-in? With Luka. With the same ownership and the same, well, maybe Cuban was still there, but Nico was obviously the same GM.
Well, Nico obviously didn't think Luka was a player that could do anything for you. So
would they have lost the draft pick, though? Was that a swap situation?
It was an issue where if they had made the play and they would still be a lottery team or whatever else, but like they were at risk of getting the pick swapped with New York if they finished outside the top 10.
That's why they did it, so they could hang on to a final first-round pick.
But they did finish it. They were 11th, right? Then they pick 11th, and that's when Lively, and it's only top 10 protected?
No, they moved him back. They moved back to get Lively.
Okay.
Well, the torture continues because Quentin Grimes last night against the Rockets, this game ended up 144-137.
I mean, the defense that they're just playing today is just amazing.
140, Hakeem rolling in his grave, 144-137. But former Dallas Maverick Quentin Grimes scores 46. Holy crap. I think he's got 5 straight games now of 25 or more points. He dropped 46 last night, 28, 29, 35, and 25. Now, the most diehard Maverick fans left, the MFFFLs, they're hitting me up saying, you're better than this. You know why he's scoring that much. You know Philadelphia doesn't have anyone left on the roster. Paul George shut down for the season. Guys, I don't care. Yeah, he's going to get some more shot attempts, but if you're an NBA player dropping 46 and you're scoring 25 or more in 5 straight games, I'm giving you props. Now, yes, he's been in the league. The Knicks had already gotten rid of him. Why don't you kill the Knicks? This just adds to the torture right now, the current torture that is taking place. Bobby, what did you call this? You said this is Old Testament basketball.
Yeah, this is God is clearly angry with you, and it's Old Testament God, and he is just making sure to give you all of his wrath right now for the Luka trade, and Quentin Grimes is part of that. And here's the thing. You can say it's piling on or whatever else. People wanted Grimes to play more when he was here. People were frustrated at how little Jason Kidd was working him into the lineup.
He's also only been in the league since 2021.
Yeah, he's
so
24.
So this isn't like I saw some Linsanity comparisons.
Oh, come on.
This isn't Jeremy Lin, with the older age. I think Jeremy Lin was older. We're talking 5+ years. Nico, time to develop. Yep. Time for someone to go ahead and change and alter. Not that he's going to be this 20-point-a-night scorer. It just adds to the time.
He had 5 20-point games here in Dallas. Like he had games where he popped a little bit here. They didn't give him the opportunities. They didn't want to. I don't know what it is. I don't know what Nico saw him eating in a pregame dining room that he was like, we can't give him those opportunities.
Yeah, he had the wrong complex carbs before a game.
23 minutes a night here, 33 in Philly. Again, they don't have Embiid. They don't have Paul George. But still, you score 46 points. 46 points, I'm giving you props. That's showing a lot of talent. You can't just say, I'm going to give someone an unlimited amount of shots and they're going to drop 40 in an NBA game. No, that's talent and skill.
Yeah, because he's shooting in these games. He scores 46. He shot 55% in that game. He scores 44 a couple weeks ago. He shot 75% in that game. 35 a couple weeks ago. He shot 55% in that game. Like, he's shooting well. He's not just, like, chucking the ball up.
Sean, RJ, and Bobby with you as part of the 6 a.m. Club on 105.3 The Fan. Did you see the AI music video?
I got so cringed. I was like, I really need to turn this off.
As cringy as you just got with Bobby in the commercial break?
That was worse. Bobby's just in
that was some rare RJ anger that came out.
Yeah,
you
he
were
was genuinely.
You were legit mad.
Like, he just put a phone in front of us and said, look at this. And I'm like, I don't want to see a guy blowing his hand off. Like, why is that even on the internet?
What was that, Jason Pierre-Paul?
Similar. It was a guy trying to, like, light a firecracker in a car, and it blew 2 fingers off.
So this is some AI-generated video that a Mavs fan captured in the arena, and this thing is cringy.
It's very cringy.
Ends up with Anthony Davis. Like, everyone's dressed in a Western, and Anthony Davis, I accidentally with the video has like the pistols or the guns facing his head.
Yep.
Kyrie is weird and awkward in there. I think Clay's wearing like an NBA shirt, not a Maverick shirt.
Yeah.
The whole thing is just, I mean, again, another huge L for the PR marketing department.
Because it's AI and it's AI generated, you had Omax Prospects. They all had their names on their shirts. His didn't say Omax. His said Mamax, M-A-M-A-X. You had that. You also had, like you mentioned, the Anthony Davis thing. And then at one point, Champ holds up a sign and it says Mavs fan for life. And it doubles up on the 4 and just nobody noticed and went ahead and threw the video out there to it. It is one of the cringiest, dumbest things I've ever seen. And as one of the comments on Reddit said about it, does any organization hate their own fan base more than the Dallas Mavericks?
Yeah, like they really shouldn't even play music at this point between timeouts. Just have silence.
What happened to Tracy Morgan last night at the Garden as somehow someone had the phone out to get the still shot of Tracy Morgan projectile vomiting? He's puking straight to the ground of the court. They bring out the wheelchair, and did you see the guy from The Sopranos in it?
Bobby Bacala.
Bobby Bacala.
What's his name? Steven Sharippa.
Bobby Bacala sounds better.
That is better.
He's standing up, and he's getting out of the way as they're wheeling Tracy Morgan off with blood gushing from his nose. You see it in the white towel they're giving him. So Tracy Morgan puking on the Knicks sideline and wheeled out of the Garden with a bloody nose.
That was an obscene amount of vomit. Like they had to stop the game.
Yeah.
Like, when do you stop a game for vomiting? Well, when it's on the floor. It
was on the floor.
It was literally on the floor, like on the court. That was a ton. That was a lot of puke. I've not seen that much vomit in a very, very long time.
Yeah, it's like if it was one of the two, he's vomiting or he's just got a bloody nose. I'm like, oh, okay, that's tough. But like, what do you got that you're vomiting and just profusely bleeding from your nose? That sounds like your body's just giving up.
Like he's had a kidney transplant, so he's had health. But there was the car accident.
Yeah,
he had a severe brain injury.
It's a 10-minute delay.
A 10-minute delay in the game. Yeah. So, like, he's obviously had some health problems, and I hope it's not related to any of that. Like, if you a brain injury, because is it possible he got like some like serious, equilibrium, that made him nauseated, and all of a sudden he threw up everywhere? Or was it just a crazy amount of alcohol?
Too much Hennessy, yeah.
T. Rainey sent us the update from Mark Stein. Anthony Davis and Jaden Hardy have been officially recalled from their one-day practice stint with the Legends. Hardy and Kai Jones are in contention to be active for the Mavs game tomorrow at Indiana.
Hell yeah, baby.
One-day stint with the Legends. Is this just manipulation with the active game day roster to avoid the forfeits?
Probably. Or it could just be they're committed to winning. It's all about now. This isn't a move for the future. This is a move for now.
877-881-1053. In order to hit us up, the Dodgers have taken the lead in the bottom of the 5th against the Chicago Cubs. LA putting up 3. They lead Chicago 3-1 in Japan.
Hey, listen, it wouldn't be a Major League Baseball game without the starting pitcher only going 4 innings. 4 innings. So that's what Imanaga went. He went 4 innings for the Cubs.
That's it.
And then they yanked him. Yamamoto's still out there in the 5th.
We always knew it, but now it's official. Peyton Russell turns into a mass hole. We bid Peyton adieu next on 105.3 The Fan.
After we get you over to Platinum.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name? No, I mean, like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. But that's your hair. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay.
And it's back to Sean and RJ right here on 105.3 The Fan segment here, brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine today. The back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. More new Chevys than anyone else, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
You think St. Patrick's Day goes hard in Dallas? No. Did you see the videos? And I actually think this is an insult to animals. That's the first thing that I thought of. I said, look at these animals. And I was like, you know what? I've watched plenty of the Netflix lion, tiger, Bobby Belt, angry, depressed videos, according to his wife. And even animals are not this barbaric. Did you see the Boston St. Patty's Day fights that happened over and over and over? Barstool has like 7 different videos of, and again, it's disrespectful to animals to call these people that.
It's look, it never ceases to amaze when you get men together with alcohol.
Well, there was a lot of women too.
There were
a lot of hair dragging,
and a lot of fights happen because of women. A lot of fights happen because of men, and it blows the mind that you get a lot of alcohol thrown. I just don't understand people who fight.
Yeah,
it just throws me off.
Let's dial that back a little bit. This is not about getting men together with alcohol. This is about getting people in Boston together with alcohol and what monsters they are. That's what this is.
It's crazy.
They kind of got a long history of some alcohol-induced fights.
Oh, yeah.
Well, Peyton Russell, after the show today, is headed to become a masshole as he and the fiance are making the trip to Boston.
Yes, I will not be off the rest of the week because of a late Cowboys game. As some Sunday nights, I don't show up the next morning. Late nights, can't do the early mornings. But yes, I'll be off the next 3 days going to Boston. Now, you might think, why Boston? This time of year, it's still cold up there. I have no idea. I want to go northeast. The furthest northeast I've been is Washington, D.C. Mackenzie turned down New York. She did not like it when she went.
When's the last decision you've actually won in this still pretty new relationship? You lost the house. You lost this trip destination.
The rental house. That was all me. She did not like it. I said, you know what? We're doing it.
Okay.
So I take a mini victory there.
All right, that's good.
Mini victory. But yeah, this Boston trip was all me. I've paid for it, so it's all me. I said, hey, this works best for your schedule. Let's finally do a trip, just me and you. Because every trip we've been on has either been
You paid for it, and wait, you wanted to go more or her?
I did.
Okay.
Yeah, she was fine with just, because she's on spring break. She's just fine with staying at the house. But I was like, let's go on a trip. I got some days off. Let's go on a trip somewhere. Let's fly out. And so I chose Boston, and I was like, all right, I'll put together an itinerary, and we'll go for it there.
So I knew Pepe had the schedule all mapped out, so I asked him to send it on over so that we could give him some friendly advice on the fan text at 877-881-1053. His first #1 must-have rule. When flying, I always follow this. You have to get to the airport 2 hours before takeoff. And Mackenzie actually agrees with Peyton on that one. So the 2-hour arrival time beforehand.
You're like Bobby. Bobby does that. It's a little early for me. I leave 2 hours before I leave the house.
See, I don't think
Well, but you live right. I mean, you're close to the airport. I mean, without traffic, I'm an hour.
Yeah,
I'm over an hour.
Well, that's not my fault.
Well, it's
to be fair, a lot of that is when you've traveled with me, it's because we have a flight that's scheduled like 2 hours after the show, and you're willing to go home, and I'm not.
Your 15-minute, your 10-minute delay can turn into 30 maybe. Ours coming from Rockwall area. God knows what's going to happen
I get
if there's
that.
traffic out there.
Yeah. It's still 20 minutes for me to the airport.
And when you're going on a trip like that, like if to me it feels better to, get in an airport bar and have a few where you don't have to worry about working the next day. You can get there and you can start the vacation.
Well, not for me because of this. I have the Admirals Club, Sean, because I could just drop that on that on the table.
Well, so far I feel like your airport upgrades, I haven't felt as beaten down and embarrassed by them. These TSA lines, a lot of times they're like, all right, it's on the other side. And then sometimes the TSA lines will be longer than the regular check-in. So I haven't felt like you've lapped us in terms of, you got all the upgrades, no doubt about it. But I don't feel like they've been coming through for you as much as they should. The first Admirals Club experience, what was that? When we were going to New Orleans, was it upstairs or something?
Oh, yeah, it was too far away from where we were.
Yeah.
So I was like, I'm not going to walk all the way down there.
Yeah.
And then in Indianapolis, the pre-check line was on the other side. I was like, I'm not walking over there. But I can still walk through without taking my shoes off. That's the key. That's the key.
Well, sometimes the regular security lets you keep the shoes on.
I know. I don't understand that.
Some you have to take the bag out. Some you don't have to take the bag out.
It's like,
Mexico's got to figure it out. Cabo, it's just like no.
Mexico's
got
they're just like, you're fine.
Yeah, you're fine. Peyton has done the weather checking. Low in the mid 30s, high in the high 50s. He said, I love doing activities, but everything will have to be after 10 a.m. because I have to sleep in as well.
Yeah, I told Mackenzie, I said, look, we're going to have to do everything early or late morning, early afternoon. She was fine with it. I said, just let me sleep in. We can do all day activities. Just let me sleep in because we'll probably be at pubs, that first night, tomorrow night. With the Texas game being so late, they're Eastern time zone for people who didn't know, so everything's later, which is going to suck. I mean, I already hate Central time zone in sports. Like, Eastern time zone gets screwed over so much.
Oh, Eastern time is the worst. Yes. Oh, my gosh.
Because that Texas game is scheduled for 9:10 Eastern, but that game's not going to start till 9:30, 9:45. Yeah.
And I guess I should retract that. You're going to get there and enjoy, some drinks or food early because your next line is, we fly out at 10:20. We're eating before the airport because airport food prices are criminal.
They are.
So he and Mackenzie have to have the pre-planned airport meal before getting there. But yes, they are criminal.
They're very high.
It's really criminal everywhere.
It really
and it's not me being frugal. I mean, this is just common sense in my mind.
Yeah, they expect you to be on an expense account.
Yeah.
I mean, you can have common sense and still be cheap. Peyton, you are cheap.
No car rental, only Uber rides, and then the pubs that he's going to hit for the Longhorn game. So what else is on the checklist? You're like, Boston, we need to get that chowder. We need to hit this place. We got to go to this venue, this known spot.
Well, I have not had a lobster roll since I went to D.C. in 2019.
So you didn't have one. You can only have one in New England.
Really? Lobster rolls in D.C. don't count?
No.
East Coast, though?
No.
Really?
No. Too warm of water. You got to have lobster. If a lobster doesn't come from Maine, I draw the line. I don't want anything from even New Hampshire.
Well,
it's got to be Maine.
Get ready to pay for that. I mean, you're looking at probably $26 for this little hot dog bun with lobster and mayonnaise. But you got to do it since you're there. I went and got clam strips there, and it was $26.
Yeah,
for clams.
I enjoyed Boston. You should take the train instead of the Uber. It's way cheaper. Save some cash.
I'll be a Saudi out there. I'll be in the South in Boston.
Saudi? I think it's a Southie.
Oh my God!
I don't think it's called a Saudi.
Southie. Oh. Well, when you said it the other week, I thought you said Saudi.
Do I detect a Persian accent?
Southie.
Texas William, I know. Texas William, I know you're up.
You said it fast the other day.
Get paid with a Red Sox shirt with you know what else.
He's been hanging with Bradas too long.
I'll be a Saudi out there. Y'all, that's why we do
accent. I think they say it. I'll confirm that.
It's a TH, Peyton. You don't have to confirm jack squat. It's a TH, not a D.
Hey, so you researched the weather. Did you research the crime statistics? going out there.
Here's the belt pessimism. Here we go.
I'd just like to point out that as of Sunday, year over year, Boston police say that murders are up 150% in Boston. So just be aware of the homicide.
They had 2 last year, and so then they had like 4, maybe 5. So
5,
that's
you
2
got
and a
it.
half. Yeah.
The questionable dinner move that you're making is you said you made reservations at a steakhouse.
Steak and lobster, they have both there.
Oh.
It's steakhouse, and they both have the seafood side of things.
Okay, so you're like, because you're leaving Texas, you know what I mean? Like a steakhouse somewhere else other than here. I mean, Indianapolis, I felt like those were the only fancy places we had to go to because people were there. But even ordering a steak in Indy, I was like, all right, this can't match up to Texas. But you're gonna order and eat a steak in Boston.
Yeah, I'll do surf and turf there. And with Mackenzie, I got to find menus that favor her as well. Can't do all seafood, or else she'll be the Bobby and just sit there and won't eat.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't want to do that to her. So I'm finding places where we can both eat something.
Friday is Fenway
Park. I've always wanted to go. It's on my bucket list. I still want to go for an actual game, but I'll have to just settle for a tour there, which it should be. I mean, I've seen the reviews on Yelp. It should be a nice tour. We'll get to sit at the Green Monster, so that'll be nice.
You love Fenway, didn't you?
Great. It's like going back in a time capsule. Everything is like just like it was in 1912. It's fantastic.
Yeah, I think you sit in the scoreboard, have drinks, or sit in, just look out. From left
historic
field.
ballpark. I'm a baseball guy, so I'm all about it. And then we'll go to lunch right after that, and then we'll make our way down south to a Samuel Adams Brewery tour.
What?
I was waiting
He said
for
south.
He said south.
Started thinking about the line again.
Worried about it. That'll be cool. Have you been to a brewery, like a brewery tour?
Not a tour. I have not.
Tour.
Says
it like Bobby.
You said it right, Peyton.
I mean, every time I get a Sam Adams seasonal, I'm very happy with it.
It's good beer.
Very happy with it.
Very good.
Yes.
Yeah, you'll like it.
And then the Degenerate still has to come out as Friday night, Pepe, with his trip to Boston after the show today, still has to go to a casino. You have to drag your poor fiance to watch you gamble.
Now, I did not pick Boston in case she's listening or will be listening later on the Odyssey app. I did not pick Boston because of the casino. I did not pick because of the casino. No. I picked because of the region, the area. That's why. And casino happens to pop up. It's amazing. Every other state you can gamble except for Texas. It's unbelievable. So, they have a really nice Wynn Encore there. Boston Encore, the Harbor. So it's a really nice casino. I tried to book rooms there, but they're, like Vegas, very expensive at the Encore. So I did not elect to do that. But yeah, and I told her, I said, look, just give me 2.5 hours. And March Madness will be there too.
2.5 hours.
That's enough to make the plane ticket, back.
Yeah.
I'll make enough money there, but yeah, so I told Mackenzie, give me 2.5 hours, I'll be fine. Just let me make a profit. And March Madness will be going on, so I'm sure the sports book there will be popping. So it'll be nice. But yeah, just give me a little bit time in the casino.
You're going to love it. I wanted to hate it because I hate the people there. I truly do, especially the sports fans. But the city, the layout, it's what a downtown, it's what our downtown and uptown should be combined as. It's what a downtown should look like with universities and parks. You're like, this is a park. Like in the middle of the city, and it's got some charm with the cobblestones and the brick.
It's really old.
I think it's very nice.
I like it. When the weather's great, it's awesome. It's very, very old. It's there's like little tiny neighborhoods. You're walking to Fenway, and it just pops up. It's like you don't expect you're coming anywhere near a baseball field, and it just pops up out of nowhere.
Now I know why. Now I know why Bobby's family never gets to see the rest of the country except for Arkansas for his family trips. And
Florida.
First thing, go to the negatives. Go to the negatives. Be the pessimist. Look at the crime, and they'll worry themselves out of it.
No, I don't look at the crime for myself. I want to look at it for Peyton because Peyton's leaving, and you guys are still going to let him enter a tournament bracket, and I'm bitter about that, and so I want him to know about the crime.
He doesn't have to. He's not playing in the games. He doesn't have to be here to write on a piece of paper.
I submitted my bracket 2 days in advance, so you know what? Extra credit.
You've got to get Italian food and seafood, though. Like that's what
he's getting seafood.
You have,
but they're known for Italian. You can't get great Italian here, so. Think about that versus your steak.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. You're Olive Garden. Rowlett. You're placing Rowlett.
That's right.
That's right. Better than Italy, you said. 877. And that was actually a true statement, according to Pepe. All right. So have a fantastic trip. You flying out today?
Tomorrow morning.
Oh, you got to do the post show fly out. You're burning half a day.
10:20 flight, so I can't make it there in time.
Oh, they only have one flight.
One flight a day to Boston.
Yeah, they do.
Check the Saudi flights.
That's the Saudi flights. They have more flights to Saudi Arabia than to Boston.
877-881-1053. RJ Choppy takes you around the rest of the National Football League. What's going on with Aaron Rodgers? Kirk Cousins is just as good as Tom Brady. And has Kellen Moore already made a mistake? Around the rest of the National Football League here on Sean and RJ next.
doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Dallas, Fort Worth. Let's go, Cowboys.
An Odyssey sports station.
Driven by our D&M Leasing Studio, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Good morning, Metroplex. Shout out to the 7 a.m. club. We want to hook you up for turning it on, leaving it on, and that'll happen during the commercial-free expressway starting at 7:20. We have PBR tickets, and we have live baseball as well. The Dodgers in Japan are leading the Cubs 3-1 in the middle of the 7th inning. Sean Sharif, RJ Choppy, Cowboys insider Bobby Roberto Belt, and ESPN is coming out with some off-season grades.
Yes, sir, they are. Look at some of the Cowboy players and some that left, like Rico Dowdle, and see how Seth Walter, who I really like, he's one of their more analytical guys. He's fantastic, but he went out and graded these players. So Fowler, Dante Fowler Jr., 1 year, $6 million deal. Can get up to $8 million. Gives it a B+. B+ grade.
Like it.
He says, maybe they're paying for an outlier season, but, he had the 10.5 sacks, the second double-digit sack season of his career, but he's a better pass rusher on a down-to-down basis than one might think. He had a 21% pass rush win rate, 8th best in the NFL last year, but also 29% in a smaller sample size in 2023. He hasn't usually been that productive, but he's got a 19% win rate since 2017, which is above average for a pass rusher. And, of course, you're getting him at a very cheap rate.
So weird how I think we all feel better about Dante Fowler than at the start of his career in Jacksonville as the number 3 pick. Here's a guy who's been in the league. I don't want to screw up my years again like yesterday, but he's been in the league since 2016. The sack totals are 4, 8, 2, 2. He gets to the Rams, 11.5, and then he had 10.5 last year in Washington. It's like, it feels like he's better, older.
And this is why when you see somebody like Dante Fowler, that's why the Cowboys say, let's take our flyers on Solomon Thomas and Kyer Elam. Now, Solomon Thomas has established himself as a decent player, but not like high volume stuff. But that's why they want to gamble on these high upside players and just say, maybe it just didn't click with them in this other area, and this will be the time where they finally fall into place.
He does say, I'd rather have Fowler at $6 million, upwards to $8 million, than to get Leonard Floyd for $10 million, which is what Atlanta paid. All right, so that is player number 1. Panthers get Rico Dowdle. 1 year, $3 million, get up to $6 million. They give it an A-.
A-.
And that's kind of a little scary to me because it's like, all right, that tells you that he thinks they should have brought him back for that. And there's no doubt that the guys they brought in, Sanders and Javonte, probably aren't as good as him, straight up.
Yeah.
So,
yeah.
Look, I mean,
but David Moore in the Dallas Morning News, and a lot of times he gets it from the Cowboys front office. It sounds like they evaluated Javonte Williams as good or a better player. So we are going to find out.
We're going to find out. We'll find out.
And it's not crazy if Javonte Williams is as good or better than Rico. Javonte Williams really flashed in Denver before falling off.
No, those first 2 years before he got hurt, he was better than Dowdle. Like, that's not even a question. And as somebody, I think it was Joe Hoyt, pointed it out on Twitter, it's not just the timing of the injury, that's also the timing of when Sean Payton got there. So there's a little bit of a question of like, okay, is Sean Payton doing necessarily everything to maximize Javonte Williams?
And Javonte actually played, and again, a lot of times this, Julio Jones has forever scarred me with games played because it always felt like when you're playing fantasy, questionable game time, nicked up, banged up, limited. Javonte played 16 games and 17 games in his last 2 years. He's played 17-4, 16-17. So he played more games the last 2 years than I would have thought.
Yeah, he did. That's true. That's how does he look post the injury? If they think he looks the same on film, then he looks the same on film. The trade for Kenneth Murray. So they Cowboys get Murray and a 7th, so pick number 239, and they give up a 6th. The Titans get a B+. The Cowboys get a C- on this one. And I'll give you the whole write-up here. So the Cowboys needed to add linebackers. They bring in a veteran who has 67 career starts between his 4 seasons with L.A. and Tennessee. His numbers are not ideal. 24% run-stop win rate last year, ranked 5th worst among off-ball linebackers. with 300 snaps played, a career low. But he has always been below average in that category. He showed some pass rush skills in Tennessee. 11 wins, 28% win rate. Good figure for an off-ball linebacker, but a small piece of what he does. His nearest defender coverage metrics are average. The run-stopping numbers are a red flag. The problem is... What? Oh, just bad?
Yeah, all this is bad.
Well, that's not even the worst. He goes, the problem is... So he listed all these problems. He goes, but the real problem is his $7.5 million cash this year. That's real money. Quantifying linebackers is difficult. Clearly, the Cowboys see something in Murray that our numbers do not, but it's tough to justify paying that type, let alone trading for it. You know, and he says the Titans, they're happy to take a couple of pennies of free draft capital.
Kenneth Murray yesterday saying hello to Cowboy fans, talking about what he thinks he can bring to the D.
I mean, I feel like we got, every piece that we need to be a dominant defense in the NFL. I think, just looking at what the staff is wanting to bring to it, and then just looking at us, our personnel, I think, we're going to be a really fast defense, a really violent defense. And I think, those were kind of like my first impression. So, I think I bring physicality. I think I bring speed, a guy that can run the show, get us in and out of stuff, play calls, in and out of downs. So, I feel like I bring the piece in the middle that keeps everybody connected between the front end and the back end.
And I was about to say, maybe they're looking at him for some leadership aspects. He was a captain last season, and he said, quote, "I'm a firm believer you cannot ask people to do something that you're not doing for me. It starts by leading by example." So maybe there's some extra leadership points for Kenneth Murray.
Probably I would imagine, is gonna be high on the list of guys who might wear that green dot when he's out there.
The Elam trade. So they get Elam at a 6th, pick 204, and they give Buffalo a 5th, 170, and a 7th. Now the draft pick compensation, because it's the 5th rounder, it's the Cowboys comp 5th. It's really the equivalent of a mid 6th if you were to just get rid of all comp picks in the 3rd and 4th rounds. So the Cowboys get a B-, the Bills get a B+. In his 3 seasons, he's made just 13 starts. He missed 14 games in 23. Some on injured reserve, some as a scratch, although injuries probably contributed to him being scratched. He played 39% of the defensive snaps in 2024, in the postseason included. Active for the playoff games. He's allowed 1.3 yards per coverage snap on 16% target rate. Higher than average, but not crazy. He has allowed, total EPA as the nearest defender, and it's been a positive EPA of 23.5. That's good for a defender. Positive is bad for a defender.
That's an early give up by Buffalo on a first-round pick. A very early give up. Why does Kaiir Elam think it can change with this staff?
I'm confident because I'm coming into a staff that truly, really believes in me. You know what I mean? I don't think they would have made a move if they didn't, and wanted to see the best for me. So, like I said, I feel like everything just starts with an opportunity. You know what I mean? So, if I'm able to come in here and compete and show what I could do, like that's all I really need. All I really would want. You know what I mean? I don't need a red carpet or anything like that. I just want to be able to earn it with a fair opportunity. That's it. So that's what I'm gonna strive every day to do. And like I said, I'm coming in with a chip on my shoulder and really with a deep breath and really just excited to take on like whatever comes in front of me next, like not looking in the past.
All right, so there it is, Inside the Star on your home of the Dallas Cowboys. In case you did not know, a PBR ticket giveaway coming up in about 10 minutes during the commercial-free expressway. Let's check out the quarterbacks and around the rest of the NFL.
All right, went through Albert Breer's mailbag, and he says Rodgers mulling his options, obviously, including retirement.
Yeah, so the thing that has stuck in my mind recently is Kevin O'Connell
has to sign off.
Well, is he saying I like Aaron Rodgers still? As you have these Vikings rumors, and I'm like, okay, the new great quarterback whisperer in the National Football League, Kevin O'Connell, is giving his sign off on this if they end up having Brett Favre's career play out all over again, minus the D pick.
Everything that I read yesterday was that they are just Favre would like Minnesota. They are waiting on O'Connell. They're just waiting on him.
Waiting on O'Connell.
He
hasn't given his eval yet?
He hasn't signed off on it yet. That's what Breer was talking about.
Man, how you feeling if you're J.J. McCarthy if this happens? They let Sam Darnold go. All right, finally my time here. Oh, I mean, this would make me feel even more right that the great Kevin O'Connell doesn't think J.J. McCarthy is ready. He may not be ready physically, to be fair, but if I'm McCarthy, I'm like, are you freaking kidding me? You're going to bring in this old man who may be washed, according to League Thoughts?
Yeah, according to League Thoughts, some people in the league, two rival executives, obviously opposite. One say an AFC exec said he's on the downside, flashes the arm talent, but the depreciation and mobility that made him great is gone. Others say he could still absolutely chuck it all over the field. They're waiting. It's Pittsburgh waiting. The Giants are waiting. Minnesota is waiting. Adam Schefter's all ticked off that he's waiting. He went on McAfee. I think it was McAfee last week.
Yeah.
And just kind of really laid into Rodgers.
Over what?
Because Rodgers doesn't talk to him is why, but he made it seem like you're holding everybody up. Just make a decision. We're so tired of it. When in reality, it's code for he doesn't get back to Adam Schefter.
Yeah, Peyton has the cut for it. We had it last week. He'll look it up and get the cut from Shefty. But Schefter's all upset that he's like, make your mind up.
Shut up, Adam.
Which, it's these NFL guys are obviously have never heard of Major League Baseball. These free agents wait weeks on weeks on weeks. Here's Shefty.
To me, this shouldn't be that hard, right? Like the Steelers want you. The Giants want you. We're seeing players across the league make decisions. It shouldn't be that hard. Either you want to play or you don't. You want to play for Pittsburgh or you don't. You want to play in New York or you don't. Like, Chewy, what are you going to have for lunch? You're going to make a decision, you're going to drag it out for 4 days, 5 days, a week. Like, it's not that hard. Make the decision and live with it.
Wow. And he had the guts to actually say that on McAfee, Aaron Rodgers home. I'm really surprised over that comment. To sit there, you say stay out of someone's wallet. Stay out of someone's mind when they're picking their final and last playing stop. And it's hard for me to defend Aaron Rodgers, but yeah, Bobby, that sounds like some bitterness.
We all think it. It's just, that's the way he actually came out and said it.
What the hell are the Falcons doing? They let Kirk Cousins' contract for 2026 guaranteed to $10 million, Bobby. Meaning he just got a raise, right? And now they're stuck with him. So now it's he got the extra $10 million guaranteed for 2026 because the fifth day of the league year has come and gone. Are they just waiting for someone to be left at the altar on draft day so they could trade him?
I guess. I'd love to be able to tell you what they're thinking, but over the course of the last year, I have no understanding of anything they've done with Kirk Cousins along the way. I don't have a clue why they signed him, why they played things out the way they did, why they then drafted Penix. I have no clue with all the... Maybe Penix didn't make them feel super comfortable at the end, or, they just want to hold somebody hostage. I have no idea.
In 23 seasons, Tom Brady earned $332 million. 332. Cousins in 14 seasons has earned 331.6.
Wow.
Well done, Mike McCartney.
That's McCartney.
Business, as Andrew Brandt calls it, Kirk Cousins is a member of the Business of Sports Hall of Fame.
Yep.
He belongs in the Business of Sports Hall of Fame.
Mike McCartney is the agent.
And they're really ruining their cheat code, which is a free quarterback, a free young quarterback. They're wasting it by paying Kirk Cousins as well. And finally, the Saints, they did the unthinkable. They flipped the poison pill switch on Derek Carr's contract. And now they're basically stuck with him. They took $30 million and added it to an already $29 million they have on their cap through 2029. Basically, now they owe $60 million over those years to his cap number, essentially making it dang near impossible for them to move on from him. This is one of the worst run franchises in sports. They refuse to give power to Belichick, right, or Mike McCarthy because Mickey Loomis is there. They wouldn't do any of that. I don't know why Kellen was so desperate to take a head coaching job.
Yeah, I don't understand. I'm trying to look at the contract structure. I don't understand why they would have let that switch over, unless Kellen just really does feel like we have no answers at quarterback right now, so he might as well just hang around until we get it straight.
Inside the Star and around the rest of the NFL here on Sean and RJ, along with our Cowboys insider Bobby Roberto Belt. It's one of my favorite segments of the year because I follow it to a T and I never lose. RJ Choppy with all the tips and tricks to fill out your March Madness brackets. Commercial-free expressway with a PBR ticket giveaway as well after this.
After we get you over to zero.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut, but that's your hair. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay.
spurts.
Did we just see what we think we just saw? Wow!
Confetti!
Oh, baby. We have first four action tonight in Dayton, Ohio. We have first four action tomorrow. And we have the tip sheet right here.
Oh, baby. Oh, look
The
at
tip sheet.
Look at this handwriting, ladies and gentlemen.
Look at that.
2 pages, Tony Kornheiser, old man Kornheiser over here. And this is invaluable. This may not have you definitely win your bracket, but for the purposes of this show, you will not lose your bracket.
There we go.
Except all of us following his advice. One of us will get screwed because we're all taking the same advice. So somebody will still lose it.
Yeah,
here.
but all you guys don't follow it to a T.
No,
RJ doesn't
that's
follow
true.
it.
I don't even follow it.
RJ doesn't follow it. You don't. I follow it most to a T.
And you win every year?
You do. You do.
And I win the show challenge every year.
Every single
Just going to copy your bracket.
year.
So then the question is, why don't you follow it?
Because I watch too much and I'm like, that's not going to happen here.
Yeah.
That doesn't count for this team.
I have to blindly follow it out of fear of losing the show challenge because I'm not watching college basketball like you are.
Yeah.
And if I watched, right, during NFL games, you're like, have your own opinion.
Right.
You have your own expertise.
Absolutely.
That
And,
weighs
you
in.
use the numbers and you can either be completely beholden to the numbers or just use them as extra data points. Tonight, it's St. Francis and Alabama State. That's a first four game, 5:40 on True TV. And then at 8 o'clock, North Carolina and San Diego State. And North Carolina is the basically the jumping off point for a lot of the anger that's going on. Their athletic director, Bubba Cunningham, got a $100,000 raise, a bonus, by having them in the tournament. And it's like, all right, that's probably shouldn't have that in your contract if you're going to be on the selection committee. But so much so that it has angered men and women in the government of the United States of America. Patrick Morrissey is the governor of West Virginia, and he announced that they are taking legal action against the NCAA.
And I've asked Attorney General McCuskey to launch an investigation into the NCAA Tournament Selection Committee to determine if any backroom deals, corruption, bribes, or any nefarious activity occurred during the selection process. I know that the Attorney General and I are going to leave no stone unturned during this process.
I mean, you want to talk about some sour grapes. Is that not what this is?
Or is that winning over some local support?
Yeah, you're gonna listen. You're gonna buy your votes. That's exactly what this is. Maybe don't lose by 24 to Pitt. Like, maybe don't lose 13 games on the year.
What did Stuart Mandel tweet yesterday? I thought he was actually going to get in trouble for it at first.
Oh, they're playing? It was they were talking about the North Carolina plane being delayed, and he said the North Carolina plane ran into a quad one opponent.
That's right. It's great. It's a great line. It's a great line by Stewie there.
Yes.
But like I get it. Like, you got to stop worrying about the 69th team here.
Nice.
At the end of the day, the 69th team is not winning the national championship. You want a better system? I agree. And my school's been the 69th team before. It sucks. It really does. I think that they should change the committee. The committee does not need to have anybody that has current biases on it, and that means by current employment on it. You have to be out of the sport, because Bubba Cunningham gets $100,000 if Carolina makes the tournament, and then he gets another $250 based on performance within the tournament. You can't have those in your contract and be on the committee. You just can't. It's just very, very bad optics. Don't lose to a bad K-State team by 13, though. They had 13 losses. Like, what do you want? What are we going to do here? So that is Morrissey, the governor, Patrick Morrissey, the governor of West Virginia. Now, shall we?
Let's do it. Get out your pens and paper, especially if you're driving.
All right, these are
Just kidding.
Historic tourney trends. These are things that you just have to live your life by when it comes to the tournament.
Hey, Peyton, now, how much do you follow these? See, I think he is a little know-it-all, too.
Yeah.
Oh, no offense to you, Choppy, but I think Peyton is like, all right, I watch, I follow, I'm a little bit more of an expert here, so he's not going to be a total slave to the numbers like I am.
I mean,
Exactly.
I follow them a little bit, but I'm kind of like RJ. It's like sometimes you just got to, sometimes it's going to fail. One day it's going to fail. And so I'm just like that. This is going to be the area it's going to fail. So I'm going to do whatever I want to do.
All right,
here we go. Top seeds advance. Since 1985, 1 seeds are 154 and 2. 2 seeds are 145 and 11. 3 seeds are 133 and 23, and 4 seeds are 123 and 33. So those are all 79% winning percentages or above. Don't pick a 1 seed to lose. Don't really pick a 2 seed to lose. 3 seeds, 4 seeds, you're getting 85 and 79%. I mean,
so the chalk ends up.
The chalk ends up. On average, 113 seed beats a 4 seed about 0.8 times per tournament. So, like the 13 seed, I said 79%. On average, it's 0.8.
So
times
almost
per
one.
turn. Almost one.
So basically, 113 is going to beat a 4.
Yeah, it's more like one every year and a half, right? So like one every. So like you have to like the way it works, one every 5, kind of.
Yeah.
Obviously, there's only 4. 12 seeds beat a 5 1.5 times per tournament. 11 seeds
1.5 every tournament.
Yeah. So you got to have at least one. And then 11 and 10 seeds win over the 6 and 7 1.5 times per tournament each.
So you need one.
You need one of those.
You think you need 111 and 110, or
you need 111, 110, and 112 to advance in every tournament, and you're going to need more. One of them you're going to have 2 advancing. That's the way it is.
So, Chop, because a 13 seed won last year, would you recommend not picking one this year since it's one every 1.5 tournaments?
Good question.
I have a 13.
Okay.
I have 2 13s.
Oh, wow.
I have 2 13s.
This is why he loses. It happened last year. He doubles up this year. He doubles down.
He can't help himself.
This is exactly why I lose. By the way, pick more 9 seeds than 8 seeds.
Oh.
9 seeds beat 8 seeds more often than not.
Pick more 9 than 8.
Yeah. If you just go to the betting line and see who's favored and bet the team that's favored, just blindly, you're going to win more 9-8 games than anything else.
The last 3 years, 9 seeds are 8 and 4.
Yeah.
Wow.
It's worth knowing.
Okay.
So just find the betting line. Whoever's favored, take them. That's how it works. That's kind of how it shakes out with the 9 and 8. Upsets. On average, there are 8.5 upsets per tournament. That seems low. There's 63 games. 8-9 games, by the way, are not considered upsets. They don't consider those upsets.
Okay, well then it doesn't seem as low.
Yeah, that's true. Now, in 9 of the last 13, those numbers are higher. We're north of 10 in 9 of the last 13 tournaments. The first round, you've got to have an average of 5 upsets.
5 upsets.
5
first
upsets
round.
in the first round.
See, that is gold. That's gold right there. Picking 1, 12, or a 10, that screws me because I'm like, all right, I got a bunch of these to have to pick. I'm not familiar with the teams, so that doesn't really help me. But looking back, after I fill out my first round, I got to know that there's 5.
5. Most we've ever had is 8. Okay, so it's got to be between 5 and 8.
Last year.
I think it may have been.
Yeah, it was.
Second round, you got an average of 3 upsets in the second round. The most we've ever had is 6. That was done 3 different times.
Okay.
The Sweet 16 and the Elite 8, that is a chalk round. Okay? Sweet 16, you average 0.25 upsets. The most we've ever had in the Sweet 16 is 1.
Gold! This is gold, Jerry.
All right? Now, since 2011, at least one 7 seed or lower has made the Final Four every year but one.
Damn.
Lower, like 7, 8, 9,
7, 8, 9, 10,
10?
11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. Yeah.
Every year, a 7 or worse has made the Final Four?
Since 2011, except for 1 year.
Oh, that's... Ooh. 7 or worse makes Final Four.
Yeah. You must have at least one of the first 4 teams that are playing tonight and tomorrow.
Yeah.
One of those teams is going to win the next round and advance to the round of 32.
So one first 4, are we calling it, will win first round?
Will win the opening round, yeah. So one of these teams. So Texas, Xavier, Carolina, San Diego State. Those are the big dogs. Those are the 11 seeds playing. One of those teams is going to win the next round.
Or the American, Sean's team.
Or American, right?
Not the American.
Yeah, same thing.
Saudi. The Saudis.
So, for example,
The
San Diego State and North Carolina, the winner plays Ole Miss. Texas Xavier, the winner plays Illinois. One of those teams that wins is going to beat either Ole Miss or Illinois. That's just what it's happened every year except for one.
Wow. I'm really surprised about that.
A number 1 seed is your best bet to be crowned a champion. Since 1985, there's been 39 tournaments. 25 of them have been won by 1 seeds. 5 2s, 4 3s, 2 4s, and then 1 each, 6, 7, and 8. No 5 seed has ever won.
Ooh. Never a 5.
Never a 5. So if you have a 5 seed winning the title, just don't even do it. Ken Palm. I still don't know what he's like on the radio. Or
Who
TV.
is this guy? What is this?
Ken Pomeroy. He has a website called Ken Palm. I love it. I swear by it. Every year since 2002, the champ has been inside his top 25 defense and top 40 offense.
All right. Say that again. Top 25
defense. Top 40 offense.
40. That's the champ.
That's the champ. These are your teams.
Woo. Giving it to us, y'all. Giving it to you on a platter with a college basketball kegger here on Sean and RJ.
The national champ will be one of these dozen teams. Duke, Florida, Houston, Auburn, Tennessee, Michigan State, Maryland, UCLA.
Crab 5.
Right.
UCLA.
Yep.
It was Maryland, then UCLA.
Uh-huh. Michigan, Clemson, Louisville.
There's a lot of damn teams.
Uh-huh. Iowa State or Wisconsin.
Ugh.
Are any of them 5 seeds? Clemson is, so no Clemson.
So no Clemson. Take Clemson out.
We're going to kill Clemson.
Good job, Bobby.
Now, you have to have these 7 teams in your Sweet 16.
Oh.
All right. In the last 3 years.
Has to be.
Has to be. If you're in the top 25 in offense and defense, in the last 3 years, you've made the Sweet 16.
Last 3. All right.
Okay. Auburn, Duke, Florida, Houston, Clemson, Tennessee, Iowa State.
You're just making my life easy. I'm just having all of them automatically advancing to the Sweet 16.
Yep.
I don't even have to worry about it.
Now, teams that can't win.
Cannot win.
Do not have these teams as your national champ. St. John's, Illinois, Purdue, Kentucky, BYU, Missouri. They're all high seeds. They all fall outside of something, either first-year head coach at a school or rookie head coach or outside of some of these metrics. So don't have those teams. Also, look at this. Every NCAA champ has made at least the second round of their conference tournament. So that eliminates...
Champ, okay.
All right. So
every
champ has made at least the second round of their conference tournament.
Okay.
So that eliminates UCLA, Georgia, and Texas A&M.
A&M.
All right. Michigan is eliminated because they have a first-year head coach at that school. Only Tubby Smith has won as a first-year head coach at their school.
Oh.
Okay. They got the guy from Florida Atlantic. Michigan State is also out. Eliminate Michigan State.
Why?
No top 2 seed has started the year unranked and made a Final Four.
Okay. We've crossed 4 off the list of like 9 that you gave us earlier.
And then every champ since 04 was in the top 12 in the Week 6 AP poll. So that gives you Auburn, Tennessee, Bama, Duke, Florida, Iowa State, Gonzaga, Houston, Kansas, Marquette, Oregon, Wisconsin, Arizona, and Texas Tech.
All right, that's too much for me.
Yeah, you read those too fast. I was keeping up with everything else.
So 2 questions. Wisconsin is a player or not? I have them randomly written down on my paper somewhere.
Wisconsin is a player.
Wisconsin is a player. And then the other thing in RJ Choppy's tournament tips, give us the injuries. Who are the big injuries or the team that has a problem there?
Well, Houston with Roberts. All right, he's banged up. He got an ankle. Cooper Flagg, obviously. There are Kentucky. Kentucky has 2 guys that are hurt that are big time players for them. One of them's got like a He keeps separating his shoulder, I think Lamont Butler, he keeps separating his shoulder.
Somebody should fix that.
Yeah, somebody should fix that. So those are three really good teams that have got some injury bugs to them. And Alabama, like Grant Nelson's been banged up a little bit, and he's got a really creepy mustache, but he's a solid player.
RJ Choppy with your March Madness tournament tips. Take it or leave it. I take it every year, and I never lose the morning show battle. 4-1 Dodgers. They're about to put the Cubs away. They got 2 on in the top of the 9th as they are officially starting the season in Tokyo. This is the commercial-free Expressway. It's Brian Broaddus' favorite segment coming up after we hook you up.
All right, Tolos, that's right. Right now, caller number 10 at 877-881-1053 wins a 4-pack of tickets to the PBR World Finals at AT&T Stadium in Arlington on May 16th through the 18th. That's caller number 10 at 877-881-1053.
I feel like I say this every single week. I definitely mean it. Last night, the stop down, all the thought, all the deciding, it really just mixes me up inside coming up with the answers for Ask Reddit.
Do you have a question, Kelly?
Yeah, I have a lot of questions. Number one, how dare you?
It is Ask Reddit time. Get your answers in on the Frankel and Frankel Injury Attorneys fan text, 877-881-1053, 877-881-1053. We'll also get your thoughts on the Twitch and on the YouTube and kick them around the studio here as we answer the most viral questions that have been asked on the 50 million member Ask Reddit forum this week. And we're going to lead off with RJ Choppy. Chop, how long do you take to shower?
About 7 to 10 minutes.
That was my answer, too.
Yeah, about 7 to 10
Usually
minutes.
it's together. I mean, never mind.
We're together, yeah, usually. Like the Monday shower is a little bit longer because, I try not to shower over the weekend too often. And I just feel dirty. So that's a little bit longer of a shower sometimes, Got to wash twice in certain areas. But yeah, it's I would say 7 to 10 minutes is my average.
Generally 2 songs. Whatever it is, because I got the shower speaker in there.
Whoa!
And I'll throw on maybe I get into the third
2
song.
songs, that's like 4 minutes.
No, because I don't listen to any of this crappy new cloud rap music that's like 2-minute and 20-second songs that I hate. It's like we get 7 minutes in there roughly, and then maybe into a third song. But I don't have as much hair as I once did that I have to wash, so that's kind of the big problem there.
Seen your back?
Huh?
Have you seen your back?
Yeah, but I can't reach back there, so I just got to let it all fall down my back.
That's what I
do different things like that. Is Peyton Russell ready? No, he's not yet. Okay, next one here on Ask Reddit here on 105.3 The Fan. 214 says 15 minutes including shaving. Are you guys shaving the shower, people?
No,
I'm an electric shaver, so I just
my new thing now, because I don't want to clog up the new house.
Shave outside?
And have to have Tolo Jeremy come over and fix it. No, I plug up. I used to shave outside. I plug up the sink, shave, and just wipe up with a paper towel, probably twice. 2 wipes, get that hair out of there, throw it in the trash can, and then go about.
I've been doing that too.
Can't have a wet sink.
No, it's got to be a completely dry sink.
Got to be completely dry. But no, not in the shower, and don't let it go down the sink anymore. That's me.
That's me.
Pepe, how long average for the shower? Go ahead, I'm sorry.
10 minutes. I'm in and out.
The real question here needs really to be about your significant other and who's got the longest time there. Guarantee you it's my wife.
I did ask Kristen this last night because I was curious what her answer would be, and she's like, well, if I'm doing the whole thing, like shaving and like everything, I said yes. And so she said about 25 minutes.
Okay, but take shaving out of it. You're just your normal, typical shower.
So if she's not washing her hair, she's probably in there, I'm guessing 10 minutes, something like that.
Sarah?
She's, if she's not washing her hair, I mean, everything changes. She's generally pretty quick, though. Now, after shower, I mean, it's 30, 40 minutes.
Yeah, 10, 15 minutes if she's just...
Right. My wife needs 90 minutes to get ready. Every time.
Every time.
Every time it's 90 minutes. Like on the dot. Like you can set your watch to it. It's going to be an hour and a half to get ready.
Kristen gets so mad when we're getting ready because I will, when I need to get in the shower, it will be... I'll say I'm getting in the shower for an hour before I actually get in there. And then I'm in there and I get it done quick.
Then they come out and go, are you going to get dressed? Like they're sitting there blotching up their makeup and everything. Are you going to get dressed? I said, don't talk. Don't say anything to me. Don't say anything to me about getting ready. Not once in the history of the relationship have you ever beaten me to get ready. I wait to the last 5 minutes, and I'll be done at the same time as you, or maybe even a minute before. It's just their way of trying to get the heat off of them.
I was going to say, there's no greater high than when you're getting hell for not getting ready for an hour, and then you can walk in and go, you ready? And then they're sitting there still like, I just need like 5 more. It's like, of course you do. See, this is why you should just let me do my thing. All right, we're doing Ask Right here on 105.3 The Fan. Peyton Russell, you're a manly man.
Yes.
What's one lesson every guy should learn early?
It's simple. Lift with your knees, not your back. When I was working out with my dad as a kid, teenager, I was like, oh yeah, I can lift this up. He's like, stop lifting with your back. You can't feel it now, but in 10, 15 years, you're going to feel it. So lift with your knees, not your back, no matter what you're lifting up.
Chop.
I have this toxic masculinity trait thingy where it's like, you need to learn that like the world doesn't care about your problems.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. I don't think that's toxic.
Maybe not. Like you like, I hate to say it, you have to be a man. You don't have time to have problems. Like, it just,
never mind.
You know what I mean? Like,
that is toxic.
It's
just bury it all down.
Yes.
Melissa Manchester, don't
bury
cry
it
out
all.
loud.
Bury it all.
Yep.
You know, like if you have kids, you don't have time to be sick. You know what I mean? Like you don't have time. Like you
got to power through.
You got to power through it. That's the word. You got to power through it.
Neanderthal.
I am a Neanderthal.
Yeah. No. On this one, I was trying to think about this one. I guess the one that I would say is because I remember feeling this way at 20, and I knew so many 20-year-olds who felt this way.
Hang on, I want to break this down a little further. I want to take this to another level.
Get into this mind.
I want to get into your mind. So, do you go home and like talk to Sarah like about issues, work issues? You vent it all out. You talk about it. You're like, this is what's going on. I'm ticked off over this. You don't have.
I try to bury a lot.
You don't go home and share everything.
Sometimes I do, but like I don't consider that. I'm talking about like outwardly, outside your family.
Well, okay.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, you obviously you have to have.
I don't
an
know how
outlet.
many of us vent to like outside people. Like,
yeah, I'm talking. I'm going more like the.
You go home and you're like, this sucks at work, or this I'm annoyed over this.
Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, I get that. Yeah, I get that. I'm talking more like the rest of the world.
Yeah.
You know, it's not just about us. It's not just about you.
When was the last time you complained about me or Sean when you went home to Sarah?
Don't answer that.
Yesterday.
The answer to this is
criticism of our indie coverage.
Mine is you're not invincible. Like that's when I was young, early 20s, like the idea of just like, what's the worst that could happen? Nothing. Like everything is so much more fragile than you feel like it is at 2021 or whatever else. And so just
you
recklessness.
Don't practice that.
I
have one thing I'm not going to say on the radio that you do, where you act invincible. Don't think anything can happen.
Currently, I do.
Yeah.
No.
It involved Taco Bell last time at RJ's house.
Just relax. I didn't say I follow. I'm like choppy with the tournament stuff. I have all this. I don't necessarily follow it, but I've got it myself. Sean, what's one lesson every guy should learn early?
This isn't really for guys. I'm always like trying to, I'm like, where's the shortcuts? And everything at the end of the day usually results in you're going to work like 8 hours a day. I see all these stories. Choppy's always sending Gen Z. Mass quitting and raging out, and how can
revenge
quitting, and how can I take the shortcut? And I'm like, I've calculated like a lot of different professions, and I'm like, even for us, I'm like, all right, you're just gonna end up working probably 8 hours a day. Everything is designed for you to work at least 8 hours a day.
Yeah,
that's what I found. Even if you're editing social media content and you're trying to think of the easiest job, the biggest shortcut, somehow, in my opinion, the world has a way of just always boiling it down. You're going to work 8 hours every single day.
Let's turn to the fan cam as well as the Franklin Injury Attorneys fan text for some of their answers. 619, just listen to your woman. That's one. 214 says, no matter what, you can never make a woman happy. No matter how hot a woman is, there's someone out there that's sick of her. That's another one of those answers. 903, enjoy your single years. And then 856 says, a real man don't have time for a bad time. All right, we're doing Ask Reddit here on 105.3 The Fan. Sean, what's the most annoying part of being you?
Ooh. That's a good question. The most annoying part, like that someone would find annoying about me, or I find
annoying for you, your existence.
I think that it's annoying that for me, I can't leave a sports story alone. Like even when I'm in chill mode, like I have to post it. I want everyone following me to feel like they're going to get the news of the day, that I'm on top of it. Whether it's, it's got to go to Instagram, it's got to go to Facebook, it's got to go to Twitter. Sometimes it may go to TikTok. Like, even if I'm off, which Brian brought us, I'm about to be even more of. So deal with it. The amount of screens, a lot of people have, when they have kids my age, their photos are just nothing but baby shots. I was going through mine. I'll do this on the airplane when I don't want to pay for the internet. It's nothing but freaking screenshots of sports stories. It's really bad. And it's too defeating that it's like going through your email. I feel like I can't go through it and start to attack this because I have to go in every single one and be like, do I need this? Do I need that? And it's nothing but screenshots of sports stories. It's annoying.
Does it have a count? Do you have a number in that folder of how many screenshots you have in there?
No, I don't know how to break it down just to screenshot.
I have 7,500 screenshots.
You can find just the screenshots?
At least on my phone, you can't. I know when I just cleared off screen recordings, whenever I'm trying to record something for like video, I found it. What is it?
8886.
Okay, so you're higher than mine is.
Well, I work harder.
You've had longer.
8886.
I just cleared off 20 gig of space off my screen recordings just because it was like I'm always recording like video clips or whatever else.
73.
7,300?
73.
Oh my gosh. Yeah, most annoying part is probably just, again, and it applies to all of us, it's probably just you split up your work day. Like how we get up in the morning and we're doing the show, and then like you're still then doing your prep at night. So whereas like some of the other shows here, they're doing prep and then they're into the shit. Like we split up our work day and it's kind of separated. That's a little annoying. Peyton, what's the most annoying part of being you?
This is one thing that I think Mackenzie kind of told y'all dinner last Sunday was
she
like...
told us a lot.
She told you a lot.
It sucks that I can't actually show my actual personality until I get to know you. Like until I get to know you, I'm not like as funny. I'm not as interesting, because I'm sure when I first started the show with, Sean and RJ, you guys were like, this guy's boring on air. But now that you guys know me, you see me in the group text, see me out in public, you're like, okay, this guy's kind of a little interesting. At least I hope you do.
No, your group text personality... I know it can't come out on air as much because of the jokes we make, but you're hilarious on the text. I mean, you're vicious and hilarious, and I'm like, how do we bring this over 100,000 watts without you getting fired? I don't think we can.
It can be tough. It'd be very, very difficult.
Yeah,
I've tried before, got in trouble, but
R.I.P. life hacks.
I think I carry some guilt, like the old Catholic guilt, or the I have maxed out my sick days. I never take my sick days. I'm really upset that I've left those on the table.
Yeah, I don't think any of us have.
You said you don't have time to be sick, though. You
I know. I'm just saying. I wish I didn't. I wish I would have a lower
like
threshold
if you had
of calling in.
All right, if you had the paternity leave that I did, how many weeks would you take?
I would take them.
You would take them all?
Yeah, but I would take them all. I'd probably take them all once.
Well, I don't think you can take.
Yeah, I don't think you can take 2
months.
months
And a half straight.
Yeah, absolutely. Like that's very common.
I don't know that it is.
Well, I think like if you're a mom, I mean, I'm sure technically you could. I just don't know if it would be like, hey, could you break this up a little bit? I guess you could, but you would use all the weeks.
Yeah, I would use all the weeks.
Okay.
But yeah, I just have I feel like I just I don't get sick for the most part anymore.
Yeah.
So I stopped smoking. But like I just I don't call in enough. I wish I called
especially now your contract is up.
All right, we're doing Ask Rhoda here on 105.3 The Fan. RJ Choppy, what's a modern convenience that actually made your life harder?
It's made all our lives harder. It's technology. It's access. We're more connected. Work thinks that work hours don't stop at 5 anymore. Like they contact you on the weekends and after hours, and they expect you to respond. It's made all of our lives harder.
So it really exploded. I feel like the common, we're all using GPS to get everywhere we want to get. After I started driving, like a few years after I started driving. And I feel like that almost locally made things a little more complicated, like the GPS did. Because to me, it was like
now you don't know how to go anywhere.
You knew where to go,
Yeah.
like in the past. You
Yeah.
just knew where to go, or what. And now you're like trying to follow something, and you're kind of distracted. And maybe like, wait, is this the exit? What's this thing veering off? The GPS a little bit can be a pain in the ass sometimes.
I disagree.
Well, what's your answer then, Sean?
I don't have an answer right now.
Okay, Ben, what's your answer?
My
I just
answer is,
disagree. I need the GPS at all times.
Paying to park with an app. You know, we used to just put coins in there, you know, at the meter, and now it's like you got to download this app, and every time it's like I could be in the middle of the city, and like, you know, my phone, you know, connection just doesn't work at that moment, and I got to wait and pay for it, and get an app download. I got to sign in for an account and everything. I'm gonna use it one time. I hate it.
I'll really sound like a grandpa here, but like playing the music at my house is. It's dreadful. I really wish I got to go into this app and then connect it to that speaker, but I don't want that speaker playing. And then I got to match up the different volumes. Just get out the damn boombox. Get out the damn boombox. Put it on your shoulder like the 49ers. But like just
press play. That big giant play button.
Yeah, the different technology in the house for the speakers to come on, or this room, or that sound system, or this TV, and that complicates things for me.
All right, Ask Reddit here. Sean Sharif, you're Mr. Food. You're the big foodie. What's an underrated pizza topping?
I might go mushrooms, because
that's mine.
Mushrooms can like give you that texture substitute for meat. Feels like you're eating something good, a vegetable. I also like green peppers.
Yeah,
but
mushrooms and green peppers are really good together.
But sometimes I just want a vegetable pizza. I just want a veggie pizza. I love onions on pizza, but that more people may order that. I might say mushrooms, but I'm thinking about venturing down an anchovy path.
Oh,
okay, so
God.
Cowboys 1977 on the YouTube just said in all caps anchovies. So you had an anchovy pizza before?
No, but I love anchovy. Like that Caesar salad that we had.
That was really good.
At Knife. That blew my mind the other day. I'm talking to the GM there afterwards. What's in this Caesar? I taste the anchovy. And I still don't want to look at the anchovy, but I love the anchovy flavor. So I'm thinking about screwing around with it with a little bit of
I'll tell you
anchovy
another
on
one.
pizza.
And it's not really a topping. It's more of the extra sauce.
I won't order one without extra sauce.
I hardly ever do.
Have to have extra sauce.
I love extra sauce.
214 says salami. 210 says jalapeno. Roasted garlic from the 214. Black olives 214. For me, I really like Alfredo pizza. Like, I think Alfredo pizza is really good.
Really?
Yeah, and so when they've got an Alfredo sauce on there, I think that's good. Peyton, for you?
It's jalapenos for me. It was mushrooms, but it's jalapenos. I've recently discovered it. I used to not like it, but I was like, you know what? I need a little spice in my life on the pizza, so I'll go pepperoni jalapeno as my two-topping pizza.
Ask Reddit every Tuesday at this time. Thank you all for the feedback and the ideas on the Frankel and Frankel Injury Attorney text line here on DFW Sports Station. Appreciate you being a Tolo. That stands for Turn It On, Leave It On. How Jacob deGrom is trying to reinvent himself. That's next on the home of the Rangers, 105.3 The Fan. But first, let me go.
remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Seaman Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-Club?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
What's it, Saffron Squad?
Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen
KRLD-FM and HD1, Dallas, Fort Worth, and Odyssey Sports Station. Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
8 o'clock hours, we forge ahead here on your home of the Texas Rangers. In case you did not know, I'm Sean Trafe alongside RJ Choppy, and we have our Cowboys insider Bobby Roberto Bell along with Peyton and Aiden in the back. We're live on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. Thank you for sticking with us no matter what and however you consume the program. As baseball season is getting closer and closer, Nate Eovaldi is going to be the opening day starter, trying to save Jacob deGrom with some days off here and there. How will the injury situation to the staff affect that? Well, here's Bobby Belt with Jacob deGrom trying to reinvent and save himself.
Yeah, this is an article from Jeff Passan over at ESPN. This was a lengthy overview of just Jacob deGrom's path and now how he's, like you mentioned, kind of shifting his mindset and changing things. So early on in deGrom's career, it was about the dominance, and now it's shifting more towards longevity. So the opening line here talks about that when deGrom stepped up to the mound for his first live batting practice this spring, he said a voice in his head told him, all right, I want to strike everybody out. And then, because that was the instinct that had guided Jacob deGrom throughout his entire career, and he said he had to remind himself, let's not do that. That basically, that with all the injuries he's faced, he's got to be a little bit more smart on it.
This is the Iverson, Ja Morant. Well, I don't know whether Iverson changed that much, but Ja Morant's like, I'm not going to dunk as much. Yeah. I'm not going to go up and try to create the highlight reel because my body takes more punishment.
So from 2018 to mid-2021, deGrom's run was unprecedented. So it was the combination of velocity, command, swing and miss stuff. And in the article, they compare it to it's Nolan Ryan's fastball, Steve Carlton's slider, Greg Maddox's precision. He was just unreal. And during this time, his velocity shot up as a pitcher. So in 2018, when he won the Cy Young, because we all think of deGrom as being a 100-mile-per-hour fastball guy. What do you think his average fastball velocity was the year he won the Cy Young in 2018?
I would guess the average fastball was 97.8.
101.
96 flat.
Wow.
He was throwing fastballs 96. 2019, he was up to 97. 2020, 98.6. 2021, 99.2. And so this level, this emphasis on just velocity and throwing it as hard as you can, it obviously came at a cost, and his body wasn't able to withstand the constant max effort approach.
And you couple that with reduction in the sticky stuff, which has forced pitchers to grip the ball a little bit harder because, you know, the baseballs they use those are so slick. And it was your boy, Glasnow, who talked about how his first start without the sticky stuff, he was sore in spots he never even knew he had. and the next start after that, ruptured, Tommy John.
So now he's 36.
By the way, my nephew, Nick Tindy Hands, just found out Tommy John was a real guy that's like still alive. He thought he pitched in like the 20s.
I bet Peyton didn't know that. I bet Peyton thought that was just a surgery. Now that he's 36, deGrom understands pitchers don't typically return from third Tommy John surgeries, and he knows what's at stake. He says nobody's returned to have any sort of substantive career after a third Tommy John. Rather than reinvent himself, deGrom is focusing on evolving his approach, studying old footage, and making mechanical tweaks to try and reduce the stress on his arm. And they talk about just in general why Texas took the risk. They said, they mentioned that despite the injury history, Texas obviously threw a bunch of money at him. And Chris Young said, someone who could sit 99 miles per hour with 248 strikeouts against 19 walks and 156 innings like deGrom did in 21 to 22 and make it look easy is one of a kind. After his surgery, they say that deGrom actually had to reteach himself how to throw a baseball. He was under the watchful eye of the Texas training staff and team doctor Keith Meister, a renowned Tommy John surgeon. Beyond the physical aspect, deGrom also had to rethink his in-game strategy. He said, I have to look at it like, hey, I can pitch at that velocity, that 100-mile-per-hour velocity, and I can pitch at the 96-mile-per-hour velocity where it's a lot less stress on your body. You get out there, you're throwing pitches at 100 miles an hour for however many pitches it is. It's a lot of stress. So within the article, Passan talks about how his goal now is going to be to use the velocity strategically rather than all the time. Yeah. When you see the late inning reliever shift to a starting pitcher. I remember this happened with C.J. Wilson. CJ Wilson used to, his fastball would crank up to 96, 97 when he was a setup guy. And then when he became a starting pitcher, it was 91, 92. And when he needed to dial it up to 94, he would. And that's going to be a big part of what DeGrom's doing now, is just kind of measuring himself now that he's gone back to the lab, figured out, all right, what were some of the things, the tried and true things that I did early on mechanically that I can replicate a little bit and not stress my arm out as much. It mentions that unlike previous years where he might have rushed back to prove things, DeGrom took his time here. His main goal last year was simple. It was just he wanted to make as many starts as he could. And that meant throwing live batting practice sessions longer than his teammates to build endurance gradually. And they're going to keep an eye on his workload now. And so Passan says that...
good idea.
Yeah, the Rangers aren't putting an official innings limit on him. That's something that Jared Sandler's told us. There's not going to be an actual number on it. But they're going to be monitoring all the peripherals and all the different statistics. Instead of focusing only on pitch counts, DeGrom says he's going to be mindful of how stressful his innings are. He says you have those games where you go 5 innings, you have 75 pitches, but you've got runners all over the place. So those are stressful. Whereas you cruise and you end up throwing 100 pitches and you had 1 or 2 runners, it's like, okay, those don't seem to be as stressful. So it's not as black and white as just 100 pitches is worse than 75. To DeGrom, it's like when I'm in those high stress situations and there are people on base and I've got to work out of those jams and I'm going to be, leveling up the fastball velocity or whatever else, that's going to be a stressful thing.
Yeah, it's not the total pitch count. Pitchers have, like Smoltz has always talked about this, and McCarver before him, those stress innings, those stress pitches. When you're in trouble, when you have jams, and they've always talked about this on basically every broadcast you've heard, that those are always bigger and more important and more stressful on the arm, despite the fact that you might not have the same pitch count total.
So we talked about how, looking at his numbers, when he came back at the end of last year, his fastball velocity was down. And this is the first time where it's kind of been laid out as like, hey, this is an intentional approach. This isn't, I'm losing it, or, this is a post-surgery issue that my arm just can't get up to the same point. This is, we're trying to level things off a little bit and not jeopardize my arm again. So in his first start against the Royals in spring training, the fastball was averaging around 97, which was about 2 miles per hour lower than where it was when he first pitched with the Rangers in 23. Topped out at 98. The slider is around his usual 90 miles per hour. He was mixing in some curveballs, showing some different things with speed and location. He struck out 3 batters on 31 pitches, including Bobby Witt Jr., and in his final batter, Tyler Gentry, DeGrom went through his entire sequencing. He started with a slider well off the plate for a swing and miss, followed with another slider just outside that Gentry took for a ball. Then after a curveball was called a strike, he painted a 97-mile-per-hour fastball at the top of the zone, freezing Gentry for a strikeout. He said this is the art of pitching, of weighing the count, what a hitter has seen, how to take advantage of an umpire's zone. So the big part for him now is just going to be not focusing nearly as much on the power aspect and the toxic masculinity of pitching chop.
Right.
That what it is he's focusing more on, okay, what is efficient for my arm? What do I need to use? I don't need to throw the whole barrel. What do I just need to use to be capable and to have my precision while still not stressing and taxing my arm like this?
We buying that this will help a ton?
The reduction in velocity, I think, might help quite a bit. I think that the emphasis on going as hard as you possibly can for as long as you possibly can does create more torque, obviously, and then more arm injuries. And if you were cool with just throwing 90 or 92, because, your muscles can grow, your ligaments and tendons don't necessarily grow. It just doesn't happen yet. And I think that does put a lot of emphasis and a lot of stress on the arm, and that's a major reason why there are so many pitchers getting Tommy John.
It's really difficult because on the one hand, you listen to all that and you go, okay, he's clearly putting a ton of research and there's a bunch of sports science behind it, and they've thought clearly about every single meticulous detail. So that makes you think, all right, he's going to have every bit of information in front of him. If it's going to work out, they've got a solid plan on how to make sure it does that. But also at the same time, it's like, if you have to work that hard just to make sure throwing a ball doesn't rip your arm to shreds, I'm a little concerned.
So if I set the over-under starts for DeGrom at 25,
I'll go under.
Oh, I'll take the under.
20?
I'll take the under.
I think he's going to make around there. My guess is he makes around 20 to 24 starts.
And then again, yesterday Sandler told us and set the scene. It was a cool video that Jared got in surprise with your home of the Rangers, the Guardians lining up to watch DeGrom pitch. I was trying to think to myself, what are like the top 2 things that you would want to go and stare at when DeGrom is throwing? Because it's a very simple delivery. You know, he doesn't have your Clayton Kershaw curveball. Are you? What do you think you're going? Let's go watch him throw.
Probably routine.
What do you think of the top 2 things that are jumping out? Are you looking for a fastball explosion, and then what?
I don't think they're looking at necessarily how the pitch, anything to do with the bit. I think they're going to look at routine. If you go to watch Tiger Woods in his prime, at a golf tournament, like.
I thought you meant with blondes.
You would see
like his latest one.
You would see guys just around him at the driving range. They wouldn't be watching him hit golf balls. They all hit golf balls the same. They'd be watching his routine between shots. What's he do? Like all the process of it. I think that's probably what they're doing.
Yeah, probably just seeing mechanically how does he, what's he doing there? How's he approaching his work? In general, it may just be a thing of like, this is one of the greats. I just want to stand here and watch him a little bit. I mean, I do think there's probably something for those guys when they see him throw the slider. Like when they see the bite on the slider, that's probably just, that's an impressive pitch.
All right, Chop, give us some more Diamond Cavs.
All right. So we just had the Dodgers game on, and the Dodgers do wind up winning this game. They won the first game of the Major League Baseball season 4-1 over the Cubs. They'll play tomorrow morning at 5:10 a.m. again. But Mookie Betts was not in this game. Mookie has flown back to the U.S. He's been very sick. He's lost 15 pounds.
Whoa.
They don't know what's going on. It's a mystery illness. They say he's not contagious.
Got that Tracy Morgan.
Yeah. They say he's not contagious, but they have sent him back home. That's very scary. Like, there's a realistic chance that he's not ready for the opening day, the real opening day, on next Thursday. So they don't really know what's going on with Mookie, but they sent him home. Like I said, he's not there in Tokyo anymore, and he's dropped 15 pounds.
Is it just like, do they have any details on it? Like, is he having a respiratory thing? Because we recently had the issue with Porzingis where they didn't know what was wrong with Porzingis, and he was out for weeks.
He was out there like practicing, and all of a sudden he just became super fatigued and like out of breath. And they keep talking about him losing all this weight.
That's scary.
Yeah, it is. It is very.
That's another
very
thing.
scary.
Going back to Ask Reddit, what would you teach a male? Like, so much is luck of the draw, health wise. So much of it is a random lottery, luck.
Shohei went 2 for 5 at the plate, double to lead off the ninth, eventually scoring another run. And then, real quick, did you see who Mitch Voigt is? Did you see this? The Michigan player.
No.
This is the most.
Don't draft him, Cowboys.
This is he's a baseball player. He gets a triple and he fake snorts the third baseline. It's an amazing celebration.
Oh my God! Jeez. Well, look at Reitman back there.
Over here.
Oh, Reitman's probably
because he's Michigan.
Yeah, I thought he was a cokehead. I thought he was rooting for the cocaine.
This guy is.
That's how Reitman's working at 2 a.m. every day.
You know how many of these I'm going to see this summer? In youth baseball?
I think they're going to have to send a letter down.
I would think so.
The NCAA is going to have to step in. That is amazing. Next time, send that to Aiden on the fan cam.
Greatest Selly I've ever seen.
Selly. God, RJ, why have to ruin it?
Why?
You have to ruin it.
Greatest
Selly.
It was so good
You're
until
a
then.
45-year-old man. 877-881-1053. Franco injury attorney text line. And speaking of phone numbers, there is now a Dallas Mavericks hotline that you can call for help, and Anthony Davis is actually coming back to help. Why? Next on Sean and RJ 105.3 The Fan.
I have to get you over to QC Kinetics.
It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay.
think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Fan segment here brought to you by Cars for Kids. Done it today at carsforkids.org. And also brought to you by the personal injury lawyers, Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3233. With Frankel, there is never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel, the go-to car and wrecker attorneys in Dallas.
And Luka one way, then the other. Inside out and another wide open three.
Boy, he's finding open people, and tonight, open people are making shots.
Well, good thing that the rest of the team was, because Luka was not. He shoots 5 of 20 from the field. Fortunately for the Lakers, they were taking on the Mavs like San Antonio Spurs with Wemby gone, De'Aaron Fox gone, and Greg Popovich gone. The Lakers end up getting the W without LeBron. Luka does it in the assist category with 14 dimes on the night. He had 21, 14, and 9. 1 of 7 from 3, and again, 5 of 20 from the field. Sean, RJ, and Bobby here on DFW Sports Station 105.3 The Fan. We have 2 brand new mock drafts for the Cowboys that have just come out from Mel Kiper and Daniel Jeremiah. Bobby will bring it to you at 8:40 this morning. The Mavericks news yesterday, Anthony Davis is ramping up for his return.
No!
Going down, then back up with the Texas Legends to get in some conditioning work. Tim McMahon says there were discussions about shutting him down, but Anthony Davis wants to come back and play.
I'm hopeful that they're just doing this to avoid the forfeit. Because my assumption is that the forfeit will come with a financial penalty.
That's going to tick a lot of people off if he would he have to go out there for some minutes or no, just be active on the bench?
I guess he'd be active and just then not play.
Let's have Bobby Marks explain it real quick. This is ESPN basketball money guy Bobby Marks on the possibility of a Mavs forfeit.
If we get to the March 24th game as is, basically Dallas is going to be below the 8-player minimum requirement of active players here because Kessler Edwards basically will not be able to play. You cannot replace him with another two-way player. Remember, the deadline expired on March 4th. That goes away. I was texting with Shams last night, and I said, yeah, they can just replace him, and they'll buy 6 games. I'm like, no, wait a minute. I remember you cannot replace a two-way with a two-way. We're past that stage right now. So if we get to March 24th, which is the Brooklyn game, or maybe if there's more injuries that are coming, God forsake, the Mavericks could be at a point where they would have to forfeit a game.
So I'm actually rooting for that to happen. We all want.
We love chaos.
We love chaos. And by the way, let me give props. You want to know how psycho Mavericks fans are? I think it was Friday night when people are like tweeting me about Dante Exum and like saying, oh my God. And I'm like, you're still watching? I'm going to sound like Charles Barkley here for a second, and I'm not going to care about admitting not watching something. Why are you watching? What are you doing? It's a Friday night. You are.
It's like seeing a train wreck.
You are diehard. No, a train wreck is entertaining. There's nothing entertaining out there for you to watch. Why are you watching Mavs basketball on a Friday night? Like, good for you, but you should immediately apply to Tim Collins and Gavin Spittle at 105.3 The Fan at Odyssey. You deserve to have a job in sports because you love sports more than anyone else in the building. If you're still watching this, there's no reason that people are still. This like what's it called when you want to torture yourself? Sadistic?
Oh yeah. No, I mean it was a St. Patty's Day weekend. Like there were things to do out this weekend, and you were saying, nope, I'd rather sit here and watch the Dallas Mavericks.
The Mavericks. Oh my gosh, are you kidding me?
I mean, look, I don't know.
Super impressive, but
very impressive.
I'm not doing it.
No, I mean, like I feel bad. I honestly because Cooperstein and Followell, they have and everyone that does the broad, they have the best job in the world. Being a play-by-play guy, I think it's like such a tremendous job, and I feel bad for them. But they gotta try to hype it up. It's just it's tough.
Well, the Dallas Mavericks have given you an outlet to vent. There's now a hotline. We thought they were dodging us in terms of PR, not wanting to email back to have players and coaches on PJ Washington saying, shut it up, Mavs Tolos. Nope, we now have a Mavs hotline in order to address these issues.
In this life, good times are never guaranteed to last for long. In today's world where anything short of perfection leads to viral infamy that can permanently destroy one's reputation, where will you turn for help? Dallas Mavericks Crisis PR. At Dallas Mavericks Crisis PR, we know a little bit about having to weather a storm. We'll provide you with strategies and solutions necessary to see it through to the other side. Made an unpopular decision that your consumers are pushing back against? We'll provide you with abusive language that will insult the intelligence of your base and help them to see the error of their ways. Dealing with a few bad apples who are poisoning the well? Our patented methods for silencing dissent have been used by the likes of Sean Diddy Combs, the Church of Scientology, and the People's Republic of China. Don't believe us? Well, I guess you're saying you know more than the third supreme leader of the Democratic People's Republic of Korea, Kim Jong-un, who wrote in a testimonial, quote, "The Dallas Mavericks do things the right way. Don't go it alone." At the intersection of gaslighting and repealing the First Amendment, you'll find Dallas Mavericks Crisis PR.
The intersection of gaslighting and First Amendment rights. So.
That's why I call Dumont the gaslighter in chief.
They didn't need they don't need any crisis PR because they've got it handled. They are the standard.
They got the standard down. All right. I'm not getting excited about this. I fell for it once already. The JFK files are supposed to come out today.
Yes, they are. They are releasing
80,000?
80,000 files tomorrow or today. Now it's today. And the amount of people that are going to have access to it, we're all going to have access, but the amount of people that are going to post on social media what this is. And by the way, okay, I already saw conspiracy theorists out there because there was an official John F. Kennedy Twitter account or something like that, and it is verified, and people are saying, is it really him? No, he really did die. We don't have to make everything into a conspiracy theory.
It's the Mar Hamlin.
What's that?
It's the Mar Hamlin running it.
It was that done in a movie theater too, like the moon landing was. Like, we can believe certain things happened the way they happened. We don't have to have a conspiracy about it, but Yeah, so President Trump announced that they're releasing everything, 80,000 files on the assassination. I'm prepared for a letdown.
Yeah.
I've
How much is already redacted?
Yeah, I've got them. This is what they look like.
No, it's not.
No, that's not. But that's what they're going to look like. They're going to be redacted. It's going to be no words.
And like even the statement he made, I mean, you could absolutely read this just like him. We have a tremendous amount of paper. You're going to do a lot of reading. And he said that I don't believe we're going to redact anything. That is a quote from Trump.
Really?
So we'll see.
Okay.
Well, we'll find out.
Yeah. When are they supposed to be coming out?
They might already have been released. I haven't seen anything.
I was just looking for them. I didn't see them. But here's the thing. Even if they're not redacted, they're just going to have nothing in them that's of interest. That's what they're not going to put it. I have zero confidence that anything that's going to actually be there for us to read will be like, wow, what a smoking gun here. This.
Who's in charge of the redacting? Like, who are the secret ominous powers that be who still have the final say of, no, we're not going to let this get out? That's what I want to know.
My assumption is FBI, CIA.
I thought we were trying to disband one of them or both of them.
I can't keep up. I don't know.
Are we defunding or something? One of them? I don't know. I can't.
I think the CIA is the CIA was the one that rumored to have the most involvement. They were always at that because of their anger towards him with the Bay of Pigs. Like, that was my always impression.
I think all government agencies can redact to some extent. But yeah, on these specifically, I would imagine it's FBI, maybe DOJ.
I thought we were done with the hot drink lawsuits. I thought that was just a myth from back in the day. How will Jordan Schultz get his information after Starbucks Coffee had to pay out $50 million to this man who had his genitals apparently burned off?
Ooh. Debilitating nerve damage to his tallywhacker. The driver was awarded $50 million.
$50 million.
$50 million. He was a delivery driver, so it wasn't his coffee. So he's getting the coffee for somebody else.
And there's video of this too for you to judge yourself.
The reason that they were awarding him this is because when you see the video, where she puts the drinks into the drink carrier.
Yeah.
One of the drinks was a little askew.
Yeah. Wasn't locked down in.
Wasn't locked down in. And he grabs it. It, kind of hits his steering wheel and then falls right on his lap. Okay, maybe that's her fault.
All right, if you can never use it again, is that worth $50 million?
$50 million. I can never use that again? No.
Yeah. Here's what's amazing, the most amazing thing about the story to me. Starbucks initially offered $3 million before the lawsuit went to trial. They eventually upped the offer to $30 million.
I'd have taken it then and there.
Well, he did not. He said, okay, I'll take the $30 million, but there are conditions I'm adding. You have to apologize. You have to change your policies and issue a memo to stores telling them to double check their hot drinks before handing them to customers. So this fool, well, I guess he's not a fool. I'm the fool for thinking wrong. He risked a $30 million payout because Starbucks said, no, we're not going to make those changes. And he ends up winning another $20 million more.
I'm stunned.
So $30 million. He's like, no, on principle. Now, this is a Yahoo recap, Yahoo reputable, so I'm going to go ahead and trust it. But no, he came back and said, no, I'm not taking the $30 million because you won't tell every other store to up the safety net level.
So,
wow.
I got a question here. Was there a photo involved? Like, did Starbucks hey,
you got to be like, give me the doctor, bring him in, show me the photos. We got to see this thing mangled,
right?
Nothing redacted. I need actual photos.
Nothing redacted.
Yeah, he had to have they had to have taken a look at it.
Physical pain, mental anguish, loss of enjoyment of life, humiliation, inconvenience, grief, disfigurement, physical impairment, anxiety, and emotional stress. I'm sorry, seriously though, you think, how thin are your pants? You had to have shorts on. There's no way that if I get the scalding hot coffee and I spill it on my jeans, that is gonna physically.
I wouldn't think so.
Permanent physical.
No, he's wearing like athletic shorts,
and he wasn't wearing underwear.
Shorts.
That's probably it's got to be that. I don't know. When I look at this, I guess I'm sicker than all of you. I can't watch this video without like laughing.
But you see the one cup.
The look on
You
his
see
face.
the one cup.
But the look on his face. He goes like, ah, and then just starts driving.
Yeah,
while
why
he's
did he
way
drive?
up.
That's the thing. His foot must have been over the accelerator. He must not have been in park. He starts driving.
He just looks like he takes him and just goes, thank you, and then just starts driving.
Yeah.
It just looks comical. It doesn't even look, I don't know. It looks like something out of like a slapstick movie or something.
Pepe, what are you ruling here after watching the video? What do you think?
A little dramatic. A little dramatic.
50 million? That's unfair.
That's a lot of money.
Come
and
on.
to turn down 30 at first and to risk that, no, they give me $1 million, I'm taking that. But yeah, I mean, I'd do it for $50 million though.
You'd give up.
No, you'd have no
relations
relations for the rest of your life.
You want kids though.
I can adopt some good ones for $50 million.
not IVF.
Would Mackenzie give it up for $50 million?
No.
See? You'd be alone.
Yeah, that was a flex.
Yeah.
He's like, are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? That is disgusting. 877-881-1053 to hit us up on the Franklin Franco Injury Attorney text line here on Sean and RJ. We have Below the Belt on the home of the Cowboys. Could a Texas Longhorn be making the trip north to the Star in Frisco? Bobby has it next.
After we get you over to Platinum Chrysler Dodge Ram Jeep, it is, of course, a Stephen Gilchrist-owned store.
Uber Eats has lower fee products? I gotta remember that.
You know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you know. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name? No, I mean, what's your name? No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut, but that's your hair. I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Razor Babies.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-curb?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
The great Bobby Belt.
Bobby Belt is an idiot.
Don't make me take off my belt.
Don't make me
take off my belt. We're not.
Over to you, Bobby.
Oh, get excited, Cowboys fans. We got NFL draft around the corner. You got a chance to either make your team better or to melt down and have a fit over the weekend if they pick a Michigan player, which is
What's
very
your
possible.
point?
It's very possible, Jerry. That's my point. They got a couple different Michigan players they could pick this year. This is Below the Belt, brought to you by Mercedes-Benz of Plano, a first-class buying experience. We got a few new mock drafts out there. Mel Kiper has correctly picked the Cowboys a couple different times. Daniel Jeremiah has as well. They both have new mock drafts out. Would you like to start with DJ or Mel Kiper, Sean?
Kiper.
All right, let's go to Mel Kiper.
Mel Kiper Jr.
Mel Kiper's got some interesting stuff happening ahead of the Cowboys. So, number one pick for him, Tennessee Titans, Cam Ward, quarterback, Miami, kind of standard. He thinks the Browns then go with Abdul Carter, and Shedeur Sanders does not slide. Shedeur Sanders goes number 3 to the New York Giants. You get Travis Hunter to the Patriots at 4. Number 6, Ashton Genty gets snatched up by the Las Vegas Raiders. Here's the interesting one, and no one has said this yet. Number 9, the New Orleans Saints select Jackson Dart, quarterback, Ole Miss.
I like it.
There haven't been a ton of mocks that have Jackson Dart in the first round, much less 9th overall.
Yeah.
He says, here's the surprise pick. I know the Saints just restructured Derek Carr's contract to tie him to the team for at least one more season. But what happens after this season? New coach Kellen Moore might want a young quarterback to work with and develop over the course of 25 before turning the offense over to him in 2026. All right, so you get down to the Dallas Cowboys. Pick number 12. Do you remember who they picked last time?
Micah.
In Mel Kiper's mock.
Oh,
the running back. The second running back.
Omarion Hampton from North Carolina.
Sexy pick.
He projects Omarion Hampton, running back, North Carolina. He says, no change on my Cowboys pick projection from my last mock draft.
But Genty has gone to the Raiders.
Genty is gone. He says, no change on my pick from the last mock draft. Hampton actually firmed up his first-round case at the Combine, running a 4.46 40-yard dash and leaping 10 feet 10 inches in the broad jump. He is a home run hitter who could spark something in this Dallas running game, which has been dormant for the past 2 campaigns. Cowboys average 4 yards per carry over that time, tied for the 4th worst in the league.
By the way, 4 yards per carry is seems like industry standard, and now it's 4th worst.
Yes.
Yeah, that used to be like the baseline of like, are you a good running back or not? So even after signing Javonte Williams and Miles Sanders to low-risk deals, I still think the Cowboys could draft Hampton. He's the kind of difference maker they need at the position. He rushed for 3,164 yards and 30 touchdowns over the past 2 seasons. And look, if they are going to take a running back, it's going to be a home run hitter. Like, they're going to want a long speed, like, dynamic type of running back, because Javonte Williams that's a bruiser. That's like a bowling ball running back. Miles Sanders is not quite to the level of Javonte Williams in that sense, but I mean, he's also kind of a physical runner. But Omarion Hampton to the Cowboys there at number 12, and that is with Will Campbell, the top offensive lineman in the draft for a lot of people, on the board and going to the Dolphins the pick after. That's with Tetairoa McMillan, the top receiver in the draft to me, going 20 to the Broncos.
You would not be happy with that, right?
Nope.
With this?
Nope.
I would take, if Campbell's available,
I would take Will Campbell or Tetairoa McMillan. Will Johnson, cornerback, Michigan. They could use a corner. He would be one of the top players available. Michigan. He was on the board. In fact, over at the 33rd team, Kyle Krabs had his latest mock draft, and he had the Cowboys taking Will Campbell at 12, following them. Which, if that were to happen, if he were to fall to that range, that would be unexpected from what we've seen the last couple months. Will Campbell generally has been thought of as, all right, this is, if not the number one lineman, he's like number 2, but that's a top 10 player. He could be gone number 4 overall to the Patriots. Like, that's the kind of player that he's typically been thought of. And he would be a plug and play, here's your Zach Martin replacement.
I will say this. Oh, so you move him in then?
Yeah, he's got shorter arms. A lot of people think he's a guard at the next level.
All right. The Cowboys, my one hesitation with if they were to pass on him or any offensive lineman is that the Cowboys, I believe, better than anybody else, grade and evaluate offensive linemen in the National Football League. They are the best at it.
And if
really good. What's that?
They've been really good.
And if they don't think that he is worth the pick, I'm not going to fight them. I'm not going to fight them on it. They've earned that trust, I think.
Okay.
And the only reason why, and with Guyton, I mean, he was like the 7th one taken. Right? They were just at the end of the line.
Was he the 7th lineman taken?
It was a heavy lineman draft last year. Although here's the depth of the class this year. Dane Brugler had said if Tyler Guyton was in this class, he might be the second offensive lineman off the board. Like, he might have been next after Will Campbell. Some people may have viewed him as near the top. And so you're talking about Guyton could have gone in this class with how thin it is, could have gone top 15 instead of 27 or wherever he went.
So is Campbell the offensive lineman that's like 6'3" at a tackle?
No. That's Armand Membu from
but he's just got the short arms.
Campbell's got really short arms. A lot of teams just think he's going to be they think he's going to be a guard kick inside. Now over at Daniel Jeremiah's mock draft, top 4 are the exact same for Daniel Jeremiah that they are for Mel Kiper. So Cam Ward, Abdul Carter, Shador Sanders, Travis Hunter. After that, fills in a little differently. I mean, he's still got Raiders taking Genty at 6. But when it gets around to the Cowboys at pick 12, Will Campbell is off the board, the offensive lineman. He's not available to you there. Tet McMillan is the receiver from Arizona, who yesterday ran a 4.48 at 6'5" and 220 pounds or whatever.
Do we believe that?
Yes.
There's no video of it, though, right?
No, but that's his speed. That's the kind of speed that they were anticipating with him. They do take a receiver, the Cowboys, at number 12. So they get their number 2 receiver. It is not Tet McMillan, though, even though he's on the board. It is my 3rd of 3 receivers that I have a first-round grade on this year. It's Matthew Golden, the receiver from Texas. He says, with Ashton Genty off the board, and this is making me a little ill, I wouldn't rule out North Carolina running back Omarion Hampton landing here, says Daniel Jeremiah. In this case, the Cowboys give CeeDee Lamb a partner who can take the top off the defense and is more than just a speed threat.
Pepe, you started doing some convulsions or something back there when you heard Golden. You're a Longhorn fan. What would you think?
I mean, I'm biased, but I take him, obviously. I don't know where he ranks among the greatest. Again, I'm biased. He had a great second half of the season, but for a full season guy, I'm not so sure. I don't think I'd take him first round.
So we haven't talked about Matthew Golden, I don't think, on the maybe G-Bag has mentioned him before, but we haven't talked about Matthew Golden anywhere else, I don't think, on the station. So what I have on him is he is a first round receiver to me. He was blazing speed at the combine. He ran 4.29. But he's not just it's not just speed with him. He's body control, spatial awareness, those things consistently stand out. He does have kind of a alpha mentality that you want when you're standing out there on that island and just, all right, it's mano a mano and I've got to have a certain dog mentality. He's got that. He's got the demeanor to be out there. High ceiling traits as a route runner. The vertical speed's great. The stop-start quickness is great. Smooth lateral agility. Hands are fantastic. Finishes the catch through contact. So when you look at all that, you're like, okay, well then what's the problem? Well, he wins on traits. He's not a polished route runner. Like right now, he's just winning because he's a physical freak. He's fast. He's got great stop-start quickness, all that. There are some concerns, and I know this is one that you always hate to hear thrown out whenever you're talking about a receiver. There are inconsistencies with effort, it feels like, and focus. There are times that when you watch him running routes where maybe he feels like, all right, not going my way, I'm just going to take this off. Or maybe he's a little more lazy in the way that he's running his route. They're going to have to feel good about what kind of a worker is he? What kind of a player can they tap into? Can they get that effort out of him? Can they bring him up a level? Can they do different things like that? If they can, then great. He's going to be a really good player if they can do that. The comp for him I have, and it's not off the field, it's strictly what he was as a player. The player he reminds me of is Henry Ruggs. And so Henry Ruggs obviously now is in prison for something completely different, not relating to football. But as a player prospect coming out,
burn. He was the fastest, right?
Yeah, and he was. And Ruggs went 12. This is right around where Henry Ruggs went with the Raiders.
I thought you were going to bring up a different Texas Longhorn to the Dallas Cowboys, as Ian Rappaport maybe was hinting at last night on the NFL Network.
This to me says the Cowboys are going to go quarterback in the draft, and I wonder how high are they going to go, right? Like, I would be surprised at this point if they take a quarterback in the first round. I think everybody would. But what if it's someone like, I don't know, Quinn Ewers in the second round, right? A quarterback who's really talented, who they know well, right? Who might not have to play for a couple years, but in 3 years might end up being someone who's certainly talented enough to be the starting quarterback. How high do they go, right? Because if you're going to wait to the 5th or 6th or 7th round, you don't know what kind of backup quarterback you're getting. And honestly, by then, they may all be gone. This, at least to me, means the Cowboys are considering taking one, if not Thursday, maybe on Friday. And then you're talking about some household names. And then you're talking about some really, really talented quarterbacks. And that, to me, is where it all gets fascinating for the Cowboys. So, yes, Cooper Rush going to the Baltimore Ravens is sort of like somewhat interesting. Where the Cowboys go next and how high they go next at quarterback is going to be intriguing moving forward.
What did he say? If not Thursday?
Yeah.
Like,
oh, did he say if not Thursday for a quarterback?
Go back to like the last 15 seconds of that.
By the way, Mike Fisher yesterday said that they are targeting Quinn Ewers.
Oh, somebody else
taking one, if not Thursday, maybe on Friday, and then you're talking about some household names.
Thursday is the first round of the draft.
I mean, I have a humongous problem if they took Quinn Ewers on Friday, because I don't think Quinn Ewers is good.
So there's a lot of split on Ewers. There are some people who think Ewers is like a second-round quarterback. I know that I've talked to two different evaluators, not in Dallas. One said they thought he was a second-round player, and somebody else said they wouldn't draft him.
Whoa.
Look, they normally, this actually would fit their second-round strategy. Because their second-round strategy is a gamble. It's either an injured player, it is an off-the-field kind of question mark player, or this.
But Quinn doesn't have either of those.
No, but this would be a gamble in its own. You're just gambling. You're taking a value because the position has the value. The player doesn't necessarily have the value. That's why Jackson Dart is a smart value pick for the Saints or whoever at 9.
He's a dart.
He literally is a dart.
I can't shake what he just said, because here's the thing. Maybe he's intending to say maybe not Thursday. Like, maybe not. They wouldn't take one Thursday necessarily. But to say if not Thursday, that sounds like, the earliest it could happen is potentially Thursday.
Right.
In what sense? 12? Like if Shador slides, are you telling me that? Or are you saying like if they trade back into the first round, if they like somebody?
Text him.
Ian's got a good. I will. Ian's got a good beat on the. Ian was all over Micah connection way before anybody else was with Dallas, and was on top of that the whole time. Said, watch Micah, watch Micah, watch Micah. Nobody was projecting Micah to the Cowboys before that draft.
Forget the 20 years after. But in 2006, when Rodgers fell to the Packers, were they right in the moment? Did you think they were right to take him? Or
No.
05?
No.
No, but I also didn't know how long Favre was going to go. So I get it if they thought Favre was going to be out like in the next year or two. They pushed him out
because he was everybody had him in their top 10. Like he was a very, very high pick, and he just fell for a lot of reasons. And they were like, "Well, shoot, man, we weren't going to take him, but now we kind of have to." And they set themselves up.
Comparing Ewers to Aaron Rodgers?
No. I'm just saying, like, so
if
now
Shador
let's just say
slides.
Shador slides,
right?
And the Cowboys had no plans of taking a quarterback at 12, but you get a guy that everybody's, thinking higher, and he slides. You may lose the initial deal, or draft pick, but you set yourself up for the next 15 years.
On the fan text, the 641 says Ewers getting drafted in the second round would be nearly as bad as trading Luka away. 817, Longhorns fan here. I love my Longhorns, but I don't want him as my quarterback for the Cowboys. And the 972 says Jerry will take Ewers just for the jersey sales.
Below the belt on the home of the Cowboys, 105.3 The Fan. One more hour to go on a Tolo Tuesday. How are you escaping work for the rest of the week with the madness about to begin? Next on The Fan. But let me go ahead and get...
products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it. Rachel, oh, is that your name? No, what is your name? No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just feel like this is your haircut. But that's your hair. I'm not saying this is your hair.
an Odyssey sports station. Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Final hour, fist pump time on a Tolo Tuesday. Getting it here on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. Sean Sharif, RJ Choppy, Cowboys insider Bobby Belt, Peyton and Aiden getting it strong in the back. And you had an Aiden observation in the commercial break.
I noticed this. I went into the restroom. He walked in. I saw him enter the door. I was turning the corner of the hallway, and I noticed he is a stall urinator in a completely empty bathroom.
I don't hate the decision. I don't do it, but I don't hate the decision.
I have no real opinion on it. I was just surprised.
I have an opinion. It's weird.
It's more sanitary.
I mean, not if you have a strong stream, you get splashback.
You got to touch the door on the way in and out.
Yeah, I mean you're touching somebody else's poop.
See, I look at it as like though you're talking about all the urine splashback you'll get right here on your shorts area.
Yeah, that's true.
Like whereas if it's just the toilet, you don't have to worry about any of that.
Maybe he's got a phobia.
Maybe.
Could be.
Bladder shy. I've been
Maybe
there.
he doesn't want Bobby standing right behind him like what happens to me every time I
there's
go.
still room for me to stand behind him.
Every time I go to the bathroom. Yeah.
By the way, why do we still have troughs somewhere?
That's gross.
That's disgusting.
It smells too.
It stinks. It smells. I mean, you're elbow to elbow with somebody else.
Yeah.
I don't know, man.
All right. Who is getting out of work for the madness and how? 877-881-1053. We will not read your number or your name to protect your identity from your boss. 877-881-1053. WFAA just put this up. 40% have called in sick. You will spend 4 hours watching games, and there's a $20 billion loss in lost productivity. $20 billion loss, 40% call in sick, and you spend 4 hours watching games.
This is it's my favorite sports week. I believe March and October are the best sports month. March because of this, really, and obviously October because everything's going on. But this is these first 2 days. If for nothing else, these first 2 days are a ton of fun. Regardless, you're going to get upsets. You're going to have a handful of upsets. Even you'll have some blowout games. They stagger the games.
Yep.
I don't know that I love the way they stagger them. I liked it better when they all started kind of at the same time, where they would all be kind of ending at the same time, but you would get all the results. Now it's like, okay, you've got this game starting, and then 30 minutes later this game, and then 30 minutes later this game.
Oh, no. You don't want the games ending at the same time. You want to catch all the endings. No one cares about the beginning of it like that unless it's your team. I do not want... They have it perfect. I do not want both games ending. Why would I want to have to choose between two buzzer beaters?
Well, this is why you're you're out somewhere. You have multiple TV options. Yeah, if you have a singular TV option.
I'm not out.
Yeah, if you're home, then you want it this way for sure.
Yeah.
I mean, so first off, I want to know what pro-labor, like, and I don't mean like labor workers, but like just wants everybody to work 16-hour days. I want to know who came up with $20 billion in lost productivity. I don't believe that
Probably
number.
that CEO who went off the other week. Who was that from?
That was it the CEO of JP Morgan or something like that? Yeah, he went crazy on workers.
I'm not buying that figure of it. I think in general everybody's in a better mood. People are more productive. Maybe they're a little distracted, but they're going to be more productive because they're happier. I won't read the numbers, the actual area codes here. Can't afford to miss work. Somebody says take a mental health day. Best week to get a vasectomy. See, I missed my window chop. Yeah. I have to do that in June now or something like that.
I think, as I just discussed with Ari Temkin at the stalls, Aiden. Well, I don't know if this is public info. Ari, whatever. He's not listening anyway. He had a vasectomy as well. And as Eric Chiafalo taught me, you might get the 1 day pass for the vasectomy after it's done. But I had the misnomer in my mind or the thought, all right, this gets you like a week. This gets you 3 days, 4 days. Mm-hmm. Probably 1 day at the most.
Well,
so take it on Thursday. You got Friday off, so I guess that does work. But this is the big vasectomy week?
Yeah, this one and the Masters. A couple of weeks from now are the big vasectomy weekends.
Guys, you're overthinking this. Just take a vacation like I am tomorrow. You'll be gone the rest of the week. That's easy.
But you're not even following the tournament while you're on vacation.
Yeah,
you're going to
well,
be in like a pub.
You're going to be the Old North Church.
I'll be drunk and following the
You're
tournament.
going to be hanging out with the Saudis.
You look for 1 if by land, 2 if by sea.
Set us up for the rest of the madness, RJ.
All right, so we are going to have, obviously, the first 4 games start tonight. And that is going to be in Dayton. So they'll be in Dayton, Ohio. Winners move on to the real tournament, St. Francis, and then Alabama State at 5:40, and then North Carolina and San Diego State at 8:10. And the committee will have a ton of interest in the North Carolina game. Now, watch North Carolina go and make the Elite Eight and make everybody look like idiots.
Yep, exactly.
Who have completely buried them and given them, I believe John Rothstein is the one who called it a miscarriage of justice.
This is one of the biggest miscarriage of justices that I've seen in all my years covering college basketball. And when you think right now about what the criteria is to get teams into the NCAA tournament, at the end of the day, what is always going to usurp everything is who did you play, where did you play them, and did you win? North Carolina was 1-12 against quad 1 opponents. That is just a fact of life. And then when you look at some of the teams that were left out of the bracket, the 2 that I'm looking at specifically is West Virginia and Indiana.
So the West Virginia governor filed a motion to investigate. Joe Lenardi, who's the bracketologist, went off on this, saying that, this, if North Carolina had a better resume, they'd be a 1 seed. Like, it's completely, you cannot convince yourself, if you're the committee, that both Texas and North Carolina should be in because their resumes are completely opposite of each other. You want to pick one, pick one. But you can't pick both and have any kind of consistency. And does this reward teams, does this force teams to not have difficult schedules moving forward?
I mean, how often in sports do we in general seem to talk about like this happened with Bama? Oh,
yeah.
You're going to have everybody scheduling cupcakes.
Right.
Well, Bama already kind of did schedule cupcakes. And, North Carolina has had some easy opponents to at other points. I don't think it ever has the same sort of impact as ends up being theorized it'll have. But, yeah, this is one of those things where, to me, I wonder if the bigger impact will be in the future. You're just going to have people like the UNC athletic director has to sit out, can't even be involved in those debates when they're picking the tournament.
He got a bonus, right?
He got a $100,000 bonus. He gets a $250,000 bonus based on how the tournament goes.
Come on.
They say he has to step out of the room.
So crooked.
He's got to step out of the room.
When they discuss Carolina, he has to leave the room.
They do give him a cup that he can hold against the door and listen.
Belichick taught him how to spy on the room.
Right. Yeah, exactly. That's why they acquired Belichick.
But, look, the fact is, North Carolina does have really good metrics outside of their quad 1 wins. They're like top, 38 in the net and in Ken Palm, and the committee looks at those as well. And Joe should know that, and so should John. But be that as it may, they are playing tonight in Dayton, Ohio. Tomorrow, Texas plays against Xavier at 8 o'clock, Mount St. Mary's. And then your American University, Sean, is tomorrow night. Is that what their thing is?
No, I think that's
tickets are $95. You can get into that game for $95 in Dayton, Ohio.
Shaq and the Atlanta Hawks. But the host of Good Morning Football, is that what you're pointing at to me earlier? She's wearing, Jamie Erdahl is wearing an American University sweatshirt.
She must have gone.
Not necessarily. Oh, yeah, she did. American University.
So, how are you going to set it up that she didn't go
because
there?
Kay Adams used to wear all sorts of different shirts from different schools up there. And so I didn't know if she continues the same sort of thing.
Oh, well, I know why Kay probably wore that.
Oh, she was a basketball and softball player at St. Olaf College, and then she transferred. So she's not pure.
Okay.
She got her visa later to American University.
I saw, I think Judge Judy was the most famous alumnus of American.
Whoa!
Yeah, Judge Judy went there.
Did not know that.
I didn't see your name on it. I'm looking at famous alumni.
I'm going to add Sean's name to this right now.
Can you add it to Wikipedia?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, put mine on there.
Chris Benoit.
Tennessee. Somebody's got to be famous. Can my high school recognize our golf championship? They got rid of the banner.
You won the state title?
We did. They took the banner down.
Oh, I didn't know you won a state championship.
Cal, you have a lot of politicians that went to your school. That's what they're mainly. Oh, and a convicted spy. That's nice.
I should be asked to speak.
No.
I should be asked to speak. Probably after Jamie does. And Judy.
I'm gonna rank tomorrow. I'm gonna rank the alumni and see where I would put you on this list. Because Goldie Hawn went to American University.
Oh wow. Look at that. Look at that. Your favorites odds to win the national championship. Duke is your favorite, 3-1, followed by Florida at plus 425, Auburn at 5-1, Houston at 7-1, and then a gap. You got Bama at 16-1, Tennessee at 18-1, and then another gap, Michigan State, St. John's, and Texas Tech at 25-1 to win the national championship. I think Tech at 25-1 is a fantastic value bet.
Really?
They are tremendous.
They have the shortest odds of the 3 seeds to win.
Yeah, I just don't think there's a whole lot of hype behind them. They are very, very good. And if they're healthy, they're really, really dangerous. And they got Peyton's old coach, Grant McCaskey.
For all the fellow degenerates, bet online. Duke has the shortest odds of the 1 seeds to win. Tennessee has the shortest odds of the 2. Arizona has the shortest odds of the 4 seeds to win. They're also placed above Michigan State and every number 3 seed. Despite being an 8, Gonzaga has the 11th shortest odds to win. Illinois has the shortest odds of number 5 seeds. Michigan has the longest. Baylor has the shortest odds of any lower seed to win the championship.
Well, we already know Michigan's not going to win because they're a 5 seed, and Chop let us know that. I was curious. You mentioned Gonzaga there. What's Gonzaga's deal? Because as you're getting me to look at this Ken Palm stuff when picking my bracket, why is Gonzaga the outlier in that top 10 on net rating, where everybody's like a 2 or 1 seed, and then it's like 8 Gonzaga?
I think Gonzaga is like a line or 2 underseeded. They're a really, really good team. They just lost a ton of games to, they lost to West Virginia. They had no business losing to West Virginia. They lose to Kentucky. They lose to UConn. Those are quality teams. They just don't have a ton of really great wins on their schedule, and that kind of hurt them. So that's the thing with Gonzaga. I do think, real quick, I think Auburn got screwed here a little bit. Auburn is the overall number 1 seed. They're playing in Lexington. Their reward for that is if they win, they get to play either Louisville in Lexington, which is like an hour and a half away, or Creighton. And Creighton is like a really, really solid basketball team that made a deep run in the Big East. So they're kind of up the creek there. I told you yesterday about Solo Ball. That was the guy who plays for UConn. His name is Solo Ball. These are the other best names of the all-tournament, all-name team.
He got his coffee at Starbucks.
That's right. Liberty has a player named Caillou. And you remember Caillou, the children's character?
Who? What? That's an awful parent.
It's Kaiyu is his name. Caillou.
That's unreal.
Oregon has a player named Supreme Cook.
Oh.
Michigan has a player named Fat Brooks.
I noticed this the other day watching TV. Names, I'm sorry to all these kids. Names have gotten so stupid. And I have a stupid name. But I mean, my parents weren't trying to be cute. They were just trying to be a little ethnic, or my dad was. But these names nowadays are so dumb.
Yeah,
so
well,
it
happens.
These are kind of funny. But
These are funny. Fat Brooks at Michigan. Oklahoma, this guy doesn't play very much, but his name is Koala Attack. Koala Attack.
Okay.
Like a koala attack?
Like a koala attack.
Okay.
High Point. I think everybody in media applied to High Point and Elon, right? Elon College.
Elon was a gimme. I got into Elon.
Burger Irving. Burger Irving is his name. And then Boise State has a player named Moses Hips. Moses Hips.
That's pretty good.
Yeah.
College basketball kegger with Ralph James Choppy. So these games are going to start tonight?
They start tonight, 5:40-ish.
Okay.
On True TV.
And then Thursday.
And then Thursday at 11:15 is tip-off of the first game.
Along with your vasectomies. 877-881-1053. Choppy has the answer for the Micah Parsons negotiations. See if you agree and sign up for this next on 105.3 The Fan. But let me...
got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-curb?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
haircut, but I just feel like this is your haircut.
and RJ right here on 105.3 The Fan segment here, brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org, and also brought to you by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3233. With Frankel and Frankel, there is never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
Dallas Cowboys yesterday introducing two of their new players. New linebacker Kenneth Murray coming on over from the Tennessee Titans, saying, I've always loved the Cowboys, grew up a Cowboys fan. My whole family are Cowboys fans, so this is definitely a dream playing here, but I'm not going to lie, the trade was extremely surprising. Murray also says, I'm a firm believer in leadership, but you can't ask people to do something you're not doing. He was a captain last year in Tennessee. Kaiir Elam coming over from Buffalo, saying, why didn't it work? Well, I was a kid that just wanted to improve, but I was always put in the back seat. Now, why would you be put in the back seat as a first-round pick just a couple of years ago?
So I think that for him, he probably felt like there wasn't a lot of time for my growing pains, given how good that football team was. Like they were trying to win, they were trying to compete. Now they didn't have a lot of time to learn on the job.
But their secondary over the past 2 seasons, was it outstanding? I mean, we always know Jordan Poyer back in the day. Tre'Davious White, no longer there.
Yeah, and I'm trying to think. So Bernard was there as a safety combo. The guys that they've not had, like, at least to my recollection, I don't remember anybody standing out as just like that was a big time stud that they had back there in the secondary. But I mean, yeah, Christian Banford has been one of them. Teron Johnson. They've had Rasul Douglas at times.
So these are not names where you're like, all right, it makes sense why he couldn't break through. He couldn't get up the depth chart.
Yeah, no, Teron Johnson, he was a second team All-Pro in the nickel. But I mean, yeah, outside of that, you would think that he would have been able to break through if not for some lumps.
Does it feel like the Cowboys have really missed on bringing in other teams' corners? We give them credit for offensive line drafting, but other teams' corners that you've brought in, someone tweeted me the other day and said, how is this dude still on the roster? Who was the guy getting torched last year?
Andrew Booth?
Yeah. How's Booth still on there? You tried to make that work, trading yours for theirs. I'm trying to think.
I mean, I think the first one that comes to mind for me is Nolan Carroll. He busted really quickly.
Carroll.
Eagles.
So, yeah, Nolan Carroll didn't work out. Gilmore was okay.
Yeah.
Gilmore wasn't bad here. Igbenogany did not play near to the level that he did in Washington last year. He was good in Washington, but, yeah, they've had some free agents that didn't pan out for them at the corner spot.
Michael Gallup is attempting a comeback. Jordan Schultz, I want to give him the credit so he doesn't throw a cappuccino in my face, although I take it for $50 million. Michael Gallup is going to visit with the Seahawks. Also had a visit with the Commanders, and he's just turning 29. So I think we're all rooting for Michael Gallup.
Yeah, Michael Gallup. I would love to see him play well, not play great, because that would hurt too much, but play well and continue his NFL career, make some money.
I did wonder a little bit if he's genuinely good and he's ready to play football and things like that. I did wonder if Dallas would just say, well, come on, like we'll take a look, we'll figure this out, see if we can get the band back together a little bit. They've clearly shown they're open to boomeranging people back. So
yeah, and do they still value him in the building? Like, do they like him? Do they think he was a good person or all that stuff? And that might play into it.
All right, Chop. Wolchuk and Crosstalk yesterday got you thinking about the Micah deal.
Yeah, he said $45 million is what he suspects and expects Micah Parsons to get, and that's a lot of money, man. Woo. I mean, you would be resetting the market on edge rushers twice in a single month, because you got Myles Garrett to go from 35 to 40. And then you would get Micah to go from 40 to 45.
And Myles apparently doesn't even show up for meetings or work hard in Cleveland.
Dude, and so Haslam, they knew that. They knew he doesn't. They had a problem.
There's a report.
There's a report out there that he was not setting an example for younger players. He was skipping meetings. He was skipping workouts, and they still gave him that money.
Talent, baby.
Yeah, I suspect. I suppose, but. $45 million. Can you get down with $45 million?
It's just so hard to let the generational talent leave. But so my heart is telling me no. My brain is telling me, my heart is saying sign it. My head is telling me no.
Yeah, that's really what it is. So
we'll be all in.
maybe there's a way where you can look at it and just kind of allow the deal to come to you. You get to the draft, and at 12, you get a top tier edge rusher that's available to you. When are draft picks the most valuable? It's right before the draft, right? So if you were to trade Micah today, you might not get today. You might get 2 ones, you might not. But if you trade him 3 days after the draft, when those teams are so far away from the draft, they might actually be willing to give you more for him. And you've already replaced him in the draft, knowing that, hey, if we find what we're looking for, we can move on from him after this draft. And it's already too late to sign somebody for this year anyway. All right, all those edge rushers are gone. You could have maybe gotten Myles Garrett, but you didn't. Right? So all these guys are already gone.
So if you sign Micah to 45, Bland to 24, like we had talked about the other day.
So 45 and then 35 for CD and 60 for Dax.
So Dax,
24.
Dax, CD, Micah, Bland, Odigizua, Diggs, Steele. Those 7 would be $220 million.
So you would have $50 million
on
bucks.
average.
You'd have $50 million bucks for 45 other players.
Now, obviously, like we've said, the actual cap number is going to be different than whatever your average salary is. So it's not an exact equal breakdown of what it would be. Like, for instance, Dak is $60 million annually. Right now, his cap hit after they did the restructures, it's $52. So it's actually $8 million less than that. CeeDee Lamb coming into this year, his cap hit is going to be $15 million, even though he's making $34 annually. Yeah. So you can have these ways that you finagle it a little bit.
Right. But so if you get to the draft and then that guy's not there, then obviously you just keep Micah, you sign him, whatever. Or maybe you still trade him, but then you're obviously going to be a much different football team. But you can't keep everyone. The Cowboys did this kind of with Amari. They drafted CD. CD didn't replace Gallup. Right? He replaced Amari Cooper. That's why he was drafted.
Yeah.
The Chiefs traded Tyreek Hill. You can't keep everybody.
Yeah.
So the great teams do move on from great players.
Unfortunately, 2 of the contracts I wish they had back are already done.
Right.
Dak and Diggs.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. It's the reality of it.
And Diggs, I would be surprised. I would be surprised if Diggs is playing here in 26. It's this year probably because they got to get through some stuff financially, but I would be surprised if he's here in 26.
Because you can't let Micah. Micah's not going to be an Oxnard if he doesn't have a contract.
Yeah, Micah may not be the star over the summer if he doesn't have a contract.
He'll do the same thing that CD did and Zach Martin did.
So Ian Rappaport last night bringing up the name Quinn Ewers for the Cowboys, maybe in the second round. We're talking about draft evals. We're talking about quarterbacks. And Brandon Laurie went and got a Jason Garrett clip from a few days ago on the Dan Patrick Show. I just thought it was a great audio. Jason is very good at telling stories. This was Jay Jeezy on the Dan Patrick Show talking about when they were evaluating Dak.
Wade Wilson was our quarterback coach for years. I don't know if you remember Wade, but he passed away a few years ago. But he was one of my teammates. He played 19 years in the NFL and then was our quarterback forever. And Wade never liked quarterbacks. He would go work guys out. And in for the draft, and I would say, hey, Wade, what'd you think of that guy? He can't play. He can't play. He can't play. This went on for years, Dan. It went on for years. And I'm like, he can't play. I'm like, at some point, we got to like one of these guys. We'll never draft anybody. And I'll never forget it. I think it was a Friday night. He called me early March, leading up to that 2016 draft. And he said, I think we got one.
Oh, wow.
I said, what? He's like, yeah, I'm down here in Starkville, Mississippi. I think we got our quarterback. And he just raved about Dak. He loved him. And then I don't know if you remember this, 2 weeks later, Dak gets a DUI.
Yeah.
And so I'm like, he was the face of the program. Everybody loved him, the whole deal. He had all the stuff you wanted. And he gets a DUI. And I'm like, hey, here's our guy. What the heck? And over the next month or so, we had some real aggressive conversations with Dak about the whole process.
So that's part one, right? And then they bring in Dak for that film breakdown, the chalkboard talk. And here's the way Jay Jeezy did it with the Cowboys, and listen to how he tried to throw Dak off.
I'll tell you the quick story. We used to do this thing for about 3 hours with quarterbacks we're thinking about drafting. We get them in a room, a quarterback room, and it would be me, and the time was Scott Linehan, who was our coordinator, and Wade and some other people. And I would stand up there and I would put 3 plays in from our offense, 3 pass plays, 5-man protection, a 6-man protection, a 7-man protection. I would talk really fast, use all our jargon, give them every rule that we had, talk about defense. This is what happened, and then I would erase it and say, okay, you're up. And now you got to give it back to me.
Yeah.
And I would interrupt them on purpose and talk really fast and see if they could retain information, see if they could spit it back, see how much football they knew, all that. But we had a real question about this thing with Dak Prescott, about this DUI, because it just seems so out of character for him. So we get him up on the board, and I'm talking really fast and put it all in, and I'm like, all right, you're up. It's an empty whiteboard. Give me the first play. And he starts talking and starts going through it, and about 10 seconds into, I'm like, hey, stop. Hey, give me the story about this DUI.
Oh,
okay. And so I'm like, hey, get me to the bottom of this. And so he tells me the story. It was fantastic. It was so accountable.
It was
and
fantastic.
Specific detail. I had a couple margaritas after the workout. I was going 38 and a 30. I got pulled over, whatever. I mean, it was like, and it was clean and it was direct and it was accountable and I'm sorry for it and whatever. All right, keep going. And so he draws up the rest of the play, and we're asking him questions. I'm like, stop. Hey, go back again. You're the face of the program at Mississippi State. This whole thing, I'm peppering him. And he kind of stops and gives me another explanation. Okay? Third time, he's drawing up another play. I stop one more time, and he turns, and it was a great answer. He said, I said, tell me what happened again on this deal. And he said, Coach, I don't know what you want me to tell you. I told you exactly what happened. I took accountability for it, whatever. And it was just a Dak Prescott answer. And I said to myself, I need to be quiet. So he finishes up the interview, and he's phenomenal. I can't tell you how good he is. Mentally, he's just off the charts. So sure enough, he comes to the Cowboys, has an amazing start to his career, all of that. Wade Wilson tragically passes away about 4 years later. So we're at the repast after the funeral. And Dak comes up to me and says, Coach, I never told you this story. He said, you remember you did that meeting with me before the draft where you were talking really fast and you kept interrupting me and all of that? I said, yeah. He's like, Wade Wilson told me all the answers to the questions before I went in there. He said, he's going to ask you this, he's going to ask you this, he's going to ask you this. So he said, when I got a little frustrated when you kept peppering the questions, I wasn't mad about the question about the DUI. I was mad that I was forgetting all the stuff that Wade had already told me. So it was a setup.
I just thought it was a great story.
It's a good story.
Long audio, worth it. Jay Jeezy, great storyteller.
It's a good story, and it kind of brings you inside those meetings. And
Dak saying, enough. I answered it 3 times. I love that. Enough is enough. Let's crosstalk with the KNC Masterpiece featuring Zach Wilchuk next on the...
That's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-Turbo?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
In the world, more new Chevys than anyone else, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas, this is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
Let's crosstalk with a KNC masterpiece featuring Zach Wolchuk from the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. Good morning, Kevin Hagelin. What's coming up?
At 10:20, to play or not to play with Anthony Davis. We're going to bring out the Chuck Wagon at 11:20 and at 12:20 overreaction or reality, including a question about how angry you'll be if Quinn Ewers got taken at 44.
After what?
At 44.
You would be angry?
Because Ian Rappaport would be the most pumped up about it.
Quinn at 44 just makes no sense. Like, the dude's not a second-round quarterback.
What round do you have on him?
I think the 5th round is where I would probably look to take him. Like, if he was there with one of the Cowboys' fifth-round picks, I think that makes a ton of sense to me. But I wouldn't be taking him before the fourth round. I thought day 3 would kind of be where he goes. But these quarterbacks get pushed up the board. I just don't necessarily want the Cowboys to do that in the second round.
Who are your top 4 quarterbacks?
Cam Ward, Shador, Jackson Dart, and then Kyle McCord out of Syracuse.
Over Tyler.
Yeah, I don't get the...
He doesn't like Tyler Shuck.
The Tyler Shuck stuff. The dude stunk at Tech. He stunk at Oregon. And I went back and watched him a little bit at Louisville, and the decision-making's bad. He's just a prototypical size, weight, speed that scouts love. The decision-making to me is not there. I don't get it. I think that dude's a bustola waiting to happen.
Did Kuiper and Jeremiah both mock this morning Omarion Hampton?
No, so Kuiper mocked Jeremiah mocked Matthew Golden from Texas, but he said I wouldn't be surprised if this was Omarion Hampton at North Carolina, and Kuiper did mock Hampton for a second time.
I was watching Hampton in the commercial break. I do my 4-minute YouTube film study.
Scott Sharif.
Very acclaimed. He looks like DeMarco Murray to me.
Yeah. I think
I'm not
Brian
seeing
is
like this.
Thompson to DeMarco.
Has he?
Yeah.
I'm not seeing like crazy like explosion or speed. It's like kind of like DeMarco.
I think Caleb
But now that
Johnson,
Broadus did that, I want to change that.
You want to change it up? I think Caleb Johnson out of Iowa is better in my opinion, and I think he is a faster player. But Hampton's good. You mentioned.
Would you be ticked off at him?
Yeah, I don't think there's any running back that you should take in the first round outside of Genty. Like, I could fight for Genty at 12. The dude's special. But after that, I'm letting this thing ride. You've just got too many other needs, and I've got other players ahead of Hampton. And I do think, I've been advocating, I wouldn't be surprised if 3 running backs went in the first round. And I think it won't be Caleb Johnson. For whatever reason, he's sliding a little bit. I think it would be Travion Henderson out of Ohio State that slips into the first because teams love the speed.
Have you filled out your bracket yet, Kevin?
Not all the way. I'm having trouble with, is it the South region?
You tell us.
Is that the Saudi region?
No.
Well done.
Well done, Zach. Well
I
done.
heard that too. What happened there, Peyton? Well, how did we get to
stop. Oh, he didn't know you were talking about.
Damn.
How do we get to Saudi instead of Southie?
Well, I didn't say the H right. I said it like a Boston accent. So,
Oh, yeah.
let's hear it.
keys, parking lot, so you kind of, you don't say all the letters of the alphabet in Boston. So that's why.
Did you guys see the Boston St. Patty's fights?
No.
It was barbaric.
Did I find out there were some not white people there, and they're like, hell with this.
It turned into Augusta out there.
There was like 7 different brawls out there. And are you trying to schedule a tea tour? You trying to throw some in?
I'm trying to. It's got to be sweet tea, though. It's got to be sweet tea. I'm not throwing no unsweet tea.
I think it's just to throw it. Like, I don't know if the leaves are sweet when you first toss them. It's got to be decaf.
Is it Lipton? Do I throw Lipton in there?
Yeah, just the bags.
It's got to be decaf tea. All right, Bobby, let's finish up with some Ask Reddit with the fellas.
Yeah, all right. Let's go on with this is good for Zach right now, and we can kick it around the room. Zach, what is a harsh reality new parents need to hear?
Oh, gosh. You're just going to be tired all the time.
Yeah.
Like, it's just constant. You're never really going to catch up on sleep. That's not real. And just be prepared for your schedule to constantly change because their sleep schedules are constantly changing.
That sleep one is fantastic.
At some point, you're going to think your kid's a jerk. Now, you're going to still love your children, and I get that, but you're going to think that
you don't like them a lot. Yeah. Where it's one of those things where you may just not like them very much on a certain day.
Yeah.
Probably that your kid's not special. They're not really. they're not as cute as you think they are.
Yeah, that's definitely true. I thought my son was this model, and now I'm like comparing him to my daughter, and I was like, oh no. I was like, what was I thinking? And now I'm pretty sure I'll look back and be like, no, my daughter was uglier than I thought.
Yeah,
too.
that's just the reality of it.
One of the answers.
Also, you have to be completely. And I tell this to Sarah because Sarah's got kind of like a germaphobe, not a germaphobe, but like
Howie Mandel?
germ-aware. She's a germ-aware.
What's a germ aware?
She's like
germ aware.
Germ aware, yeah. And
I think making you wash the suitcase wheels when you come back is a germaphobe.
What? Oh, because I drag them right into the house. She's like, I don't want that. You got poop on them. There's poop on them. There's poop on them.
Where are you dragging?
Well, I drag it into the bathroom at the airport. Airports are disgusting. I get it.
That's true.
It's just a bit much. But I told her, I was like, if we ever have kids, you realize like that pacifier wash after every time it drops, that lasts about a week.
Yeah.
It's about a week.
Yeah.
And that when you change the diaper, like you get some poop on your thumb. I mean, after a while, it just kind of stays there.
Yeah, it's not a big deal.
It's
That
just
is
not
true.
a big deal.
You start to get used to it.
That couldn't even stop you from chewing your nails.
No.
No. Is that stuff still working?
Well, she stopped doing that.
Why?
Well,
you were poop on your nails?
We can't say on the air.
Can't say on the air, but let's just say
She got burned?
She got a little taste of it.
Oh, no.
A little secondhand.
No.
If you know what I mean.
Let's move on.
Yeah. Real quick, one of the answers on Reddit that you may be starting to experience a little bit with Ollie.
Oh, wait,
Potentially.
did you have an answer for that?
That you'll think your kid is a jerk.
So you may be starting to experience this with Ollie. I'm sure Chop and Hagee have done it.
Which one do you hate?
I mean, I've definitely hated them both at different times.
You like punching your kid in the
that's
face.
Not too much of a shocking opinion.
See, no matter how many times you tell them, say please, say thank you, say like whatever else, there are gonna be times it's gonna drive you nuts where they won't say it, and no matter how many times you can tell them a million times, say thank you, they're just not gonna do it a lot of times, and that's irritating. All right, next one here, Hagee, what do you spend your expendable income on?
Legos. I love Legos.
Wrestling Legos?
No, I really like Star Wars Legos, and I like the modular building Legos because they can all go together on a street. I have essentially our guest room is pretty much like a Lego room.
What?
It has all of these modular buildings up on it, and then Star Wars Legos coming out of the wall.
So you go home and build?
Yes, I love Legos.
And have you always loved them?
Yes. And now that I'm an adult, I can buy the sets that were not attainable.
What were the
day.
rich Legos?
Dude, easily dropped $300 on a set of Legos.
Oh my
set
gosh.
of Legos.
And what makes them different?
They're bigger. Kind of the rule of thumb is
so easier to put together.
Yeah. No, not
lazy Legos.
Not the pieces are bigger.
Lasers.
There's more pieces.
The lasers. Bring the lasers.
And so it's just really fun, and it's a great way to not be staring at the TV or my phone or whatever. So.
Zach, what's your disposable income spent on?
Disposable income?
Mm-hmm.
Preschool.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, we're starting preschool next Tuesday. That'll be day one. The cost of this is astronomical.
Yeah,
it's unbelievable.
I was checking with the accountant on tax write-offs for this, and she's like, send over the property tax, not the HOA, but send over. See, I think I'm trying to trick the government by saying it's childcare.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't know.
You know you're on air right now, right?
Yeah. Sean, careful. You get screened enough. You don't need to tell us that you're trying to trick the government, too.
Well, Choppy many times has admitted to his cheating tactics, and he also actually it has cost you. They didn't give you your return from 2 years ago.
I don't cheat on my taxes. So I just pay them when I want to.
I'm like, how does child care differ from school versus having someone come over?
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. So we're in that gray area right now. But
if you find something, let me know.
Have you submitted on your taxes? You should know this.
Sure.
For child care?
Yeah.
And it's qualified as what?
I mean, if you're sending them to a school or a preschool where you're sending money, you can absolutely write that off of your taxes.
Yeah.
Oh, perfect.
You could absolutely write that out. I can't, but you can. I have to clarify.
I have many times.
All right, awesome.
I have to clarify something. I've been informed that Sarah does not make me clean the wheels. I have to.
So weird.
Did Sarah inform you?
She
of that?
said, "I have never made you clean the wheels."
All right, what is it then?
That after I grab the suitcase and handle it, got to wash the hands.
Okay.
The suitcase is filthy.
All right, so you've never had to put the wheel, but the suitcase cannot go on the bed.
I cannot put the suitcase on the bed.
Yeah.
Which I do.
I got yelled at that too.
Yeah, you do.
You do that?
Yeah, no, I've got yelled at that.
You know what
before.
I do? I take an old towel and I lay the old towel on top. Like a used towel.
Smart.
Well, why does she then let you not shower during the weekends if she's aware of
The pool counts.
Oh, and does she also not shower
All
like that?
right.
Chlorine.
Yeah, one day.
Okay.
We'll go one day.
It does not count.
Unless we're going to leave the house. If we're leaving the house, then we shower.
All right.
But if we're just going to stay at home, then the pool counts.
What is an old person habit you've developed?
We talked about this a little bit last week. I like to fill out the Sudokus and the crosswords in the actual newspaper.
That's good.
So that is an old thing I do.
I feel you're cheating if you're not because it tells you if you're wrong or right on
That's
the
right.
on the
I
computer.
don't use an app. I need to figure it out on my own.
I don't know if this is an old person habit, but I am very aware now of making sure all the lights are turned off.
Oh
yeah.
Oh man, that's
First time you're responsible for that energy bill. You're like, oh,
Do you all leave porch lights on? Do you all leave porch lights on overnight?
Yeah, we've done that, and it ticks me off.
The front.
Oh, really?
I'll drive home, and I see the lights. I'm like, this has got to have been on for 24 hours, and nobody's coming over. What are we doing?
You got to get, right, the sun detection or whatever. They go off on their own.
Okay.
But I don't have those anymore, and that drives me crazy as well. You feel like I'm going to have to, because light bulbs are expensive.
Absolutely.
But no, this might.
I like this conversation.
Go ahead.
Light bulbs are expensive. I'm with you.
They are.
It's adding up.
And I'm like, they're all going to go out at the same time, but Amanda leaves every light on. Every light on. I don't say anything because
You're scared.
It's not a battle worth fighting.
Yeah, fair.
With everything she does, but back closet light, bathroom light, under oven light, light.
See, I anecdotally feel like when I've tried to do, I don't feel like it changes the electric bill at all. And so just like, I'm leaving it on if I want to leave it on. Kristen loses her mind over
Surely
this.
it changes. Faith that you track it like
Kristen,
a chart. You're not like, this month I'm going to leave them all on, and then I'm going to look at the electric bill.
Surely you doubt that, then you just don't understand where exactly my dot is on that spectrum. Is the problem?
We're talking about
where's the dot?
No, but Bobby, we're talking about lights on in houses.
No,
so yours might be different.
Yeah, exactly.
I'll keep the porch light on all night.
Oh no.
Well, you don't want people to rob you.
Right, that's what. So I keep the porch light on and the front light, like are they called coach lights? Those things.
Hold on.
I keep those on all night.
I've thought about this for a long time. So is the belief that a robber in the year 2025 will see a porch light on and be like, better not go to that
No,
house.
so here's the idea. If the porch light is on, they're more exposed to being seen going inside. So they're naturally probably gonna look for somewhere. If they're just looking for somewhere to break in, I would imagine they would want somewhere that's darker.
And wouldn't you think they would be more scared going to a pitch black setup?
I would.
Or are you assuming that no one's there?
See, I think I would be more scared.
I think that's the assumption.
What?
If the light's on, I'm assuming somebody's home.
Right.
If the light's off, there's a possibility they're out of town.
See,
but
Kevin,
isn't that what everybody does? Is flip some lights on when they go out of town?
I don't know. It depends. Are you being
I'm
cheap
sure
like
not.
us? Do you leave your porch light on every night?
No. But if we go out of town, yes.
So so if I drive by the Hagelin residence, it's all black.
Probably.
Dark.
Yeah.
And that's to save the money.
No, it's just because it's nighttime. We're turning the lights off.
Do y'all untie the red string in the garage and get that hook off the handle?
I do when my door's stuck.
No. Like right now, if you were to go look at your garage, is there the red handle on the rope?
Yes.
I take mine off because that's a way they break into the garage. They use like a coat hanger and go up there and they pull it, and then the garage door opens.
I've never even thought of that.
I have DFW security, so I don't need to worry about
There you go.
all that stuff. All right, it is the KNC Masterpiece with Zach Wilczuk from the G-Bag Nation. Talk to you tomorrow for the Hump Day edition. KNC is next.
Dallas-Fort Worth. Let's go, Cowboys.
An Odyssey sports station.
Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. You got me, Kevin Hageland, the famous Alec Medford, joining us for day 2 of his 3-day journey. It is Zach Wolchuk. Gentlemen, welcome to the program. How we doing today?
We're freaking lit right now, and I'm not talking about the bulbs that we turn off at our house.
Now, right before the show started, Zach, you said, let's have a hell of a show.
Mm-hmm.
If not for that, were you thinking mediocre show?
I was thinking, probably like a 5 out of 10.
Okay.
But today, on a Tolo Tuesday, on a TD Tuesday, where there's still always TDs to be had, I think this is going to be a phenomenal show.
Alec, if you had to predict the rating out of 10 for the, I don't understand too why people go out of 10 with 10 being the highest and 1 being the lowest. I was like, I feel like people pretty much know how the 1 to 10 scale works. What do you think our show will be rated today?
I think every day is a 10. Every day that we wake up and show up, except for Corey, it's a 10.
Oh.
It's a 10.
I need to text Corey back, by the way, because my tease is like, will day 2 with Wolchuk go better than day 1? He goes, oh, dude, do I need to come back?
Did it go badly?
No, you did fine.
Was it like, did you get a response? How'd the meeting go post-show? Were they like, gosh, that was an absolute disaster?
Are you embarrassed?
Yeah.
Yeah, that was the first question. And then they said, on a scale of 1 to 10, how much better do you think Zach could do? And I was like, 7.
Okay. Hey, I'll take that.
Okay, good.
I thought it would be higher.
No, I think he did an acceptable job yesterday.
Hey, as long as it's acceptable.
So let's see if you can do better than acceptable
C's
today.
get degrees.
Oh, my God. That sounds about right. All right. So this is going to be a long day. It's 3 minutes into the show.
Hey, KNZ Masterpiece is sneaky good. Sneaky.
Go ahead and give me cut number 2, and hopefully this cut is 13 minutes, and we'll end the rest of the segment.
And it's 3rd and 4. Here's Gabbert. Some pressure coming. Gets it away, and it's intercepted. Jack Sanborn's got it. One man to beat. Sanborn, if he can do it. And he is going to be taken down inside the 30.
Man, you could just feel the enthusiasm on that call right there. All right, so Jack Sanborn, part of the players that the Cowboys have brought in. What I want to ask to you, Zach, to you, Alec, to the people listening, Franklin Injury Attorney, text line 877-881-1053. Cowboys free agency thus far. Where did they improve, if you think there are spots, and what holes still remain? And I get it. Your instinct is going to be to text in and say they got worse across the board because the Cowboys are stupid and everything that they do is dumb. I get that that's your instinct. If you would like to help us, potentially have a more constructive conversation, I would approve of that as well. Zach Wolchuk. Where did the Cowboys get better?
I think that they did get better at linebacker. I think that was an area where they had nobody on the roster outside of Maris Leofau that could really play right now. And I know DeMarvin Clark is technically still under contract. We talked yesterday how that could be a cap casualty.
Yeah.
I don't know that he's even going to make the roster. So you desperately needed help there.
And don't you have to go off the idea, if he does, great. But don't you have to go off the idea that DeMarvion Overshown is not playing this year?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
And so then if he does, great. Let's reconfigure. We have more talent than expected. Fantastic. But I think you have to go off the idea that, like,
Agreed.
It's not going to happen.
Right. I think you have to assume that him and Diggs, like I'm basically just filling out this roster right now.
Fascinating.
With the assumption that I'm just not expecting to get much from Overshown and Diggs. And if I do, then amazing. This is great.
Okay.
But I need to plan to not have them and make sure that, like Batman, I've got my contingencies ready to rock.
Okay.
So I like the additions at linebacker of Sanborn. We might talk more Kenneth Murray Jr. today or tomorrow. I'm a little bit more high on that signing than a lot of people are. I don't think this is a bad player. I think he's been productive. I think that he does play with some instincts. I know the coverage numbers have never been super great throughout his career. I think he's much better against the run than people give him credit for. So I do like some of the moves they made at linebacker.
What about, not to infuriate people, where are we at with defensive line? Because you lost to Marcus Lawrence. brought in Dante Fowler. If you think Peyton Turner is going to bring anything to the club, how do we feel about the change for defensive line?
I think they just added depth, right? I think that's all it is. I think Peyton Turner, if he can stay healthy for you, all right, you got a guy that maybe can give you a little bit when it comes to playing the run. I think special teams is an underrated factor because of the arm length that he's going to be able to contribute with there. And I think Solomon Thomas is actually a really good signing. I think that's one of the better free agent signings they've had in recent memory. I think he's actually going to produce for you.
Does you like the value of it at $4 per year?
I like the value of it. I think he's also in a team that I do believe has leadership voids on that side of the football. Now, how easy is it for a guy to first year with a team? I had those questions with Eric Kendricks, so I do think he's a natural-born leader last year. When you're coming into a new locker room where you kind of have to prove yourself again to everybody, can you just immediately step up to a leadership role? But none of the things they did along the defensive line, especially with one-year contracts, would mean to me like, I can't draft a guy if I like him at 12.
Do you think they got any worse at defensive line? And before the draft.
That's a great question.
All of this is before the draft. I realize that.
I think bringing in Fowler kept you. I think you got slightly better.
Okay.
Slightly better. I don't like losing Chauncey Golston, but I do think you can argue like Turner, when healthy, can provide a lot of the same things. And bringing in Solomon Thomas, I like that. But I think bringing in Fowler now, you probably actually have a better pass rush than what you had a year ago.
I agree with that. Absolutely. All right. Are there any other positions, if we said upgrade at linebacker, perhaps slight upgrade thus far at defensive line, slight. Any other positional groups that you want to dive into right now that you're like, I feel better about this group than I did going into free agency?
No, I don't think there's. Okay. And I think some people would argue running back. I don't.
I don't think I would either. All right. So where are the needs going into the draft? Now, we will keep in mind that the Cowboys can still obviously make more free agent moves. They still have money available. We've moved into the Class B, if not Class C of free agency, which I believe is where you and Brada said a week or two ago that maybe the Cowboys would be apt to fish. So we'll update this, but running back is interesting because they brought in two guys that I'm not going to lie, I hope are competing to be the backup, and then the other one is maybe not here anymore, and we draft a running back. But how much do you go into the draft being like, running back?
I'm there. I believe they will be taking their starting running back, personally.
Okay.
I mean, because I don't, like Javonte Williams, third down specialist, solid pass blocker, can catch the ball for you. But I think that there's a reason why Denver was very happy to get rid of him. And I got a scouting report on Sanders from a scout in Carolina. He said home run speed's not there anymore. Still has some downhill burst. Average hands as a pass catcher. Not the best option in pass pro. Had a lot of instances where he was not seeing the hole well and feel like his confidence took a hit once Chuba really got going. Ceiling of a decent RB2 option at this point. So there's
ceiling.
The ceiling. So that's your guy. Like, I think you're absolutely spot on. To me, this is kind of similar to Royce Freeman a year ago.
Okay.
Where I don't know that he makes the roster out of camp. Maybe he does. Maybe it's Deuce Vaughn or Malik Davis that end up being the guys that get cut. But I don't think you have your RB1 right now. I'd like that to be your draft selection.
And you don't have wide receiver 2, do you?
No. Wide receiver 2 might be the most glaring spot for you right now that you really have to address.
Okay. All right. Is it just wide receiver 2, and then you feel comfortable with Tolbert, or you still think they're going to take a look at Allen, or is it just wide receiver 2? Because it feels like wide receivers are high need, but how many wide receivers?
2. I think I'd like to add a veteran piece that could be your wide receiver 2, and then I'm still drafting a player.
Okay.
Because Jalen Tolbert, this is a contract year for him. Maybe it finally clicks. And I get it. He stacked up a couple of touchdowns to end the season. That's awesome. Jalen Tolbert did nothing for you after the Pittsburgh game. That was the moment where his career, take advantage of it. You crushed it. You had a tremendous moment against Pittsburgh. You sprained your nuts. You had a game-winning touchdown. And then after that, you went absolutely nowhere. You did absolutely nothing. I can't rely on you.
All right. Now, to go along with this might be, I don't know, this could be the most complicated situation of them all. What is the need level on offensive line? Because obviously Zach Martin retires. I know there are people out there who would like to go ahead and cut your right tackle as well and just totally redo the right side of the line. Not saying that is going to happen, but what is the need on the offensive line?
I think you still could use a right guard. If there was a player that you liked in the draft, I would absolutely consider that. Because right now you've got Hoffman and Robert Jones that are compete for that spot. I love Brock Hoffman. Yes. I love the play temperament he's got. But I think you saw the more he was able to play last year, why he is like a really exceptional backup player that you feel great about in a pinch start moment. He's got to come in for 2 or 3 weeks. But throughout a 17-game season, I think that you will start to see other teams exploit his weaknesses. Robert Jones is a guy talking with people in Miami. 2 years ago, he was better than last year. He's battling through injuries. He also has some nasty to his game, but I think you can upgrade there. And my question would be at center. Like, I love Cooper Beebe.
You do. I'm surprised to hear this.
But I believe Cooper Beebe, his best spot's always been guard. And I think he could be an all-pro guard. I loved what he did last year as a rookie, playing center essentially for the first time since his freshman year in college. But you just had Garrett Bradbury released from Minnesota. And I immediately had Cowboy fans saying, hey, would you be interested in looking at a free agent center? I don't think the Cowboys will.
But your dream scenario would be kick him out to the right and go Bradbury at center.
Yeah, or draft Gray Zabel out of North Dakota State, who I think is the best center in this draft.
Okay. All right. And by the way, I'm going to take a step back real quick from the 972. I thought Mingo was supposed to be our wide receiver too because we gave up a fourth for him. Look, that's probably what they were thinking, and maybe things can take off and it'll be unbelievable. But I don't see how you can plan for that. There is literally nothing that you saw from Mingo before he got traded or now that he got traded that would lead you to believe he goes in wide receiver number 2 spot. I'm not saying he cannot be that. I'm just saying at this point, that would be absurd.
And how disappointing have really just all the receivers been on this roster?
Yes.
Where you were screaming for somebody to step up last year and nobody did. I'm all about the competition. Let's go ahead and just get out the week here. Get Darwinism. All right. Bring in as many good players.
Okay.
And possibly let's get the bottom feeders the hell out of here. And maybe that's Mingo.
Cornerback. We can talk about safety if you want, but it feels like, especially if you go in with a thought of maybe we'll get something from Diggs, maybe we won't, and we need to be prepared for that. Feels like the need at cornerback is pretty dang high.
It's huge. And if I had to project right now what I think the Cowboys are going to do, I think that in the second round, corner will be a pick that they will probably take. And I think Azare Thomas, the corner from Florida State, who is the brother of Wanye Thomas, who's already on the roster, I think that's a player that they would like and consider there in the second round.
Does that make you nervous? I'm not saying anything about Thomas as a player, but I think we can all see scenarios in which you're like, I could see them going running back in the first round. I could see them going cornerback in the second round, not because the best player is there. I'm not saying there's not value. There could absolutely, and you're like, you'd be dumb not to take this player. But I get worried that now with running back, wide receiver, right guard, or center, and cornerback, you're going to position yourself where you're like, well, I need this position.
And that's where they've had their worst drafts. Best draft, you go back to 2020 when they took CD and Diggs 1-2.
Yeah.
And did they need CD Lamb at the time when he fell to 17?
Nope.
No, they didn't. But they took him, and now it's a home run pick. And Diggs was in consideration there. He falls all the way to the second round. I get the injuries lately, that stunk. But you've got to fill out this roster to where you're not feeling like, gosh, we've really got to take a receiver here. We really got to take a corner here. That's where you end up having a bad draft.
Now, safety. What's the concern level at safety, especially because yesterday we were tinkering around with Donovan Wilson and maybe making some changes there?
I think this is a draft that you could really upgrade over safety.
Okay.
And this is funny because it's like, okay, now we're looking at the top 3 rounds here, and we're talking receiver, we're talking running back, we're talking corner, maybe end. Like, I think Michael Williams out of Georgia, that's the name Tommy Yarish on the draft show last week said, hey, I'm hearing a lot of buzz around the Cowboys at 12. But to me, I think safety is an area they could definitely upgrade. Like, Malik Hooker's been a okay player. Good. He's had some really good moments. For the most part, it's kind of been, we're average here. Donovan Wilson, some highs, but some lows, right?
Yeah.
And then Marquise Bell's in the fold here. Wanye Thomas is in the fold here. What can you get out of those guys? But you can upgrade that position in this year's class.
So if you boiled it down to, look, I get we would all love to be in the space where it's best player available. I understand that. I'm just saying positional, most glaring needs going into it. Running back, wide receiver, cornerback, safety, and potentially right guard or center, depending on how that plays out.
And I'd add in one technique. I mean, who's really your backup behind Mozzie Smith?
That's
and
fair.
that is assuming Mozzie Smith is starting for you, which he will be. But I know there's a lot of fans out there, and fairly so, that are like, "Oh, is that the best thing?"
I know there's some writers out there that will hype him to the moon, regardless of what he does in training camp. By the way, from the 817, and people bring this up all of the time, no C. You need a quarterback that looks past his first read tight end. I hear you on all of that. It's just, that's not going to change. Probably for 3 years, possibly for 2 years. Your quarterback's not going to change. There's nothing you can do about it at this point, and we just need to accept it and work with the hand that we're
Maybe
dealt.
for later on, could I convince you to take over a tight end over a wide receiver if the option was there at the 12th pick?
Holy moly. I'm intrigued. That's a tease. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, to play or not to play, the case for and against the return of Anthony Davis. Next, right here on The Fan.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org and by the personal injury lawyers Frankel & Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel & Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel & Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
Thompson gambled going after it, and to the basket, Davis putback jam. And how is that for a first 4 minutes and 26 seconds in a Mavericks uniform?
Yeah! You need to get a few more minutes of that. Don't worry about what happened after that. But we're going to ask the question. I said don't worry about it.
Don't worry about it.
We're going to ask the question. He got hurt, and this is this whole big thing.
Oh, no.
He might be on the way back. Well, the question is, to play or not to play? The case for and against the return of Anthony Davis. But a quick side question for you guys while people get their votes in. Frankel & Frankel injury attorney text line 877-881-1053 or the YouTube or the Twitch. I got multiple emails yesterday.
Oh, no.
About the Apple versus Android conundrum.
Oh, I thought it would be Nazi questions.
What? Oh, my God.
Yeah.
Okay. Somebody sent me a 3-part podcast about the founding of NASA and what it has to do with Nazis.
No kidding.
And I'm going to listen to that. I haven't had a chance yet, but I'm absolutely going to listen to that. I have lots of questions, and I really want to know more information about that because I told my wife about it, and she's like, what is this? She thought I was setting up a joke because just like I do up here, I will go out of my way to spend time to a ridiculous setup, to a terrible joke.
That's right.
And so she's like, are you about to tell me a joke? Because I want to go to sleep. And I was like, no, this is really what I learned today. So anyway, so I want to know, are you Android people or Apple people? All right. Hit me up on Fantex, YouTube, the Twitch, or you can say, I'm just a regular person who happens to use Apple. That's fine as well. I hope you cut through and got the point. Because you have an Apple computer.
Yes.
So I assume that you have Apple headbands at home, Apple underwear, Apple Watch, Apple phone, all of that stuff.
Yeah, I don't have the watch. I've got the phone, and I've got the headbands for sure.
Okay, good.
The underwear I had, but the streak marks, they built up too much to where I had to throw them away.
And then they get a new pair.
I didn't want to get a new pair. They just charge too much, like the rest of it. Honestly, I'm an Apple guy because I've just been an Apple guy.
Okay.
I can't say that I will vouch for Apple. I think the Androids are better phones.
And the thing about it for me, I like the Android phone better, but more importantly than any of that, I don't care for change, especially on a low level everyday life. Like if you're like, hey, you have to move away and get a new job and stuff, I feel like that would be easier for me to deal with than use this computer for the day. And I'm like, ugh, how am I supposed to copy and paste things? This is madness. And so that's definitely something that happened at our house.
Is it not the same?
No. It's not, because there's a stupid command button that's not like, whatever. I'm not going to get into that right now.
Is this user error, Alec?
No, it's not user error.
I did. Whenever I got my first MacBook, I definitely had to Google how to copy and paste.
See?
I did get used to it pretty quick. I moved on from the MacBook really quick, though. I had to go back to Windows.
Okay.
I get it.
It's weird. I'm like Apple Watch, Apple phone, Apple AirPods, all of that. But when it comes to computers, I have to be on Windows.
From the 972, Apple is the S. From the 405, Android for life, green text for life. And that's another thing. I don't understand why that bothers Apple people so much.
Oh, it is annoying.
Color the text is in. Why?
No, here, it's the day of the group chats, right? So if you get one person, it ruins the entire group chat. It ruins sending pictures, videos. Now sometimes that Android person isn't always getting the chat, the text.
Okay, let me ask you this. Is that the Android person's fault? Or is it the multi-billion-dollar, at one time trillion-dollar company who did that on purpose to try to bully people into buying their product?
Well, consider myself bullied.
You're the woolly bully.
I am the woolly bullied, and I cannot bully Apple back. I do think that it is, honestly, we should not be paying for internet. Internet should be free throughout the entire world, okay? You shouldn't have to pay for that. And the Apple prices are absolutely ridiculous. And they know what they're doing. Yes. And the fact they're coming out with a new phone every single year, what the hell is the difference? between each phone.
This time the camera's 12 times better instead of 10.
Bull it is, okay? So, yeah, and then what they're doing here, and I know, like, technically it's not allowed anymore, but you could always tell when they wanted you to get a new phone. Like, you've had this phone for a little bit too long now. It's been 4 years. We need you to get back into the store, and we need you to buy a new one. All of a sudden, now the battery's starting to wane a little bit. It's just not charging properly. It's running a little bit slower. They can say what they want. They don't mess with your stuff anymore. They're messing with it. And last night, I'm watching White Lotus with the wifey, which, by the way, the season of White Lotus has not been nearly as good as the previous seasons.
Here, have you seen any of it so far, Alec?
I've not.
Do you watch the show?
Nope.
All right, well, I'm going to go ahead and give you a breakdown. Hey, something interesting happened in the first 3 minutes. Wonder what that's going to be about. Don't know. We'll get back to it in maybe 5 episodes or so. In the meantime, look at all of this nice Thailand scenery. Oh, that is delightful. That's the show.
That's the show.
That's the whole show.
Yeah.
And like these older ladies, they don't get along and like to talk behind each other's back. It's crazy.
Okay, that exact scene from this recent episode, I don't want to spoil anything, but they go out, they're partying, they're dancing. They ask to dance. My phone is listening. There was not anybody that said like Siri or anything, and my phone started responding. Like, yeah, I would love to dance the cha-cha. What is going on? They are listening to us, and I don't feel comfortable.
True.
Phones can't dance.
This phone
yes.
said she could dance.
Man,
the cha-cha.
Oh, boy.
Cha-cha, real smooth.
People get so heated about this, too. I'm a normal person. That's why I use Apple, because normal people use Apple. And then another person said, I'm a normal person. I just don't happen to have an iPhone. All right. So, but it looks like Advantage. It looks
More
like
people have
Advantage Apple.
Yeah, more, and it is user-friendly. Once you get used to it, you can use any Apple device.
I think it's because I'm cheap, too. And they're like, hey, you can get this computer. It's really neat. How much does it cost? $2,000. Hey, you can get this computer that does mostly the same stuff as long as you're not looking to edit movies together or whatever, which I'm not. $500. And I'm like, ooh, I'll take the one that I can buy 4 of. Just
no, that's totally fair.
To get the
and Bobby, Bobby's a massive advocate for the Android, and some of the videos and photos that he's been able to take, like when he goes on the road at the Cowboy games, it looks like NFL film type of productions.
Yes.
Like they do work beautifully when it comes to editing and also images.
That I agree with. All right, now on the case of Anthony Davis, I was really dispirited because the first text I saw, which I totally understand, is he could play, he could not play. Don't really care because I don't care about the Mavericks anymore. I understand that. I will try. Well, first of all, Alec, Zach, do you guys have opinions about whether he comes back to play or not? Because it looks like it's about to happen.
Take it away, Medford.
I think, yeah. I think he does. And, I mean, at this point, you may as well. Because they're trying to salvage any kind of excuses to try to justify what they did, right? And if they give you that little bit of hope, it's just like what the Cowboys do. We talk about the hopium that they like to do, even in a lost season. If they can string together a few wins with their core guys, they can say, look, we got our group together for next year. Imagine when they're all on the floor at the same time and they're all healthy. So you may as well. I'm not in favor of it, but they're like, hey, if we can get people to hope again, then cool.
Now, you just hit on a very big pro that I know is going to get brought up. By the way, question, need follow-up on this. 972, I'm a normal person who bought an iPhone 1 and have continued since, currently on the 12 Pro Max. Does that mean that you buy a new iPhone when it's time for you to get a new phone? Because that I totally get. Or do you buy every single phone that comes out? Because I think that is weird.
If they're on the 12 Max, they're like 4 behind, right? Aren't we on 16 now?
Yeah.
That's fine.
So they're doing a good job.
Yeah. So, like, maybe you had the 1, maybe you had the 4, the 8, whatever.
Yeah.
Like, that totally makes sense to me. All right. So the pros and cons. Do you want to give your opinion before we dive into pros and cons?
You play to win the game. You play to win the game. Unless you are just destined to lose. And that is what will happen in the play-in or in the playoffs if the Mavericks even get Anthony Davis back. Why? They don't have a freaking guard that can win in the postseason. Kyrie is injured.
That's true.
Jaden Hardy has done nothing for you this year. That has been so disappointing. Do you want to trust Spencer Dinwiddie and Max Christie to get this thing done? I don't. So just sit him.
We do some refugee work on Mondays, and I asked one of my mentees there if he wanted to go to Mavericks game. And I was like, I don't know if I have the heart to tell him yet. And he goes, heck yeah, I want to go see Kyrie and them handles out there. And I was like, I go, look, buddy, I got terrible news for you. Yeah. He's hurt. Well, he'll be back, right? Yeah, he'll be back next season. Maybe not with this team. I didn't want to get into the minutia of opting out of the contract and everything like that. But it broke his little heart when I was like, we could still go. I go, do you still want to go? And he goes, no. Yeah, who? But they traded Luka, right? And I was like, yeah. And he goes, what about AD? I was like, well, still hurt at the moment, so it might depend. Anyways, it was a really depressing conversation.
Go see PJ Washington at least.
That's true. I like PJ Washington.
There's a way to sell it.
All right, the case for Anthony Davis's return, you guys brought it up. An increased chance to qualify for the playoffs. The Mavericks are 5-11 since Anthony Davis's injury, and a robust 1-6 since Kyrie went out for the rest of the season. Despite the fact that they've been trying to actively lose to get out of the playoffs, everybody in Phoenix hates one another, and so they don't want to win games to get into the playoffs either. But you're right. There is a significantly better shot to make the play-in if Anthony Davis plays. Now, Alec, this is the one you brought up. An opportunity to build chemistry with teammates. You could have Anthony Davis out there with Klay Thompson, PJ Washington, Najee Marshall, Quentin Grimes. Oh, not that last one. Don't look up what he did last night.
Tell you what, if Quentin Grimes was still on the team, I'd say, hey, get your ass back.
Yeah. And so, also, the Mavericks are running out of people. So, as we talked about yesterday, you might need him to get back so you can continue to circumvent the forfeiture rules that the NBA has. Now, this is the last one is interesting. I wonder if you're too far gone for this. Salvaging fan interest. Does the return of Anthony Davis, let's just leave it at that. Let's skip Gafford and Lively and any potential other returns there. Just Anthony Davis, and if you want to throw in Jaden Hardy, that's fine.
Mm-hmm.
Can that salvage fan interest, or is the fact that the team's below 500 fighting to even make the play-in, and obviously they don't have Luka, shot this thing for the rest of the season?
I feel like those that are invested and engaged still would be the same ones. Like, how many people are you really adding at the end of the season? All of a sudden, if now maybe to see Anthony Davis back and playing, I think actually that would probably get all of us to watch.
Okay,
it would, right? Because it's like, okay, this is you do need to have some type of, this is what you moved on trade Luka for.
Yeah,
you got to see what you got here. And so I do think that it would probably bring back some eyeballs just to see, hey, this is the Mavericks' new shiny toy that you got for really 2.5 quarters.
Can we say fan interest, Alec?
For me, I start wondering how many people equate actually watching the game to interest, because is interest an actual like fandom, or is it just, hey, that sounds neat that he's back, let's watch it, and they might still be totally out on it, because that's how I'm going to be, is I'm going to watch the games when he comes back. If he comes back, I'm not going to be totally interested, but to the Mavericks, that is interest. The ratings go up. People start actually talking about it on social media. They win a few games. People are like, oh, that's cool. Yeah, that's interest. So I think it will go up because the diehard fans will get excited. They will.
Okay, so that's interesting, because on the con side, and this is where I fall, I totally understand the cohesion and working with who will be your teammates the next year, we think.
Yeah, that's why I don't buy into this cohesion crap.
At this point, who the hell knows? You can't say there's nobody that's untradeable because you traded the most untradeable person. But here's 3 quick bullet points, and I definitely fall in with a couple of these. Re-aggravating the injury. That is a big concern for me. The other thing that we talked about, great. Maybe you stay in the play-in. Maybe you host the 9-10 game. Neat. So you can get slaughtered before you make it to the real playoffs. Not interested in that because of this last point. An investment into the future. The more he's not out there, the likelier it is that the Mavericks are going to lose. The more they lose, the better odds they have at a better draft pick. I realize history says the Mavericks have never moved up in the draft lottery. And it doesn't only have to be for the number 1 pick. There's a pair of wildly talented players at Rutgers that might go 2 and 3. You've got Edgecombe at Baylor. You've got Trey at Texas. Like, this is a much more stacked draft than last year was. And so what this team needs is another reason to hope, right? For a lot of people, maybe their hope's gone forever. I can't do anything about that. But maybe if you got a local kid in Trey and you drafted him, then maybe like he's got something for sure. And people would start to gravitate towards the team for that. That's the best I can come up with.
And it's weird to say this because it's like bleep you, Nico, but the last time he did have a lottery pick, it turned out to be Derek Lively.
Yes.
So maybe, and it's like, man, how much hope can you really have in Nico? Because he made the ultimate of crap moves, but he did have some solid draft picks. You know, Jaden Hardy was also another one that we were excited about for a little bit. So maybe, I'm with you. Ultimately, you don't have a lot of picks to use. You don't have a lot of future to think of. This is the year to capitalize on that.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time for Baseball Nuggets. In case you missed it, the Major League Baseball season started this morning. Woo! We'll get to it next right here on The Fan.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. But that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
Pepper Lady. Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
This segment is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023 and 2024.
Digs this one out. He's got a base hit to left center that'll bring home Hernandez. 3-1 Dodgers as Will Smith knocks in his first run of the year.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Right now, courtesy of Reliant Air Conditioning, gimmick-free AC repair and replacement. It's time for Baseball Nuggets. Now, does this sound weird?
With Mike Bassett.
He's not here.
Woo, I'm here, guys. I'm back.
He came on the show on Friday.
Kevin, the ghost
Please
of
don't
Landry.
do the Tom. Please do not do the ghost of Tom Landry. So the Rangers don't start the regular season for, I believe it is 9 days. But the Major League Baseball season started this morning at 5 o'clock in the morning. If you live in the Central Time Zone, the Tokyo series. Now, we were joking about this before the show. I loved that Raw on Netflix started at 2 p.m. yesterday. I like the different start times. Turns out that 5 a.m. was a bridge too far for me to get up and watch the beginning of the game.
Yeah.
Did you by chance care the most about sports and you woke up at 5 in the morning to watch the start of the baseball season?
Set an alarm, saw the first pitch, went right back to sleep just to say I did it.
Good job.
Am I lying? I sure am.
Oh, I believed you.
Yeah, I can be pretty convincing in that way, and I apologize for lying straight to your face like that. I did not get up. Last night I did consider it. Like I looked and I checked what time would this start, and it said 5:15 first pitch. I was like, that could be fun, like a cool way to start the morning. But ultimately, nah, I couldn't do it. I love my sleep too much.
And it was an incredible atmosphere. I went back and watched some of it, and then obviously watched a bunch of highlights to start the game because I was not watching at the beginning of the game. But Ohtani leads off. I know he didn't get a hit to start the game, but he ends up with 2 hits, 2 runs. Yamamoto gets the win. The Dodgers win 4-1, and the fans We're going crazy. We talked with Buster Olney yesterday. The vibe around Tokyo has just been described to us as bananas for like 5 days.
I bet it is, man. I mean, do you like this Tokyo? The only thing I don't like about this is, could we have this all in like the opening week? Like, could we actually, like, this just seems so bizarre. You're starting, a week before everybody else?
So I think the concern, that's a fair point. I think the concern is, let's say that these games would have taken place Tuesday and Wednesday of next week. Season starts for the Rangers on Thursday, so obviously you're probably going to be playing Friday or Saturday. That's a tough turnaround to fly back from Japan and go ahead and bounce back and start doing regular season games. I wonder if teams are like, that would be disadvantageous for us, so we'd prefer... That's why it's this far out.
No, that's fair. With the jet lag and the travel, that logistically, that makes a lot of sense. That's why I guess the NFL tried to do the whole, if you're playing in London, you should get the bye week the week after, just for competitive advantages.
That is true. Now, one other thing that is fascinating about this game. So we talked about yesterday Mookie Betts. Mookie Betts has been ill, lost 15 pounds. Again, going back to Buster Olney, he's like, and you can tell. Freddie Freeman ended up having an issue with his ribs. He was out yesterday. He is questionable day to day for tomorrow. So you're talking about two of your top three hitters, but don't forget, you got Yamamoto, shut it down, and the Dodgers win 4-1.
Imanaga, I thought, was very, very impressive from the highlights that I was able to see. The 4 innings scoreless. Now, the walks were an issue for him.
That's true.
The walks were a problem, but
he didn't give up any hits, but he walked a bunch of people.
But if you're a Cub fan, I think that's exciting. To your point, to a lot of the texters' points here from the 903, I think tremendous. Now that the Dodgers won Game 1, which is the most important, they will now be able to go undefeated and go 162-0.
No, they're not going to go undefeated.
What? Why would you say that?
Because no team in the history of baseball has come anywhere close to that.
Have we ever had a team in the history of baseball that was this loaded?
I don't know. Everyone talks about the 1927 Yankees as if they were the most unstoppable team. They lost a whole bunch of games.
Who's everyone, Alec? Have you ever talked about the 1927 Yankees?
I haven't.
You making stuff up?
Have you, Kevin?
Yeah. Okay, my point is they won 110-44. And they were supposed to be awesome, but they still lost 44 games.
Mm-hmm.
And the Dodgers have to play 8 more games than that.
I don't think that team won the first game of the season in 1927.
Well, you know what? Lucky for you, I have no idea if they did or not. I could go fact check it, but I choose not to. So here's what I'm going to do.
I choose you, Pikachu.
Here's what I'm going to do, Zach. I hate it when people do bets like this, but I'm so confident the Dodgers will not go undefeated. If they do, I'll do all of your G-Bag Nation shifts for a week.
For a week?
For a week.
It's the most ridiculous claim in the history of baseball.
Oh, we'll see about that, John Smoltz.
Johnny.
And you'll still get paid and everything. I probably should run it by the bosses, but not really, because in 3 days this won't matter.
You're on.
All right, I accept.
I hope they're 20-0, and all of a sudden you're sweating this.
From the 817. Man, Kevin is such a hater. From the 9s. Why? Because I don't want the Dodgers to win? Okay, here's breaking news. The Rangers aren't going to go undefeated either.
Oh, come on.
Deal with it.
It's blasphemous.
It's not.
Now you're going to tell me Jacob deGrom's not going to be healthy.
Oh, I didn't say that because
that's where you were leaning.
That feels like something that would really make people sad. If the Rangers went undefeated, it would be their best record in franchise history by what, 65 games?
Yeah, probably.
Yeah, so that's not going to happen either. Now, by the way, people are still asking this. Kevin, can we watch all 162 games on Victory Plus app, and what is the price? So the price for the season is $100. You will not be able to watch all of the games on the app, though, because the national games, from what I understand, are going to be blacked out.
Correct.
The good news is if you still have like your cable or whatever, it's on a whole bunch of systems. And then is it channel 33?
Yes.
That's going to have the Friday night home games. So there are opportunities, whether they're national or the Friday night games, that you can watch on other streaming services or over the air. And if you get the Victory Plus package, you'll get like 130 games, probably maybe 140. So you'll get a lot, but it won't be every single game because some of those games will have conflict.
Yeah, depending on your provider, I think a lot of this is going to end up being, you'll see the majority of the games. This is going to end up being better for you than what Bally was.
One of the reasons, honestly, I'm not kidding. One of the reasons I kept DirecTV was for so long is because they had the Stars, the Mavs, and the Rangers. And so I am glad that now that we still have DirecTV, that the Rangers are going to be available on DirecTV again. So I'm excited about that.
Same. And the one thing that was annoying was I have DirecTV Stream, and they did not have Channel 29 for the Mavs for like the first couple of weeks of the season, maybe even month of the season. Finally, they adjusted it, and then all of a sudden, they just went ahead and nuked the Mavericks.
From the 214, Kevin, what kind of monster are you? From the 817, 162-0, baby. I will tell you this. On opening day in 9 days, we will be doing the show live at Globe Life Field. I want anybody who actually thinks that, or maybe just wants to troll me, to walk by and say 162-0. Would love to hear that all day long. Hopefully you won't be disappointed like 4 hours later, but they're not going to go undefeated for the season. And you wouldn't want to either.
Why not? The pressure? Are you talking about the pressure?
This would be the most incredible amount of pressure on any team in the history of sports. If you went 162-0 going into the playoffs, that would be an inconceivable amount of pressure.
Pressure is a privilege, Kevin.
Ugh.
Go get Rangers.
Okay, Bruce Bochy, thank you for that. I probably needed to hear that. The Padres went ahead and named Michael King their opening day starter over Dylan Cease and Yu Darvish. I don't know what kind of betting odds you could have got on that
Probably
going into
good
spring
ones.
training.
Yeah.
You might have made
That's wild.
Nice little chunk of money today. And then this is something that I wanted to throw out there that we did not get to bring up yesterday, the spring breakout game. We talked about it on Saturday against the Giants, and you got to see Santos and Teodo. And
Walcott looked great.
Yes, and some of the young arms impressed. And I always think it's a cool deal because you have the best in the entire minor league system for the Giants against the best, regardless of level, in the entire minor league system for the Texas Rangers. And I always think it's a fun time. And obviously, Winston Santos caught a lot of people. For Teodo, feels like we've already been talking about him making a name for himself really, really throughout spring training. So I thought that was a neat game for sure.
Absolutely. 3 scoreless innings for Santos. That's exciting, man. The Rangers really need to prove they can develop their own pitching. I think that's big for Ray Davis and the ownership group as well.
The only thing that I'm still bummed about is obviously we've talked about Alejandro Rosario. If he wouldn't have gotten hurt, I would have loved to see how he could show out in this game. But now we're not going to see him for another year because of Tommy John. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, the players that could be there at pick number 12, probably won't be there at 12, and who Wolchuk likes the most in the NFL draft. We'll do it next right here on The Fan.
know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. From the 903, my fantasy baseball team is Go Get Rangers in honor of Kevin. From another 214, oh, this is concerning. I know where Kevin lives. Can I leave a note on his door saying 162-0? Alec, there's two things that let me know that our show had really picked up traction. One, before I knew Jess, I went on a date with a girl. We were at this restaurant, and this guy walked by and goes, "Better." And that lady thought I was the biggest deal in the world. And then when we got a UPS package at the house one day, and somebody wrote KNC rules on it, and I was like, oh, man, we've really made it in this world.
That's crazy.
Heck yes, you have.
All right, so let's talk some NFL draft here. The players that could be there at pick number 12 probably won't be there at pick 12, and perhaps who Wolchuk likes best at pick number 12. And from the 903, not to put too much pressure on you, buddy.
I'm feeling a lot of pressure.
Me and Zach had already had this talk. I swear to God, if he wants us to take an offensive lineman at 12, don't do it.
Well, you're in luck.
Oh, we'll see.
We're drafting a lineman, baby.
How it plays out. All right. Are there a couple of players that you feel like have already been discussed? I know Ashton Genty is probably the most logical, that you're like, hey, that would be great. They're not going to be there at 12. Or you don't think that they'll be there at 12.
I don't think Genty's going to be there at 12. I would love for him to be, but I don't think that is likely an option. I think that the Raiders and the Bears are two teams that are most likely to take him ahead of you.
Okay, Raiders and the Bears. Man, the Bears would be interesting too because since they completely overhauled their offensive line, I would be really fascinated to see that particular pairing.
Which is also why I think they're more likely to take him if he's there now. Previously, I thought they'd go offensive line.
Okay.
But now they've gone ahead and added a center. They've added 2 guards. Maybe they could take one of the tackles if they want. Maybe Josh Simmons out of Ohio State, Kelvin Banks Jr. out of Texas. Maybe they like Will Campbell if he's there from LSU. But I think most likely if Genty goes past the Raiders, he's the pick for the Bears.
All right. What about, just going to ask it, selfish question, Shamar Stewart.
Okay. What do you think about Shamar Stewart, having watched him maybe every week at Texas A&M? Because he is one of the more polarizing prospects in this class.
And let me guess. And the idea is going to be, where's the production?
Right.
Because he's got all of the tools.
Yes, I didn't quite see it, and I wasn't surprised that he tested extremely well because obviously he's a freak athlete, but he scares me to death.
All right, let me ask you a question that will help me down this path. How do you feel about pressures versus sacks?
I think that pressures are also very effective, and he has a ton of pressures.
Exactly. He led the team in pressures, and I think if you schemed him up just a little bit differently because of the base traits that he has in terms of his athleticism and explosion, you could see something. But I get it. I agree. That is, I don't know if you want to say a project pick, but you have to make a little bit of a leap of faith. And at pick number 12, maybe that is not what people want to do.
Yeah, and you got to have a plan for him, like you said. Are you going to play him at defensive end? To me, I saw a guy that can maybe even kick inside.
I think he can go inside.
And play some defensive tackle for you. So I get it. That is an upside pick of a player that could end up getting you 10 to 15 sacks a year, but he could also be Taco Charlton.
Yes. I hope not, but I can't say for certain because of the productivity in college. Will Johnson. I know we're kind of bouncing all over to different
this is
positions.
good. Just keep throwing them at me here. Will Johnson is a guy that I would pass on personally. Now, I think he's in play for the Cowboys at 12.
Will you tell me why you would pass?
I don't, and in my notes I put in, is he special? I'm not sure, but he's super steady. But what is his elite trait? He's well-rounded. I think he's a good player, but I don't know about having elite-type upside.
Okay.
And he was one of the first players that I watched when I started doing my draft study because he was projected to be a top 5 possible player. Now, he was banged up last year. So if you go back and watch the Michigan National Championship season, I think that it's better than what you just saw this year. He's a big press man corner. His size is used to his advantage. He can move into the slot some. He's good in zone. Chases a play down against Texas where he came from all the way on the opposite side of the field, and I love that. That's hustle and effort right there. But I do think the long speed is a question mark. In double moves, when I watched him against Roma Dunze in the championship game, I don't know if he's a guy flips the hips super succinctly and is able to turn and run. So I wanted to get a 40 time on Will Johnson. I like him. There's just other corners I like more. I don't get the knocks on Jahdae Barron. I don't believe that Jahdae Barron is in play for the Cowboys at 12. I think they would take Will Johnson over him, but I have Jahdae Barron as a better corner than I do Will Johnson out of Michigan.
Okay, I was at least curious about one more player, if he will be there. Mikael Williams at 12, because this is somebody that we talked about. They had a really explosive 10. I know people clock the 40, but sometimes you're like, oh, do you need to know that for that particular position? So what do you think about Mikael Williams?
So Mikael Williams, let me just say this. Out of the edges, Mike Green's my guy from Marshall.
Okay.
I'm taking Mike Green. He started his career at Virginia before he had to move over to Marshall, led college football in sacks with 17. Set a Sun Belt Conference record. He had 22.5 tackles for loss. Registered a tackle for loss in 12 of 13 games. He is a freak when it comes to athleticism. To me, he's a quarterback killer. And I see it outside of Abdul Carter. I think he's the best pass rusher in this class. The first step quickness is elite. When it comes to Mikael Williams, he doesn't have that type of pass rush ability. But what he does have is he is an excellent run defender. He is essentially swapping out DeMarcus Lawrence. I think it would be a great way to describe it. But did you not just draft that in Marshawn Nealand last year?
Fair. I get you on that. Do you think Green is, I know you said what you like, do you think Green is legitimately in play at pick 12?
For the Cowboys, I can't say that he's not. I think they would like Mikael Williams over Green. I think that they might be looking, they might look at Green and say, does he have a weakness when it comes to stopping the run? I don't think he does. But if I had to, just from talking to some people, I think if I had to predict who the Cowboys' first and second round picks are right now, Michael Williams, the edge out of Georgia at 12, and then Azure Thomas, the cornerback out of Florida State, I think are two names that should be seriously considered for Dallas.
Now, what has concerned some folks is Mel Kiper mock draft. I don't know how much stock you put in Kiper in particular, but
who the hell's Mel Kiper?
That's one of my favorite clips ever. This is the second straight mock with Amarion Hampton, running back out of North Carolina, going to the Dallas Cowboys.
I'd be stunned. I don't think that there is
kind of upset.
Yeah, I'd be a little bummed. I would be. And I like Hampton. I think he's a really good player, and I really want them to go ahead and draft a running back by the end of the third round. Like, I think they need to select a guy that's going to be their RB1, and Hampton clearly would be. And I've talked about this on G-Bag and on the Draft Show and the Love of the Star podcast, which there should be a new episode out today that Eric and Brian were doing. So that'll be posted. Look for that. But to me, I just don't think with how deep this running back group is, there's not a running back that I can really go ahead and say, hey, draft him in the first round outside of Ashton Genty. This thing stretches to where I just can't advocate for Hampton, and there's going to be better players that I think on my board than Hampton there either. That'd be a little bit of a reach.
I think that answers my question then, and I know the art of trading down always depends on having to have somebody who wants to make the deal with you, but making a trade down where you pick up a third-round pick and go after Hampton in the maybe 19 or 20 range, that's going to be a non-starter for you?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
All right. Who else do you like at 12?
Okay, so Jalen Walker, and we got some texts about him from the 214
Yes.
out of Georgia. Jalen Walker could be kind of like two birds, one stone for you. Now, I like him more as an edge than I do as an off-ball linebacker. I think he is at his best when he's going and getting after the quarterback, but he does do some things off-ball when it comes to blitzes. He can rush right up the middle of the field. He's got some good quarterback pursuit. The lateral quickness is really what kind of bothers me when it comes to Jalen Walker. But I'd be in on him. Like, I would take Jalen Walker out of Georgia.
Dane loves him too, right?
Yeah, he is. Big fan. I would take him over Michael Williams personally.
Okay.
I'd also probably take Jahad Campbell, the linebacker from Alabama.
Okay.
Over Michael Williams. And the reason here is this dude is like, you make him in a create-a-lab at linebacker, that's what he is. And there are some people that think he could also give you some edge-like ability, and he played that at Alabama. They played him a little bit off the edge. He can blitz. He is a field general type linebacker. Burst, acceleration. Maybe he can refine his angles when it comes to shedding blocks a little bit more, but he is a talented three-down linebacker that is an athletic freak that plays with really good awareness, specifically in zone coverage, had a big interception against Georgia. So I think I could advocate for Jahad Campbell maybe more than most when it comes to being an option there at 12 for the Cowboys.
Now, you had mentioned, I can't remember if it was in the teaser or off air, the potential for maybe tight end. Are you going to try to sell me Warren and or Loveland in this first round? Is that what you're doing?
Warren's the guy. I'm not a Colston Loveland dude. I don't know. I think he's one of the more overrated prospects in this draft.
Oh.
Now, I say that, and he's probably going to end up being Brock Bowers. That's exactly what will end up happening. But I don't really see the wow. I think he's more of a second-round player personally. And I'd probably take Mason Taylor, the tight end of LSU, ahead of Colston Loveland. Yeah, okay. I think Mason Taylor, that his dad's Jason Taylor. His uncle is Zach Thomas. So he's got the football lineage there. And when LSU needed a play, they looked at Mason Taylor. You're talking 3rd and 9. He goes and gets you 11. Like, this dude is a stud. But Tyler Warren is special. He holds Penn State tight end records for receptions. Only Big Ten tight end with 4+ rushing touchdowns in his career. Comes from an athletic family. He is the definition of a football player. He is one of my favorite players in this entire draft. He lines up all over the place. He's taken snaps at wide receiver, of course, tight end, halfback, offensive line. He's played wildcat quarterback, moves all over the formation, and he can inline block. So is he the most elusive guy? No. But he is a downhill, run through a mofo's face type of guy. And what I like about him is, what's Dak Prescott's best throw? The seam?
Yeah.
Right over the middle?
Yeah.
Okay, let me line up. You want to go 12 personnel. You want to commit to running the football?
Okay.
Let's have Jake Ferguson. Let's have Tyler Warren on the field at the same time. And how am I helping Dak Prescott to his strengths? having two good receiving tight end threats that are big, that can run, that can also, well, Fergie needs to block a little bit more consistently than what he did last year, but guys that I do believe can block. Tyler Warren, if he's there at 12, I think you could say can impact your offense just as much as a Matthew Golden from Texas, if that's what you wanted to do.
Actually, that is exactly the comparison that I wanted to make, because personally, I think 12 is too high for Golden. Not saying that he's not a quality player or anything like that. All right. Both of them are there for you. And the Cowboys are like, hey, we're going offense here for whatever reason. That just is the decision that gets made. And these two are the top two on their board. Who do you want between those two and why?
I have Warren graded higher than I do Golden.
Okay.
And it's for everything that I just stated. I think this dude...
Okay, and then the appeal of Golden then...
So I like Golden. Personally, I would take a Emeka Egbuka out of Ohio State before I would take Golden. Those are my guys. 1, 2, 3. Like, I've got Travis Hunter as my number 2 wide receiver. Tet McMillan out of Arizona is my dream pick at 12. I want Tet McMillan if I can't have Genty. Tet McMillan out of Arizona is the guy that I want. I don't know that he's going to be there after running a pretty good 40 time. But then I would have Egbuka, who I think gets knocked for some athletic traits, but when you watch him play, they throw him the football for screens, and he can still go 60 yards to the house. Like, he gives you yak. And when you talk about wanting to help your offense run the ball better, Emeka Egbuka blocks his ass off. Like, he is a constant professional. He is a pro. I have no doubt Egbuka is going to translate to the NFL and be a good receiver. Will he ever be a top 5, top 10 guy? Maybe not. But I think he is going to be one of the better wide receiver 2s and a perfect complement to CeeDee Lamb. But Golden... I like the route running. He creates natural separation with the way he plays. He's got good hands. You could see in big moments he stepped up and made plays for Texas, especially in that Peach Bowl there. So I like Golden's game. I just don't have him quite as high as Egbuka. I think that I don't think Egbuka's busting.
And you mentioned McMillan out of Arizona as being your dude at 12.
Yes. McMillan is Mike Evans. That and people don't want to go quite there. I've heard Drake London. I think that he's got Mike Evans type ability. The speed, he plays faster on tape. I didn't really care what he ran. The wingspan, 50-50 balls are not 50-50 balls for him. They're like 80-20, 70-30. Balls in the air. Ted McMillan is going up and getting it. Works the middle of the field really well. I think he's a good route runner, and he's an excellent human being. And when you hear Brian Schottenheimer talk about culture, Tet McMillan is the right kind of guy. We used to talk about the Garrett kind of dudes, the right kind of guys. Tet McMillan is a guy that's going to come in, high-class, character individual, but also is just a baller on the football field.
Can you give me and the people one more name, whether it's somebody you love, somebody you wish would be there, or somebody that might be in play for the Cowboys at 12 that we should know about?
I'd absolutely love Abdul Carter. There's no way he's going to be there.
Yes.
But I'll say this. Out of the defensive tackles, I like Derek Harmon from Oregon a lot. If they were to do that, I think Walter Nolan is the guy that's in play for the Cowboys. I think they like him quite a bit. Texas A&M transfer, went to Ole Miss. But Derek Harmon is a transfer from Michigan State. I think he's a true one-tech that has the ability to get upfield and rush the passer. Can also play a little 5-tech on the defensive end, which would be more of a 3-4 scheme if you're not familiar with that. But he's difficult to move off the football. You got to get him sideways. Otherwise, he's going to hold his ground. He needs to just finish a little bit better, but he has the potential to wreck so many plays. He just gets a little bit high or just a little bit out of position, but I love him. I mean, is he an almost guy when you watch him on tape?
Yeah.
Like, he's there, he's disrupting the play, but then he needs like his defense to rally around and finish for him. But the point is, he's getting into the backfield and wreaking havoc. I think his best football's ahead of him.
All right, there you go. Excellent first-round draft breakdown right there from Mr. Wolchuk. Let's lighten the mood, though, just a little bit.
Ooh.
You want to do the Chuck Wagon?
Should we Chuck Wagon it up?
Let's do it. Next on The Fan.
Forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens.
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org and by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
Sets him down.
This could be it.
Elysia's fight back.
That knee in the
Heavy elbows. Put it in a couple 12-6. And Chidi Bang Bang is back in the knockout column.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. We got a Chuck Wagon in just a second, but two things. I want you to tell me what motion picture this song is from, but also the G-Bag Nation will be live at Cold Beers and Cheeseburgers on Friday. That's this Friday in Euless. Last time they were there, it was a hell of a party. Now you factor in some college basketball. I think it's going to be even better. And Zach Wolchuk will be off of G-Bag suspension. He will be eligible to go to that broadcast. So Cold Beers and Cheeseburgers, Euless on Friday. And send me if you know what movie that song was from. Now, though, it's time for the Chuck Wagon.
Let's do it. Hit the music, Medford.
If there was any.
Yeah, there's not. There's not. It's really whatever you want to do. I don't have an open for this. But all aboard. Let's get on the Chuck Wagon. And we start with the Ultimate Fighting Championship. They are reportedly fed up with ESPN streaming issues. All right, they're sick of it. They are annoyed. Dana White, when it comes to UFC 313 last week, there were issues buying the UFC pay-per-view. Dana White addressed it in the post-fight press conference. He said, oh, yeah, it made it to me. They were having problems buying it on ESPN+. I don't know what happened with their platform tonight. There were a lot of pissed-off people, said Dana. Unfortunately, we experienced a technical issue that impacted purchases of the UFC pay-per-view on ESPN+ shortly after 9 o'clock Central Time, which, oh, by the way, is right when the main event, the main card is starting. Our teams identified and resolved the issue, restoring full functionality ahead of the main event. We apologize for the inconvenience and are taking steps to ensure a better experience in the future.
And one of the things I heard, though, even though you missed the majority of the main card, except for the main event, they weren't giving refunds. They were like, we'll just replay it. And so, hey, thanks for letting me watch your pay-per-view starting again at midnight or 12:30.
Absolutely
That's
ridiculous.
Nice.
Yeah, and you know how the UFC is, man. They want to get their money.
Hey.
Not good.
Those Jason Statham promos aren't going to run themselves if you're not watching that. If you're not watching the pay-per-view.
That's true. Good point. So the New York Post, Eric Richter, said that this has been a bad marriage for a couple of years for both parties. The UFC is frustrated with the technology that ESPN is not up to speed yet, and ESPN is frustrated because they're not getting the pay-per-view buys that they were expecting. So someone close to the situation has told Richter, otherwise known as Sphincter Richter, that Netflix would surely be the UFC's next landing spot once their current deal with ESPN ends. Now, gentlemen, I know you've got thoughts on this.
I do.
But both of you are wrestling men. And I do wonder, after, of course, we had Paul versus Tyson and that whole streaming issue went terribly, but they bounced back. They handled Christmas Day with the NFL very well, and now they've been doing live WWE events that have seen
like Raw's been going well.
Ton of streamers, right?
Yeah.
Maybe this has now made UFC feel more confident that Netflix could handle this.
Alec, we've got a statement and then a question for you. All right. First of all, statement. A lot of people in the world knew that it was Dangerous Minds, except for the people that thought it was Indecent Proposal. One person said that the movie was Michelle Pfeiffer. Another person said it was Shawshank Redemption. And another person said it was Criminal Minds. However, I want to highlight this text from the 469. That's that movie when Michelle Pfeiffer was a badass and Coolio came to visit, but they both got sent to detention. Now that is actually not a bad breakdown of the music video, but yes, the movie was Dangerous Minds. Also, Alec, I'm going to pitch it to you because I want to get your thoughts on this because there's a chance you're about to see this happen on Max with AEW, where they have thought about creating an, ultra pay tier, whatever they have, premium pay tier, whatever you want to call it, where like you pay, but then you pay again for the events. Do you think that's what Netflix has in mind, or do you think they're like, no, just give us your content?
I think that's probably what they have in mind because they keep raising the prices as they add more live content.
Yeah.
So I think they are going to get to the point where they're going to start losing people that don't care about the live content because they keep raising the prices. So they say, how can we keep our regular, episodic show viewing audience while not raising the price for everybody, but still bring in the live sports audience? You charge them a flat fee per event. And I think that's the direction they probably should go. And I think a lot of people are going to be mad about it. You can't please everyone in this situation, but like you alluded to, Wolchuk, they've done really good with the live stream stuff ever since Paul versus Tyson. Every Monday, I think Monday Night Raw has been really great on Netflix. I do like how quick they get it back up for replay too. So I think a lot of people would be happy with it, and they already exist underneath the same parent company in TKO. So they have the relationships to make that happen already. So inevitably, I think it will happen, and I think they will charge a fee per pay-per-view.
So I'm not saying you're wrong whatsoever. Here's one of the fundamental issues I have with that. This is one of the fundamental issues I had when UFC moved to ESPN Plus to begin with. You have to pay to have the right to buy our pay-per-view. I think that's stupid. Like, I unless it's a discounted rate, which then I'd be probably back on board. But I hate the idea that you have to pay, whether it's ESPN, whether you're going $9 a month, or up at Netflix, you're at $18 a month, or in Max, $16 a month. And that's what you have to pay to get the service so you can have access to buy the pay-per-view. I just hate that business model, but I might have also gotten spoiled by the WWE Network.
Sure.
Now Peacock and everything like that. They're like, here's your price, out the door, you get everything.
I wonder if Netflix takes notes from that and they say, look, if you just want to buy the pay-per-view, we'll allow you to do that. You won't have access to anything else on our platform. But if you click this direct link that takes you to UFC whatever number and you want to buy this pay-per-view, you can pay us to watch it for one time and one time only. Essentially like pay-per-view, just via Netflix.
Yeah, I could accept that.
Yeah, that'd be a smart way to do it. I also don't think this partnership has worked well at all. I don't think the UFC has really grown since moving from Fox Sports to the ESPN. I think it's ultimately probably regressed.
Yes.
Yeah, I mean, I think you had the prime of the UFC. Maybe it took off like 2012 to 2018. And that could be superstars. Because right now you've got a great run, a historic run of champions that have not lost, I think, in over a year of having the belt.
But how many of them can you name, just like that aren't like big combat sports fans, as opposed to, felt like everybody knew John Jones, Conor McGregor, if you want to go back a little bit, GSP, Anderson Silva, whereas now they're great fighters. How many of them do you know? Amanda Nunes, one of the best female fighters we've ever seen. She didn't sell for nothing, even though she knocked stupid Ronda Rousey back into oblivion. She couldn't sell.
And then knocked out Cyborg, which was epic. But you're right. I mean, it's like John Jones is still a champ. Otherwise, like Alex Pereira, that's become a pretty big name. Unfortunately, the Sugar Show lost.
Yeah.
So that's not there. But they are losing. I mean, Dustin Poirier is about to fight his final fight. Like a lot of the big name fighters that people would tune into have either retired or are about to retire from the sport. So it's a bummer. Okay, Bill Belichick, famous for no days off, right? No days off, day by day. Yeah, I know you probably don't like this Jordan Hudson relationship. She's 24 years old.
I think it's weird. And the thing that I think is weird is also that they've known each other, been talking for like 5 years. So I was like, all right, so right after she graduated high school, huh? Dope.
It's a little bit weird. It's a bit cringe. But University of North Carolina, currently on spring break through the 17th. They just got back yesterday. Last week, we had photos that went viral over the weekend. The famous no days off man, Bill Belichick, well, he couldn't help but get taken by Jordan Hudson to spend some beloved love and beach times to the Sunshine State in Florida, where they're doing beach yoga, baby.
I saw one of these pictures, and I have to admit, I was really impressed that he could get his granddaughter all the way up in the air like that.
Aw, how nice of you to note that. Because that is probably about the age, like 72 years old with a 24-year-old granddaughter.
Yeah.
Is that what we're looking at here? However, I do like to imagine that, okay, just for you, honey, let's get a quick yoga session, and then I'm right back to my phone, and I'm hitting the recruiting trail, because we did get news today.
Yeah.
They did. There was a little thievery going on as UNC went ahead and called the fighting Kevin Hagelins of Texas A&M and said Trayshawn Ruffin, the defensive tackle, number 238 recruit in the ESPN Junior 300, he flipped his commit from A&M to North Carolina. 6'3", 305-pound, committed to Aggies in October of 2024. He said, peace out, dude. I'm going to play for Bill Belichick in Chapel Bill.
Do you think there's any chance Belichick has heard my constant disapprovement of this relationship, and he's like, all right, check this out?
I think that you are the cause for this. He wants to hurt you.
I'm sorry, Texas
most,
A&M.
And that is to take all of your good players.
Let's be honest. We weren't going to win a big game anyway. With that kid, without that kid.
You're a realist when it comes to Texas A&M football, and I appreciate that.
I love
there's
Texas
not many
A&M.
of you.
But when people are like, oh, you guys don't win big games, I'm like, oh, that's a fair counterpoint. What am I supposed to say to that?
We had Danny Cannell on. I think it was right after week 1 on G-Bag. And I asked him, I said, when you were watching Notre Dame and Texas A&M play, did this just seem like the frauds, like the fraud bowl? Two teams that always are ranked really high but ultimately do nothing. Now, to Notre Dame's credit, they made it to the national championship game. So I had some egg on my face, and I apologize, Irish fans. But Texas A&M, they fit the bill there.
They did.
I mean, the best, what is it, Johnny Manziel's season, they beat OU in the Cotton Bowl?
That was the most amazing season, and I still stand firm. If you would have had this expanded playoff then, Texas A&M would have won the national championship. They were smoking people left and right. But guess what? That's not the way it works. So they win nothing except for in 1939, maybe.
All right, let's stick with college football. Did you see what Colorado and Dion want to do for their spring game? So now we've got the popular thing is we're getting rid of the spring games. Texas has done it. Matt Rule at Nebraska did it. Because now you've got teams that are looking at and trying to recruit off your spring game, and then they're calling them, offering them NIL deals, and trying to get them to enter the portal and transfer to your school. So here was Dion, who is pushing back against not playing a spring game. Not only does he still want it, he's got other ideas. Take it away, Coach Pratt.
Spring game will be televised. ESPN2 will broadcast spring game on the 19th. We got to sell this thing out and pack this thing because the way the trend is going, you never know if this is going to be the last spring game. I don't believe in that. I don't really want to condone that. I would like to play the spring. Actually, I like to play against another team in the spring. That's what I'm trying to do right now, to have it competitive. Playing against your own guys kind of get monotonous, and you really can't tell the level of your guys because, you know, it's the same old. Everybody kind of know each other towards the end. I would like to style it like the pros. I would like to practice against someone for a few days, then you have the spring game. And I think the public will be satisfied with that tremendously. I think it's a tremendous idea. Yeah, I've told those personnel who should understand that it's a tremendous idea.
I do love, it's my idea, so it's a tremendous idea. That whole thing.
I actually kind of like this idea.
I'm in on this. One, any of us that love football, more football, yes, please. Watching will be a glorified, combine. Isn't that what Oklahoma is doing? I know College Football Carter will know this. They're doing the Crimson Combine or something crazy like that. I don't even know what that's going to entail. It's basically just still a way for us to add revenue in place of what the spring game would be, because that's a great revenue builder. If you're Nebraska, the entire state of Nebraska shows up to Lincoln on a game day.
Yeah.
So if you don't have a spring game, how are you going to replicate that revenue? Well, I do love this, and it did not take long for one interested football team. Syracuse head coach Fran Brown took to social media offering the Orange to come to Boulder for 3 days and take on the Buffs in a spring game that would be televised on ESPN.
I kind of like it. I really do. I think it would be interesting. Clearly, those are the most exciting parts about training camp, where you have the joint practices and you get that vibe going out there. So I kind of like it.
Good idea.
Excellent edition of the Chuck Wagon right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time for Gridiron Gravy. Are these post-free agency players primed for a breakout? Next on The Fan.
Coming up in the next G-Bag Nation, Mavs.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like, your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean, like, this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
What was it? Singing Sisters?
Asia Birds.
Sapphire Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens? No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Pod?
This segment is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023 and 2024.
Four-man rush on 3rd and 25. Out of the pocket, McCarthy keeps the play alive. Long throw across the field. He drops it in. Darren Baldwin to the house.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan right now. Let's say we go around the entire NFL and dip into some gridiron gravy. Let's start with this. Well, Chuck, how much do you care about jersey numbers and who wears what and all that good stuff?
Sometimes I think it can be fun. I used to like it a lot more as a kid. I used to get into that.
Sure.
But then there's also certain numbers, like now with the NFL having changed it to where you can wear single digits and you don't have all the rules. Like it gets kind of cool when you have like corner or even a D lineman that's repping the single digits now. But I do find it interesting, and some of them just aesthetically are more pleasing than others.
So Solomon Thomas was issued number 90, which was previously DeMarcus Lawrence. I saw some weird threads on social media that people thought, I don't know, that maybe DeMarcus Lawrence was like Bob Lilly or something like that. Like, he was here and he did a good job.
Cowboys also don't retire jerseys.
Yeah, and he's gone, so who cares?
We've had people wear Bob Lilly's number.
He's infinitely better than DeMarcus Lawrence.
I mean, really, the only ones that they haven't given out, you haven't had somebody wear 22 for Emmett. You haven't really had an 8 for Troy Aikman. But, I mean, 54 for Randy White, for Chuck Howley, 21 with Dion. People wear them. So, I mean, you can go back and look. 88, obviously, that's become a thing. So the Cowboys don't really do that when it comes to the numbers.
We let the great Antonio Bryant have number 88.
Hell yeah.
Brandon Graham has retired after 15 seasons with the Philadelphia Eagles. Now, I wanted to bring that up in cooperation with this story because I thought it was interesting. Lane Johnson agreed to a 1-year extension through 2027. I would have thought that perhaps Lane Johnson would be in that similar retirement track, but Brandon Graham retires. Lane Johnson signs a 1-year extension.
Hey, I was hoping Lane Johnson would retire as well. Let's just go ahead and get him out of here. Or just go play for another team. Maybe retire, unretire, go somewhere else. Just get the hell out of the NFC East. But that dude's a stud. Go get your money, man. But Brandon Graham, I know, has talked about still wanting to be a part of the Eagles, much like Jason Kelsey. Might end up trying to get into scouting with their scouting department.
Oh, okay. Well, that would make a lot of sense to me. So I wanted to see if you agreed with these or if y'all had your own thoughts. Players primed for a breakout season after the early free agency moves. And we played the highlight. First person on the list from Bleacher Report is, in fact, J.J. McCarthy. Now, this makes a lot of sense because he's clearly, or at least it feels like clearly, going to be the starter.
Yeah, and he should be.
Yeah, for
otherwise, I guess the only way that this wouldn't happen would be if they bring in Aaron Rodgers, which the rumors are that's where he wants to play. Are the Vikings interested? I feel like maybe if this were
just going there because of Favre, he's like, I got to follow every.
He has to, and then there'll be some type of illegal not paying your taxes and stealing money from people, and then maybe he'll be dong shots and I mean he's got a lot that he still needs to do. But if I'm JJ McCarthy and they do this, like, do you just go and request a trade?
Oh my God!
Like, what the hell? You guys are clearly looking for ways to not play me.
Yes.
Do you believe in me? Why'd you draft me?
So I agree with that. What I don't agree with is the next one, Najee Harris. I believe that you can put him on any team, anywhere, and he will get you that 4 yards of carry. No more, no less. When the season comes to an end, that's pretty much where he'll be. I was shocked at the amount of money he got. Maybe the Chargers think he's going to be really good. I don't see it.
They certainly are a team that wants to run the football. You know, that's the Harbaugh way. And he has had 1,000 yards every single season in the league. But you're right.
And never averaged more than 4.1 yards per carry.
You kind of know what you're getting in Najee Harris.
Yeah.
Solid back, but he's not a game breaker.
Yeah. Did you see somebody that we talked about yesterday? Shocker. Azeez Ojulari signed with the Eagles.
I did. I saw that and immediately thought about our segment.
I didn't actually, I knew it was a 1-year deal. I didn't actually see the number. So my apologies. I'm sure the number is out there by there. by now. But this was another player that we talked about. If you're in that B, C level of free agency fishing, this felt like somebody that would make sense. Do you think the Cowboys look at it and they're like, we feel pretty good on the edge?
Yeah, I don't think they were really in on Azeez Ojulari. And I think that as soon as they signed Fowler, like we talked about yesterday, it made sense.
yeah.
And he's also a guy I didn't know, but he's barely played. He misses a lot of games.
Yes, he does. Yes, he does. All right, let's go back to the list. I know I'm kind of jumping around just a little bit. Jackson Smith-Njigba. He's another player listed as a potential breakout. Do you foresee that? Obviously, you have a new quarterback, but probably more importantly, you've moved out DK Metcalf. Do you see Rockwall Zone ready for a breakout?
Man, I love JSN. I love him ever since he scored 5 touchdowns in a game against Allen at AT&T Stadium. Hell, it might have been 6. He might have had 5 in the first half. The dude just torched the Allen Eagles, and I love anybody that does that.
Is it because of 2007 and 2008?
Well, it's really just we haven't beaten Allen. Plano Senior High hasn't, I think, since 2005. So that's quite a run of just brutality. So they own us. But, Jason, I think, kind of broke out last year. Now he's the number 1 target. So 100%, he's a big winner in free agency in terms of now all the targets are going to go his way. I'm sure fantasy managers everywhere are screaming, oh, we got to draft him pretty high, too.
The same question for Rome Odunze with the Chicago Bears. Now, I think one of the lines of thinking is, well, if you've redone your offensive line for a quarterback that clearly multiple times had to be running for his life, hopefully you can have a more logical sense of an offense, prevail from that.
100%. Offensive line better, and you also have Ben Johnson, who is a much more capable offensive mind and play caller, and no Keenan Allen. So now it's pretty much Rome Odunze, and you still have DJ Moore there. But Rome Odunze should be the number 1 target for Caleb Williams, I would assume.
And then somebody just dropped in from the 972. Caleb Williams will be an MVP candidate. Man, that would be a hell of a turnaround there. That also means that you're going to have Coach of the Year, or at least a very high Coach of the Year candidate in Ben Johnson.
The coaches in that division, if it pans out, that is a stacked division.
Now, one more I've got for you, Josh Sweat for the Arizona Cardinals. Obviously, we're very familiar with him, seen him in the division, had a really good job in the Super Bowl. How do you think he's going to fare? Is he a breakout player for Arizona?
I'm going to say that's the fart on the list. I'm going to say that one's not going to happen. I think Josh Sweat is a good player, but I think he benefited from playing on a defense that also had Jalen Carter, that also had Nolan Smith, that also had a variety of other defensive players that could get after the quarterback, so he is able to take advantage of one-on-one matchups. Now you're the guy. You're probably going to be double-teamed. How does Josh Sweat go ahead and adjust to that? But I guess Coach Gannon knows him a little bit from his days in Philadelphia, so maybe they got a plan for him.
I assume the answer is no, but I just want to make sure. Alec or Zach, did either one of you go out and buy the Love Hurts Nike hoodie? Because it's sold out in just a matter of hours. The hoodie that Jalen Hurts wore at the Super Bowl parade, just a matter of hours.
I did run out of toilet paper, so I immediately Amazon ordered it.
That's too expensive.
That's a great idea.
On the drive-in today, didn't think there was any way I would have a transition for this. I think
that's what we do, baby.
I think like a big thing of toilet paper fell out of someone's truck or something, because people were slowing down and you could see it was just paper. But then there was like squished rolls out there, and obviously you can only buy toilet paper in packs of 16,000. And so I think somebody lost a big thing of toilet paper driving down the road.
Someone had an awful warning.
They did.
That's not good. No, Kevin, if you see me wearing that Love Hurts or whatever the hell it says, call the cops. Something's wrong.
Something has happened.
Yeah, something horrible has happened, and I'm not allowed to speak about it.
Okay, I like that. I like that for sure. Now, are the New England Patriots the most in on Travis Hunter? Because the word's coming out that they think Travis Hunter is the best wide receiver in the draft and that he's the best cornerback in the draft. And they might not have as pressing of a need at both positions, but if you think that's the best player in the draft at 2 different positions, kind of feels like you would go get that guy, does it not?
You're probably in on him. I just wonder, I think the quarterbacks are still going to go 1-2 in this thing. I think you're going to get Ward and Sanders. Sanders will be a Cleveland Brown. Cam Ward will end up going number 1 to Tennessee unless the Giants trade. But I heard that there's the kibosh on that. So if you're the Giants at 3, would you not just take Travis Hunter?
Yes, absolutely I would. All right. I think I think you do, I do too, put a lot of stock in Dane Brugler. Yes?
Yes, Dane's the man.
All right. So one of the things that I was curious about when I was looking at the Beast, I understand how important quarterback is. I promise. I really, really do. But when you see Cam Ward is on the list at 15 and you see Shador is on the list at 25, that feels like such a gigantic disconnect to be like, I get it. Quarterback is the most important. You could take a quarterback at 5 and it's not the end of the world. Like, why is it that teams are going to rush to get to 1-2? Because I think you're right. For quarterbacks that people decidedly seem to think like, they're fine.
It's supply and demand. I mean, that's how EJ Manuel ends up being a first-round pick.
That's how
Christian
Ryan Tannehill.
Ponder.
Yeah.
Ryan Tannehill. Yeah. You name it. These teams are desperate for quarterbacks, bro.
Do you think Christian Ponder has had a Hall of Fame rest of his life, though?
Yeah, he definitely won at life.
I agree with that. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, bracket trends to remember and follow when making your picks. Or we'll just flip a coin a lot. Next on The Fan.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, you're freaking me out a little bit.
Uber Eats has voiced.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be what was it? Pepper lady.
Wasn't it?
Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Now, I wanted to give you helpful bracket hints to try to get you to win your pool and everything, and maybe we'll still get to that. But Wolchuk said, nope, I demand to give people bad news. Let's go to the Wolchuk news desk for bad news.
Yes, this was Pete DeBoer as he was talking during Stars practice, and the report is Pete DeBoer saying there is a real possibility the Stars might have to play a first-round series without Miro Heiskanen.
Breaking news.
Thank you, Lucy. Miro has been working in the gym, but not back on the ice.
And when you talk about the first round, it's not a done deal just quite yet, but man, it really feels like it's coming into focus that first round is going to be the Stars against the Avalanche.
It is, and I think that you can win that series without Miro, but it's going to be very, very difficult, and you're probably going to end up going maybe to 7 games again, much like what happened last year against Vegas, and it is going to be an all-out, drag-out fight to the death.
Yeah.
Where we might not all make it out. We will lose soldiers.
Oh, no.
Yep.
Golly. Okay. Well,
there's always those stragglers.
That was more intense than I thought it was going to be.
The drummer boys.
But you need to stop what you're doing right now. All right. So it's not done, but potentially no Miro in the first round when you probably, definitely, inevitably play the Colorado Avalanche in the playoffs because we squandered our opportunity to win the division with the loss to Winnipeg last Friday.
Will you do me a favor?
Mm-hmm.
Brian will say a lot of things on our show, and a lot of the time, like, because I love him, like an uncle, I don't want to correct him. He thinks that they're most likely going to open up with Nashville. Nashville's nowhere near the playoffs, but I didn't have the heart to tell him this.
Okay.
So, and he doesn't check the text because it'll ruin your day. And he's right about this. I love the text. So even the hate ones that come in, it's like, fuel, baby. Let's go. I need this.
I don't think Nashville is going to make the playoffs at all.
I don't think so either. But let's ask him about this during crosstalk, and let's see if he's still thinking that Nashville's the first round matchup.
I'm also a little worried. Alec, quick question. Do you think I'm being set up for something bad here?
I think you are. And I'm here for it.
You think way too highly of me if you think I'm going to be able to set you up for anything.
Look, my wife will tell you, there's no one I've ever met in the history of life that I don't think could potentially be like a ninja spy. And I was like, yeah, unless they're doing this. And Jess goes, is that really what you think? Do you really think they might be doing that? And I'm like, can't rule it out. All right. In the meantime, give me cut number 8. Let's talk about college basketball.
Malawaj had it knocked out of his hands, but chased down by Foster. Proctor's open. He won't wait. Down it goes. He feels it today, baby.
All right, I'm going to give you some bracket trends to remember when you are putting together your NCAA tournament bracket, because I know that you're going to want to go chalk, and that's the safe way to go.
Chalk it up.
And you can make an argument that there's a good chance that will keep you respectable in all of your brackets. So if you're like, hey, I don't need to win. I just need everyone to be like, oh, yeah, it seems like you have a general idea of what's going on. Then absolutely, you can go chalk, and I think you're just fine. But if you know what? If you're like, the hell with this, I want to win this damn bracket. Yeah. I want to win this bracket and all the prizes that come along with it. I've got some ideas for you. But first, did you see that North Carolina is already working at a disadvantage because they had travel issues delaying their arrival ahead of the first 4 game? Do you think some no good nicks from Duke had something to do with their travel issues?
Yeah, my initial reaction was it was a Kevin Hagelin thing. I think you put in some calls. I know you're well respected in the airline community.
I am still bitter about that Final Four game 3 years ago.
I know you are.
And Jesse Holly wouldn't stop calling me.
Didn't him just like giving you a concussion, was that not enough torture? He needed to keep calling you over and over and over again.
See, one of these days, I'm convinced you guys are going to be like, they never played in the Final Four. And that was just a weird fever dream from when Jesse smashed me.
Yeah.
Well, that's
Smash her
probably
balls.
that's
You want to try that again, Kevin?
Not the way I couldn't decide into the wall or the ground, and I should have just said something because the way I said it was worse.
What'd you say?
I'm not going to repeat it. But here's what is even worse. The West Virginia governor. Now, there are things in politics that I feel like we should all be able to come together on. There are also things where I'm like, you're just wasting all of our time. The governor, the elected governor, probably, of West Virginia, lashed out at the men's tournament selection committee. Quote, West Virginia deserved to be in the NCAA tournament. And he got clever on you. The National Corrupt Athletic Association. Oh, sick burn. This was a miscarriage of justice and a robbery at the highest levels. He said that he was extremely disappointed and that he would launch an investigation via his attorney general to find out what happened. Get the hell out of here, man. I'm sorry. So you were team 69 instead of 68?
Nice.
Yeah. Well, you know what? Maybe if that was happening, you wouldn't have time for such things as this. But this is stupid. I get it. If you're upset, like I think Louisville got drastically underseeded. And maybe West Virginia should have been in instead of North Carolina. But you and your attorney general are going to do what?
Nothing. Absolutely nothing.
So why don't you just shut up? All right.
Yeah, quit whining.
Exactly.
You whiners.
All right. Now, how to win your bracket. Do you know how many times all four number one seeds have made it to the Final Four?
Let's go 3 times.
It's happened one time ever in 2008.
Gosh.
So when my wife showed me her bracket yesterday.
Oh, is that what she showed you?
That's right. She had all 4 number one seeds going.
So you said, we need to redo this?
I told her, I was like, you can do this however you want, but I just want to let you know, it's only happened one time ever. So maybe don't put that together. Do not pick UConn to win the championship. Don't let Dan Hurley know about that because he might punch you.
Oh, he will find you.
Yes, he will.
He will go full taken.
No team has three-peated as the NCAA men's basketball champion since UCLA in 1967 through 1973 when they won it an astonishing 7 times in a row.
Jeez, 7 times in a row.
7 times in a row.
My goodness gracious, that's amazing.
Now, this is something that's going to be tough for people to think about. Alabama, number 2 seed. Maybe you like them. Maybe you don't.
Don't.
Michigan State, number 2 seed.
Love them.
St. John's, number 2 seed.
Big fan.
Tennessee, number 2 seed.
Go Vols.
No number 2 seed has made it to the championship game since 2016.
What?
I know! That is the factoid that blew my mind from ESPN.
No 2 seed. So it's basically a 1 or 3.
Yeah, and it's not to say
or anything
that
else.
They can't make the Final Four.
They just won't advance.
They won't be in the championship game, or at least that hasn't been the case in 9 years.
Okay, they did get positive news, though, Bama did on Grant Nelson.
Oh, did they really?
Yes, they did. They got positive injury news on him. They dodged one, said Nate Oates. They believe that he will be questionable for Friday, but at minimum, he should be able to play in their second-round matchup on Sunday if he can't go in the first round.
And you're already looking at the East as the injury bracket with him returning for Alabama, with Flagg returning for Duke. So we'll definitely keep an eye out on that. Now, this might be the toughest one to abide by. Alec, are you a daredevil when you fill out your brackets? Do you have upset city happening galore, or do you like to go chalk?
I try to keep a healthy balance, but I'd say I'd lean more towards upsets.
Okay. A double-digit seed has made the Final Four 4 of the last 8 years. So half the time. So it's more likely, far more likely in the last 8 years that a double-digit seed will make the Final Four than a number 2 seed will be in the championship game.
Whoa.
That's incredible.
It really is.
I don't know who would be the double-digit team that you like this year.
I like UC San Diego.
Yeah, that seems like a sexy, like to beat Michigan in the first round.
And that's the
I've
thing.
got that upset, but to advance past there,
but like I like them as maybe a Sweet 16 sleeper. I I have never been able to pull the trigger on a double-digit seed going into the Final Four. And I will tell you this, if you pick it, good for you. Part of me thinks that you got lucky every single time. I never think it's skill when somebody picks a 10 seed to make the Final Four, and that's my own fault. Because I'm like, you got lucky.
What about Drake as an 11 seed?
Love the Drake.
Drake could have a chance.
Yes.
Hey, not like us, baby.
That's right.
Say
Now,
Drake.
that was a Seinfeld reference. I don't want Kendrick Lamar coming after me. That was a Seinfeld reference.
Okay.
All right.
I apologize that I wasn't as versed in the Seinfeld world. I need to brush up.
The AP number one team. Do you know who is the number one team in all of the country heading into the tournament?
Is it the Auburn Tigers?
It's the Duke Blue Devils.
Ooh, that's why you're cherry picking.
However, oh no, this is a bad stat.
Oh, this is bad?
That means they're probably not going to win.
Uh-oh.
Because only 3 times since the year 2000 has the number one AP team won the tournament. Now, last year with Connecticut, it happened.
Okay.
But before that, you have to go back to 2012 Kentucky and 2001 Duke. So it's only happened 3 times in 25 years.
I was going to guess one of those Florida teams that went back-to-back with Billy Donovan.
Yes, believe it or not. They were probably the first one was lower rated, but the second one was probably pretty high, but not number one.
Wow.
Now, here is something that I want you to consider because this happens all of the time. The first 4 games. Look for one of those first 4 teams to win another game because a first 4 team has reached the second round of the real tournament in 12 of the last 13 years.
Okay.
So if you're looking for maybe you're thinking North Carolina, there is a history of these first 4 teams winning multiple games. So I would pick a first 4 team to advance.
I think that North Carolina is the sexy pick to do that. With all the drama that's gone on about them getting in, it would make it seem very likely that all of a sudden we're going to look up and they're in the Sweet 16.
See, it could happen. Absolutely. Now, this is an important one. So you don't have to say your brackets are busted. Secondly, if you lose one game for a team that you had losing in the second round, your bracket is not busted. And if you say that, I want you to shut up.
But my bracket's busted.
No, it's not. You're never going to have a perfect bracket. It's never going to happen. Like, no team's going to go 162-0. It's not going to happen.
He just hates perfection. This guy would never have made it on Remember the Titans.
Ever.
See, I disagree. I love perfection. You just can't get to it. But you have to keep trying.
So it's unachievable.
Unless it's not. It's been unachievable so far.
Well, so you're saying one team's going to do it eventually?
Yeah.
Exactly. So it's not achievable.
But that's because I'm not on that team, because I'm not athletic. All right. This is the one that I need you to remember.
You're flexible.
A top 4 seed has lost in the first round 14 of the last 15 years. So when you hear people are like, oh, 5-12, 6-11, I hear you. 14 of the last 15 years, a top 4 seed has lost in the first round. So take a more of a look at those 3 and 4 seeds. If you think any of them are vulnerable, that might be an upset play.
You know which one it's going to be? Yale beating Texas A&M.
I could see that. Yale, man, that game is going to be a slugfest. Both of those teams are physical as all get out. That's going to be a fun game to watch. A number 11 seed has won a game in every tournament since 2005. So we're going on 20 years now. Might want to go ahead and pick a number 11 seed. And a number 10 seed has won at least one game in each of the last 16 tournaments. So if you look at your bracket and you're going all 6s and all 7s, I would recommend, history says you need to go and change one of those and pick a 10, pick an 11, make some different
Make
selections.
some tweaks. I need to go back and probably redo this thing.
Okay, I'm here to help. Hopefully some of these suggestions will help people out along the way.
I like this. You all right? Bless you.
I just needed to sneeze.
Yep, let it out.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, we'll move into the Expressway where we'll have AM on the FM, but also NFL overreaction or reality, including a question about Quinn Ewers, whether you like it or not. Next on The Fan.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-club?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Uber Eats has Lola V product? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean, like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just feel like this is your haircut. But that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay, okay.
The Expressway on 105.3 The Fan is presented by the On Time Experts.
Mueller sprinting out, squares, throws, touchdown Texas, Matthew Golden.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. We've got Mr. Zach Wolchuk rocking with us for today and tomorrow. And by the way, on Thursday, one of the people that won Do the Show with KNC will be in here on Thursday. Corey will also be back on Thursday. Right now, we're going to do some overreaction or reality NFL style. And I want to head and go fire off this cut. It's cut number 12 from Ian Rappaport. He is talking about the Cowboys and how they could draft a quarterback early. And you're going to hear the name come up that's going to lead to our question.
This, to me, says the Cowboys are going to go quarterback in the draft. And I wonder, how high are they going to go? Right? Like, I would be surprised at this point if they take a quarterback in the first round. I think everybody would. But what if it's someone like, I don't know, Quinn Ewers in the second round, right? A quarterback who's really talented, who they know well, right? Who might not have to play for a couple years, but in 3 years might end up being someone who's certainly talented enough to be the starting quarterback. How high do they go, right? Because if you're going to wait to the 5th or 6th or 7th round, you don't know what kind of backup quarterback you're getting. And honestly, by then, they may all be gone.
I'm going to stop it right there, because what I immediately thought is if you wait until the 5th or 6th or 7th round is when you could get Quinn Ewers. But he said, he threw out an idea. So I'm going to start with this. NFL overreaction or reality. If the Cowboys took Quinn Ewers at number 44, that would make the draft a failure no matter what else happens.
Oh, my gosh. I think that would be overreaction. Is there still a possibility that, like, they have a first-round pick I love or a third-round pick? Like last year, Cooper Beebe salvaged everything for me. Really did. And that ended up kind of correlating to the season as well. But Man, I got to say overreaction, but it would hurt to take Quinn Ewers, who I already don't think is a second-round quarterback.
Oh, my God, no.
To take him at 44 when this team has so many holes, and really the only ways we've talked about that they seriously address stuff is through the draft, that would be a big-time letdown.
It's a reality, guys. For me, I don't care if they hit on every single pick outside of that. You passed up on probably a top 100 player at that pick to take somebody who is not a top 100 player in this class just because you're scared of what's going to happen if and when Dak Prescott goes down. And I don't think Quinn Ewers is very good at all. I don't think any level of NFL coaching is going to make him a starting caliber player. I think he'll be good for you in a pinch, which is why you take him day 3. I think the value is there. If you want to take him, if he's available day 3, I'm fine with that. Taking him in the second round makes no sense because depending on what you do in the first round, you could have a starting running back there just waiting for you to take at 44. You could have a starting player right here, right now, ready to go, but instead you're taking a project piece, and it makes sense because the Cowboys, Choppy said it best this morning, Cowboys love in the second round to take risks. They take the injured player. They take the guy that nobody's really heard of from a small school or what have you. They like to swing big in the second round on day 2 specifically. So it wouldn't shock me, and I'd say no matter what they do with the other picks, that's a failure for me.
See, and I think I'm inclined to agree with you guys. I would really hate that pick because of the value. Like when you talked about when even Rappaport was like, hey, maybe we'll get somebody in the 5th, 6th, 7th round. They could all be gone. Like, if you took Quinn Ewers in the 5th round, first of all, I would be okay with that because you brought in somebody who could potentially be the backup quarterback or at least compete with Will Grier or however you want to see that out. But also, to Alex's point, you're really hoping that your second rounder can start. And there's no way in hell that Quinn Ewers, barring injury, would start. And so I would hate that probably the whole draft if that happened.
100%. And it's just... to me, it's one of those where I put out on Twitter, whenever we found out that a report that Quinn Ewers was working with Mike McCarthy, I'm like, Cowboys want to draft a quarterback. They've got Quinn Ewers, a local kid. They know him well from South Lake Carroll. He can be a Dallas Day visit. I was not thinking day 1 or 2. I was thinking, to Alex's point, you had at the time 4 5th-round picks. One of those 5s makes sense to me. Like, I don't think Quinn Ewers will be taken higher than the 4th round. Could be wrong because, as we mentioned, quarterbacks are being propped up the board just for they need them. Teams need quarterbacks, supply and demand. But my gosh, to take him in the 2nd seems really, really rich.
NFL overreaction or reality? I've got a quote to back this up. Aaron Rodgers isn't good enough to have teams wait around for him. Now, I felt strongly about this before, but then defensive end for the Steelers, Cam Hayward, jumped out and said he's tired of talking about the quarterback situation. He's ready to move on. And about Aaron Rodgers, he said, either you want to be a Steeler or you don't. Overreaction or reality, Aaron Rodgers is not good enough to have teams wait around for.
That is absolutely a reality. In fact, it's annoying. It kind of angers me that this is a
Does
thing.
it?
Like, what are we doing right now? Aaron Rodgers was a shell of himself on a team that was supposed to be ready-made, win now. They've got the defense. They've got Garrett Wilson. Let's go trade for my buddy Devontae Adams to save everything midseason, which gave us the meme of all memes. On the Pat McAfee show, they've got the runner in Breece Hall. They've tried with the offensive line. It didn't work. They won 5 games. 5 games. So for me, it's like I don't understand. If Aaron Rodgers is not willing to sign with you right now, screw you, dude. I'm going to pivot in a different direction. I don't need the drama that comes with you because you're not even good anymore.
Alec, bonus question, overreaction or reality, but also does it make you visibly angry to even have to discuss this?
Yeah, this story should be written already. It should be done. This is a total reality. If we're talking about even just a few years ago, sure, I can understand because he was still a commodity back then. We've seen nothing that indicates any level of like hierarchy that he deserves within an NFL franchise anymore. It's, hey, if you're willing to give me a chance, I will sign with you. I will give you the best I've got, and we'll try to win some football games. At this point in his career, that's what it has to be, but it's always been about him. And unfortunately, in Green Bay, it was always about him, and he always got his way. So that sense of entitlement isn't out of nowhere. It was built over time, and he took it with him to the Jets, and the Jets abided by every command. So every team he's been with so far, which is only 2 to this point, he's gotten everything he's ever wanted. So he feels like he's still that Aaron Rodgers of old, where he can get anything he wants whenever he wants it because he's Aaron Rodgers. No, you're washed. It's over.
Man, from the 4-3-2, the Cowboys are going to draft an offensive lineman at 12 and Ewers in the second round to really light this fan base up. Man, that would be, let's just say something. All right, NFL overreaction or reality. Once again, I'll go to the quotes. The sky is the limit for Javonte Williams and Miles Sanders in Dallas. Now, before you answer, I have a feeling you naysaying sons of guns are going to say overreaction. I take you to Javonte Williams.
What's so funny?
I mean, it's good to have confidence in yourself. I shouldn't laugh. Quote, the sky is the limit. I've been watching Miles since he was at Penn State and then with the Eagles and a little with Carolina. I've always respected his game, and I'm ready to get in here and compete with him and grind. Overreaction or reality, the sky is the limit for these two.
Overreaction. We know what these players are. Miles Sanders is probably at the end of his career than he is in the prime of his career. Javonte Williams is maybe another year removed from that knee injury. Maybe that's what he's thinking. I'm finally going to get my juice back. I'm going to be the player that they were thinking they were getting in the second round of North Carolina. You know what these guys are. Okay, I don't think that the sky is the limit. I think we know what the limit is, and that's these guys are okay, average NFL running backs.
Well, it depends what the sky is in their mind. If the sky is a backup to a first or second round draft pick, then yes, the sky is absolutely the limit. I think that's very realistic. So congratulations, guys. But no, I think the team has done a pretty poor job at not telegraphing the fact that they need help at the running back position, and they plan on addressing it in the draft. Finally, it's almost like we've been asking for them to do this for 3 years now.
Yes.
But I think they're finally telegraphing that to us, to the league, to the NFL fans everywhere. You're seeing Omarion Hampton getting mocked by all the big national names at 12 just because everybody knows that is a glaring need. So this is just, I like the confidence. I really do. I want my guys to be motivated and go out there and give it their best, but there's nothing there in terms of starting running back quality.
Let me go back to Hampton for just a second. Since he's popped up in a couple Mel Kiper's drafts, we've talked about it. I'm not going to go as far as I did with the Ewers question, but overreaction or reality, you would be disappointed if the Cowboys stayed at pick number 12 and selected Hampton. Regardless of if Genty's off the board or not, like, you take Omarion Hampton at pick 12, would you be disappointed?
I would be, yes. And I like Hampton. I think he's a good player. But I just don't see, I can't advocate for drafting and running back outside of Genty in the first round. And I think there will be other players that I like more than Hampton. Will I get around on the idea, like once he's a Cowboy, if they were to do this at 12?
Sure.
Yes, I will. Because I think that ultimately he's a difference-making running back. He will be their starting running back for the next 4 to 5 years, and he will be a good player. But for a player that I was eyeing at 44 to take him at 12, it's just that's a need pick right there.
Reverse Trayvon Diggs.
Yeah, absolutely.
This is tough because I'm one of those that's kind of a believer in Schottenheimer's running patterns and his scheme itself. You know, you need the personnel to make that happen. So at the end of the season, it might look totally awful, and who knows? I might sound dumb, but I just think his concepts are there to the point where taking a running back as talented as Hampton, I think makes sense. And I would probably say, let's give this a chance. I don't think I would be upset off the rip. So no, I'd say that's an overreaction.
All right. There's Alec Medford in favor of concepts of a plan. NFL overreaction or reality.
All right.
Sometimes I wish we could just set partisan disagreements aside and admit when something is objectively funny. Overreaction or reality. The Falcons continue to mishandle their quarterback situation. Now, we said this was probably going to happen a couple of weeks ago. They went ahead and said, don't worry about it, Kirk Cousins. We gave you like $90 million for one season. What's another $10 million on the pile? We're going to go ahead and keep you there. I actually don't think this move is problematic. I think drafting the first-round quarterback and giving Kirk Cousins all the money at the exact same time was the problem. But what say you guys?
I think this is reality. Because I actually didn't have a huge issue with what they did last year.
Oh, okay.
I don't think that they really had done all their homework on Michael Penix Jr. at the time of giving Kirk Cousins the contract. So they're thinking, we've got a pretty good roster. We do think we can be a playoff team. We're a quarterback away. They were top 10 in offense and on defense the year before. So they're like, okay, can we get our offense better? Then in hindsight, they fall in love with Penix Jr. So if that's your guy, you take him in the top 10. I don't have an issue with that. I do have an issue now with doubling down and continuing to put money, a crazy amount of money into Kirk Cousins.
Yeah.
When there are other teams, probably like the Raiders, for instance, or name a team, Cleveland maybe in the mix, that would trade for him. So now you can get back resources and maybe you can help get off the hook of some of that money. Because it doesn't sound like Kirk Cousins is very happy to be there.
It does not.
I don't want a frustrated quarterback that's now going to cause more issues for my young future quarterback in Michael Penix Jr., who's trying to get used to starting in the NFL, only played a couple of games. If Kirk Cousins understood the situation and is willing to back up Penix and have his money and cool, whatever, that's fine. But I think you should move on and try and get what you can for him.
Wolchuk nailed it at the very end there. If Kirk Cousins is okay with the situation and he's not publicly disgruntled in the ways that we kind of feel like he is, then cool, because they have to pay him either way.
Yeah.
You know, they guaranteed him all this money, so it makes sense instead of sending him off and, you know, forbid that he ends up going to a team that's close and they end up playing really, really well with him and making the playoffs and they're paying him to win games for another team, then they look dumb. I get that, but that's not the case. I say you just let him go and you avoid the headache altogether, because that's going to be a topic of conversation with the local media every press conference too. Like anytime the GM steps out in public, you're going to hear about it. Anytime the head coach has an availability, he's going to get asked about it. Anytime the offensive coordinator has an availability, he's going to get asked about it. It's just going to be a headache for everybody involved, not just the players. So move on from the headache now and try to focus on the right now.
NFL overreaction or reality. Excellent job, by the way, thus far, gentlemen. DK Metcalf trade is pointless if the Steelers don't have a quarterback.
Oh, that's reality. You are about to have two wide receivers that are ready to implode at any moment. And I do know that the Steelers would love to get rid of the headache that is George Pickens.
Yeah,
that dude is a pain in the rear, and I think that he's ruffled so many feathers. The thing is, he is so darn talented. That's one of the guys that at this point, the anti-Rodgers, where it's like he is so good that we'll put up with it because he is in the prime of his career, and it's hard to find a wide receiver this good. But he's just an issue. So now, if you've got two receivers that are struggling to get the football, that want the football, that think that they're arguably the best player at each position, which both are. I mean, when you talk about having the egos, these guys have them. This is just going to probably be a disaster.
I'm a huge Steelers fan.
All right.
I always knew it.
Why did you have to proclaim that for the millionth time?
That's why he loves Batman so much.
Oh, that makes sense.
It's the black and yellow stuff.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense.
Yep,
yeah.
The Steelers, the city of Pittsburgh, and Batman.
Okay, this is not going to help my cause. I think that the city of Pittsburgh is solid. Their ballpark is unbelievable.
Gorgeous.
True.
But Steelers can suck it.
That's a new drop. There you go. You just help yourself. Unless I don't pull it.
Can you play those at the same time?
Unless I don't grab that one, it just disappears into the ether. But fully agree here. This is a reality. I have this like almost cartoon animation in my head that the quarterback, whoever it's going to be for the Steelers, is going to be fighting for their life, running out of the pocket, trying to get the ball downfield. And DK Metcalf and George Pickens are slapboxing each other downfield because one of them ran the wrong route that the other was supposed to run on a designed play for that person. So, yeah, I don't think they're going to get along. I think there's a lot to deal with, and I've already seen the memes, people screenshotting the bio of the wide receiver coach, and they're like, he's either going to be a head coach in the NFL next year, or he's going to be a grad assistant at a D3 school. Like, that's a lot to put up with, on top of the fact that they just don't have a quarterback right now that makes any sense. So you need a pretty talented quarterback to deal with those egos and say, look, I'm going to get you the ball. Don't worry. Both of you are going to have your share. You saw Jalen Hurts do it with A.J. Brown in the middle of the Super Bowl. A.J. Brown was throwing a tantrum in the Super Bowl, and they got the ball to him, and all was well. You need at least a capable quarterback.
All right. Hopefully you guys enjoyed this so much. We'll do it again tomorrow and have a second round of NFL overreaction or reality.
We'll consider it, Alec.
Okay. You guys.
We're going to talk behind the scenes.
You guys let me know what you come up with.
We had great performances. I thought your stamina was fantastic, Little Red. But Kevin and the questions and the delivery, we might need to reevaluate.
Okay. So we walked away with the questions. They were fine.
The questions were good.
Yeah.
The delivery, I sensed a little bit of anger.
That's just the way I talk.
And just frustration.
That's definitely the way
and
I talk.
Disappointment.
For sure. Check. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. And right now, it's time for this.
What does this button do? Please, do not push the button. You have no idea of what it...
Alec, you be quiet.
Alec, that was awful. 1 for Alec, 0 for Peyton.
Don't you dare touch that dial.
Don't you dare do it. It is time for AM on the FM. Let's see if I can keep that stamina going that you were talking about. Whoa, Chuck, that was a lot of talking there. 877-881-1053. Frankel and Frankel Injury Attorneys text line. Want you to answer the question of the day there. Twitch and YouTube as well. We'll get to that here in just a moment. Plus, time permitting, I have some awesome audio from one of my favorite content creators in the world of YouTube ever, Sean Evans. He was on Bert Kreischer's podcast, and he had a legendary story about one of my favorite artists growing up. We'll get to that here in just a little bit, but you know I like to look at the National Day calendar for these things, and I see that today is National Awkward Moments Day. March 18th every year is National Awkward Moments Day. Ooh. So, what is your one infamous awkward moment that you can't let go of, that haunts you to this day?
Well, it was about 5 days ago.
Oh, man.
And
oh, yeah.
I said that one thing, but I'll tell you another one, because fortunately, this has been lost to time. And there's no way we have this audio anymore. It was a really long time ago. So then this is when we were on the night show, and we were doing like a series of shows at not like clubs, but they're more like bar type areas and stuff. And so I was doing wireless, and it's a Friday night. It's packed. We're kind of bouncing around.
Sure. And so wireless can be hectic.
Yes, absolutely. So I made my way over to a table, and I said something to the effect of, what are you two fine gentlemen looking for in a potential hookup tonight?
Oh.
And then one of them goes, what'd you say? And I was about to repeat my question, and then took an extra second or two. As Wolchuk says, it can be very hectic. I realized walking in, I had unfortunately misjudged the situation based on haircuts, which you should never do. I learned a valuable lesson that night. I instantly thought to myself, those are both women. And I said, never mind, and went to my next destination. I got out of there so fast because I had botched all of it. And I was like, I need to get the hell out of here.
So you misgenderfied?
I did.
These two individuals?
Now, luckily, that was, and it's still Not something you want to do.
Was it the breasts?
I don't think I looked at that. They both
come
had.
on, you looked at that.
I mean, not yet. So they just had both. They both had like really, like close, tight haircuts, and I did assume I made a mistake that they were men. They were not, and I learned a valuable lesson that day about not being a hate monger.
I don't think you did anything wrong.
I think those women thought I did something wrong.
You know what? In there, it's probably something that they've run into before.
And I
they're
didn't
like,
do it
again,
on purpose. I swear I didn't do it on purpose. We were like having fun, and I was like, oh crap. Should I have stayed there and like been an adult and dealt with it? That could have been hilarious radio. Nope, I left. Went to the next spot.
From the 469 awkward moment was when Kevin kicked my window in when I was borrowing something.
You were stealing it. And that's why, actually, that's not why I kicked that person's window in. I've told the story before. I kind of half-heartedly kicked the window, and then the guy looked at me and kind of did the lunge at the window.
No.
And I was 21 at the time, and I was pretty much like, oh, hell no. Now this is happening. And I put my foot through that window.
Did you kick his ass?
No, because he started driving his car away, and I thought, this is how I'm going to die, hanging out of a car.
Yeah.
But I reached into he had like a ridiculous, like a comical trench coat that you would think like I was about to be the victim of somebody flashing me. And I got 2 of the DVDs back, ran inventory, and he only got 2 more. And what I'll never forget is there was an older customer in the video store. I walked back in, and he goes, did you get him? And I said, no, but I kicked out his window. And he goes, that's just as good.
That's just as
I
good.
just thought that was my favorite line of advice. And then eventually I got fired for doing that.
That's so ridiculous they fired you for that. One of my biggest regrets is that we don't have a recording of this. I really wish that this blockbuster had have been rolling parking lot footage and we could have seen Kevin kicking a window out of this dude's car.
If you think I have rage now, it used to be way worse. And I remember it was like a month and a half or 2 months later is my district manager came in, some other corporate bigwig came in, or not my regional manager. And I was like, oh yeah, how's it going? And they're like, can we talk to you in the back real quick? And I go, oh no, am I in trouble? Just joking. And then my regional manager looked at me and goes, I don't know. Are you in trouble? And I was like, oh no. And then they pulled out this like, that accordion folder. And they're like, do you recall the document you signed when you started with Blockbuster? That was like 2 years ago. Kind of. And then the guy who I didn't know just pulled out this piece of paper and was like, right on the table. And it was highlighted, all of the codes that I had violated. And they were like, sir, is that your signature right there? And I was like, yes. And at that point, they asked me to sign a document that said I violated Blockbuster's policies. And I said, do I get to keep my job if I sign it? And they go, no, you're fired either way. And I was like, oh, okay, great.
Man, keep those coming in. 877-881-1053, your most infamous awkward moment. Wolchuk?
I've got a couple, and really a lot that have been very awkward for me. I'd say on air, the 2 would be when we first interviewed Jerry Jones. This is my first time ever interviewing him. He was in shades and a sweatsuit. And I really did feel like this was the most intimidating individual that I've ever sat across from in my life.
Right.
I felt like he was looking into my soul, and he knew who Brian was. He recognized Gavin's voice. But when it came to Eric and I, he was like, I don't know who the hell these 2 idiots are. And then I asked him a question and proceed to reset and say, Jerry Jones with us on 105.3 The Phone. And I wanted to crawl under the table and die at that moment. The other would probably be, there's...
Because it's such an easy mistake to make. Oh, that's tough.
The other would be, and this is also equally as bad, Chris Young was on the show.
I remember this one. I heard about this one.
And Gavin asked him a question about like all the injured players, and I heard Josh Young first and checked out. Now, he also had included like Nathan Eovaldi and another player that was hurt at the time. So I then follow up with like, well, what's the latest with Eovaldi? And Chris Young has just gone and given us an explanation on, well, this is what's going on with Eovaldi. So see why, being the sweetheart that he is and constant professional, just said, well, that's what I just said, and then went to proceed and give the explanation again. But I do know he was upset about this afterwards, and I felt so, like, to this day, I feel terrible.
Well, one of the things was, and I heard about this behind the scenes too, is like, oh, Chris Young doesn't like his time being wasted and asked the same question.
Yeah.
And I was like, to be fair, that's probably anybody, right? Like, I don't imagine anybody who's like,
he's like, why am I going to go do this
Yeah.
show if they're not even going to listen to my answers? I'm like, it's with the five of us on that show. Most of the time, none of us are paying attention to what the other person's saying.
Oh, I've heard the show.
Yeah, you get it. I'm surprised this doesn't happen more often when we're interviewing people.
Yeah, I haven't had a major like on-air moment that's gotten me like that. I've had a couple of, maybe one, I think it might have been G-Bag of the Day one time years ago, like 3-4 years ago. I was doing a weekend show, and it was before one of the Rangers Hall of Fame inductions, so we were doing like an extended pregame. And so I was getting calls left and right about, hey, get ready for this. And I had to do a read as the hotline was ringing. And I left my mic on, and I was in the back of the room talking to someone with the Rangers, and Zero was lighting up my phone. Your mic is on. And KG was trying to like wave me down. Like, it's still hot. I didn't say anything bad or anything, but you could like faintly hear me in the background. And Zero was like, I'm so sending that to Lucius, and that's getting run on Monday. And I was like, I was still new here. I was like, oh no. I just ruined everything.
Yeah.
I'm the worst.
Especially when you first start off, it's like, I'm going to get fired for anything.
Exactly, yeah. So I was like, that was so dumb. And I think Reggie even texted me and said, that was amazing. And I'm like, no, it wasn't. Stop, please.
Now, I don't think I'm ever going to live this down, but just a reminder, tomorrow at 1:30, we will have another guest from FC Dallas from the 940. Awkward moment was when Kevin asked me how my Christmas was. I'm never doing that again, ever.
That was assuming again. Look at you.
I did. That was a mistake.
Oh, man. We got some great stories coming in here. I saw, I believe it was from the 214. They said they worked in the oil field and Christmas bonuses were coming up. They got called outside by the boss and they were fired instead of getting their bonus. Had to go home and tell the wife that.
Oh, no. That just feels mean-spirited.
Yeah.
Very rude.
That is rude. And, I mean, that's got to be the worst, too. Like, you feel like you've hyped yourself up, like, yeah, something great is about to happen. And then you walk in and you get the worst news of your life. That's got to be the most embarrassing thing ever. Something else that stuck with me that I've told the story on this show, 3rd grade spelling bee.
Oh, yeah. I've heard you say this.
Yeah. Misspelled the word learn. Just totally nervous because back then I didn't speak to anyone. I was so shy and had like 100 people in the crowd, all parents. I'm like, oh no, shaking in my boots. I forgot the letter R.
Dude.
I spelled lean.
I forgot the letter R in library. That was my word that I messed up.
Library?
Yep. I spelled library. I forgot
I mean, a
the
lot of
second
people
R.
say it like that, so it's acceptable to a lot of people. I can give you that. There
Really
you go.
screwed that one up. That's an embarrassing one.
Yeah, it happens, though. And I'm going to save this audio from Sean Evans for tomorrow because it's a great story that's a little bit long. But it might set up our question of the day tomorrow, which is going to be, has to do with Dave Grohl and some heavy drinking.
Oh.
So there's your long tease for tomorrow. Dave Grohl was like one of my favorite musicians growing up. And of course, Sean Evans in the media world, I think he's one of the best interview hosts on the planet.
He's Hot Ones, right?
Yes.
Okay.
And they had a time after they shot an episode of Hot Ones, including a private concert where Sean might have gotten shunned in front of an entire crowd of people. So that's going to be a fun one. You might want to tune in tomorrow for AM on the FM.
All right. I love it. We're the KNC Masterpiece.
I'll be here.
Right here on 105.3 The Fan. That's true. And coming up next,
Maybe.
It's time for the top 10 with Wooly Bully.
MLB stadiums. You've been handling these teases. I didn't know you were throwing at me for a tease. Let's do the top 10 best stadiums aesthetically in Major League Baseball. What's your favorite? That's next.
true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Razor Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your hair.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freak it down a little bit.
Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. We got the top 10 with Wooly Bully coming up in just a second. But in case you missed it, 76er star Paul George out for the rest of the season with groin and knee injuries. And then Pete DeBoer said that there is at least a pretty decent shot that the Stars will be without Miro Heiskanen for their first-round playoff series, which could presumptively be against the Avalanche. And a quick reminder, we got Zach Wilczek from the G-Bag Nation on Friday. They will be at Cold Beers and Cheeseburgers in Euless. It was a hell of a party last time. You add in some college basketball, and it's going to get even better. Now.
Damn right.
There you go. Now, you want to do some top 10?
Let's do it. All right, so I had asked the fellas, I had a list of 3 different top 10 lists. They chose this one. 877-881-1053.
You sad we chose this one?
No, not at all. Because the other ones I'll use at some other point. It's all good. They'll get used. Top 10 most aesthetically pleasing baseball stadiums. Ooh. And I am saying that, right? Aesthetically?
Yes, you are.
I think I said aesthetically the first time.
Globe Life Field.
Yeah, is Globe Life Field one of your top 10? Because I have not gotten to go to many ballparks. Of course, the Rangers ballparks, I've been to all of them. The Angels we went to when we went out to Oxnard for Cowboys training camp a couple of years ago, so I've seen Angels Stadium. I've walked around PNC Park in Pittsburgh when I went to the Cowboys game against the Steelers this past year, and it is gorgeous. I mean, overall, that entire downtown area in Pittsburgh, when you come out of the tunnel, it is stunning. Like if you've ever seen the movie Perks of Being a Wallflower,
yes,
and they're listening to the song and they go out,
can be heroes.
It is a beautiful view that honestly you even have to see to believe. Like when you see it with your own eyes, anything else doesn't really quite do it justice.
So the one that I know is usually high up in the mix that I have not been to is Oracle Park in San Francisco. I know we'll get to the ratings in just a second. I've not been to that one. I've heard great things about it. I love the look of PNC Park. I think that might be number one for me.
It's absolutely gorgeous. And I didn't even get to see a game there, and I'd probably put it at number one. You know, it's super cool.
Yeah.
So this is from CBS Sports. They went ahead and ranked this leading up to opening day. Of course, we've already got Dodgers and Cubs that have started the season in the Tokyo series, which is bizarre, but that's the case.
Game 2 tomorrow at 5 a.m.
Honorable mentions, we've got Petco Park with the Padres, which I was stunned that this didn't make even the top 5. Like, I've heard a lot of people advocate that Petco Park's the best in San Diego.
I'm curious. Go through the rest of the honorable mention, because there's one on the list that I went to that I thought was really awesome that I don't feel like gets talked about a bunch.
T-Mobile Park, where the Mariners play.
Okay.
Target Field, where the Twins play.
That one. So we went to Target Field, just its location, right kind of in the middle of downtown. And then the other thing that I think is really cool about it is you don't walk in at the bottom of the ballpark. So like where it's placed and where you walk in, you're already kind of higher up on another level. And so like it feels neat because you walk into the kind of the middle of the ballpark, and they have that walkway. Like, obviously, you still go through the ticket scanner and everything like that, but they have this giant walkway that just kind of leads you right into the ballpark. I thought that ballpark was awesome.
And then the Great American Ballpark where the Reds play.
I've not been there.
I know Tim Callens, TC, would
That's right.
probably advocate for that one. Number 10. It's a little bummed that this was in the 10. Minute Maid Park. The Juice Box. And did it get renamed? It's no longer Minute Maid Park.
I believe that, or did it go back to that because
go
all their
back?
corporate sponsors failed? The thing I'm going to remember the most about this ballpark, and that's why I can't put it up on the list, is when we were at the Super Bowl in Houston, and I saw a bunch of people, a bunch of men wearing white clothes.
Are you sure they were men?
I will never make that assumption again. It's a good point. People,
we grow and we learn and we don't judge.
Who have a penis.
Yeah. All right.
And they had, that is relevant to this story, Carter. Don't look at me like that.
Can't believe you said that.
They had blood spatter all over their like white jumpsuits.
You really are just fixated
They
with
were
that.
the Organization of Men Against Circumcisions.
Oh.
And so I went to go interview them for the show because I thought for sure that they were doing a bit. And I was like, hey, this could be some fun content on the air. Started interviewing them. Did you know that 84% of, and they had all of these facts and figures that made me realize this probably wouldn't be fun to broadcast on air. But secondly, that they definitely were not joking. And they were like saying it's bad if you get your baby circumcised because your baby didn't have a choice. And it's this whole thing. And they were not joking around.
That sounds like the not joking around crew.
So that's what I'll always remember about Minute Maid, because I had that interaction right outside of Minute Maid Park, and now it's impossible for me to think about that ballpark without thinking about the blood-spattered people.
That's
follow that.
How do I segue this?
Lubricated.
Okay.
Went to the Angels ballpark.
So,
Well, guess what, Jack?
Yeah. Well, the write-up for the Juice Box, otherwise known as the non-circumcised ballpark, there will be.
That's funny. That's funny the way you said that.
There will be a few people who lament the removal of Towels Hill and the in-play flagpole in center field, but I still really enjoy the look over left field with the Crawford boxes and the train over the top of the station. That brick out there in left center field is really nice as well. I don't know what she said, but I don't want to read this anymore, and I think that this entire write-up has been something I should have avoided.
I'm
and
sorry.
I'm not
This
read
feels like
anymore.
my fault. I'm sorry, Wolchuk.
This is not good. I don't
feels like
like
it's my
this.
fault.
I am feeling so vulnerable and uncomfortable, and I hate the Astros.
Okay.
So just so everyone knows, I didn't write that. Number 9 is Angel Stadium in Anaheim, which was a beautiful ballpark. It's pretty cool.
Did you guys go to Dodger Stadium?
No, and I want to go to Dodger Stadium.
Okay. I will go to Dodger Stadium with you.
Let's do it.
Because several years ago, there was a plan in place. We had tickets and everything. Oh, they were cheap tickets. I don't want to drive all the way out there. And we just didn't go.
That's what it always is. We don't want to drive out there.
I'll go.
Okay, let's do it. Because I know like Eric's probably not going to want to because of the drive, because it hurts his back. Brian probably would be down to go. But I'm down. Let's do this. Dodger Stadium, let's make it happen. I know Bobby went when we had left. He went on a date with the girl he was trying to set me up with. This is back in the single days. This is like 3 years ago.
Oh.
Yeah. Bobby, the great wingman that he is. It wasn't a date. It was just a friends thing. Number 8 is Coors Field in Colorado. The Colorado Rockies.
That's the one that I think Corey would put really high up on this list. He's told me about the opportunity to go there. We were going to go there as part of me and Jess were going to go there and then go to Red Rocks. It's going to be like a whole, weekend of fun. And that was in the midst of the COVID times when everything got canceled.
7 is Oriole Park at Camden Yards, which does look incredible. Amazing. It really does. Like when the Rangers were playing there in the playoffs, that place was rocking.
Was that the template for the new ballpark that you saw and you're like, it's new, but it still looks old and classy?
Yes.
Yes.
Like,
does that make sense?
It's like, this is actually gorgeous.
Yes.
And there, it really is, like, to me, that's one of the bucket list ballparks that I'd love to go and experience. 6 is Kauffman Stadium in Kansas City. And Eric Nadel told us this last year. He's like, it is one of the older ballparks, but it's beautiful when you're there. It still has the feel of just the Kauffman Stadium seats behind home plate, the gigantic video board, the Royals crown on top certainly is one of the most monstrous in all of Major League Baseball. Like the feel when you're there,
Interesting.
It's a gorgeous park.
Okay. I have to admit, I've not been to that one either. I'm willing to bet I've been to most of the top ones except for San Francisco.
Okay, number 5 is Dodger Stadium.
Okay.
So we know we're having a bro
check
day.
that off.
We're going to make that happen.
Absolutely.
Number 4 is PNC Park.
PNC Park would be my number 1. I'm going to guess 2 super historic ballparks are also going to be at the top of this list. But just aesthetics, I would put PNC at number 1.
Number 3 is Fenway Park.
Now, we should have asked for the audio to get pulled of Peyton describing what he thinks his experience in Boston is going to be like. But Fenway Park is awesome. And I had the best experience ever when I went with Brandon to that because they had this little table set up inside and they were like, have you been to Fenway before? Nope. They gave Brandon this little pin that said, like, my first game at Fenway. And I thought it was super cool.
Oh, that's awesome.
That ballpark is shockingly small.
Really?
Like, it really is. And if you look at it, because they have the green monster and everything.
I'm thinking it's huge.
No, things go up. So they don't go out as much there. They go up. And so it is shocking how small that ballpark is. Like, I know they have the regular dimensions of a baseball field. I'm not saying that. I'm saying, like, the way the fans are staggered and everything, that ballpark feels like one of the smallest Major League ballparks I've ever been to.
Like, the location of it, is it kind of in the middle of nowhere?
It is not in the middle of nowhere. It is in the middle of a neighborhood and restaurant extravaganza.
Okay.
So,
right, because they've built, like, a special street and everything for it. Okay.
It feels like you could stumble out of that ballpark to your apartment, like, a couple roads down.
Oh, that's awesome.
And I'm guessing, I don't want to mess up your list, I'm going to guess another historic ballpark is there. One of the things that makes these ballparks outside of the history is where they're located. Because when we walked out, it was a gigantic Insta-party. Once you stepped right out of the ballpark, once the game was over. It was a party before, it was a party afterwards because the Red Sox won. And that's something that works hugely in their advantage.
Which I do love, the whole Texas Live setup that we've done in Arlington. I think it's awesome, especially during the World Series run. Like, you're all super pumped. Like, after Game 3 in the ALDS, they go ahead. Evaldi gets the standing ovation. They sweep the O's.
Yep.
We want to keep the party going. Boom, we can walk right outside Texas Live. Let's do this.
There you go.
Game 1 of the World Series. Don't want to talk about it,
And
actually.
eventually we'll have a casino there.
Eventually, one day. 877-881-1053, your favorite ballpark. Did they list Petco yet? No, Petco was honorable mention from 972. They did not make the top 10. I was shocked, too. We talked about that earlier. 903 Coors Field is boring.
See, I haven't been there. The background looks incredible when you see it on TV.
469 said Fenway is a dump.
Okay, keep that in mind as you finish out your list.
Okay. You might have a dumpy one?
I might have a thought about that.
Okay. And then 805, Fenway's capacity is like 26,000. I really enjoyed Fenway. So some diverse
It's great.
opinions.
I don't know if it's changed over the years, but they also used to have a really limited amount of things you could get there. Like, you could buy like 8 things there. They had like hot dogs, peanuts, nachos, soda, beer.
And that's it.
It was not that expanded outside of that, which is kind of cool. It's a throwback.
Yeah, we're sticking to the central things
Yes,
here, that are
exactly.
good, that we know are awesome. The Dodger dogs are off the meat rack from the 214.
Okay.
Dodger Stadium is super overrated from the 817.
But I still feel like you need to go there, right? I that's what I think. I still want to go.
And then the 817 said, no BS, I had an adult circumcision. It was wild.
That sounds terrible.
That sounds painful.
Hopefully there weren't a whole bunch of people crowded around you watching.
Yeah, no, like a trough deal,
Yeah.
which they talked about this morning, and I agree. We really, really need to get the troughs out of here. That thing, like, I'm not trying to make eye contact while I'm urinating. And the other thing was from Zach in Frisco. He said, you guys talk about the strangest things. And you're right, and that's why I love our station. You never really know what we're going to get to. It's going to be sports
That's
mixed
fair.
in with the most random stuff imaginable.
That's fair.
That's what we do here. That's why you turn it on, leave it on, #Tolo. And that's why you're coming out on Friday, because you're going to be able to see us in person, cold beers and cheeseburgers. And yes, Lucius Alexander will be in attendance for the G-Bag Nation 2 to 7. Get there and be ready to enjoy all the March Madness. All right, here's your top 2, Kevin. Number 2 is Oracle Park in San Francisco.
Yep.
And number 1, Wrigley Field.
All right. I figured Wrigley would be high up in the mix. So when the people said that Fenway was a dump, and I know they've made changes to Wrigley Field. I've been to Wrigley Field a whole bunch, and they've tried to fix some stuff up. The walking patterns are so confusing there. There are some places where you go up steps just to go back down steps to get to your seat, and you're like, couldn't I have just walked straight? But no, you can't, because there's this big lump of concrete there. There are parts of Wrigley Field that kind of look like a dump. But you get to your seat, you're overlooking everything. It's magical. It really is. And this is another thing, just like Fenway, that it is a party. Wrigleyville, right outside, before and after, it is a party. You can find some amazing food at their food trucks if you want to start drinking, no problem. So I think the atmosphere and the history really help those two kind of move away from the field of a lot of these ballparks.
I mean, Wrigley and Fenway are definitely two bucket lists for me. And Brian does not like Wrigley Field. He was talking down on it a little bit.
I'm telling you.
So you're not alone in what you're saying.
If you're not here for the romanticism of baseball and sitting in that seat and looking out over the ivy, or if you're in the outfield, being with the bleacher bums and everything, I can see how you would be like, this is not the nicest ballpark.
I'm here for the nostalgia.
For sure. Then you'll love it. You'll absolutely love it. Same thing with Fenway. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, I'm really excited about this segment. A former Rangers pitcher drops one of the best Tommy John surgery breakdowns you'll hear. Plus, is this other former Ranger already on the hot seat? Next on The Fan.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org and by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
Right, Jonah standing in on the left side. Houck comes home, and this pitch is hit high and deep down the right field line. If it's fair, it's out of here. It is gone. Jonah Heim lifts one down the line. It's Heim time here in Arlington, and we're tied at 3.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Now we're going to talk some great baseball right here, but real quick. If you heard Alec Medford, he had the tiniest of trip-ups on that read right there.
It's your fault.
Alec says it's my fault. Would you care to expand about why it's my fault?
I wish you guys could all experience the level of stupidity that happens during the commercial breaks in these studios, because Kevin was playing on his phone through the microphone into my ear a kazoo representation of the national anthem. And they were, Carter Freeman in the back behind me is saluting. Kevin has his hand over his heart.
And we both stood up.
They're both standing up and saluting a kazoo.
It was a hell of a kazoo.
It was. And the best part of it all, it was close, but we made it through the entire anthem before we came
You
back.
got it real close. Really close.
I really wasn't sure if we were going to make it.
I hated everything about that.
There's a lot of things to go over here. We're going to get to Kyle Gibson. He gave a great breakdown of not necessarily why you get Tommy John surgery, but why it is so frequent and people striving for that. But I wanted to throw a couple of things out real quick. Let's start with this. Evan Grant, yesterday, rosters Rangers projection 3.0. Some of these are, I think that's all kind of what we've thought along the way. And so catcher is like that. I think infield is like that with Berger, Simeon, Seager, Young, Peterson, and Josh Smith, Higgy, and Heim at catcher. But outfield, Wyatt Langford, Leody Taveras, Adolis Garcia, Evan Carter, and Kevin Pillar. I'm not saying that that's surprising because ever since Pillar has been there, it's kind of felt like that's the way they're going. But, well, Chuck, what do you think about this? Under Crazy Thought, and I feel like he's been listening to the show. Thanks, Evan. Might the rise of Alejandro Osuna allow the Rangers more latitude to consider dealing Taveras for controllable and less expensive pitching? Because one of the things we've talked about, and I know yesterday only is like, hey, look, you might not need to worry about your closer just quite yet. But there will come a time where you will. But the Rangers are strapped in terms of they can't spend more than $6 million to stay underneath the threshold that they want to. Would this allow Osuna to be on the roster as one of your backup outfielders and then maybe move Leody, who you can definitely get something for, and maybe that something is cheap relief pitching that won't put you over the threshold?
I was working with the assumption that this would be their move the entire offseason. Yeah, like it would be Leody is the surplus guy. You're going to move him. Now, I wonder how they feel about Evan Carter and what's going on there.
Question.
But Kevin Pillar is also a guy that they added to the fold that they seem to like quite a bit. So I think they're stacked right now when it comes to the outfield. And if you're able to get a solid pitcher, I just kind of assumed like the closer role, that might be something where you can trade Leody Taveras and you get a guy that you think could fill that for you.
It's interesting that you mentioned Evan Carter because Evan Grant said it might sound crazy, but the idea of Evan Carter not making the opening day roster seemed like it had picked up some steam.
Oof.
But he had a good day in the backfield, so hopefully it won't come to that. But we've talked about quite a bit. His struggles against left-handed pitching have been mighty. For the starting rotation, obviously you've changed some things up, but this is what we went over yesterday. Evaldi, Leiter, Malley, Rocker, and DeGrom, which leads then the bullpen, which I think for probably most every team is the most fascinating aspect of all of this. Chris Martin, Sean Armstrong, Jacob Webb, Robert Garcia, Hobie Milner, who he has had a tough spring training.
Hobie's our guy.
Adrian Hauser, Garabito, and Luke Jackson. Luke Jackson's y'all's guy,
We
too,
love Luke
right?
Jackson, too.
Man, that's the guy that Jock Peterson was like, you guys have to talk to.
Luke Jackson is very, maybe an alien. I wouldn't put it past him.
And that leaves out Dane Dunning. And I love talking to Dane Dunning. I think he's got in really good shape. I think he will make a contribution to the team this year, but maybe he doesn't break camp on the roster.
It's so weird, this trajectory that Dane Dunning's on now.
It is.
2 years ago, you win the World Series, and wasn't he your MVP pitcher of the season?
Yes.
There's like whatever role we needed
Yes.
Dane Dunning to fill. Hey, we need you back in the starting rotation.
He's a Swiss Army pitcher.
Yeah, DeGrom got hurt. We need you in the bullpen as a long reliever. Go ahead and do it. And now it's Dane Dunning's in danger of not making the team. I mean, this is just insane.
Yeah, and he still has minor league options, which unfortunately sometimes can be a curse because you're like, well, we can just stash you there and not worry about losing you. All right, now let's go to a former Texas Ranger. We might start and stop parts of this, but it is incredibly insightful. This is Kyle Gibson talking about the proliferation of Tommy John surgery. There's one specific thing he's going to say in here, though, that I think is going to be the reason why people are always looking for faster, faster, faster.
Rodon basically said it's inevitable. Whether you're 35 or 15, when it's your time, it's your time. You're a guy that went through it in 2011. Do you think that statement is true?
Yeah, I don't know what percentage of pitchers have to get Tommy John overall in the game to reach that inevitable point, but I mean, I think we're there. You know, if it's 80 to 85% of overhand throwers in our game that are going to get Tommy John, I'd say that's pretty inevitable. I think there's a lot that goes into it. I think, we're all chasing, that extra mile an hour in velocity. We're all chasing the extra RPMs and spin. Even back to my time in Minnesota in 2019, the talk was every mile an hour on your fastball is basically like 0.3 off of your ERA. Now, you ask anybody if they can take 0.3 off of their ERA, they're going to say, yes. Some guys' goal is to throw every pitch as hard as they can because of the visual approach to home plate that it creates.
0.3 off your ERA for every mile per hour higher you can get. So if you can get that extra mile per hour, just think about it. For some people, you're talking about the difference between I'm going to go work at the bank or I'm going to be in Major League Baseball, or obviously maybe minor league as well. And then for some people, if you can get one or two, you might be talking about the difference between, and that's a good pitcher, and that's a $30+ million per year pitcher. So I had never thought about the breakdown like that. Kyle Gibson is an excellent person to talk baseball with. So when you hear that, do you kind of think like maybe the risk is worth the reward?
Yeah, I think that's why you've seen so many people do this. Like, it used to be, oh my gosh, we've got a bullpen arm that can throw 100 miles an hour. Now everybody in the bullpen's throwing 100 miles an hour. It's crazy. So it makes a ton of sense as to why now it's, how much harder can I throw? I do think there's something about the art of location and how can I command the baseball. And I think that's what sets apart guys like Cody Bradford, who don't throw that hard, but yet have been effective pitchers. And I think that's what stood out to me when listening to Jacob deGrom and how I can throw 97, and can I get the same success throwing 97 versus throwing 100 miles an hour, and how much less taxing that's going to be on my body. And the reason why he can have success throwing his curve or slider, whatever it is, in 97 versus triple digits is the location and being able to command the ball to go where he wants it to go.
So I think about, I'm sorry if I get this quote messed up just a little bit. Necessity is the mother of invention. And I think that's exactly what pops into my head when you describe that. It's not to say that deGrom is not a master of movement and location as well, but say he misses that pitch or whatever, you could be fine. Whereas Cody Bradford, it's out of here.
Sure.
That's what...
And hey, John Gray's had that problem.
That's true. And to be honest, like we've joked about it with Mike Bassick and Derek Holland when we would have them on. Not to say that Derek threw nothing but 100 miles per hour, but clearly he could get away with a mistake because of the velocity that he trotted out. easier than Mike could. So when you add that and think, all right, if I can pick up 2 miles per hour, which is kind of the average velocity pickup for Jack Leiter that we've talked a lot about throughout spring training, that could potentially mean 0.3 per mile per hour off my ERA. If you tell a pitcher going into the season, hey, this will help you drop your ERA by more than half a run, that feels like a no-brainer.
Yes.
And I know the other side of it is it will inherently come along with some potentially raised injury risks. But that's when you heard in that clip, there are a lot of people who think there are pitchers who have had Tommy John and people who haven't had Tommy John yet. You know, and so if you think it's going to be inevitable, maybe it's worth it.
So we talked about with Paul Skeens yesterday, right?
Yeah.
It's like I threw out, hey, what would you start trying to look at a package to throw Pittsburgh to get Skeens? Because he's already said he's not going to. Well, he hasn't said it, but he's hinted at, I probably am not re-signing with the Pirates.
Because they don't seem to care about making their team any better.
Right. So, you know, what could a trade package look like? Would it start with, you know, an Evan Carter and a Leiter or a Rock, whatever it might be? And you did make the point of, but are we just kind of waiting on, we're going to not have Paul Skeens for a year and a half, because inevitably he's going to have Tommy John.
And it's weird because the thought that went through my head was maybe you wait it out and it happens on the Pirates' dime and then you make that deal. Although that's not to say, I don't want to give this idea that once you have Tommy John surgery, you'll never get hurt again. That's not the case at all. There are a lot of people who think Tommy John surgery has about a 7-year shelf life to it. So that's not to say, I used to think when I was younger that if you ever got it, you would never need it again. And that's why I was like, oh, well, just knock it out whenever, and then you'll never need it again. That is not the case whatsoever. So I wonder if teams would be thinking in the back of their mind, let's just wait and see what happens there and see if maybe we can not have to go through any of that.
Yeah.
One more baseball note for you. The season hasn't even started, but CBS Sports, those jerks, they already put out a hot seat list of managers. Number 1, 3, and 4 on the list. Don't worry about it. Who cares? Number 2 on the list, Ron Washington.
Already?
With the Los Angeles Angels. Did you ever feel like taking this job? And I 100% understand why he took the job. But did you ever think that he took that job and it was just to bide time until maybe they got better and they eventually were like, hey, team's not good under you, so we're moving on. Even though it's not his fault, because that team is god-awful.
Oh, so bad. And I mean, I think last year you saw them, they were more competitive.
That's
under
true.
Wash.
That's true.
But yeah, I think that's unfair to him. It's not his fault right now that this team is struggling.
If you do want to know the rest of the list, I can tell you. John Schneider.
I'm not really interested.
Okay. Then all you need to know.
No, all right. Give us the Schneider.
John Schneider.
Rob's brother.
With the blue. Man, I'll be curious. I have some questions about that. He is number 1 on the list, followed by Ron Washington, Marmol over from the St. Louis Cardinals is 3, and Bud Black for the Colorado Rockies is 4. It sucks because I feel like we're all rooting for Ron Washington, but only to a point, right? Because you don't want the Angels to be good.
Yeah, I don't want them to make the playoffs, but they can be competitive and hopefully beat the Mariners and the Astros a bunch and then just lose all the games to the Rangers.
Okay, so they can get up to 500, and then we'll be like, hey, that's about enough from you. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, let's chit-chat with those fellas from the G-Bag Nation right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, you're freaking me out a little bit.
got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats have groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be what was it, Pepper Lady?
Cinnamon sisters?
Asia Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maybes? No.
Nutmeg Maybes.
You said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
This segment is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023 and 2024.
Hernandez chops one to third. Shaw will go to second for one. Throw to first is high, and it allows the Dodgers to take the lead. Ohtani's in to score on a throwing error, and it's 2-1 Los Angeles.
K&C Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan right now. Courtesy of D&M Leasing, it's time for our chit-chat with those fellas from the G-Bag Nation. Gentlemen, who is you today?
Hagee, amazing. How are you?
I'm doing very well. Now, I know it would have been easier for the morning show or even our show. Is there any chance that you love baseball so much that you woke up at 5 in the morning to watch the game?
I did not, but I did enjoy the updates from Sean and RJ this morning as it was happening. It was like, oh yeah, that's a nice reminder that I guess today's technically opening day.
So
what a celebration.
We were talking about this yesterday. Can you imagine if this was the Dodgers and the Rangers, and for the first time ever, Sean and RJ got preempted for part of their show? They'd be so excited because they get mad at y'all. They get mad at us as if we constructed the baseball schedule.
They do.
But what if their
Most
show
toxic.
What if their show didn't start till 8:30? Would they be happy then? Or do you think?
Oh, I think they would, at least temporarily. They'd find something quickly within 15
like coming
minutes.
to work.
Here's the easiest one that they would be complaining about. The moment the microphones turn on. Wow, that 8 a.m. traffic looks a lot different than 5:30.
Yeah, I could see that.
We barely made it in on time.
We might as well have just gotten here at 6 a.m. and done the damn show.
Just bring K&C in early.
But I protest these games, Hagee.
Is that right? Please tell me why.
When you have America's pastime with an international opening day, it ain't right.
Even though both of the starting pitchers were from Japan and the star players from Japan.
It's about us.
Okay.
We're not from Japan.
I was just asking for clarification.
I think it's great for them, you know, and if they wanted to do that on like the second game of the year, I think that'd be appropriate.
Okay.
I mean, maybe at least cater to the American fans by putting it at a time that's not 6 a.m.
Another good idea. I mean, that's
How about the Dodger
it's
fans?
4 a.m. for West Coast.
That's an all-nighter.
That is true. Okay.
Just don't go to bed.
But I decided to look this up. It's 3:47 in the morning right now in Tokyo. So what would be a viable time that we would start that game to make it more accessible for Americans?
It would add to the excitement if I knew that they were playing an overnight game.
Okay, so
I think 4 a.m. would be great.
Yeah.
Okay, so midnight, 4 a.m., that's when they're firing it up.
Let's go.
Because it's the opener. Everyone still be fired up.
How about
Absolutely.
exhibition game? They can play it whenever they want.
Okay.
Even better. Double down there. But, you know, I'm half in jest, but half seriously. Like other countries don't bring their sports here to do their opening day. When do we have English Premier League opening day? When's Japan bringing their teams and their stars?
Okay, so you think we're being too generous with this?
I think we have an opening day deficit, if you will, Hagee.
Okay.
Trying to send some tariffs.
I've never even thought about this before. The idea that
to see some
Liverpool will start the EPL season this weekend live in Omaha. Like, that would be amazing. That's where it happened. You'd just be like, none of this makes any sense.
They would run up that Jello shot bar.
Ooh, they would,
What was that, Rocco's?
Oh,
was it Rocco's in Omaha?
The College World Series.
College World Series.
They could close it down and retire after that for
Definitely,
EPL fans.
The soccer
Oh, my
fans would be
gosh.
like, what? Who's your leader right now? LSU? You think you guys can booze? Watch this.
That was some of the best stuff during the World Cup. Like these bars are running out of beer. They're just. How do you not prepare for this? Do you not know?
It's unbelievable.
I guess we weren't prepared for how much the Scots could drink.
Now, speaking of things that might be unbelievable, do you see any issues with this plan? The Los Angeles Sparks put out on social media, we're looking for male practice players for the 2025 season.
Sure.
Do you have what it takes?
Yeah.
What do you think happened next? They got a bunch of level-headed submissions. They put together a practice team, and everything was great. Or do you think something else might have happened?
Hagee sounds like a prime opportunity for some social media sexual harassment.
Indeed, that
Shoot or shoot,
appears
Hagee.
to be the case. But surely there's a difference between shoot or shoot and somebody who said, quote, let Cameron Brink back me down. Like, surely we can find some. Damn it! Surely you can find a happy medium between like, you seem like a nice lady. I would like to get to know more about you. And yeah, what's up?
Yeah, it'd be the first time in a practice where they're exchanging phone numbers for non-work reasons.
Yeah,
trying to take a date out. Yeah, I mean, this would be that's probably what majority of these dudes signing up. There's probably a couple dudes that are like, this is actually my chance. They've been hanging on for way too long about how good they are at basketball.
My God.
They're like,
competitively play.
Let's consider this an open opportunity to show my skills.
What is the situation where people hang on way too long thinking they're going to make it? Is it sports or is it your friend's band? Because, man, I feel like I had a bunch of friends who their band, I was like, dude, it's probably like, if you're having fun playing, like, rock on.
Great hobby.
But they're like, no, we're going to make it.
Yeah.
And this is going to be my career.
We're the
And I'm
next
like,
queen.
My experience,
38.
It's the sports.
Okay.
It's the sports from my experience. Handful of dudes like paying money to play sports, keeping the dream alive. Not just because, this is fun for me, because I'm hopeful that I'll have a Brian Broaddus scout in the stands and I'm going to get a deal.
Somebody's going to see me.
Yeah.
What is the age with your friend's band where you didn't feel obligated to go anymore? Because I feel like early 20s, I felt obligated to go to my friends' bands when they were playing, and then it was like me and a couple other people. I was like, maybe just do this for fun.
Maybe 33, something like that.
Okay, wow. So you
Somewhere
gave
there.
him some time.
Yeah. I mean, Portland's a very musical town, so there were a lot of friends into music. And from my perspective, it's music because you can actually keep doing that into your 30s.
That's true.
And you're actually getting better, even though it's not good enough to break out.
Is there a venue question, though, that you just won't attend? Like if you're doing like the, if you're...
They're at the garage again.
Well,
I'm
the
not going
church
there.
scene or something like that. Or you're playing at the church.
Yeah, we got to be at a legit bar or something. You
Okay,
know?
that's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Are we playing the bar mitzvah?
No alcohol,
would not
no
do that.
deal.
Yeah. No.
The bar mitzvah's going to have alcohol, so that might be a good one to crash.
I just kind of wondering, is there a venue that we just won't go and watch? Is there a place
Absolutely.
that we just will not do it?
Yeah, my buddy...
Gymnasium?
VFW.
My buddy did an acoustic show at a public pool. They were looking to book some local musical acts.
How
for
was
the
it?
kids.
At a public pool.
Yeah, I didn't go. To Brian's point.
Yeah. I think there's some of these that we just will support to a point.
I saw the look on his son's eyes, and I imagine it didn't go great.
Yeah.
Did you have musical dreams and aspirations as a youngster?
Briefly in like 4th, 5th grade when they first start doing music, and I did clarinet, I did saxophone.
Oh, yeah.
Just
Still
didn't
get
go
a Glenn
well.
Miller.
Just didn't go well.
You're a woodwind guy. I like it.
Yeah, it looks fun, right? And so you hear it, you fall in love with the music at a young age, and then you try it, and then some people are really good at it. For other people, everybody just laughs at you, Peggy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then you end up playing kazoos for a national anthem.
Yes.
Oh.
We might have broken Alec Medford in the last commercial break by playing the kazoo national anthem.
So what do you have against the kazoo, Alec?
Zach, was it the kazoo? Was it the national anthem, or was it the fact that both me and Carter stood to show proper respect to the anthem that you think broke Medford?
He was
most?
already upset about the kazoo, but I think it was the standing. I think the standing really pushed it over the edge. And then Carter's screaming "Stars," which I admire. I got in on the second one with you.
Anybody kneel?
No kneeling.
No kneeling.
So
was it a damn good rendition?
It
wasn't.
Was not. It really wasn't, which I think made it all the better.
No, it didn't.
This wasn't even like a dialed kazoo player that was like, guys, watch
Jack
this.
Black.
No, and it sounded like it was a bunch of them, and they just really couldn't find their harmony or rhythm or anything like that.
But you'd rather have a bad anthem than a pretty good one, right?
Yes, for sure. A pretty good one.
With all due respect.
Yeah.
All due respect.
I'm
to the
with
song
you.
and everything.
Because
but I like a bit of a train wreck.
it's going to be way more entertaining. Now, if you have somebody who can belt it out and they'll do a damn fine job, give me that one all day.
Yeah.
But if you're just going to be like, oh, yeah, that's a good job. Now, pass.
Yeah.
Give me the one that forgot the words, or they need Doc Rivers to come out and help them, whatever the case
Or
might
Mo
be.
Cheeks.
Yeah, give me.
Did you see the follow-up on the Mo Cheeks story? Yes, dude, we got the full circle. So cool. The web redemption.
What?
Yeah, the young
back?
girl is now like a 22-year-old or whatever, and she went out there. Mo Cheeks was alongside her.
That's great.
She nailed it. Hit it out the park.
That's beautiful.
So Hagee wouldn't have liked it.
Where's Mo Cheeks coaching? Is he coaching?
I think he's still floating around the Sixers in some way.
Oh,
I
is
think
he?
it was at a Sixers game.
Oh, this was that Sixers game?
Back to assistant up there. He's a legend.
Mo Cheeks.
What do you guys got coming up on the program today?
Pure Gold, as always, currently an assistant coach for New York, by the way.
Oh, there we go. Thanks.
Brendan Haywood from Bet Online is going to join us at 3 o'clock. North Carolina, Mavs championship. So a lot of relevant basketball talking points with Haywood there at 3 o'clock. And, Pure Gold as always. Thanks for asking.
Love it. Roll home with the G-Bag Nation. We've been the KNC Masterpiece. Come back with us tomorrow, 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Say good night, Kevin.
Good night, Kevin.
Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios, you're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Welcome to the nation.
Here we go. It's hour one, G-Bag Nation, 105.3 The Fan. Thanks for making us part of your sports day. General at your service. If you see me, bear me. N.A. There's Brian. You have Lucius Alexander, the Pimp Cup over there. Master Control here, 75 and Fitz. You fix it to go 5. Eric Chiafalo is here. Zach Wolchuk, as you just heard, was filling in with the KMC Masterpiece. So salute to those boys. Nice show. Carter Freeman's coordinating your video. And along with you, we are the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. Nice day out there. Pretty windy.
Pretty windy.
Yeah.
Yep.
You got a storm blowing in or something?
Yeah, I don't know what it is, man, but the wind is here at all times, it feels like. I was trying to I had a gym snafu, so I'm having to get creative with how I'm working out, maybe a conversation for a later date, but with spring break being in action, I have a middle school right down the street from my house, so I was just doing like some crap on their track, just kind of like walking, really not doing anything. I heard skipping was good for you, so you could have found me skipping at 7 a.m. this morning. But the wind
you're telling me walking's not any good? Why am I doing it?
No, not that walking's not good. Walking is also good.
I'm more curious about this gym snafu, bro.
That's
like,
what happened
at the gym, dog?
I want to hear what's going on.
Snafu.
Old men in towels again?
No, I wish. I'm longing for that. The Lifetime Fitness, right?
Yeah.
That's a nice gym.
That's a great gym.
I would never pay for that gym. I pay $10 a month to go to a different gym.
Okay.
Which is 100% a worse experience.
It's a gym.
But it's a gym.
Yeah.
And so it's $10 compared to like $200 or something crazy. Well, my brothers are willing to pay the big money to go to Lifetime. I have been acting like one of my brothers for the last 3 months, and they caught me.
Oh, wow.
And so now I'm back to square one and I'm like, I don't want to drive further to go to the crappier gym. So now I'm just trying to get creative, Lucius. I'm like, push-ups are awesome, aren't they? Who needs weights?
How did you get caught? Yeah.
How'd they call you out?
I think they've just migrated in a more superior security system.
That Trump coming in office, that's what he'll do every time, man.
One of my brothers
got doged. You got big balls.
I'd been dodging him for a while, and then I got doged.
Yeah.
So my brother was just basically sent me a screenshot of his little scanner deal that you just scan your phone.
Yeah. Uh-huh.
And so it's been working. It pops up a picture of you, but I'll kind of like wear a hat or whatever, disguise, and I'm just
you got
quick.
the one
I'm
brother
not
looks
really
exactly
looking at
like
him.
you.
Yeah, this isn't the one that really looks that much like me, but he was the only one willing to put himself at risk as well. So I've been doing this probably since like around before the new year, like around Christmas time, because they were going all the time, and I was dang, I don't get to go with these guys. And so my brother gave it to me, and it's been working. But now I don't know. They have like a second computer that now can identify or something. Because immediately, as soon as I scanned, they said it was like, hey, there's something wrong here. This feels like this might be the wrong account or whatever. I wasn't trying to put up a fight. I was like, let me circle back on this.
Oh, okay,
and
yeah.
They've never seen me again.
I got the real barcode in my car.
This is definitely y'all's fault, and I'm going to go figure out why, and I'll be back.
Jeez,
Did you walk out like, oh, wait, I might have to grab the wrong card and then come back?
That's 100% what I did. Yeah, I played it like a coward.
That's it. That's awesome, dude. That's pretty funny, but sometimes you got to do what you got to do to try to get a hookup. And, the next thing you know, you're.
And here's the deal, like 972, why are you crapping on the run of the mill gyms? I'm not. I am that guy. But once you get a taste of the good life for 3 months, all of a sudden you get back down, you get humbled real quick.
And the other gym, you can't make grunt noises.
Right.
You can't. Somebody come over there. Hey man, can you keep it down just a little bit? You know, other people are trying to work out. But like, what?
You got to take the AirPod
These are
out.
60s, bro. I'm struggling here.
Yeah. I just like whatever I can do at my house. Like we have a bike, I have a bench with some dumbbells, and a total gym. You know, one of them Chuck Norris total gyms. And that's good enough for me. You know,
what time in the morning did you buy the total gym? Was that like when you
about 11:30 at night? I think it was.
Wait, I was just going to ask you. Was this one of the things you were drinking? Back in the day?
It was a long time ago. It might have been, yeah.
Like those impulse buys when you go home.
And I think I paid way too much for it because when they first came out and there was like this whole campaign on it and stuff, I think I paid like $900 for it. Now you can get them at like Academy Sports for like $178.
See, that's my wheelhouse. I'm going to have to figure something out.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what it is about the gym, man. It's just there's so many people. They're sweating. They're doing social media. I don't think I've had a membership for 10 years.
Is this, Lucius, is the social media stuff really bad?
Yeah, bro. I love it, man.
You love that?
Heck yeah.
Like, do you have to like be mindful?
Motivated. I can't wait to get back to the gym.
So when you're like when you're walking around the gym, do you have to be mindful where you walk? So getting someone's video?
For the most part. I mean, just keep you can just keep walking like you always do. Don't stand in front of somebody's camera or whatnot. But you got to keep in mind.
Yeah,
it's not bad, man. There's enough space in there.
Okay,
the ambiance is fly. They got the lights that they know you're going to do some Instagram stuff.
Yeah. Do you ever wonder how many workout videos, you're in the background of
Pretty
on
sure.
the internet?
And they're struggling for my life in the back. The barbell is
weights are sliding off the end.
Can't get that left arm up. Right hand is all the way up. I'm looking crazy in the back of somebody's video.
Well, hopefully the Stars don't struggle on video tonight.
Yeah.
They will host the Ducks. Should be an electric atmosphere at the AAC as the Stars are looking to avoid the rare 3-game losing streak. I don't know the last time that happened to them, to be honest, but Anaheim slightly under 500. Stars are a big favorite here. The money line's minus 355. And you could be looking at a fiesta if you head down there tonight. It is Noche Mexicana evening.
There you go.
Be a celebration of Mexican culture. Pre-game party starts at 5 o'clock, looking at food trucks, a concert. There are Stars bandanas for early fans that get there and other promotions to be had as you go watch your hockey team tonight. Cameron Hayward gives us the latest on the Aaron Rodgers story, decision on where he's going to play. He was asked, will he help recruit? He was talking on his podcast and says, I'm not doing the darkness retreat. I don't need any of that crap. Either you want to be a Steeler or you don't. It's that simple. That's the pitch. If you want me to recruit, that's the pitch. Steelers. If you want to be part of it, so be it. If you don't, no skin off my back. I just think this is an example of why the Steelers maybe aren't a good fit for Aaron Rodgers, Brian.
No, I think that there's already, it sounds like to me, and Cameron Hayward, he's kind of the elder statesman of that group, and so if he's kind of saying, "Hey, you either want to be here or you don't," I think he speaks for several of those Steelers that are on that currently on that team. That like, listen, hey, we're all about us coming together and playing really good ball, and they do. They play great for Mike Tomlin. It seems like every year it's when you count them out, they find ways to win games. So that's a pretty tight group right there. And if he comes in there and disrupts that, which he very well could, I think there's going to be some bigger issues there in Pittsburgh.
He says, I'm tired of talking about the quarterback situation.
Yeah.
I'd rather have it done.
Yeah.
I don't know what ends up happening. I just think at this point it'd probably be awkward to walk in there as Aaron Rodgers as well. Like I'm reading this like, I don't think I want to go over there to Pittsburgh.
Those players all talk. Those players all talk to each other,
and they already are annoyed by me.
Yeah,
like I'm the target in their group chat right now.
Yeah.
I'm not signing with that team and walking into a situation that's already against me.
Yeah.
It would be highly entertaining though with that wide receiver core.
Yeah.
And Aaron Rodgers.
Yeah,
bro.
Yeah, let's get a hard
crash
knocks.
outs yeah, a 30 for 30.
You're gonna have to have that whole team doing ayahuasca.
That's right.
Settle him down a little
Group
bit.
ayahuasca.
Yeah, I mean he's obviously just waiting around for the Vikings. He's like, I got no rush to sign with the Giants and the Steelers if I think there's any chance the Vikings want me. He wants that shirt off Broadus's back right now.
That's
the most purpley shirt I've ever seen in my life.
That's the problem, though. If you're in a situation where you're trying to play one team against a couple other teams and it doesn't work out, if it doesn't work out in Minnesota, you know what he needs to do? Retire. You don't need to go like you walk into those situations with the Giants or walk in with Pittsburgh, and they're already thinking that they're second and third on the list. I don't think I'd necessarily want to be that guy for a teammate. So I would, if I was Rodgers, the smart thing would be just retire. Don't put yourself through that. But he will, and he'll
he should retire already.
Yeah.
I think a lot of the greats, when they start to play at the Aaron Rodgers level, they're like, I got to get out of here. Like Tom Brady never got that.
How about no when you're not any good anymore?
Yeah.
Don't you haven't you watched the last 2 years and thought, man, well, I know the first year he was in New York, he had the Achilles, but that had to tell you you're starting to break down a little bit. And then this last year, you're not good enough.
Let's play that finish the phrase game like we played with Lucius yesterday. Yeah. The man in the mirror
is an idiot.
I'm looking at him.
Is the last to know.
The man in the mirror is the last to know.
The last to know. That's a good point.
And so we can all know, but Rodgers he's going to be hanging on.
Yeah.
Okay, Belichick has snagged an Aggie recruit, 4-star DT Treshawn Ruffin, flipped his commitment from A&M to North Carolina, marking the Tar Heels' highest-rated new pledge since Bill took over in December. 12th-ranked prospect. He is from North Carolina, so it's not like he's taking him out of your backyard, but he's a pretty good prospect and recently attended Duke UNC basketball. That helped flip him. He was like, I don't want to miss out on this college basketball scene. A&M's got a pretty good one too.
They do.
But I guess that Tobacco Road rivalry made an impression on him.
Yeah, those 9 miles will do it for you.
Okay, Cooper Flagg's goal is to play Friday for Duke in their opener. Duke is going to play the winner of the first 4 game between American University and Mount St. Mary's, but apparently they've told the selection committee and the TV networks that he's going to play, so you can go ahead and plan accordingly. They want to have that game in the primetime spot there if Cooper Flagg's going to ball.
Okay.
Brian, seems to be a ratings magnet right now.
Oh yeah, he's best player in the sport, man, and he's got he had the hype coming in, and he's lived up to it.
How good is he going to be as a pro?
I think all signs indicate he's going to be pretty dang awesome. I mean, he does so much for Duke, and they're good enough to where, like the other night, they didn't need him to win.
Does he average like 18 points a game?
Yeah,
something like that.
Yeah.
If you had to say, and I'm not going to sit here and act like I watch a bunch of Duke basketball, but is his game? Is he like it always seems like to me with ball in hand with chance to win, he's the guy that they of course lean on. But it's like he tries to drive the ball, penetrate. Is he that? What's his game?
I mean, from my experience watching him, he's super well-rounded. He can score, but he sets other guys up, like the gravity that he dictates for the defense. He's setting guys up left and right, and then he gets out in transition. He plays defense. He is extremely well-rounded.
Yeah.
And remember the stories coming out of Team USA last year.
Mm-hmm.
He got to practice with those guys at the Olympics.
They were liking
and they
him,
were raving about him.
Yeah.
So I think this is a guy that really is all
his game
that
translates.
he's been, all that he's a big guy, and he's athletic. He can run the show offensively at that size.
You think he's got point guard ability?
Yeah, like I don't know if it's to the LeBron Luka level of like you feel like you're playing with 10 eyeballs and you can just see everything before it happens, but he definitely has the ability to run your offense.
He's quite a player, and I think he's probably the number one tune-in for a lot of people here as we go into this tournament, but there's a lot of great storylines on both the men's side and the women's side, and we'd love to invite you to join us Friday at Cold Beers and Cheeseburgers to take it all in. We'll be there 2 to 7 for another show, and Lucius is coming along for the party as well.
Man, I am so excited about that.
Yeah, it's fun.
I wonder how many people. are taking the day off, dude. They're really milking this thing.
Is anybody having more problems with this hat today than Lucius?
I don't know.
No. Oh, he's
got on over the headset.
And my headphone cord is caught up on my darn chair. Man, look, the game started like as soon as we get there, kind of.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh, it's going to be overwhelming.
I feel like we get to be the people to introduce Cold Beers and Cheeseburgers to DFW.
Yes,
quite an honor.
Absolutely,
it's an exciting thing. It's like you learned about the new hot band just a couple of weeks before their record dropped or whatever. Nuggets were without Jokic and Jamal Murray last night, still beat the Warriors. Westbrook and Aaron Gordon were really good if you got to watch it on TV. The Warriors now talking about trying to find some games for Steph Curry to take it easy down the stretch, do a little load management. How about a little 60 on soccer? Current USA skipper, former coach at PSG, Chelsea, and Tottenham, Mauricio Pochettino, says, hey, we can be the best team in the world in 5 to 10 years. He's talking about the red, white, and blue. He cites the investment from Arthur Blank in a $50 million training facility that's going to be built in Atlanta and the impact of Messi and the MLS, continued investment in the infrastructure. You selling that, Brian?
You know what? I appreciate Arthur Blank coming up with money to build training facilities and all that. It seems like my whole life is spent and I played soccer as a kid when I was 9 years old, and they kept telling me about the growth of the game, and I'm 61 right now, and I'm still waiting. There's certain sports I think that we're really, really good at. I don't think soccer's one of them.
We've been 10 years away for about 40, 50 years.
I kind of feel like that we're always on the back foot when it comes to soccer. We're never in the forefront of, like, we could talk about the training and more international play and all that stuff like that. But I always feel like that when it comes to tournament time, we're just the most ill-prepared team in the history of soccer.
Well, it was like one hit away. We're almost there.
Yeah, it just seems like to me that there's so much buzz and anticipation, and we've never taken advantage. The women have taken advantage of, like, the stuff that they've been able to do. The women's sports, the way that they play at North Carolina and some of these other schools, the women have done a great job. The men's program, always on the back foot.
Round of 16 in 2002, we beat Mexico 2-0 and then lose to Germany in the quarterfinals 1-0. You know, that was 23 years ago. We're not closer than that.
The fact that you go and in an important match to qualify at Trinidad and Tobago, you take an L.
Yeah,
and then you lose to Ghana. And nothing against the African teams or the African nations teams. They're outstanding soccer teams. But the fact that you cannot, with all the resources and players in this country, come up with a squad that doesn't hate each other at times, or hate the coach, or have some kind of controversy. We lead the league in that. We don't lead the league in developing players and going over and winning these things.
Let me say this in defense of the idea. We are making gradual improvement. Maybe our World Cup results haven't been better, but I think the infrastructure is better. The quality of players that we're producing is better, and maybe Pochettino's the guy to bring it all and make us believe.
I watched him with Tottenham. I kind of
You're not a fan?
I have my thoughts. Yeah.
All right, we have G-Bag of the Day coming up at 2:30. Coming up next here on The Fan. What are you doing, Eric?
Let's go around the rim featuring the 1-year anniversary of the dunk of the year. Plus, we had food poisoning and a broadcaster ball sacking next in the nation.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like, your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean, like, this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
Got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Segment's brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today, carsforkids.org. And it's brought to you by the Frankels. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call the Frankels first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Franklin Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. The go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas, the Frankels. Here's the chief.
Yes, sir. Thank you very much. Let's go ahead and cut the lights out. We'll put the kids down for that spring break afternoon snoozer, and the G-Bag Nation goes all 56 inches around that rim.
Let it ride! Rain dance!
I gotta join here, man. I've been saving for a special occasion.
Always a special occasion when it is the 1-year anniversary of the 2024 Dunk of the Year.
Warren did not score and only had one shot attempt in that first half. Another turnover for Utah. Edwards gets it back and threw it down. And one from the rafters.
Dang good call and unbelievable dunk. That was 1 year ago today. It was John Collins on the other side of that particular poster. And if you remember, he was concussed after that. My man was out with an NBA concussion after taking an all-time facial
right. Yes.
from
The
Anthony
basketball
Edwards.
off the head.
Yeah.
Wow.
Dude. The ball speed on that dunk was apparently legendary. They can break down the advanced metrics of dunks now with the explosion, how high they get, the ball speed in terms of when the ball's released from the hand, and apparently that ball came crashing down so hard on the dome of John Collins, he was concussed. In the NBA, you rarely see something like that. I don't think we've seen a dunk this year that was as good as that one. Anthony Edwards soaring from the rafters That was a great call.
I mean, the one he had 2 nights ago they kept playing yesterday on TV was pretty incredible.
No doubt.
Yeah.
He's got a handful of them.
Dude, yeah, I would say a couple dozen probably.
And probably less so this year because he's made it a point to not really exert himself in that way. John Morant's been similar, where they don't want to get to the rack as much just because of the wear and tear that it creates on you.
Yeah.
But I'm sure, like, come postseason time, we'll get that vintage Anthony Edwards where it's more consistent with the hammers.
Was there a John Morant dunk this year? John Morant that had one that was...
I think he's had a couple, but it's been less for him as well this year.
I know you mentioned that he's doing it less, but I thought he had one earlier in the year that he just...
I do believe you're correct on that.
God, I should have probably looked that up.
No, it's all right.
Sure. Yeah.
Yeah, Morant can still put it down on you. But last year's Dunk of the Year, Anthony Edwards, 1 year ago on this day. Now, almost a year to the day. This was last night, T-Wolves game. And we had in G-Bag the Day yesterday. Didn't win, but J.B. Bickerstaff, Detroit Pistons head coach, ticked off at the refs in the rant.
Yeah, incredible rant.
And there is a looming fine, obviously, when you go that hard at the refs at the microphone.
And the refs should be fined. I'm a JB Bickerstaff guy on this one.
And I co-sign that.
The John dunk that Brian's talking about is the one that came after the whistle against Wemby.
Okay. It was, Okay.
Yes, it technically didn't count.
I'm old and can't always remember things, but I thought that it was,
No, that was a good pull.
It was after the whistle. Okay.
Good clarification.
Gotcha.
So the T-Wolves broadcast last night, they ended up reporting on the $100,000 fine for J.B. Bickerstaff.
Ouch.
And this is how it sounded.
And you saw the J.B. Bickerstaff post-game presser.
That was epic. Epic.
Fined $100,000 by the NBA today.
I'm sure he's not paying that.
Okay, why is he not paying that? Well, they got that particular report from the Ballsack account NBA Centel. There has been no fine handed out as of yet for JB Bickerstaff after publicly criticizing the officials and to some extent SGA.
It looks like about $15,000 worth of work, if you ask me. If I had to ballpark it.
I think we'll be surprised. I feel like there's a bit of a track record of some of these guys getting the hammer brought down on them at like $50K or something. $100K seems unbelievable. Even $50K is over the top. It wasn't like he was cursing like crazy or anything. He was just lamenting for 90 seconds how bad of the disrespect that his team gets.
I don't know why it's got to be so big. You know, like $5,000 would make the statement that you need to make. It hurts. Some of these coaches making $2, $3, $5 million a year. $50,000 is a buttload of money.
Yeah.
Joe Mazzulla just got fined $35,000 for aggressively pursuing and directing inappropriate language towards a game official.
Yeah,
that wasn't a post-game thing. So.
That'll happen, man.
Yeah.
This is sports. Refs are used to that. Okay? Relax with the $35,000. You got to be kidding me.
Now, what we're not used to seeing,
$25,000
for Doc. Yeah. What we're not used to seeing though during an NBA game is a superstar celebrity sitting courtside, vomiting all over the hardwood.
That was something.
Bleeding profusely
that was
from his
projectile
nose.
vomiting right there.
Yeah. That was not just a little acid reflux.
No.
That was a full-fledger. Tracy Morgan, Madison Square Garden, collision course with allegedly food poisoning. Now, we can recklessly speculate all we want. He's checked in on Instagram live from the hospital bed, alleging that he's doing well on the heels of last night's public disaster. And he also wants to note that not only is he doing okay, he wants to thank the MSG staff for their assistance and the cleanup crew. But he says, more importantly, the Knicks are now 1-0 when I throw up on the court, so maybe I'll have to break it out again in the playoffs. Hashtag go Knicks.
That's how you make the most of it.
Right now.
And he is just vomiting violently, and like Kenny Albert is sitting literally 3 feet away
splashing
from him.
on the broadcast.
My goodness.
And the blood pouring out of his nose, the white towel covered in red blood.
It looked bad there for a while.
It looked real bad.
His buddy's like, crap. I think there is a popcorn bowl or container under his seat. Somebody needs to grab that and put that like in a barf bag location.
That would fill up way too fast.
I am glad he's okay. I think my only other point is I guess it could be food poisoning if by food he means a handle of his favorite liquor.
Yeah.
Hennessy, the official spirit of the NBA.
If you have food poisoning and you're vomiting, and there is a video of it, you're trying to get out of there or cover it with your T-shirt or hold it with your hands or something. right?
Yeah, filled with embarrassment, and you're down bad. If you have food poisoning, you are as sick as anyone really could be. From my experience, and that's from my experience.
You're walking off the court way before you vomit,
and you're waddling because you have soiled yourself.
Yeah.
Again, from my experience, this is a both end situation. So maybe that's why they put him in the wheelchair. I don't know, but there's no indication
he might have been
that
so weak
that
he couldn't even walk.
But
he lost a lot of fluid.
Yeah, if that was real, tried and true food poisoning, I believe he also soiled himself in that courtside seat.
I threw up in a shirt pocket one time at a restaurant.
Did you really?
Yeah, and my buddy goes, "We got to go." We got to go.
That is phenomenal.
It was $5 margaritas, all you can drink, kind of a thing. And literally,
you ended up in your shirt pocket.
I threw up in my shirt pocket. My buddy got me out of there. I had to ride in the bed of the truck. They wouldn't even let me ride.
That's a great puke story, man.
It is. It happened. $5 margs.
I think he did manage to keep it all off that awesome jacket. It was glittery. It looked like the stars out there. What I would describe
That's
it as.
sharp. Yeah, you don't want to puke on that.
No, you don't. It's time to go into the Pimp Cup where Lucius Alexander has your G bag of the day.
Karl-Anthony Towns, he's seen it and said.
About what's going on right
All right. What is this? Day number 4?
4.
Day number 4 for the KNC Masterpiece. All right. Kevin's favorite college basketball team is Duke. Their star player went down right there in front of his eyes while he's trying to broadcast, and Kevin couldn't keep it together, and he's our winner so far for that.
How did everything go so wrong so quickly?
It would have been the first time since 2015 they would have had a chance to win the championship.
I mean, they were in the Final Four a few years ago.
They didn't have a chance
Look,
that year.
Quick Cliff's notes. I do love
Yo, that's crazy, bro.
Sounds awful personal.
Yeah.
Excuse me? All right, so somebody texted in and they were like...
He had no idea what to do with that D. Corey was like, I've never experienced something like this before.
Yep.
Excuse me?
Learn something new every day about my teammates.
All right, let's see what else we got right here. I will have some dueling buzzer beaters for you guys. Some high school buzzer beaters.
Oh, here we go.
From across the nation for you.
Is Garside involved?
Garside. He shoots, he scores.
Electrocution.
Yeah. Garside, man. I gotta hit that, bro. Don't do that.
Throw it in. Garside.
Garside. All right, let's go to Coach Bruce Pearl.
Oh.
Yeah.
You seen him on ESPN?
Yes.
Yep. Talking about his squad?
He's sweating. Usually looks like he's having a heart attack.
He said his squad is not pusillanimous.
He did.
He did say that.
My guards aren't P words.
He did.
The key to our three-point line defense is I got bigs that can get out there and guard guards. I got bigs that can get out there and guard guards. And my guards aren't they're going to go down there and bang a little bit. You know, that's good to know.
That's good to know. I took pride in that as well as a guard. I go down there. You know, I'd tear up a big guy if that's what it took. I called it my big man game. You just got to get low. Low man wins, same as football. You know, get them right, root them right out of there.
Mm-hmm.
These coaches and players don't care anymore, do they, Lucius?
No,
they just say whatever they want.
whatever they want to now. He even said in the clip, I don't work for ESPN.
Yeah.
Like, well, you still have to abide by some type of broadcasting ethics.
Yeah, but this is, because I believe that might have been on the game day, ESPN game day show, which the college football game day show was an FCC violation waiting to happen this past season.
Especially when they was down there at LSU.
Yeah.
Nick. Throw it in. Garside.
All right, let's get to these high school dueling buzzer beaters. Let's go to, what is this? I can barely read that. Nebraska State basketball tournament. Norris beat Lincoln Pius. Is Pius because the gods love Pius? They beat Lincoln Pius by a buzzer beater, and it was pretty exciting. I like this call.
They'll switch inbounders. Volkmer to Weber. Shot doesn't get off.
He got that off.
Oh! It's good! Oh!
Yeah, what happened?
What a shot! There's no way!
So did he get it off or not?
What
Because they were
happened?
contradicting
Did he get
each
it
other.
off? Yeah, what was the deal?
Shot doesn't get off.
He got that off. He did.
What a shot!
He really recovered well with that what a shot. That was a great what a shot.
And in Michigan, Detroit, what up, Tom? Michigan high school basketball, there's a guy named Keyshawn Somerville that's just been cooking up there. He has been going crazy. Like, you can just Google his name and you can see what he's been doing.
Keisha Somerville?
Keyshawn Somerville. He's a point guard up there in Lansing.
Okay.
He hit a half-court buzzer beater to win the region. Like, that's a dream. You're the star player and you hit the half-court buzzer beater for everybody to get a trophy, dog. You are him. Yep. And there was a lady recording this whole situation, and I believe she manifested this shot for him. He needs to go find her because she's a good luck charm.
I don't know what y'all happy for. It ain't over. 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 It's not over. Keyshawn can make it. I know he can. Come on, Key. Come on, Key.
I got goosebumps from that clip right there. How can I not vote for it?
Yeah, yeah. When
Come
you
on,
hear
come
the
on, come on. It ain't over. It ain't over. I know it, Keyshawn. You can do it.
It's not over. Keyshawn can make it. I know he can. Come on, Key. Come on, Key. Come on, Key.
Hear the buzzer.
Half-court shot, bro. A heave. And he hit it.
Family member, maybe?
I don't know. I don't think so.
It's a high schooler?
Away. Yeah, I think that's a young person right there.
Man.
I'm just assuming, bro. I don't, she doesn't turn her camera around and let her see us.
Yeah.
Like the old folks do. How they when they take a photo, be right there in their face.
Right in their face.
Yeah, right, a little below the chin.
Yeah.
What do you say? Time to vote?
Yeah.
Is it the KNC Masterpiece, our 3-time champ, looking for 4? Kevin is a Duke fan. You have Coach Bruce Pearl, my guards aren't P words. You have Nebraska, Norris over Lincoln. What a shot, what a shot. Or come on, Key. That's got to be my vote, Chief. How about you?
I'm going to go what a shot, what a shot.
Lucius?
Yeah, Somerville, Mr. Somerville.
Right.
And his lady luck.
I'm going to go with the high school kid.
Somebody said it's definitely his auntie. I believe you.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Last score of 3-1, and your new G-Bag of the Day champion. Come on, Key, with the half-court winner. Okay, when we come back, let me see here. Let me check out the show sheet real quick, if you don't mind. What do we got cooking?
NFL news of the day, perhaps?
That's right, because coming up at 3 o'clock, Brendan Haywood's going to join us.
Oh, that's going to be a great basketball conversation, top of the hour, but let's hit you with the NFL news of the day. We have some more draft rumors, and we have a local kid back with a team next in the nation.
say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. But that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay.
If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone in their all-price to sell. Silverados, Tahoes, Blazers, Malibus, Equinox, and more. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023, 2024.
Thank you very much, Lucius. It is the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan, home of the Cowboys, home of the Rangers. A week and 2 days from opening day. Next Thursday at this time, you were listening to pregame coverage. We're excited about that. Excited about Brendan Haywood joining us here, talking tournament. Maybe we'll talk a lot of Mavs with him as well. That's coming up at 3. Here's the Chief with an edition of football's finest. NFL News of the Day.
NFL News of the Day. Let's do this thing. Looking forward to some March Madness action and a conversation with Brendan Haywood. And then on Friday, Cold Beers and Cheeseburgers in Euless. Going to be a great time. Great basketball extravaganza with the G-Bag Nation. Okay, now we got plenty of Cowboy stuff today. We'll get more to in the C-note, but I did want to talk about a couple of NFL things. I loved the way Jamar Chase and T. Higgins arrived in Cincinnati to sign their contracts. They got the Fatty Boomba over the weekend. They show up today in Cincy, and they both got off the same private jet to go, I would imagine, pen in pocket, ready to go, put the John Hancock right where it belongs. So
make a statement.
That was a pretty impressive entry into we're here to stay, and we just got paid the two most highly paid duo receivers on any team.
Yeah.
So pretty impressive stuff there.
I mean, that's
great
easy.
entry.
That looks like about $10,000 private jet rental, if you ask me. I mean, heck, we got NBA coaches paying $30,000 fines for ripping horrible officials. You know, it's pocket change for this tax bracket.
It's all about the fuel.
The old 10K PJ, that's all it takes for like a one-way drop-off.
That sounds kind of light.
It's about the fuel.
Smaller
it's about where
jet.
they came from. Like if they picked each other up, or I'm sure that Chase probably picked up Higgins on their off-season homes, and then so it's all about the fuel is what that is. So depending on the length of the trip.
Looks like about 12 rows in that plane or so. Do you think that's low? I think we're thinking more like what, 20 grand? Depends on how
where
far
are they flying to? Yeah, exactly. It's the fuel, how far are you going, and that time situation.
Chase is in Louisiana somewhere.
Usually like 15, 20, sometimes 35.
Yeah. Well, they have a deal that tracks, if you on TikTok, they track people's planes, and like usually it's funny, the average flight, like say an hour and 30-minute flight, is like $3,000 just on fuel. So you got to charter the plane, charter the fuel, or get the fuel for the plane. So yeah, depending on how many legs of the trip they made, and then coming back home, probably be the same way. So just add those two together.
Flying in a PJ would be pretty awesome. The Browns have, over $2 billion for their next stadium, and the renderings look pretty amazing.
Indoor stadium, huh?
Yeah, it's going to be indoors, and it doesn't really explain whether or not it's going to be a retractable roof, but it doesn't look to be. But it looks absolutely gorgeous, I will say. I mean, from the outside, and then as they take you inside to take a peek at it. Now, it does take off the classic blue-collar, dog-pound environment. You're going to be indoors now in Cleveland. That just kind of feels and sounds weird.
Only stadium in the AFC North to be indoors, right?
Yes, because Cincy, Pittsburgh, and Baltimore all outdoors. Yeah. But I mean, I like what Buffalo's doing, where it's somewhat indoors. Your fan base is for the most part kept dry in the situation where there's precipitation, but you still have the field. Like the roof is still open to where the field is feeling all the elements. The players are playing in the snow. Miami has something similar to that.
They protect the fans, let the field be open.
Yes, but the home sideline in Miami is shaded, and the road sideline has the sun beaming down on them. So that's their little home field advantage. But in general, for these cold weather cities, dude, in Buffalo and Cleveland, you got to still have some of those elements. We just had the game, wasn't that in Cleveland this year when Jameis Winston on Thursday night in the snow versus Pittsburgh? Mm-hmm. That was such an enjoyable watch.
Angels.
Yeah.
I am partial to watching it on TV. I think, living down here, it just feels like there's no way I'd want to be in that level of cold for 3 hours plus, getting there a little bit early, so 3.5 hours. As a fan, I don't want to do that. But maybe those people get used to it, and it's just not that big of a deal. They have all the gear to make sure the heated vest, the gloves, and the right socks and everything.
They really take pride in it.
But I think what I would do ideally is let's have some sort of retractable roof or some sort of cover so we can't have it snowed on. So we got to ask our fan base to come dig us out. Let's have a way of playing in the cold and having that home field advantage. But, I mean, there's too much good technology and too much money in pro sports to not have some sort of defense against being, snowed in.
I like that idea. So all week long it's snowing in Buffalo and the inside of the stadium is not being affected. And then shortly before kickoff, you open up the roof and now let's make it. Yeah, I like that. You have the local stud, former first-round pick out of SGP, Jeff Okudah, at the cornerback position, 26 years old, signing with the Vikings, teaming up with Brian Flores. That could be a nice spot for him. But I thought that might be a guy that the Cowboys would want to bring home.
It made sense.
Yeah.
That it could finally happen. Has had a pretty nice career.
Yeah, certainly hasn't lived up to the top pick expectations, but he's still solid enough to be getting gigs.
Got another contract.
That's right. That's what it's about, baby.
Got another contract, baby.
Good for him. Now, I want to play this from Adam Schefter, who was on Ty Schmidt's podcast talking about Aaron Rodgers and the Vikings.
If Aaron Rodgers had his way, I believe that he would like to sign with the Minnesota Vikings. Do I think that that's happening? Not today. Not next week. Do I think it's out of the question? Not entirely. Do I think it's likely? No. But, again, it's just lingering out there. Clearly, he has not made a decision about what he's going to do, where he's going to play, if he's going to play. I think he knows that Minnesota would be an ideal situation. But let's remember, this is a team that invested the 10th overall pick last year in J.J. McCarthy. The team is behind J.J. McCarthy. It believes in J.J. McCarthy. If they bring in Aaron Rodgers, who knows what type of impact and influence that will have on the quarterback who is their future.
So I think this is just him waiting for the Vikings. You have Ian Rappaport saying that he doesn't get the sense that Rodgers is in any kind of hurry at all. No deadline for him to be in a hurry. He could drag it out all the way to the draft like it did 2 years ago. Maybe it could.
It's amazing that he's going for that parallel in Favre's career as well. That he wants to have an annoying level where it dang near becomes a controversy about his inability to make a decision and about how he's holding people up. It sounds like he wants to go to Minnesota really bad, but the Vikings aren't ready to give him an answer because I imagine a lot of other things would have to fall in place between now and shortly after the draft for them to be that interested. So, Brian, what you said in the opening segment that maybe he should retire, maybe he's thinking, well, if Minnesota doesn't want me, that is what I'm going to do.
Sure. He absolutely should. I like Adam. What the hell did he just say? He might do it. He might not do it.
I think the point of what Adam Schefter is saying is that Aaron Rodgers definitely wants the Vikings, but he's not sure that the Vikings want him. But Aaron Rodgers is going to be willing to wait this thing out until he gets the firm no from the Vikings before jumping to the Steelers or the Giants. Is it
his decision or the Vikings' decision?
It's the Vikings.
Yeah. Well, the Vikings, if they to me, this is like, this is a no-brainer. This is like you drafted J.J. McCarthy to be your guy. He got hurt. Let's start the journey now.
They gave you a maybe, and you're holding up multiple other teams waiting on it. It seems weird.
The funniest possible outcome is he waits out the Vikings, and then they decide they don't want him, and then the Giants and the Steelers either just say no, we don't want you either, or they just go ahead and in the meantime and sign a quarterback, and they're like, we're good here, and then Rodgers is the one that's left at the altar.
This guy does nothing to help your quarterback situation as far as helping your young quarterback. He's never been a guy that wanted to do anything with helping somebody. He knew that the guy at the Jets from BYU, that Wilson, he knew that guy couldn't play. He wasn't going to help Jordan Love because he knew Jordan Love could play. So this guy's a bad influence. He's a bad person. The Vikings just need to say right now, hey, we're going to, J.J. McCarthy's our guy. We signed Ryan Kelly. We signed Will Fries?
Yeah, the Frenchman.
Yeah, they've signed guys already. They traded for Jordan Mason. I mean, this team is better off now playing and trying to get the young quarterback developed and bringing him in and letting him bog everybody down with his BS.
That was a great take. I love you said call him a bad person. I mean, you hit all the right notes. That was fantastic. We'll close it down with just some food for thought. Ted McMillan ran pretty fast yesterday. Big stud wide receiver. A lot of Cowboys fans want him at 12.
Yeah.
These mock drafts indicate he's going to be there for the taking.
Right on.
That's exciting.
Yeah, it is, because I feel like they really need a running back, wide receiver, and corner, as this thing's coming through. And if Ted McMillan is there at 12, I think he might be good enough that it would take them off of some of their other ideas that I don't think would help as much, Brian.
Yeah, I had one team tell me he ran 4.54. Another team told me he ran 4.50. So
good enough for me.
And then there was a 4.48 that was mixed in there. So that's kind of where we're at right now with Ted.
I mean, with his size, his catch radius, his hands, that's definitely fast enough to be a damn good NFL player. So that would be fun.
I was on with Bobby today on the draft show. Bobby seems to believe there's people in the building that really, really like him and some not so much. That's going to be an interesting discussion.
Brendan Haywood will be an interesting discussion. We'll reminisce on his days with the Mavs and what he thinks about UNC getting into the tournament and who's going to win this thing. That's coming up next year in the G-Bag Nation.
our D&M Leasing Studios. You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Here we go, hour number 2 of the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. NCAA tournament action underway tonight with a couple of play-in games, 2 more tomorrow, and then the official dance party underway on Thursday. Joining us now is quite a veteran of the tournament. Final Four in both his freshman and junior seasons. Great career at North Carolina and in the NBA, including winning it all with your Dallas Mavericks in 2011. It's Brendan Haywood here on The Fan. Good afternoon, sir. How the heck are you?
I'm doing good, man. Thanks for having me.
It's great to have you, Brendan. It's good to reminisce perhaps on that run in 2011 because Mavs fans are down bad right now. Do you have any words of encouragement?
I wish I could tell you times are going to get better, but they're not. It's real tough. It's real tough right now. Obviously the trade happened, and then the injuries to AD. He only plays a half. Kyrie has the unfortunate ACL tear. You got Gafford goes down. So, man, like right now, man, Mavs fans are down because it started out as a team that everybody thought could possibly compete for a title. And even after the trade, there were still a lot of experts that thought this team could compete for a title, and it just, because of injuries, never materialized.
Do you think it could next year?
It's going to be tough. I mean, Kyrie coming off an ACL the first year, it's going to be tough. I'm not sure if he's going to be ready, when he's going to be ready. These young teams are getting better. Like a team like OKC, if a Jalen Williams has a big-time coming-out party in the playoffs, that pretty much solidifies OKC for the next 3 to 4 years because now you'll have Shea, his true running mate, and they got so much young talent and draft capital on that team. So I'm not sure where it's going to go right now. I can honestly say that. But I still love my Mavs, and I'm hoping for the best.
Right on. Appreciate your honesty and that great work you put in back there in 2011. Now, what do you think about the controversy around your North Carolina Tar Heels getting in the tournament here with their lack of quad one wins? Do you think they deserve to be in?
Listen, man, at the end of the day, sometimes it's not what you deserve. It's just what you get. And they got in. They got in. Hey, listen, there's a lot of people complaining. It don't matter. They in there. The governor of West Virginia is going on TV, making press releases. He has to have better use of his time. There has to be more pressing issues in West Virginia. That's just all I'm saying. Yep. Carolina's in. If you watch the way they played down the stretch, they won 8 out of their last 10 games. They made changes to the starting lineup. Since they've made those changes, they've been playing excellent basketball, and I expect them to go out there and win tonight. Hubert Davis gets to use all this negativity as fuel. Take that, put a battery in his team's back, and hopefully that'll lead to a win tonight and a couple of more in the NCAA tournament as they shock the world and shut everybody up.
Hey, Brendan, I was going to ask you this, though. So many of these metrics and stuff measure teams. But the one I kind of find interesting is just the damn eye test. What teams in this tournament fit your eye the best?
All of the number one seeds. This is the greatest group of number one seeds I've ever seen. Most of the time we have some number one seeds that are flawed. Like you'll have a team, you're like, oh, this is a number one seed, but you'll be like, yeah, they average 90 points, but they can't defend. Or you'll be like, oh, yeah, this is the number one seed, and they can defend, but they can't score. This year, all of the number one seeds they can score the basketball. They have guard play where those guards can boogie, and they can also defend. Like we're seeing these elite defensive clubs, but the roster is completely built out. They got defensive players as well. Like you look at Florida, Duke, Houston, Auburn. This is probably the greatest collection of number ones that I've seen. So if you're filling out a bracket, I ain't saying take all the number ones, but don't get too far away from them. Don't be afraid to go with a lot of chalk.
You think this could be Houston's year?
It could be any of them's year. Like I said, Houston definitely has the talent to do so. Like I said, Houston could definitely do it. And then, like I said, I love the fact that they all defend. On nights where Houston can't throw it in the ocean, they can win a game in the 50s. That means something. Because when you're a top-seeded team, you get into a really close game, the whole building turns against you. Mm-hmm. Next thing you know, both teams are playing tight, but you're not going to be tight on defense. You might be tight making shots. that defense travels. On a night where you're only shooting 17% from three, you go out there and you make sure that they don't have a big night from three and you still win that game. Houston possesses that type of power. Kelvin Sampson, an incredible basketball coach. They could definitely win it.
It's Brendan Haywood here with you on 105.3 The Fan. Take us back to your time at North Carolina. What sticks out most to you about your Final Four experiences?
Man, just two different Final Four teams. My freshman year, we were kind of favored, one of the better teams all year long. Getting a chance to play with great guys like Antoine Jamison, Vince Carter, Shamon Williams. Like, we really had a lot of talent on that team. I actually really disappointed I'm still disappointed that team didn't win a championship just because of how good we were. And then my junior year, we were on a team that a lot of people we kind of resembled this year's Carolina team. A lot of people didn't think we should have made the tournament. We go on to upset Missouri with Kareem Rush. We go on to knock off Stanford with the Collins twins and Mark Madsen and run past Tennessee, and we go to the Final Four. So that team had a special place in my heart as well because we did what a lot of people thought we couldn't do. I just wish one of those teams would have been able to get a championship. Then I would have had a championship at all three levels, college, pro, and high school.
Brendan, a lot of the focus and the kind of a fun story has been what St. John's has been able to do with Rick Pitino. Where do you put Rick Pitino as far as the all-time college coaches?
Right up there with the greats. He's elite. He's won championships. He's somebody that understands the game of basketball. And what I love about Rick Pitino is his style can change. Sure. Like I'll give you an example, and this is no disrespect to this guy, but I'm just using it for an example. Like Jim Boeheim is a great coach, but he just ran zone for years.
Sure.
Rick Pitino would change his style. Like, hey, I'm at Kentucky, we full court pressing. Then you might get a team that we don't got that type of talent. I'm gonna pull it back. Hey, I might press you and drop back into a little bit of a zone. You know what I'm saying? I might run he just understands how to play. He doesn't play to his ideals. He plays to the strength of his team. And I really love that about Rick Pitino. I also love the fact that Rick Pitino isn't one of these old school coaches complaining about the guys getting paid.
Yeah.
Oh, it's so hard to recruit now. Well, the guys should have been getting paid. Okay, yeah, it's harder now. Listen, put your big boy pants on or get out the way. And we've seen a lot of old dogs get out the way. Rick Pitino's like, nah, I understand how the game is played. I'm going to play the NIL game. I'm going to recruit in the transfer portal. I'm going to go do what I got to do. And I'm going to turn St. John, a once dead program. The Johnny's been dead for a long time, and I'm going to make him respectable. And I'm going to make him respectable again. So I have nothing but respect for Rick Pitino.
Former Mav, former Tar Heel, Brendan Haywood with us here in the G-Bag Nation. Brendan, how much cursing did you do at your television screen the other night when your guy Jalen Withers had that lane violation at the end of the tournament game?
Man, listen, just know this. If you're a friend of mine and I send you a picture of Withers, that just means I'm telling you to stay in your lane. Stay in your lane, man. Oh, my goodness. And I feel bad because in today's day and age, like, I know he was getting it on Twitter. I know Facebook, Instagram. He's getting all types of rude DMs. So I'm not going to say anything negative about that young man. It's a mistake. He knows it was a mistake, and I just hope he learns from it and makes up for it in the NCAA tournament.
Now, Tar Heel biases aside, how incredible is this Cooper Flagg?
He's incredible. And the biggest thing about Cooper Flagg is not his offense. On a night where Cooper Flagg is 3 of 14, you'll look at the stat sheet and you'll be like, well, he has 10 rebounds, 8 assists, 3 blocks, and 4 steals. And he'll go out there and guard the team's best player. Like, he just has he has versatility defensively too. He'll guard a point guard, he'll switch off, guard a big, guard a small forward, guard a wing. Like, the kid's incredible, man. He just really, really he has a great feel for the game. He's going to be a very good pro. Some people throw around the term generational. I think that's going too far, because generational is something that you really haven't seen before. We've seen 6'8", 6'9" guys with versatility. Like, Wemby's generational. You know what I'm saying? Like, LeBron's generational. Kevin Durant was generational. I think Cooper Flagg is incredible. And I think that he's going to be a really, really good pro. And listen, because of him and how well Duke defends, I think they have a good chance to win the NCAA tournament this year.
We're talking hoop here with Brendan Haywood with you on 105.3 The Fan. Okay, speaking of friends, Jesse Holley, who was there at UNC right after you, he texted in to say that he's glad we've classed up the program by having a Tar Heel on the show.
Hey, Holly's my guy, man. He has one of the best personalities you ever gonna find, man. Holly's an incredible guy.
Yeah, and I believe he was a high school champion as well. I guess you guys had a pretty good squad in high school, though.
Yeah, I mean, we had like me and another guy, Vincent Witt. He ended up going to Clemson. I had a pretty good squad in high school. We I think the year we won the state championship, we ended up ranked like top 15 nationally, and that means a lot for a public school.
Hey, is Michael Jordan cool to all you guys, or is he a bully like he came off like maybe in that Last Dance and some of the stories on how he can be?
Michael Jordan is Michael Jordan. Like he's not a bully. He's not just going to be running around here shaking hands and kissing babies. If he walks into the room, he wants to compete, whether it's gambling, shooting competitions, joking around. But he's pretty much been a great guy to all the Carolina guys. When he came back and played pickup, he wasn't trying to bully us. He was just out there playing. He was killing. Oh my goodness! like the day Mike came back showed me who Mike really was, because at that point Jerry Stackhouse really used to like dominate the pickup at UNC. He was playing for I think like the 76ers at the time, and he used to just come back and Stack was the man. And Mike just came back, took over the pickup games. I think his team lost like the first one, and then he never lost for the rest of the day. And he was talking to Jerry. He was getting the better of him. We weren't used to seeing nobody talk to Jerry. Because, you talk to Stack, man, he might put the balls on you. So we weren't used to seeing that. And he just killed the whole day. And I remember after his team won like 8 games in a row, I was like, man, because he wasn't playing basketball at that point. I said, man, how long you been training, man? You coming back or something? He said, no, man, I ain't touched the basketball in 2 years. So that's what I knew Mike was that guy, man.
Was that before he went to the Wizards, came back to the Wizards, or was that after?
No. This was before. Okay. So, this is like when he retired, that span before the Wizards. Mm-hmm. Like, he hadn't picked up a basketball in 2 years, happened to just figure he's going to come back and play some pickup with the current guys on the team. Wow. And he was out here killing.
Hey, Brendan.
Late 30s, ain't picked up a ball in 2 years, giving everybody the blues.
Hey, Brendan, it sounded like to me, like you say, you bleed that Carolina blue, and this might be a kind of a different question for you, but what about Bill Belichick showing up there for your athletic program?
Yeah, I'm interested to see how that's going to work. I don't know Bill Belichick obviously personally,
sure,
but recruiting is so much about nowadays the NIL. But then, relating to the younger guys and the younger generation and some of the best coaches, they can go out there and have a conversation about what's going on in the hip-hop world. Like, hey, what's going on? They can talk to you about what's going on with Drake and Kendrick Lamar and relate to the guys in the locker room. By all accounts, Bill ain't that guy. So it's going to be interesting to see how that meshes. I'm glad that he's there. The Carolina fan base is really rallying behind him, and I know one thing: they're going to be one of the most prepared teams in college basketball. But I want to see how he's going to handle the other stuff, like the phone calls in the middle of the night because player X, Y, and Z was somewhere where he wasn't supposed to be. Yeah. Because it's different in the NFL; it's grown men as opposed to in college. You got to manage these young guys.
How about the impressive flexibility in those weekend photos we saw him on the beach with his young girlfriend?
Hey, man, I ain't touching that. Y'all ain't going to get me in trouble. I'm leaving that one off. Hey, Bill, hey, listen, Bill, do your thing, baby. Bill, do your thing. I'm going to leave that one alone.
Hey, we hear some crazy stories about Shaquille O'Neal and the way he used to treat some of his teammates by way of pranking them. Seemed like he crossed the line in a big way. Are you familiar with some of these stories? Who was the biggest prankster? Were you a prankster? I'm blown away at some of these Shaq stories.
Yeah, I've heard some of them because obviously I played with Tyronn Lue, so I heard about like Shaq, maybe taking a boo-boo in somebody's shoe and they put the shoe on and these type of things. I'm trying to probably the biggest prankster I played with was Gilbert Arenas. He would prank some of our young guys. I think the best prank that I saw him pull was we had a guy by the name of Avi Story. He only played in the league for a couple of years, but him and Gilbert were friends, and he pranked him by having somebody in the middle of practice come in and take the wheels off his car, and then he sent him on a treasure hunt around the building to find where the wheels were placed.
Classic. That's a good prank right there. Shaq was crossing the line, right? I mean, you don't do the booty mouthpiece and give it to your teammate.
I mean, you do if you don't feel that they can beat you up. I mean, that's just what it comes down to. Man, what you gonna do with Shaq? It's like, you just got to deal with it.
Ultimate trump card. Brendan, amazing stuff as always. You're the best. Good luck to your Heels in the tournament. We look forward to chatting hoop with you again soon.
I appreciate it.
There he goes, Brendan Haywood there with you on the Fan.
Boo-boo shoes, hilarious.
That man said boo-boo. Oh, yeah, Shaq took a boo-boo. A boo-boo. He's 45 years old talking about boo-boo.
Brendan Haywood brought to you by Bet Online.
Respectfully.
Yeah, I didn't know that as a player. He was so hilarious. You know, guy had jokes the entire time. You know, just go warm up to him a little bit more, I guess.
I guess so.
No, but he's doing a great job there with Bet Online and all his different broadcast responsibilities. So thanks to him. And it'll be really interesting to track that UNC storyline. Can they make a run and sort of silence the critics? Like I think they were like 1-12 against the Quad 1 teams this year.
Yeah,
Brian.
they had some losses though against some really, really good teams though.
Yeah,
and they just but what's happened too, if you kind of track these play-in teams, find a way to win a couple of games along the way. So keep an eye on whoever those play-in teams are. They seem to this the desperation of having to play seems to kind of buoy them into winning some other games. So it's happened every year. North Carolina might be that team.
The Cowboys have lost Zach Martin, Tank, Jordan Lewis, a few other players, and they have brought in a whole mess of other guys to try to replace them. Have they actually made themselves better? Somebody has measured that. We'll get you their report and more coming up next here in the C Note. It's the G-Bag Nation here on The Fan.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I got to remember that.
Well, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freak me out a little bit.
got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Yeah, buddy, we got Cowboys news here for you, and we'll try to answer the question, have the Cowboys actually made themselves better with all this activity in free agency over the last week? But there's some Rangers breaking news. Segment's brought to you by the Frankels. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call the Frankels first, 214 or 817 888-333-3333. There's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Franklin Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas. It's also brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today, carsforkids.org. We have a new pitcher, left-handed starter Patrick Corbin. He's not what you would call good, or at least he hasn't been since 2019, but he's kept going and started 32 games last year, had an ERA above 1.5, let's just say that, and it's been that way for the last 4.5 years, whip over 1.5. That's walks and hits per innings pitched. His ERA has been significantly higher, obviously, in the 5s and 6s here of recent seasons. I don't think he's good, but you just didn't have a lot of money under that luxury tax apron to spend. So you had to find somebody who could be a credible starter. That way you don't have to plug two of these spots with a young guy or your long reliever.
Yeah, at this point, this is just a desperation move with the status of the rotation. You really have no lefties, so this guy at least brings you a lefty arm that, like you said, has the stamina to eat plenty of innings.
Yeah.
But it's not going to be very pretty.
Yeah. Expect a lot of base runners. Like, I'm surprised his ERA isn't significantly higher. He must have a knack for pitching his way out of trouble because he lets a lot of guys on. Like every inning, over 1.5 base runners every time the inning starts. And 2 years ago it was 1.7. He flipped and started 31 games like that, Brian, and actually threw one complete game in 2022. So, Rangers got a guy here in Patrick Corbin. I would imagine they want to have Jack Leiter as essentially their fifth starter. And maybe, Corbin and him there at the back of the rotation. I just don't think you could have any faith that you should be putting Kumar Rocker out there right now, especially since he's going to be on an innings watch. Like, now's the perfect time for be like, okay, Rocker, we're going to work on you in the minors or maybe extended spring training here for a while.
Agreed. I think that's got to be the plan. And Jared Sandler just tweeted out a John Gray update. The Rangers received good news from a wrist specialist. No surgery or plates needed. The Rangers hope that John Gray will be back sometime in June. Their initial fear was post-trade deadline.
Okay, that's great.
That is good news.
First good news we've gotten on that front in a little bit, but that'll work.
What happened to Rocker?
Yeah, I don't know.
Still a speed bump.
Yeah.
Still a speed bump. Hopefully. Hopefully it doesn't have the yips of some kind. I think they'll get it figured out with Mad Dog and CY, the mechanical beast that they are. They'll get him squared away, but I'm with you, Dawson. I don't think right now you want to be throwing him into the major league fire.
I kind of felt like that if the guy that was going to have the problems, it'd be the other guy.
Yeah,
that's the craziness about sports and just the aspect of being a young pitcher.
Yeah, if you went into the season or went into spring training, you would think the guy that's going to struggle is Jack Leiter.
For sure.
Maybe with his confidence and things like that.
His ERA was 9.5 last year.
And then Rocker, you're kind of feeling like, okay, this guy's built for this.
I think it's just that, Leiter was probably hungry all off season to get it figured out for the first time. And last summer, Rocker got it figured out. But for a young guy, you know how it can be. How do you be consistent, right? So he had to build to that over 3 months of minor league baseball. And then he got to that point. Can you put it back together now in 2 to 4 weeks? At least for at this point in Kumar Rocker's career, the answer to that question is no. But I'm totally confident that he'll be there by June, Brian. So let's just let him take it easy here in the spring. Okay, the Cowboys actually better. I've been wondering that. Have you been wondering that? I have. Pro Football Focus released their post-free agency power rankings. And this is interesting because you lost like 8 players, you add like 12 players, and that's more complicated than a human brain. I know Pro Football Focus's system isn't perfect, but it's the closest thing we have. And they say actually no, they've become a bottom 10 team now, slightly worse than last year's 7-10 bunch. Does that surprise you?
I felt like there's a couple of spots. I don't think the running back spot is very good. I don't think the guard spot's very good, what they did. Everything else, I feel like it's kind of a wash.
They're probably worse at corner.
Definitely worse at corner.
Yeah, that's to me, well, like I said, it depends on how they play the corner. If you get Elam and he does it, if they play him in zone, they're worse at corner. But
losing Jordan Lewis at this point, they obviously still have the draft to get that remedied. But the absence of Jordan Lewis is pretty glaring at the moment.
Oh, no, they could address it through the draft.
Oh, yeah.
They have to. Me, I just feel like if you tell me the free agents that they got, I kind of feel like that they're not very – we'll see what happens at guard. I don't think that's an upgrade there. from what you have. And like I said, I don't think the running back situation. What bothers me so much is this is a team that all they did was talk about running the ball, made a commitment to go get coaches that run the ball, have ways to run the ball, and they go out and they just completely, to me, in free agency, you could have re-signed your guy. You could have re-signed Rico Dowdle and then drafted somebody and probably been a lot better off. But they're not. They
really screwed this up.
I think that, like I say, they talk about that. They talk about running and the coaches, and to me, they haven't helped. I think they made themselves worse.
But if they draft a running back that you like, would that solve it?
I was to the point where I would have not spent the money on either one of those backs, and I would have drafted. I would just double dip that running back room.
Yeah,
I've got 25 guys that I've looked at. All 25 guys I would draft.
I do think there's an upgrade when you're thinking about the general pass rush because you've lost DeMarcus Lawrence, but you bring in Dante Fowler. He's a better pass rusher. And then the 3 technique, you bring back Osa, and then you bring in Solomon Thomas behind him. Yeah. That's better than what it was. And then so those are really the only 2 areas where you can say confidently.
Like I say with Golston, they've, to me, it was always like, does he a tackle? Is he an end? I think they wasted a lot of his time as a player, and then they've kind of played him at one spot. But I'm okay with Turner playing as as an edge and playing the run if he's going to play the Golston role, doing it that way. Sure, I think that's, like I say. I just feel like that the bad spots with a running back and the guard, those were the ones I questioned the most.
Yeah, and it's just a matter of have their losses been bigger than the ads that they've done, and I don't know. I think it's close to a wash. But what about the other part of Pro Football Focus's article here that they're now a bottom 10 team in the league? I don't know if they're that bad. I think that might be overreacting.
If they would have not signed anybody or traded for anybody, absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely. If they just let all their depth walk out the door and Jordan Lewis and say they didn't get Osa done. Yes, absolutely.
Yeah, I mean, right now you've upgraded your pass rush a little bit. I mean, it's not like 10 times better, but you've upgraded it, I think, a little bit with the Fowler stuff.
Fowler's a better pass rusher than Tank.
But your run defense has not gotten any better. I mean, Golston and DeMarcus Lawrence were 2 guys.
You've added a couple of linebackers that were leading tacklers on their teams, right?
Yeah, but I mean, you saw Eric Kendricks was a tackling machine. It doesn't mean that you have a good run defense. You still need a 1 tech to help that issue. Yeah, and then your corners right now are poor. So your pass defense and your run defense haven't gotten any better. If this draft isn't awesome, I think there is a world where you're talking about this being a bottom feeder type team.
Yeah, they're gonna have to get some help, but I just think, like, especially in the analytics world, they're using like the per play efficiencies from last year. And last year you had some weird things going on where you're learning a new defense. You're trying to give Zeke the ball for half the season. You have a rookie left tackle, and I just don't know that whatever they put inside the computer or on film in the first half of last year is really that representative of who they are as a football team.
Yeah, I mean, they are going to be learning a new defense again, and now you're learning a new offense. We think this is a better offense, and we're glad that they're doing it, but what type of learning curve is there going to be like the defense last year? And now you're having that on both sides of the ball. Sure. Dak off an injury, and your wide receivers, you haven't gotten better at wide receiver either.
Not yet.
So it's like you got to get better at running back, wide receiver, corner, and a run-stopping defensive tackle to even feel like you have a chance. You need 4 guys that can contribute in this draft day 1.
Sound like all possibilities at 12.
Yeah, and their first 4 picks. Just give me those positions off the board in whatever order it makes sense. Machota has 3 free agents who could still help. Wide receiver Keenan Allen is out there, 32 years old, had 750 yards in 15 games last year. I like the idea of drafting a guy, but having Keenan Allen could definitely help right now. Asante Samuel Jr. is 25 years old now, has not been amazing, smaller guy, but he would make the Cowboys cornerbacks as a group a little bit better. Wants a 4-year deal, though. I don't know if that's
Can't
realistic. Calais Campbell, at flipping 39 years old, was the highest graded interior run defender in the league last year at Pro Football Focus. Still getting it done.
That's easy money right there. That should be a no-brainer. That is not a dude that's coming expensive. He's just kind of an NFL Iron Man. As a run defender, still getting it done in a big way. Keenan Allen would be an absolute upgrade. I think Tevin Jenkins is still available on the offensive line if you want to throw a dart there. Don't expect them to. But yeah, there are a couple more veteran dudes outside. I don't think the Asante Samuel one would be. That dude's just always banged up. Shoulders, concussions, and he's tiny.
Speaking of easy money, Chief, you mentioned it perked me up a little bit because coming up at 440, Rangers things you can gamble on. Okay, they got player props. There's 3 of them. Massive mistakes on Vegas. We can clean them out for entertainment purposes only, not financial advice. But that's coming up at 4:40. We're gonna clean out the casinos here on these player props for the Rangers. Okay, Krusty's Corner's coming up next, though. Brian, where are you taking us?
Yeah, let me give you the worst first-round fits for all these NFL teams. We'll do that next.
Coming up Wednesday morning on Sean and RJ, we have another PBR.
Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. Your name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut, but that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay.
it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Razor Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-curve?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
To get started, download Odyssey and search for your station.
The countdown to Whataburger opening day is on. Thursday, March 28th, right here on your Turn It On, Leave It On, home of the Rangers. 105.3 The Fan.
If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet and Grapevine, back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone in their all-price sales. Silverados, Tahoes, Blazers, Malibus, Equinox, and more. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
Thank you very much, Lucius. It's the G-Bag Nation here on The Fan. Krusty's Corner is brought to you by Reliant Air Conditioning, gimmick-free AC repair and replacement. Here's the king, Brian.
Thank you very much, Joe, and thank you very much to Reliant for their continued support here. Eric and I had a Love of the Star went off this morning.
It's an Odyssey podcast.
So, yeah, after our show today, if you want to give it a listen, we'd sure appreciate that.
Yeah, you can hear Brian jump on me about the running backs once again. Just a tale as old as time.
I didn't jump on you about it, did I? Did you feel like I attacked you on it?
No, not at all. I'm just trying to hype up the episode.
Oh, hype up the. Oh, I'm sorry. I should have played along with it then.
Broadus was screaming at me, and he was doing that index finger in my face thing.
I stood up.
I'm just saying.
I stood up and started pointing at you.
Yeah. Because we're getting running backs at 12 not named Genty in these mock drafts, and that doesn't that tick you off a little bit?
Yeah,
it should.
Yeah. The thing about it is, though, to me, I'm just saying with the Cowboys, and I did we had Love of the Star this morning. Also had the draft show we did this morning, and the discussion that we had was about, that with these, it's like these players that, and I guess I'm taking it way too personal when they start to talk about, and they don't care what, I've said this a bunch, they don't care what I think, but the work you put into it, and they're starting to talk, they really like Mykel Williams, the edge from.
They like a bunch of guys you don't.
Yeah, and it kind of.
It's annoying. It's frustrating.
It's frustrating. It's frustrating to the point where you're like, these guys are talking about the Michael Williams and the Will Johnsons and guys like that. He's a Michigan corner, and Michael Williams is the edge from Georgia. It's like they're good players, but they're not great players. And that's, there's things about him. And the question was asked this morning as well. And Dawson, I think I asked you the question: would you rather have a player with a high floor or a high ceiling?
Right now at 12, I want to play with a high floor. Don't want to miss. Some years where your team is loaded, high ceiling can make more sense, but they have so many misses right now. Like Zach Martin was a high floor player. That's the way I look at that. I don't feel like I'm sacrificing the possibility of having a really good player still. I'm just removing the boom or bust factor that so many teams I feel like embrace unnecessarily in the first round.
Yeah, I mean, in a perfect world, you want the highest ceiling dude. I mean, I think that's what you want to go for. Now, you do sometimes leave yourself open to the bust factor, but I think I can get a lot of high floor players throughout the draft. I can, just because I bust on my first round pick, that's a lottery ticket to where I'm hoping I'm drafting a guy that is going to be one of the best at his position over the course of his rookie contract, and I'm paying pennies on the dollar because of it.
Yeah.
And I can go get higher floor players throughout the draft. So but I understand for a team who's busted on their last two first-round picks.
That's what I'm saying. Does Dallas's mindset need to be at 12 more of the high floor player, and then take the opportunity to try and add high ceiling players in the second and third round and things like that?
Yeah, I mean, it's a fair philosophy to have, I guess, at this point, with the last two first-round picks not really hitting the way you want to, and you just want to get a guy that you can plug and play and at least know he's a starter for you for the next 5 years, and there's something comforting in that. But, I mean, I tend to want to get a little bit greedy in the first-round pick. I'm swinging for the fences. And really, at premium positions, that's what I want to do, because I want to have a corner who people talk about, like Pat Surtain, best in the sport, borderline day one, and they've had him on the cheap for the first 4 years of his deal. That's that's where you hack the system. You've taken a premium position player, who's one of the best at his position, and now you're not paying much for it. You take a running back at 12, he's immediately one of the highest paid running backs in the league.
Yeah, to me though, this is where I have the problem, and you and I had this discussion, that I don't want to hear about that. I don't want to hear about positional value. And this is where I was coming from when you and I were talking. I don't want to hear about positional value for the Cowboys and not taking a running back at 12 and then busting on some other pick. When the running back is likely to be the best player, well, or like long term the best player. Mm-hmm. If I'm with you, I'll go with you all day if you tell me, like, okay, sure, we don't have to take a running back. We don't have to take one. Even though this guy is, if you look at, there's probably 4 or 5 players, that I look at that I don't think are going to bust.
At 12.
At 12. And I'm in that mode right now, Bo. If you take somebody else other than one of those guys, or say the running back is there and you don't take him because you have this positional value thing.
You pass on Genty.
You pass on Genty to take somebody else that busts. I don't want to hear that anymore. I don't want to hear about positional value when you pick 3 straight years of potentially bust players.
I think all things need to be equal. When you're talking about positional value, it can't be this running back versus this edge, and oh, by the way, this edge just had ACL surgery, or this corner's arms are short, or he didn't run his 40 time. Then, I mean, say what you want about the grade on film and everything. Like, I have a sure thing at running back. I think that needs to be worth a lot more than this edge or wide receiver is coming off an injury or has a major hole in the valuation. And I think this year might be that situation.
I do think, though, sometimes you go high floor. Wasn't Mozzie Smith's just sort of high floor? Hey, this is going to be flashy, but this is a guy that we think can plug and play and help stop the run for the next 5 years. Mm-hmm. And you missed on that. So the whole thing is like just identifying a guy as being this or that is kind of a fool's errand as well.
Yeah, it's all probabilities. Like, what are we trading off here for?
Yeah, and you pass on the running back at 12, but don't you have 4 guys right now that are not running backs, Broadus, that you feel like are low bust potential?
And I don't think they like any of these guys that I'm talking about. Because I would pick, me personally, and the last one that I have, because I've really got 5, but Jeff Kavanaugh asked me the question about at 12 of guys. And I listed Simmons, the tackle from Ohio State, number 1, Genty from Boise, number 2, Barron, the corner from Texas, number 3. And I'm kind of struck. I think Ibuka, even though I have McMillan over him, there's something about, and just call Ibuka a gut for me about.
He's a safe pick.
Just a gut that he has played in big games. He's played the role of the 2. He's got 1 potential. He's used to that.
There's a lot to like about him.
A lot to like about him.
Blocks in the run game.
Exactly. And that's why I've got him, like him and McMillan. But here we are talking about the potential of maybe some high ceiling guys or something like that. You know? That's where I'm if it's Michael Williams or Will Johnson.
More of a projection.
Yeah. See, to me, give me Simmons. Give me Simmons, give me Genty, give me Barron, give me McMillan, give me Ibuka, give me those guys.
Right.
Those are the guys that my gut right now says, if you said, hey, Brian, pick me the guy that you think, give me somebody out of that group.
So you're hearing the players that they do like, and they're not lining up with the players you feel like are high floors.
No, and that's what I'm saying. And I think there's a lot of, and listen, they're going to take whoever they want. But they don't like Barron for a particular reason, and they don't like Genty for a particular reason, and they wouldn't take Simmons for particular reasons. I mean, I wouldn't surprise if they have Will Campbell, the LSU tackle, over Simmons. I'm just saying for my evaluation and like others, this could be a very frustrating draft for me watching the Cowboys if one of those 5 guys I mentioned on that board, and they take somebody that I think might be a high ceiling player, you know, because if it turns into a bust, then I'm going to be like, you know what, I don't want to hear from it anymore.
Did you say that you don't think they're as high on Genty as the rest of the?
I don't think
universe?
they are. I don't think they are, and I think they're not high on him. I don't think they're high. I think they're having to convince each other that they're high. I think there's some things that Will McClay's doing to try and test where they're really at with Genty.
Well, let's be honest. Their process or their picking, their decisions have been in a way the last couple of years. Well, now you can't have confidence as a fan that they're going to do the right thing.
See, that's what I'm kind of like.
I don't know if they're a good drafting team still. It's a big year.
Yeah, they can't afford. I don't think they can afford to take a high ceiling player. That's what I'm saying.
Mm-hmm.
I think that they almost you have to at least get through that. You know. Get through if it's Will Campbell over Simmons, I get it. They're right. The tags are right there.
So you're saying, hey, we're fine at 12 taking a starter for the next 5 to 7 years. He may not be an All-Pro, but we know he's a starter.
I think Gavin brought up a great point when you start to talk about Zach Martin. That type of, you start to talk about a player that when he came out of Notre Dame, he was like a ready-made guy, and it worked out great for you. I think you need to be in that drafting mode like that. That's kind of where my mindset is right now.
I mean, there's not as high of a chance that he could be great, but there's virtually no chance that you're going to bust.
Yeah.
And with Martin, you got the jackpot because he ended up being great.
Yeah. I mean, he'd be a top 5 pick if people really knew how awesome he was going to be. It wasn't clear.
No, it wasn't clear. All right, real quick, though, too. We talked about Pro Football Focus, and this is for the Dallas Cowboys. This is the worst first-round fit, and this is where sometimes Pro Football Focus loses me, because the reason they said that Will Johnson, the corner, would be a bad fit for them, but they're not saying a bad fit as a player. They're saying that the Cowboys are well-stocked at cornerback.
Whoa.
With Diggs and Deron Bland locked into starters on the outside. If they were looking to replace Jordan Lewis in the slot, A more natural fit would be Jahdae Barron from Texas. Instead, Dallas needs to focus on improving their rushing offense and their run defense rather than further loading up in secondary. Are you agreeable on that?
Well, I mean, you'd have to play Deron Bland on the inside if you're going to take another corner eventually, but at midseason, I think they need to do it actually now that I think about it, just because it's probably going to be time to move on.
Take Barron, by the way.
Oh, me too.
Yeah.
Well, I was going to say that it's going to be time to move on from Diggs here pretty soon. The back-to-back seasons of massive injuries, if he doesn't come back and play great, I would look at moving on from him next March.
Yeah, but to act like Diggs is healthy right now is funny.
Yeah.
Like, how much of Diggs are we even going to see next season is a real question.
I think Dallas has a need at corner.
Boundary or nickel.
That's why, I think that's why you need to look at every one of these corners in the first 2 rounds need to be in consideration for the Dallas Cowboys. I really, really do.
Well, let's talk more draft, Brian. Thank you for Krusty's
Thank you,
Corner.
man. Appreciate that.
NFL Draft Big Board Report, what the last 20 years say about your chances of success if you decide to trade up for a quarterback. That's interesting. And the top 10's coming up there after that. It's all in hour 3 of the nation. Next, the Fan.
Commercial-free G-Bag. Salute. It's our commercial-free expressway.
products? I got to remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freak me out.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-curb?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound.
Ag Nation here on the Fan. It's time for an NFL Draft Big Board Report. Let's do this, where we give Brian Broaddus the top NFL draft headlines and get his reaction to it. We need to start with the Broaddus insider report here on Ted McMillan's 40
Yeah, I do. A couple of my Gang of 7 guys got back to me on the Ted McMillan times. I know we had a 4.48. Albert Breer, friend of the show, he had some times of a 4.54. One of my guys did have a 4.54. The other one had a 4.50. So if you split those times as we like to do, he's somewhere in that 4.51, 4.52 range for Ted McMillan is what they got. So that's just to kind of update what a couple of teams had. 4.54, 4.50 with the two that I got.
It's a good range still.
Yep.
You know, as long as we're not leaking over 4.56, I would think. Is that based on history? Isn't there a stat like?
Yeah, there's a 4.55. The last time that a receiver was drafted in the top 10 that was 4.55 or plus was Mike Johnson with the
Mike Williams,
excuse me, with the Detroit Lions was the last time.
Okay. A lot of Mike Williams have come in over the years.
Yeah, exactly.
Not sure exactly. Was that the USC Mike Williams?
Yes.
Okay. All right. So not a lot of teams believe in you as a wide receiver if you run slower than 4.5. It appears that he is right there. The chances of him being available at 12, I think, are very relevant because that is one of those exciting players that I think fans would definitely want to see. Like, pop on some Ted McMillan highlight film if you want to get excited about the Cowboys draft. This guy makes it happen, Brian.
He does.
Closest thing to Dez I think we would have had.
Oh, I think a little bit more. Yeah, it's a fair comparison. You know, when you talk about catch radius, I think this guy is one of those. Dez was so powerful in the air. This guy can go and get
a little more finesse.
A little bit more finesse. I think that this guy, we always talk about 50-50 balls. This guy's a 70-30 catcher. If it's going to be a contested play, you got a 70% shot with him going to get in the football.
Yeah, I think the actual number on it is 60% catch rate on contested targets.
Yeah.
Wow.
What they call contested targets. He is a guy that at the catch point is going to go ahead and win that thing.
Yeah, I mean, it just his hands seem amazing, long arms. You know, he's going to go up and grab the ball while he's spinning in midair and just do majestic stuff.
How about the fact that he plays in the slot too, Broaddus?
Yeah, he does.
You think of him as just a boundary X receiver and just run down the field and will throw it up to you, but this is a guy that can win from the slot as well at that size.
At that size, his ability, he's got this ability to find space and to be able to run through space, know when to settle down. His quarterback is, his junior year was much better. Well, I think, let me see, he's coming out early. So yeah, it was his 2 years ago. Quarterback was a freshman and was like, they were on a little bit of a run. Matter of fact, got their head coach a job at the University of Washington for how well they played. But man, he is a guy that if you throw it around him, he is going to find a way to come down with it. He's just that type of player. Inside routes, down the field routes, along the sideline routes, screens, make people miss. He's got some special ability to him.
Okay, I mean, it might be time to make up a rumor that he ran a 4.7, Chief. See if we can just put that out there.
And honestly, I don't even know if it matters when you're seeing like Daniel Jeremiah, when you're seeing Mel Kiper, they're doing their mock drafts, and he's slipping past the Cowboys.
Yeah.
Wow.
So the chances of him being there, I think, are feeling more and more likely, despite the fact that the 40 time ended up being pretty much what you would want it to be.
Yeah, the Cowboys might very well like Matthew Golden from Texas better than they would like Ted McMillan. That might be a possibility there
for the downfield ability, the blazing speed.
Well, yeah, the thing with Golden is that he can absolutely run, and it translates to when you watch him play. The separation is there, similar going and getting the football. When you talk about that, but I think that to me, I could say when you've seen McMillan, he's done it now for a couple of years. Golden, at the University of Houston, he was a good player, but really burst on the scene when he was at Texas.
Man, that speed's valuable when you try those deep shots. If you can just put it anywhere down there, there's a pretty good chance he can correct course and go get it. You just have to avoid the defensive back in the sideline.
Especially considering the Dak deep ball numbers I have at 5 o'clock today.
Okay, looking forward to that. Let's get some audio here. Ian Rappaport, NFL Insider. Now that Cooper Rush is gone, how early are the Cowboys looking at taking one?
This, to me, says the Cowboys are going to go quarterback in the draft, and I wonder how high are they going to go, right? Like, I would be surprised at this point if they take a quarterback in the first round. I think everybody would. But what if it's someone like, I don't know, Quinn Ewers in the second round, right? A quarterback who's really talented, who they know well, right? Who might not have to play for a couple years, but in 3 years might end up being someone who's certainly talented enough to be the starting quarterback. How high do they go, right? Because if you're going to wait to the 5th or 6th or 7th round, you don't know what kind of backup quarterback you're getting. And honestly, by then, they may all be gone. This, at least to me, means the Cowboys are considering taking one, if not Thursday, maybe on Friday. And then you're talking about some household names. And then you're talking about some really, really talented quarterbacks. And that, to me, is where it all gets fascinating for the Cowboys. So, yes, Cooper Rush going to the Baltimore Ravens is sort of like somewhat interesting. Where the Cowboys go next and how high they go next at quarterback is going to be intriguing moving forward.
Okay, if the Cowboys are seriously thinking about round 2 or 3, I would hope it's not Quinn Ewers. I mean, there might be a couple of players that I could look at, but after watching Quinn play college football the last couple of years, I mean, seems like a lovely guy. I think he goes to church. Seems like an amazing leader. A lot of things to like about this Quinn Ewers guy.
Absolutely. The intangibles are there when it comes to the character.
Future son-in-law gets the 2 thumbs up. You're like, yeah, good choice, honey.
Yeah, and I don't think you would have said that a couple of years ago. The mullet version of him looked
he was
like
a wild
little
child.
bit more Gardner Minshew style. But he's seen the light now.
Yeah, he came back. I think it was the 2023 season. But, I think this is a really interesting conversation. I just love the idea that the Cowboys have evolved their thinking and they're looking at it like, listen, if Dak goes down, we need to maximize our chances of maybe drafting Arch Manning or somebody in the top 5.
100%. That was my biggest takeaway. Them letting Cooper Rush go. It all signs in my mind point to they're comfortable with, hey, if Dak's going to get hurt again, let's just lean into that and let's go actually, instead of picking at 12 in a year that we could have been picking in the top 5, let's actually pick in the top 5. But taking Quinn Ewers or any one of these quarterbacks for the most part in the 2nd or 3rd round feels a little crazy. That's a luxury pick. You're taking something in the 2nd or 3rd round when you have this many holes and you're not expecting this thing to help you for like 3 years.
Yeah.
That is wild. Unless you have a quarterback that falls to you and you just are blown. Jackson Dart, maybe. He's probably still going to go in the 1st round. But at least there's some upside there that you're like, we just couldn't pass on it. Okay. But like Quinn Ewers, I don't think there's an elite trait that he has. At least with a guy like Milroe, at least you have one elite, surefire, guaranteed, it's going to translate skill.
Yeah.
With the way he runs. And Quinn Ewers, I don't think has any elite trait.
Yeah, there's Quinn Ewers, and you got to give him a lot of credit for the wins that they've had the last couple years and getting to the playoffs and stuff. I think there's some durability questions with this guy.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
And he's played through a lot too, but he's one of those guys when he seems to take a hit, there things happen to him. This goes back to like the Alabama game, like his first year where they got him, they tackled him, his shoulder got really messed up, and he wasn't really the same quarterback the rest of the year. But he's had some durability questions.
Ankles, obliques.
Yeah, it's kind of one of those things, he's got that where you kind of have to some questions about, okay, if he's a backup guy, is he going to get hurt himself? I think that's I think that's where some teams are looking at with him right now.
I mean, best of luck to Quinn Ewers. We've seen players do a lot of work once they get to the pros and turn themselves into serviceable guys, but I just think that's a long shot. And then chances of a second or third round quarterback just being good in general are very low. I mean, I know you have your Drew Brees in there, but that's a huge opportunity cost. I need those picks for other positions.
But let's be real, the Cowboys, that's where they usually get a little crazy on you.
They do.
Second round, they take some chances.
All right, what else do we have going on here? We have a 3-round mock draft, and this is what they end up with here, guys. At 12, Ashton Genty. He was there. They took him. And then the cornerback from Ole Miss, Brian, Trey Amos.
Yeah.
At 44, and then Jalen Royals, wide receiver, Utah State in the 3rd round. Would that get your stamp of approval?
That was a mock draft that I did the other day.
Really?
That's my post right there.
Okay.
Actually, that's exactly what I would have done. I mean, that's seriously, no, I don't know who did that mock draft, but they absolutely hit it at all 3 levels, in my opinion. You got a 1st-round runner, you got a 2nd-round corner that plays really tight press man coverage, could also play off, and then Royals is a guy that, when you watch him play, his ability to, once again, go get the football, inside routes, crossing routes, there's just a lot of things that, he's kind of a bully. Utah State wasn't a very good team, and he's a dynamic player with the ball in his hands. He plays really big. This guy reminds me of Jaden Reed from the Packers. If you watch him play, if you are familiar with Jaden Reed's game in Green Bay, this is how this cat plays, Jalen Royals. He's 6 foot, he's 205 pounds, and everything is across the field, down the field, screens. He's not the most niftiest guy, but, man, he is like a bull with the ball in his hands. He averaged a touchdown a game in his college career. So, keep an eye on that for sure.
I mean, so you've hit running back, you've hit corner, and you've hit wide receiver. Those are 3 of the 4 must-haves, you feel like, in this draft. And then a run-stopping one-tech defensive tackle who's better than Mozzie Smith. Can we get one in the 4th or 5th or 6th or 7th? I know 4th they don't have right now, but maybe they trade into it.
Yeah, I think there's a way that they're probably going to get their 4th back. I could see them moving back. I've got several of these guys. I think when you start to talk about that, you could, whether you want, you're saying the one techniques, Collins from Texas, West from Indiana, Phillips, Caldwell from Oregon. There's some quality defensive tackle one techniques. This day 3 of the draft, where it starts in the 4th round, that's where a lot of these pockets of players are going to be. Whether if you don't get a runner, you get one in the 4th. Defensive ends are there. Defensive tackles are there. Linebackers there. Your nickel corners, Parrish, Riley, Huzzy, those guys will be there. So 4th round is, if you can find a way to kind of get that pick back, could do some good.
Okay, I'm going to give you the quarterback trade up in the 1st round that's happened here over the last 15 years, and you tell me if it was worth it or not. Teams that trade up for a quarterback in the 1st round of the NFL draft. The move up for J.J. McCarthy, probably worth it, but we can't say for sure. So let's skip that one.
Okay.
Carolina moving up for Bryce Young. You moved up 8 spots. You used 2 2s and a 1. I would say not worth it.
No.
Would want to go back and undo that.
Yeah.
San Francisco for Trey Lance, not worth it.
Not worth it.
Bears move up 9 spots for Fields. Not worth it. Jets move up from 6 to 3 for Darnold. Not worth it. Okay, Bills move up 5 spots for Josh Allen.
There you go.
Massive worth it. Ting. Cardinals move up 5 spots for Josh Rosen at 10.
Not worth it.
Awful. Chiefs move up 17 spots for Mahomes. There you go.
John Dorsey did that trade, he and Andy together, and I'll tell you what, John had a nice vision for what Mahomes potentially could be.
Yeah.
And that's why, and he convinced Andy to do that. That's a big, big, big move for a quarterback.
Yeah.
But, man, it paid off huge, as we all know.
There's like a film about that, or a 30 for 30 or something about that trade.
John was convinced, and he convinced Andy that this guy could be special. Now, John, he messed up with the Johnny Manziel draft, but he had the right vision for Mahomes, and that is a huge move to go get a player like that.
Texans moved up 13 spots to number 12 for Deshaun Watson. I would say in the end it worked out okay for them. It was worth it until if you could take the controversy out. The football reasoning was sound.
Well, he played well for them, and then also though all the picks they got for him once they traded him.
Yeah.
You know?
Rams move up 14 spots for Jared Goff, not worth it. Right? Eagles moved up 6 spots from 8 to 2 for Wentz. Looked good for a while.
First year until he got his knee hurt.
Washington moved up and sold the farm for RG3.
Yeah.
Should have been worth it.
Just the knee problems were too much.
And then the Jags moved up for Gabbert. That takes you back to just before 2010. That one was not worth it. So there's like a 70% chance you're going to end up regretting it.
Right.
You still throw the dice on it?
On a quarterback?
Yeah.
Man,
trading up, using future ones. Man, it's such a double whammy.
I think that, if you're probably trading up for a quarterback, you're probably not a very good team. So, I mean, hey, those guys can be difference makers. We saw what Kansas City did. A couple other teams were able to do as well. But I'm pretty much I'm a sit and wait guy. I think sometimes I think it's such a hard position for teams to evaluate that if you sit there, you might actually get your guy.
Okay, and then give me a little something on Mel Kiper Jr. going back to the Omari and Hampton here at 12.
Yeah.
Should that be concerning? Does this guy have superstar potential?
The guy's a really, really good player. I have Johnson over him, the running back from Iowa. But, I mean, they're all, like, say, Johnson, Hampton, Henderson are all my second-round guys. Hampton is a guy that I've said this before, and people freak out when I say it. He reminds me of his running style is that of like DeMarco Murray, with his kind of the way he kind of shuffles along the ground, his feet stay on the ground the way they do. But he's a really, really good player. But at 12, I don't know if I surely wouldn't do that myself. I just kind of feel like though, and that this is where you have to keep an eye on Kiper because he's done it a couple of times now. And he was a guy that was right about Tyler Smith.
Yes.
So if he's putting out there now, both these times he's got Ashton Genty gone, but man, I'll tell you what, this guy, like I say, Hampton at 12, he would help your running back situation, no doubt he would help it. I just think there'd probably be some other players on that board that I would take at 12 before him.
You got to be ready for a surprise. We've seen so many over the years.
Yeah.
I mean, Leighton Vander Esch was a surprise. Mo Claiborne was a huge surprise.
Yeah.
Taco.
Yeah.
I think there's about a 35% chance or so when you go into these drafts as a Cowboys fan that something's going to come out of left field there in the first round on you.
Yeah, he runs through contact and stuff like that. The power to break arm tackles and foot in the ground and make a read, kind of a zone runner. He's not going to make you miss a bunch. There were snaps where he broke in the open field, and
you don't use the 12th pick on that.
No, but he's a really, really good player. He catches the ball. There's a lot of positive things about Hampton. I like Johnson from Iowa said a little bit better.
Where are we going to the top 10, Chief?
The top 10 grocery items most affected by inflation. Which item has you the most frustrated at the grocery store? That's next right here in the nation. But first, I got to tell you about the greatness of Greystone Roofing and Construction.
say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean, what's your name? No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut, but that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair.
Welcome back, Nation. Segments brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today, carsforkids.org. It's brought to you by the Frankels. If you've been injured in a car truck wreck, contact the Frankels first, 214 or 817-333-3333. There's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Franklin Frankel, go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas. Here's Chia Fala with Wolchuk's Top 10 at 420.
Yes, sir. Thank you so much. Shout out to the Wooly Bully, crushing it with Kevin Hagelin in the middays, the K&Z
doing a
masterpiece.
nice job. Been driving around listening to them. They're doing a good job.
Yeah, tearing it up. Cold beers and cheeseburgers for all the basketball madness on Friday with the G-Bag Nation and the K&C masterpiece. Double remote, basketball party, drink specials, food specials, and a damn good time. Cannot wait to see you out there on Friday in Euless. Cold beers and cheeseburgers. I had the top 10 grocery items most affected by inflation in honor of the egg smuggling at the borders that we were discussing yesterday. We're down bad right now on a couple of these particular food items. We'll get to that here in a second, but my gosh, what type of dedication do you have to be Anthony Davis right now, puffing on a cigar in Plano at the golf course in some of the windiest conditions you could fathom?
Yeah, that's crazy. You better have that low punch down playing golf like this.
You're just asking for frustration, aren't you? Like,
Yes.
maybe it's a day off, you're trying to relax. I understand golf would be in the plans potentially, but when you wake up to gusts, gale force, I think you got to change your plans.
It's one of two things, as I'm sure Brian knows. It's somebody addicted to golf, and they're going to play no matter what, or a guy that just plays a couple rounds a year, and this is his round with the buddies that you can't bail on.
Yeah, save that for the off season, Anthony. How's the adductor doing right now?
Yeah, bro, I'm scared about him being out there with this wind. Mess around, tear some ligaments.
I talked to young Bennett Broadus. He's in Arizona. They were playing. They're playing his groups out there playing. There's I think there's 15 of them that went on a spring break trip. Got a couple of homes and stuff out there. So they're playing these Arizona guys. He goes, "It's really windy out here, Dad." And I was like, "Well, come on, man. You know how to flight the ball." He's, "I don't know. I don't have a lot of confidence." But yeah, I mean, if you love the game, you go out there and play in all conditions. You know, it doesn't matter. Just go out there and play.
Battle the elements.
Put on your jacket, rain jacket, or whatever you have to do. Play in the rain, play in the cold. Just go play.
Wow. I can't imagine myself golfing in a 100% jacket on situation. That just feels like I'm going to avoid golf today.
Yeah.
If I got to bring the jacket with me, probably going to go ahead and punt on the plans.
Yeah.
Okay. Let's go ahead and dive into the list here.
Just amazing.
When you guys are at the grocery store, is there an item that you maybe used to love to buy, maybe you still love, but you just can't get over how expensive it is now? And maybe you still buy it just because you love it and you're like, whatever, I'm going to eat this cost. Or is there any that maybe you just leave there on the shelf because
you're like,
this is just too much now? Yeah.
It does blow me away how expensive milk is.
Yeah, milk is absolutely one of those.
Yeah. I mean, it used to be like 99 cents a gallon and stuff.
I can tell you right now what it used to be. Okay, so this goes back to the year 2000. We're comparing the year 2000 to now in 2025 and the difference.
Okay.
And so which grocery items have had the biggest leap? 2000 to 2025. So for the last 25 years.
Last 25 years. Can I throw one out there?
You absolutely can.
To me, because it's become so popular, cooking briskets.
Ooh, briskets are insane.
Brisket costs per pound are crazy for what they were in the 2000s.
Used to be a throwaway item, right?
Yes. I didn't even know you should be cooking them.
Who do we credit for turning brisket into what it is now? Like, who's the first guy to be like, you know what? I can do something special with this. I can change the course of DFW's culinary opportunities with one smoker and a little salt and pepper.
My uncle, Sonny Bryan's in Dallas, he opened in 1948. So he cooked from 48 to 89. He was cooking briskets. But are you talking about like TV people or
who's the guy that made it to where, hey, brisket's actually something we need to be throwing on the menu?
I actually got an answer to this, Brian.
Yeah.
This would be Woolchucks folks. As
South Africans?
They had the
Jewish
the
folk.
Jewish people brought it to the U.S. in the 19th and 20th centuries because they've been doing briskets with the corned beef.
Corned beef.
Yeah.
Pastrami, corned beef. Absolutely.
Yeah, they've been preparing briskets for a long time.
Thank
and they
you,
were like,
Woolchuck.
hey, you can actually do something with this part of the cow.
Yeah.
And so we did our spin on it, which was to smoke it.
Let me tell you what, man. Corned beef, pastrami, it takes you a week to make. But, man, it's so worth it to have fresh corned beef or pastrami. Oh, man. Incredible.
It's a win. Huh? I don't
It's
know.
a big time
I don't know
win.
how much corned beef.
You know why? Because corned beef is like, if you buy it like at the deli counter, it's damn near $20 a pound.
Oof. That's ridiculous.
Yeah.
It's a high dollar meat.
Lucius, grocery store.
Shoot, man, maybe bacon.
Yeah, bacon's big on here.
Crazy.
Bacon's big on here.
How about oxtails, Lucius?
Oxtail's getting texted in quite a bit right now.
You know what? That inflation on oxtail has been happening for about 10 years now.
I love oxtails.
Because they used to be the super cheap situation, and all of a sudden, oxtail became like a delicacy.
Went viral.
Yeah.
Good.
The demand skyrocketed.
The oxtail that old Michelle cooked up a while back.
Yeah.
I would put that up there with anything I've ever eaten.
Thank you, man. Appreciate
Unbelievable.
that.
Yeah, I would say candy. Can I get candy for $500, Alex?
Yeah,
Because
you can.
You used to get candy bars for $0.25.
Yeah.
You know, then you're at 50 cents. And when it broke over $1, I kind of lost track of it. And I feel like now, like, Remy will ask me for a candy thing that costs $4.50.
Yeah, it is a bit of a joke. I mean, the sugar, just in general, sugar went from 43 cents a pound in 2000. Now it's over $1 in 2025.
Wow.
So I'm sure that's part of it there.
It's not a grocery item, but what they did to that Wendy's double bacon, not the junior bacon cheeseburger, what they did to that should be stopped right now, bro.
Criminal.
Yeah. Used to be 99 cents. Now it's like almost $4.
A lot of people
junior bacon cheeseburger.
Yeah,
bro.
it's ridiculous, and I guess it goes back to the grocery, the beef. Like we'll get to the beef here in a second, and the upcharge on beef now.
Beef.
Ground beef used to be, hey man, here's a pounder for like $2. Now we're gonna need about $7-8 out of you. Bluebell's being texted in, the ice cream stuff for sure. Hot Pockets in the 214.
Bluebell is still like $8 a gallon, though, right? Are we kind of in that?
Bluebell is
$8.99 a gallon or something.
I would argue it is criminal.
Higher than that.
Yeah. When you can go to Brahms, like shout out to Brahms, who stays tried and true to like feeding the family. Everybody gets ice cream. You spent $9.
You get
brown bag special.
Exactly.
So good.
Exactly.
5 burgers for like $8 or something crazy.
Yep.
Beef jerky coming in hot. Gosh.
Oh, very much so.
Expensive. Yes.
Slim Jim kind of thing.
A tiny bag will hit you for $4. Try to buy beef jerky at the airport. Go ahead and try. Probably $30.
Well, it's specialized at the airport, isn't it?
Everything's
like
upcharged.
Local, like, did you try when we were in Arizona? Was it like specialty beef jerky you were trying to buy or something?
I forget, but I know it's expensive, and I don't think I bought airport beef jerky in a long time. It used to be a tradition for me.
Half gallon for about $8 of that Bluebell, by the way. That's not even a full G.
Thank you, man.
Okay, outside looking in, we got white bread, we got chicken, we got potatoes, and we have cheese as some of the most inflatable items at the grocery store compared to 2000 to now. Strawberries come in at number 10. Used to get a pint of strawberries for under $2. Now it's well over $3.
I got one for you.
Avocados, yes. Yeah. They've gone on a run.
And they're going to go up more.
More and more.
Yeah. Go up more, bro.
Those folks in Mexico are like going, good luck.
I'm trying to borrow a krl-fm I can get right now.
Yeah, good call, dude. How about this? Number 9, the chocolate chip cookie. Used to get a pound of chocolate chip cookies for $2.57. Now it's almost $5 for a pound of chocolate chip cookies.
I do feel like they have improved the chocolate chip cookie. It's more, gourmet. It's more artisan. I don't know, but we've made a lot of great steps recently.
It's better than the Chips Ahoy back in the day.
Yeah. Chips Ahoy or some deli chocolate chip cookies that were no good. Yeah. The bar has been raised so much by Tiff's Treats and Crumble now.
My mom used to hide those Chips Ahoy from the family.
Really?
She didn't want us to tear them up. Me and my sister get active. Take a whole sleeve. Get crazy, bro.
Well, I do think they can be perfected with the proper amount of milk.
Yes.
Perfect dunk.
Oh, you got to dunk the hell out of them.
Soak it. Number 8, orange juice. Cost per can of frozen concentrate in 2000, $1.80. Now $4.50. Ice cream, half gallon in 2000 was $3.75. Now it's $6.50. That's number 7. Whole milk at 6 used to be $2.75. Now it's over $4 for a gallon.
At least.
Number 5, ground coffee. Used to be $3.63 per pound. Now it's over $7.
Okay, that's because people have become coffee snobs.
Yeah. A lot of demand for it.
A lot of demand. It's like cigarettes.
That's my favorite section of the grocery store. Even if I'm not buying it, I go through it just for the aromas.
It's nice.
Walking through the coffee aisle at the grocery store,
Yeah.
that'll reset you.
I want to say that the coffee pods are costing close to $1 a piece,
they're
maybe
easy.
70 cents a piece or something like that. It's wild.
So easy.
Every time I hit the button, just money.
Yeah, exactly. Every time you put it in, you're like, there's $2.
Yep.
Number 4 is steak.
Yep.
Oh, insane.
Like the flank steak used to be cheap fajitas. Everybody's feeling good about it. Now you got to like put the band together. Everybody's pitching in here for if we're doing fajita day.
My family likes filet mignon, and I've had to like recently tell them like, hey, we got to try something else here.
Sorry, guys.
2 tiny ones, $20.
Let me introduce you to a little round steak.
Yeah. Yeah.
Number
Steak night. Woohoo.
So that was $3.15 a pound for steak in 2000. Now it's almost $9.
Yeah.
Jeez.
Lean ground beef, $2.22 in 2000. Now it's over $7 a pound.
Health conscious,
Triple it up.
Health conscious people there. That's why that price went up.
Yep.
People that want to have the meat, but want not with less fat.
Without the mad cow disease.
Yeah.
Sure.
Preferably.
Got to pay for that.
Yeah.
Number 2, Lucius bacon. Here it is. Cost per pound in 2000 under $3. Now it's over $7 per pound.
I'll tell you what, if you're going to spend that much, go ahead and put some pepper on mine.
Yeah, I like the pepper bacon.
The thick cut pepper bacon. Just if you're going to do that, go ahead.
It smells so good when it's cooking in the house, bro, in the morning.
Yeah.
Oh,
pepper bacon,
it'll last.
BLTs.
We'll do a bacon Saturday morning. I come home in the afternoon. I'm still getting the aromas.
It's beautiful, bro.
Yeah. It's the best
Something
candle
changed.
out there.
You know, bacon used to be almost like a specialty item, but something happened around, I'd say 20 to 30 years ago where it just exploded in pop culture.
Yeah, we're putting bacon in everything. Number 1, though, is in fact the eggs. The huevitos. Year 2000, 93 cents for a dozen. Now it's $5.
Well, we got organic and brown eggs in the conversation.
Got to get that soy-free, man.
Yeah.
Got to get that soy-free egg. You can tell the difference. You get a basic egg compared to like a soy-free, pasture-raised, dialed egg. The shell is harder. The yolk looks more just bright and gorgeous.
The yellow color, yeah.
So there it is. Eggs are the number 1.
They're
That's why we're
selling Lucy
smuggling
eggs
them.
out here, too.
Are they really?
They're selling Lucy eggs. $1 a piece.
I'm going to start hoarding them, just stack them up in the fridge for a while. I'm going to break them back out on the market, triple my money. Okay, Rangers things you can gamble on. Free money alert. I do have 3 massive opportunities in the player props to run by you. Sansa's going to join us for a few minutes coming up in the Expressway. Around the Bases coming up at 6 o'clock here on your home of the 2023 World Series champion Texas Rangers, 105.3 The Fan.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-curd?
No.
Nutmeg Maid?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone. And they're all price sales, Silverados, Tahoes, Blazers, Malibus, Equinox, and more. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations, 2023 and 2024.
Thank you, Lucius. G-Bag Nation here on The Fan. What is that, 9 days till opening day now here on your home of the Rangers? The excitement, the anticipation is building. It's going to be a great summer of baseball here on The Fan and likely into the fall as well. How do you make the most of it? Well, you might like to gamble on your baseball team or your sports teams in general. Right here from Bet Online, I have Texas Rangers seasonal props here and things you can gamble on. I do have a scoring system of either too hard to call it, Chief, or free money. And that's the way I look at these prop bets.
Okay, I love it. Yeah, I need that free money.
I'm always looking for those. You know, Vegas makes mistakes. Sometimes they don't realize what they've done. And they do set like a wager limit on a lot of these. So if you have some inside information, they basically don't want the house to be able to lose too much. They don't want to lose their butt. They want to leave that up to their customers. But I do have 3 of these that are easy double-ups. And again, this is not gambling advice. This is a do-your-own-research situation, entertainment purposes only. Hit the like button. Please subscribe. But if you do want to double your money on the Rangers, stick around. You got to give it about 6 months, though, it looks like. Corey Seager, total batting average in the 2025 regular season, 280. Brian, are you taking the over or the under on Corey Seager batting average, 280?
I'm going to take that needs to be over 280 is where I would go. I think I think that to me that, man, there were some games in the spring where he was kind of struggling a little bit.
He was 278 last year, been over 280 in 3 of his last 5 years.
Yeah, and he was dealing with with injuries and stuff last year. He's dealing with injuries.
That's what I was trying to think. I'm going to take the over, Gavin, on that one. Over 280, please.
Chief?
Yeah, I'm doing the same thing. And I'm probably going to do it for his dongs as well. I don't know if you're doing the Seager dongs, but he had 30 last year. I think they have it at 28.5 for him.
They do.
This year. And again, obviously, most of it, especially when it comes to the home runs, it's going to come down to the health factor. But I do think there's more of you can't really pitch around Seager.
Okay.
With as long as the lineup's going to be healthy, I think that Bochy's going to be able to insulate Seager in a way to where they're going to have to pitch to him.
Well, that sounds amazing. I would probably say too hard to call it myself. That would probably be no bet for me.
Okay.
But man, that would be a lot of fun.
So we have a no bet option here?
Yeah, no bet. No bet if you want.
I thought we were just having a bet or not.
I'm making it rain on both of these.
Okay.
Let's go. Yeah.
Strong confidence.
Yeah.
Corey Seager over 280. Getting up there. Total home runs 28.5. Okay. How about Marcus Semien total home runs in the 2025 regular season? It's 23.5. Brian, you going over or under on that?
Going under on that one.
Yeah, I think Marcus Semien confidence is at an all-time low. The sentiment for Simeon's at an all-time low. I want to believe in the guy. I think maybe taking him out of the lineup to the extent that he's been every day might help him. I think maybe getting him some DH reps might help him, hit the ball, be a little bit more consistent. But, man, the guy goes through such massive slumps. I think you're going to have to do that work in about 3 or 4 months while you're hot, because when it goes cold for Marcus Semien. I'm taking the under, Chief.
What was the number?
23.5.
23.5. I think he had 23 last year, and that felt like a little bit of a down year for him, the fatigue factor. But he's a big question mark this year, so I would probably go the under as well.
How about Adolis Garcia at 25.5? If that happens, it is going to be an amazing summer. I'm just hoping Dolly's not getting old on us. I'm going to take the under, though, Brian. I hate to do this. I really believe in the guy, but I just feel like chances are better than not that what we saw last year was kind of the beginning of a slide into his mid-30s there for Dolly.
I think you're baseball foolish right now.
There you go, Broadus.
And I'm going to go with the over the 25.5 here.
Wow, I can't believe Broadus just called me a fool, Chief. Did you like that?
I
loved
foolish.
It.
That was quite a brushback pitch.
Baseball foolish.
Gets my stamp of approval on that. You're starting to see him turn around a little bit here in the spring. I think he's getting hot right as the season is about to start. And last year he had 25, and that wasn't a year that we really appreciated.
No, not at all. We have 5 player props remaining. 3 of them are of the free money variety. Wyatt Langford, total home runs in the 2025 regular season. Mind you, guy hit 8 in September. He was heating up big time in the second half of the season.
This line has to be what, 25 and a half?
I would think so.
24 and a half. And I'd feel good about the over. I think he's got 30 home run potential. But I mean, I would say if you put me down for 25 Langford dongs, I would say I feel great about it.
The over-under is at 18 and a half, and that, Brian, is why I feel like this is free money.
18 and a half?
Loaded up.
They're disrespecting our guy.
That's a mortgage payment special.
I'm thinking when you look at everything is in the great category when it comes to bat speed, squaring things up, hard hit balls, barrel up, exit velocity. Give me the over on this.
Okay, how about Jake Berger, total home runs in the 2025 regular season? 25 and a half. It's our guy, but he's averaged over 30 the last 2 years. And the way that he's swinging it going into this, it's unbelievable. The exit velo, the power that we were able to witness for ourselves right there in the press box. And surprise, I'm going over on that as well. That's free money. You with me on that, Jake Berger?
I'm with you. I'm with you. I think the Berger bombs are going to be real this year. 25 and a half. That's a fair number, but didn't Walchuk pick him to be the wasn't Walchuk's pick Berger for the team lead in home runs?
I think so.
Walchuk's got him at 35.
Wow, a lot of people expecting big things there from Jake Berger, so I like that one. But Brian, I think the easiest out of all the Rangers props you can find right now with our friend Jimmy Shapiro over there at Bet Online is Jacob deGrom ERA in the regular season. The over-under, 2.9. Are you kidding me? You saw how lights out this guy was last September. We did not see him in Surprise, but we've seen the stats, and we've heard the eyewitness accounts. Jacob deGrom is every bit as good as he was in his Cy Young years. You don't even have to get 15 wins on this.
Right.
That would be no bet. There's no way I'm going to bet on deGrom to do something like this. But he starts 10 games. He has an ERA under 2.9. You've doubled your money. I think that's a Vegas mistake.
So you're saying his ERA is 2.90?
2.99.
2.99.
Over under.
Oh, the last 3 years he's at 2.52.
Yeah. And the quality of the drop off doesn't feel like it's there at all. We have questions about his sustainability in terms of the health factor, but this just being the ERA, when he's out there, he is still maybe the best pitcher in all of baseball.
Yeah.
Your free monies, you hit the nail on the head on your free monies.
Yeah. We're cashing out some serious tickets here now. If you were wondering, the actual Jacob deGrom over under for wins is 8.5. I don't know, probably no bet.
Yeah.
Too hard to call it. Fingers crossed.
The last 3 years have been 2022 was 5-4, 2-0, and 0-0.
Yeah.
So if you're doing over 8.5, you need him to get 9 wins. That means how many starts roughly do you think he needs to actually pull that off?
11.
I mean, 11. Yeah. I mean, I guess you're looking
between 15 and 20.
Right. Which is, I think we should all be expecting him to start 15 to 20 games.
Okay.
But to bet on it is probably too much to ask.
That's one of those that I would be kicking myself, I think. But hey, he could have that by the time we get to June 1st. Nathan Eovaldi total wins in the regular season. His over-under is at 10.5. And we're 3 hours down, 2 to go here on your home of the Cowboys, home of the Rangers, 105.3 The Fan. Rangers, things you can gamble on. Thought you'd appreciate it. Now, Sands is going to join us coming up in about 40 minutes or so to talk about the signing from today. Chief has an edition of Football's Finest coming up next, buddy. Where are you taking us?
Why the Cowboys swung and missed on Cooper Kupp and Jamar Chase's one complaint about Cincinnati next in the nation.
say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's for Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean, what's your name? No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. But that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Seaman Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-curb?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios, you're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Welcome to the nation.
Here we go, Hour 4, G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. Thanks for making us part of your day here on your home of the Rangers as we're 9 days from opening day. Jared Sandler joining us here in about 30 minutes. We'll talk some baseball with him there. Right now, it's time for an edition of Football's Finest. Here's the Chief.
682 says the Cowboys did not swing and miss on Cooper Kupp. He chose Sam Darnold over Dak. Don't get it twisted.
Yeah. He told you, didn't he?
Yeah, I guess so. I'm going to tell him in a second. First, I have to address something. I made a comment earlier in the program.
Oh, no.
No.
Really? Don't do this.
This is where you got to be the bigger man?
Don't do this. Don't be the bigger man.
And I'm here to stand on it. Oh, that's right. We've done the homework.
Oh.
Flippantly, I said you take Genty at 12. Now you're paying him like he's one of the best running backs in the league, right? You're trying to find premium talents on the cheap for the first 4 or 5 years of their deal. People are texting in, how is that even possible? How is that even possible? Genty being, with the way the running back market has swung in favor of running backs, how would Genty at 12 be one of the highest paid running backs in the league?
Tell him, Chief.
They do have a point when it comes to the yearly average. Because you take him at 12, you're probably paying him, you're guaranteeing him $20 million is what you're doing.
What is that slot? What did the slot last year pay?
Last year it was like $19 million, so I'm guessing it'll go up a tick. We'll just call it $20 million.
So that contract will probably be guaranteed, right?
That's the point. It's 100% guaranteed.
Yeah.
So the average per year wouldn't be up there. It would be like 15th most in the league, not in the top 5 or anything. But when you talk about guaranteed, total guaranteed dollars, it would be $20 million guaranteed.
4 years.
And that would put him only behind Barkley, McCaffrey, Jonathan Taylor, and Alvin Kamara in terms of guys with guaranteed money. And then he'd be right there with Bijan Robinson, who got selected in the top 10 a few years ago. In terms of total guaranteed money, you take Genty at 12, you've guaranteed him the 5th most at the position in the NFL. So that was just wanted to have a clarification on that because we did get a handful of texts about it.
Yeah. Okay. Guaranteed money and then the 5th-year option, too.
And then the 5th-year option would be probably, I would guess, like 15 to 20 million for that 1 year.
Yeah.
So that's what you're getting into.
I say yeah, but it's going to be more than what he was making the first 4 years.
I mean, so that's $5 million a year for what could be an amazing running back. That's a hell of a bargain, Chief.
Yeah, on the average per year basis, it's certainly it equals out. It makes sense. But you are going to be guaranteeing him $20 million. And you can get running backs right now for much less by way of guarantees. Guaranteed money is what you're talking about when you're talking about contracts and what really matters in the deal. You're talking about how much money am I guaranteeing this guy?
Yeah.
So you could guarantee $20 million over the next 4 years to a pass rusher, a receiver.
Please don't bust on
a
that
corner.
guy,
Yeah, don't bust on that guy. And the good news, Bruce, we're not going to bust on that guy because you just gave us 5 unbustables.
I don't think they like
at pick 12.
I don't think they like any of my guys.
Okay, that's fine, but if we're doing the drafting, we have guys at more premium positions that Broadus is signing off on not going to bust.
I don't think they're going to get wiped out, though. I don't.
No, they're just not going to pick that guy.
Yeah, they're gonna pick the guy they want. Of course, they'll do that, but I don't think they necessarily like all my guys.
So I kind of win, but I kind of lose. But that's just the facts.
Yeah, I mean, you could see it both ways, but I do think like how much you're getting guaranteed is more of a thing like when you're going for your veteran contract, because you're at an age where we're not quite sure how this is going to go. I think guarantee at 22 or 23 years old, I just think it's more in the team's favor. And I think when you say like how much is a guy making, it does more refer to average per year.
Okay, anything else on this topic? Are we good?
We're good.
Good.
All right, don't get it twisted on Cooper Kupp. We have the report from Adam Schefter here as of about 15, 20 minutes ago. He says last Thursday, the Cowboys, because remember, Schefter came out like early in the morning and was like, hey, the Cowboys are going to be players for Cooper Kupp all of a sudden. And then
didn't we say like Wednesday? I mean, I talked to some people over there and they said that they weren't interested. Didn't we talked about
we talked about this.
Yeah, I thought we did.
Yes, you were on it.
Yeah.
Jane, a couple other insiders were on the idea that the Cowboys are not interested in Cooper Kupp.
No.
And then all of a sudden we wake up the next morning and at like 6 a.m., Schefter's reporting that actually the Cowboys seem to be interested in him.
It was a strange news cycle morning.
And then it was like 3 hours later, he was like, actually, never mind. So what happened? He says last Thursday, the Cowboys reached out about Cooper Kupp and they were interested. Prescott and CeeDee Lamb, as he says, who I understand it, were on the phone with Cooper Kupp talking to him about the idea of coming to Dallas. And then the Cowboys heard the numbers and they said, thanks, but no thanks. We don't want to get into that.
Yeah.
So the Cowboys were interested, and it's a tale as old as time with the Cowboys. They're interested in all the right people, but they have a hard line in the sand of what they're willing to pay for it.
About $5 million this year.
So I don't think it's necessarily Cooper Kupp. All things were equal, and he chose Seattle.
Right.
Lamb and Prescott are on the phone with him, recruiting him, and then of course the Cowboys weren't willing to come correct on the dollars. And I don't necessarily blame him for that.
Hang it up the phone. Hang it up.
Hey, top paid quarterback, number 3 paid wide receiver in the league here. Wondering if you'd like to play for about 20% of market value.
They go, oh, this isn't Cooper Rush? I'm sorry, Cooper Kupp. We're meant to call Cooper Rush. Sorry about that. Yeah.
So that's the story behind it. I don't think he chose Sam Darnold over Dak necessarily.
Chose money.
No. Yeah, you get the best deal.
Got the
best
deal.
contract.
Yeah.
Plus, he's from Washington State.
Yeah. Played on the red turf.
Makes a lot of sense for him. He's excited to be back there.
Yeah.
Well, I saw a nugget from Warren Sharp today in regards to Dak. He just put out, and Dak is, his numbers for last season are obviously going to be small sample because he didn't play the whole season, so keep that in mind. But he just put out a list of the most accurate quarterbacks on go balls. Just run down the field, I'm going to throw it up to you kind of deal. And Brock Purdy was actually number 1 in this, but Dak Prescott was number 2. Accuracy on go balls. And
did they call any plays that required the go ball?
Yeah, I'm sure the sample size is relatively small. Yeah. He'd probably put the caveat at the bottom about the sample size. Minimum 25 go routes thrown.
Okay, here we go.
So Dak threw at least 25 of them. And he was the second most accurate in the league. And for me, the tie-in is just Ted McMillan as a guy who can just run down the field and you throw it to. That could make some sense.
Golden, McMillan.
Yeah, you know,
guys in this draft, absolutely.
In 2019, he led the league in exceeding passing expectations on deep throws. In 2022, he earned the highest grade in the conference on throws of 20 yards or more. Like, this is sprinkled throughout his career, where I feel like every 2 or 3 years now, there was the year where he really needed to work on the deep ball play, but I don't know if that's play calling or what he does. I just find it interesting because I wouldn't think of Dak as the guy with the accuracy or the anticipation to lead the league in those kind of, big throw categories. I just wonder if it's because he's waiting to see them open, throw ball more than, some other guys, or, and maybe the sample size plays into that as well.
Yeah, and Daniel Jeremiah did have Matthew Golden, the Texas wide receiver, selected for the Cowboys at 12 in his mock draft today.
There you go.
So, Golden's one of those guys. I know he's got the speed, but in terms of just down the field, throw it to him, he can go get it.
He'll go get it. Yep, absolutely.
So some guys like that, and you ultimately have to have playmakers for it. They didn't really use Brandon Cooks appropriately. And then obviously outside of CeeDee Lamb, who's basically doubled on every single play, who are you really throwing these to? If you're Dak, you're like,
somebody Kevontae Turpin, who's not great at hauling them in.
No, and Turpin really needs to be wide open to throw him the ball down the field like that. And I love Turpin. Great skill set, but he's just because he's fast doesn't make him a good deep ball threat necessarily.
And then that kind of plays into why is he graded so high if they're not throwing it that much down the field. Our defense is kind of getting conditioned to not thinking they're going deep. And then when you go deep, there's a surprise factor that would ultimately contribute in a big way to your efficiency. I don't want to hate on Dak. If it's true, it's true. But,
Yeah, and to be fair, this is just specifically to the accuracy of the ball. So maybe the guy wasn't open or whatever. Maybe he was wide-ass open. But the accuracy of the ball, Dak on go routes last year was second best in the league. Now, Benjamin Albright has also tweeted out today about Luther Burden, the Missouri wide receiver, and Ted McMillan, just saying that teams are not as high on either one of those wide receivers as the media seems to be.
Sure.
So it does, and we talked about it a little bit earlier, but the idea of Ted McMillan at 12 is very much so on the table and realistic.
Yeah.
So it'll just be interesting to see how the Cowboys have those receivers stacked.
I just don't know why you would want to throw so much of your resources in free agency at defensive line and then come back and draft another one, especially with what they have in Williams and Nealon and Micah. I think they're set along the defensive line. I think wide receiver makes a lot of sense.
Other than one tech, right? Are you comfortable with Mozzie and really nothing behind him?
I would be okay with it because I think you could get a veteran who's like 35 years old. He's just a fat son of a gun that's been doing this for a while, and plug him in there in the rotation along with Mozzie.
Yeah, it doesn't have to be a first round type deal.
Yeah. In Eberflus's system, you're looking at from my understanding anyway, you're looking for your defensive lineman to get up the field, and I just don't know how crucial that role is, as long as you have good players there.
Yeah, and I think you can never have enough pass rushers. I know they've added to it with Fowler and stuff. Hopefully Sam Williams comes back healthy. You always have Micah, but I don't think Eberflus is a guy that's really manufacturing pressure the same way that a Zimmer was.
Yeah.
So having you can really never have too much of those guys. The Eagles proved that. They got a rotation of 7-8 dudes on their defensive line. So
I mean,
even
don't
if
get
it
me wrong.
is-
If there was like a Vita Vea guy, I want to fill that with an absolute dominant player if it's there. But I would think other positions are ringing higher with me right now. And but if one of the most depressing things you can have is a bust first round wide receiver on your team. Just one of the most frustrating things because you have this vision of what he's going to be. So I definitely don't want to see them standing there and take a guy that doesn't have a good chance of being successful. That's the most important thing here at 12 as we talk about positional value and what would we prefer. It's a good player. I don't care what position it is as long as it's not punter.
One guy we know is a good player, Jamar Chase. Just got the fatty boom bot from the Bengals. And they had their press conference today. And one of his quotes from it was, he says, "I like Cincinnati because it gives me more opportunity to just focus and I'm not distracted." But he said, the food is not the best. We could work on that. I mean, when your city,
he's right.
When their number one most synonymous food is
chili spaghetti,
chili dripping wet spaghetti.
Yeah, he's absolutely right.
No one, not a single Bengals fan should be pushing back on that.
No, I feel bad for him. I feel blessed to be here in the great state. We have all these great Tex-Mex. We have the steak houses. You have the barbecue. We're in paradise.
We are. And maybe that speaks to why Chad Johnson was always just living at the McDonald's drive-thru. What else am I going to do in Cincinnati from a culinary standpoint, dude? Big Mac trumps all.
I mean, within a par 5 from here, we have Pecan Lodge, Hurtado, Terry Black's, Capitol Grill. It's just stupid.
Not to mention all the places down in Oak Cliff and stuff. Not
shoot over there.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. I mean, crazy.
It's a plethora.
Yep.
Speaking of food and receivers, here's Bill's now going into his second year, Keon Coleman, talking about the first time Josh Allen invited him over to Josh Allen's house for dinner.
So the first time he invited me to dinner at this place, I don't even know what this was the woman cooked. It looked like we was eating onions, fish, and bread. I was like, this is like the stuff Jesus fed the people in the little children book. Like the little children books they give you? Like that's what that looked like. I said, man, what is this, bro?
I believe that book he's referring to is just quite simply the Bible. I don't know if he thinks that's just a run-of-the-mill
children's story, The Last Supper.
Maybe like the Sunday school children's books, the little animated ones.
Yeah. I mean, he's talking about fish and bread, so you're thinking about like feeding of the 5,000, which is just tried and true biblical, story.
Is that a halibut? That's how I imagine it.
Dang, that's a great question. Yeah. What type of fish was it?
Mm-hmm.
I have to imagine it was just some dominant sourdough from a bread standpoint.
Yes.
But the fish, what would you want that fish to be, bro?
Tuna.
You want that? Oh, yeah.
Tuna.
I love tuna.
Would that have been out of the Red Sea?
Proud of that.
Where are we pulling these fish out of?
Galilee.
Yeah.
I don't know where that is, bro.
Those two brothers were fishing. They were mending their nets. They threw them over the side, and after that they quit fishing. You ever heard that story?
Might have been tilapia. See a Galilee, you can find a catch a lot of tilapia.
Ain't that man-made?
Here from tilapia.
The fisher of men become the fisher of men.
Yeah. The 12 disciples.
Yeah, but the two brothers that were fishing, and Jesus says, "Throw it over the side over here," and they hauled all the fish in. Then they quit. I'd have kept going.
If we're going to clean up like this, bro.
Yeah, you're not going to get me off.
Let's capitalize on this opportunity.
I'll follow you later. I'll catch up. Let me keep catching fish.
One college football nugget for you. EA Sports offering athletes $1,500 to opt into next year's college football
Is that an upgrade?
Game. Yeah, last year it was $600.
Yeah.
So they've more than doubled the payout to the players, and then they also get royalties on top of the payout. So I'm sure that's a no-brainer for most of these guys. Being in a video game is awesome.
$1,500 to be in a video game?
Yeah.
Cha-ching. I love it. Man, it's quite an honor, too.
Exactly.
I would like a copy of the game. Can you throw that in? Appreciate you, Chief. There it is, an edition of football's finest every night at 5 o'clock here in the nation. Sands and 20 will hit the expressway, take you commercial-free to the top. There is significant Ranger news. We'll reset you on all that and more coming up next here on The Fan. All right, welcome back, Nation. Time to hit the expressway. Let's do this topic. Do the Cowboys have a Micah Parsons problem? That's one of the hot takes around the Cowboys today, if you're reading the newspaper. Segment's brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today, carsforkids.org. Jared Sandler's going to join us here coming up in 12 minutes. We'll talk to him about the Rangers news items of the day. The expressway is presented by the On-Time Experts. Yeah, Rangers signed Patrick Corbin, lefty starter. Doesn't get hurt very often, but that's about the best thing you can say about his repertoire these days, his resume. At times he's been good, though, Brian. Hasn't he been an all-star?
Twice.
Patrick Corbin, two-time all-star earlier in his career. So they got him. We'll see what kind of role they have in mind, what this means for Leiter and Rocker and some of the other guys. And the Rangers got news on John Gray as well. I guess he doesn't need surgery on his broken forearm, broken wrist situation there. So that's pretty good news there for John Gray. Friend of the show at this point. We've talked to him several times, and we're hoping for the best, and he makes a quick recovery. Okay, and the AP All-American teams are out. Johnny Broom of Auburn started at a mid-major. He's player of the year, whatever, fifth-year senior. And the number one pick freshman, Cooper Flagg, joined by Alabama's Mark Sears, Purdue's Braden Smith, and Walter Clayton Jr. of Florida. That's your AP All-American teams in college basketball. Tournament's underway tonight with play-in games. Okay, that's the headline from Calvin Watkins in the Morning News. Brian, you familiar with this topic?
Yeah, I think that Calvin's trying to kind of put some things together, and and he's probably circled back and talked to some folks about what happened with Tim and with Tank, and then also with Micah, and and trying to kind of dig up some old things there. This is something that's kind of been ongoing. There were some people that will tell you that maybe that Micah's work ethic is not the best, and players have problems with that. As far as whether problems like physical problems and confrontations and things like that, I didn't get that feeling, but I did get the feeling that players did question Micah's work ethic, and it bothered them that way.
Bothered them. Yeah, I know. It's not good when your best player is not your hardest worker.
Yeah.
And you would prefer to be that way, but reality is oftentimes they're not, because they're amazing. They're just different athletes that kind of break the mold. But in Watkins' piece, here's a quote: whether it's podcasts, problems with teammates, social media, or missing workouts, Parsons causes controversy.
Yeah.
He writes, the answer is complicated, especially depending on whom you ask, with a looming contract extension still unresolved. I think the biggest problem here in this whole situation is they don't have enough players like Micah Parsons. The problem is not Micah. He's amazing. The problem is you don't have more players that fit his description as one of the best players in the game.
Yeah, and Myles Garrett, we just heard about the stuff coming out of Cleveland, where he's a guy that's missed a bunch of stuff as well, but he's one of the DPOY candidates year in, year out. It's similar to the Lucas stuff. Yes, it's not checking every box of what you'd perfectly want, but what are they giving you on the field when the lights come on?
Yeah.
And by and large, Micah is a monster.
Yeah, and everything is within a normal range with the personality stuff. Does he like the spotlight?
Good
Does
call.
he want attention? Yes. But is it in a way that's overly dysfunctional or causing problems? The guy's been maybe not a perfect teammate, but a stand-up citizen. No complaints about him. There's definitely been players in the Cowboys' history, and they used to attract them like a magnet. That would go out and have a big old time and be national news and embarrass the franchise and tick off Cowboys fans. That's not Micah Parsons. Is he the ideal leader? No. But I think that's kind of where the end of it. Tank called out his social media stuff last week. Yeah. Malik Hooker called it out last season. Remember that? I think that was the Super Bowl.
Yeah.
He was on our show that day. Watkins writes that Hooker's locker room or spot in the locker room was moved to the other side of the team's locker room at the Star after being close to Parsons up until that quote was published. That he said maybe, you should focus on the football more. But Clarence Hill had a good point on Twitter today, saying in the 90s, a lot of the players had their own radio shows. That was kind of like the podcast of the day, and there was a lot of attention paid to that.
Yeah, I think there's some etiquette with Green Bay smacks you around in the postseason, and then you wake up like a week or two later, and there's Green Bay's quarterback Jordan Love on Micah's podcast. Something like that is, there's some fair criticisms, but does that override again the type of player that he is for you and the impact that he had on? Just the numbers of him on and off the field last year were ridiculous. You were making quarterbacks look like MVP Josh Allen when he was off the field. When he was on the field, you made him look like Daniel Jones, who lost his job.
Yes.
So, his impact speaks for itself. Mm-hmm. There are a couple of flaws in his game. Does he fade later in the season? Stuff like that. I think that's a little bit overstated. The sack numbers are certainly one of those things that drops for him as the season goes on, but the pressure numbers are still there. He's still just the ultimate disruptor. Now, if you're saying you don't want to reset the market for non-quarterbacks and give them all that bag, and you don't know what type of, are things going to get even worse after that once he's made the money? If you're an organization and you know the player and you're projecting out a little bit, it's fair to maybe say, hey, I don't want to make him the highest paid player in football. I'd rather just turn that into a bunch of draft picks or something. Then that's fine.
Yeah.
But to complain,
that's how Nico and DeMont might troubleshoot this.
That's definitely how they would do it. But at least get everything out of him from an asset standpoint, and don't just sell small on him. Don't trade for a guy at the same position who's much older and more injury prone or something stupid like that. But I understand if you want to turn him into a haul of draft picks because you don't want to pay him that level of money. But all the stuff that he does outside of Sundays, I think is much less of a problem than sometimes people make it out to be. Because ultimately, what are you doing on Sundays? What are you doing on Sundays? And unless what you're doing the other 6 days in the week are so egregious and the team is consistently worse off because of it, then fine. But I don't think that's where we're at here.
It is so annoying, and the Cowboys have had to play a lot of football like this over the last couple of decades. Well, maybe not the Wade years and the Parcells years, but when you don't have a pass rusher, and every time the other team snaps back, it's just like clean pocket, no worries, no need for extra protection. You can't finish games in the fourth quarter like that, and maybe you'd want a different elite pass rusher in an ideal world, but that's not realistic. You have one of them. There's only at any one point 4 or 5 of these guys in the entire league. You should be focusing on how do we maximize what is left of Micah Parsons' absolute prime. And that's about 4 years. We can't let Micah Parsons' career end without ever putting a great defense around him that could totally smother the opposition. Because that's what this kind of player gets you. And you have 2 corners who are the absolute best in the NFL at going and getting the ball. One of them is the best in the NFL at taking it back to the house if you can get the ball in his hands. To make it happen. I don't know. Maybe that's why they're focused so much on defensive line, that they spent this amount of resource, and now they could even take another one at 12 because they're like, it's time to take advantage of what the Micah Parsons window is.
Yeah, and how much more fresh can you keep him if you had a stable of defensive linemen the same way the Eagles do?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. If you're worried about the way he fades later in the season, then you can certainly help your cause that way.
Yeah, I do think there's something to that. Maybe if he worked on his conditioning more, it wouldn't be as big of a problem. Maybe he's just doesn't have the kind of body that can stand up. 18 weeks of violent football. You know how those guys talk about it being a series of car crashes every Sunday afternoon. Maybe it's just like testing the outer limits of what a body can naturally hold up to, and finding a way to load manage that in any way you can. It'd probably be a wise decision. Okay. Teams took Micah out of the game. Irrelevant, says the 972. I don't know what games you're watching, bro. I guess there have been some games where he has disappeared at times, but that's going to happen in football. The star players don't always have the huge game.
Yeah, if you're going to have a defense that is bottom of the league in stopping the run, then yes, teams are going to be able to take him out of the game because of that, because they're just going to run all over you and they don't have to drop back to pass.
Yeah.
So build something on the front seven that can force teams to have to pass the ball. And now you probably have the best pass rusher in the league.
Parsons is a loudmouth, says the 214. Please trade him in the draft and get a bunch of picks so we can rebuild this team the right way. He's not worth it. I think there could have been an opportunity for that, and that's one of the things that I would love to see the Cowboys consider doing in the future. I was thinking about this, Brian, like how could the Cowboys draft and develop strategy work out for them? And I think one of them is finding a point at which you wave the white flag and say, hey, we're not contenders here. Let's trade our good players and get a bunch of draft picks for the future, But I don't think there's any sign that the Cowboys would actually entertain that.
You know what? It sounds like a really good strategy if you find a way to get back on that drafting train.
Mm-hmm.
We got to look at teams. The best example of a team trading an impact edge rusher is the Las Vegas Raiders. And look what they got out of that. Every
Khalil Mack?
Yeah.
Is that what you're talking about?
Yeah. Think about that. I mean, that's the trades that have been made for players like that. And you look at just all the names and stuff the picks that they wasted.
You got to get them right.
Yeah. And that, to me, that's the most important thing. If I'm all for moving players around and trading and doing what we have to do, but if I have no confidence in your ability to draft, why am I giving up a player that I already know that's one of the top 5 in the league?
I guess it's just the theory of the Herschel Walker thing.
I'm
not arguing. I'm just
just saying that to me, Dallas has got to draft better. You start talking about trading guys away and getting multiple picks and high picks. You gotta show me once again you can get back on that train and draft well again, like what you had 7 of the 8. That ends up to be plug and plays and
all pros.
Yeah,
but you also have to be a team that's willing to take maybe 2 steps back in order to, in a couple of years, take giant leaps forward, and they don't want to do that.
But it could allow their draft and develop strategy to work.
Yeah.
If you took a couple of years and say, hey, we're picking top 5 in these years, and quarterbacks are coming or stud offensive linemen or edges, and you can also intentionally flush all the dead money from your bad salary cap choices in those years so they don't hurt you in the remaining 5 to 10 years. There's a lot of advantages that could be had if the Cowboys were just a little bit more sharp and clever, I think, with how they manage the cap. The way that they build could work. But they just need to be able to, ride the cycle a little bit more intentionally. Brandon Graham, the author of the most impactful play in Eagles franchise history, announced his retirement today after 15 seasons in the NFL. First-round pick out of Michigan in 2010. Entire career there with the Eagles. It's time now for Jared Sandler to join us, talk some Rangers baseball here on The Fan as spring training continues. His reports brought to you by Advanced Hair Restoration. Go to advancedhair.com. And a good afternoon, Jared. How the heck are you? Oh, we do not have Jared yet. Jared Sandler will be joining us momentarily here on your home of the Rangers, 105.3 The Fan. And if you missed it, the news today, Patrick Corbin is now in the mix. Probably a sign that they didn't want to put Leiter and Rocker in this rotation. So you go get the lefty, Patrick Corbin, who's had a pretty decent career. But the way that Rocker has struggled, in his 3 outings, dude is giving up more than a run per inning, Brian. A run per inning here with this Patrick Corbin guys are Kumar Rocker. So unfortunately, I don't think you can have the confidence right now to put him in your opening day rotation.
Yeah, I think right now they're just trying to kind of plug some holes and see if they can go back and find a guy that had a little magic. I mean, if you go back with the Nationals, like in 2019, I mean, he was played a key role in their World Series and stuff. So again, they're just trying to kind of find a way to plug some holes right now.
The world of sports came over to the world of politics once again today as Presidents Donald Trump and Vladimir Putin were meeting over the phone for an extended period of time. And according to the Kremlin, they were actually amongst the discussions, they're looking to organize hockey games between the U.S. and Russia. How about that? Yeah, they discuss hockey matches in the USA and Russia between Russian and American players playing in the NHL and KHL, which is Russia's professional hockey league. As Sandler joins us now here on The Fan. Good afternoon, sir. How the heck are you?
Guys, I'm great. I saw that NHL, KHL thing. One of my big misses, you guys remember Josh Childress, former NBA player?
Yeah, Stanford.
Yeah, so you remember when he signed a contract, was it with Olympiacos? It was one of the clubs in Greece. And
yep.
He got paid, I think he got paid more money there than he was getting from NBA teams. And I remember thinking, this is the beginning, and pretty soon these international leagues are going to be competitive to the NBA in terms of finances, and it would have more of a soccer-type feel to it where, you might have a dominant league, but then you've got other leagues that are outstanding, and it would entice things like, the equivalent to the Champions League or Europa or whatever, and basketball would really become an international game even to another level. And it hasn't worked out that way, but I still think that that's the next frontier with sports. Instead of expanding and having a random NBA team in Europe or something, that you're going to now have these various leagues competing with the NBA and having, international tournaments. I think that would be really cool. And then that's a way to, kind of cultivate some of that, national pride that we saw during the Four Nations tournament.
That would be a lot of fun.
Anyway.
I like that idea, Sans. I also like the idea of the Rangers adding a veteran starter. Did they get one that could help here today in Patrick Corbin?
Well, I hope so. You look at his numbers the last few years, they're just not that good. But he stays healthy, knock on wood, and he eats a lot of innings. Over his last 7 years, let's not count 2020, but over his last 7 years, he's averaging around 170 innings a year. And if, one of the things Chris Young said, and one of the themes, that we've heard from members of the staff is that, this is going to be a lineup that's going to be able to score a whole lot of runs. And you don't necessarily need to have, 5 aces in your rotation. And I think their thought and their hope with Patrick Corbin is, hey, you take the ball every 5 days, give us some innings, help us protect our bullpen, and then we'll figure it out offensively. Now, they also feel like that there is an opportunity for him to grow and maybe get back to some of his pre-Nationals or early Nationals form. They talked about pitch usage changes that he made in the second half last season. But, at the end of the day, it's not like we talked about this yesterday, I think. It's not like they had an endless supply of money to play with. And whatever the money is in this deal, they found someone who, typically has been able to take the ball about 30 times a year. And I think right now, for where they're at, that's good enough for them.
Looks like we got some pretty good news on John Gray, huh?
Yeah, I think the surgery thing would have knocked him out for the year. From everyone that I talked to, that was the thought, that if he was going to have surgery, he'd be done for the year, pretty close to it. And thankfully, that's not the case. So no surgery. And then he also, isn't going to maybe, as best as we know now, be out for nearly as long as what the timeline, that they maybe initially thought. Chris Young said that they had concerns he'd be gone until around the trade deadline. But the hope now is that he'll be ready to come back in June. Now, one thing that we just don't know, because there's not a track record with this sort of thing, is pitchers who have injuries to their pitching wrists. What that is going to be like when they come back. But I guess at least, at minimum, we'll get an opportunity to have a better understanding of that, because it seems like John will be back hopefully in June.
Rangers Guardians tonight. What are you hoping to see for? What are the storylines?
Well, we're kind of at the point in spring where guys are, you're going to see a lot more of the regulars, not only just in general starting, but playing more. Tyler Malley's going to take the ball for the Rangers. So, I'd be curious to see what the velocity is like for Tyler, not only off the jump, but as, if he gets into the fifth inning and as his pitch count gets up, how much is he able to sustain his velocity? And then just from a lineup standpoint, this isn't really something to look for other than, just something to notice when you look at it. This is a lineup that could very well be the opening day lineup or their primary lineup against a righty. Maybe it looks a little differently on opening day against the lefty Garrett Crochet, but this very well, the 9 that they have out tonight in the order in which they have them could very well be their starting lineup when a right-handed starting pitcher is on the mound. And, when Jake Berger is batting 8th for you, that kind of underscores the depth that they have in this lineup, not only just from a general ability standpoint, but when your 8-hole hitter is a guy who could easily have a 30 home run season, that kind of tells you all you need to know about the potential of this lineup. Now, last year, we talked about the lineup as one that had great potential, and it didn't deliver. So they got to get it done once the lights are on. But this is a lineup that has a pretty unique feel to it and what they'll be able to achieve.
Jared Sandler brought to you by Advanced Hair Restoration. Go to advancedhair.com. Sans, have a great night. We'll catch up with you soon.
All right, fellas. Talk later.
At Jared Sandler on Twitter. It's time to go into the Pimp Cup. Yeah. Lucius has LA Live.
You guys been keeping up with Jackie and Shadow out there at, what is that, Big Bear Valley?
What's going on there?
It's the Buds, the Eagles.
Oh, I have been watching. Yes, I've been watching a lot.
She's feeding them right now, man.
It's crazy to watch her rip that fish out and give him to him.
Yeah.
And it looks like she's picking out the organs for herself. I'll take that.
Yeah, I'll take that. You can have this little piece of meat.
Yeah. She knows what she's doing in there.
Yeah, man. She did not have any birds last season. And now she had 3 this season hatch, and then 1 died like last week.
Mm.
And that was one like eating a whole bunch of food. So maybe
is this live right here?
Yeah, this is very live.
That's amazing.
It's the big drama in my house.
I love this. I can't keep my eyes off it the last couple of days. The view from the other side of the nest where you're going out into the lake area and the mountains. It's unreal.
Yeah, they got a penthouse, and the thing's like 6 foot long.
The nest is?
The nest, bro. It's huge. Look at all the fish and the dead birds in it and everything they've been catching.
Yeah, dude. They got all kinds of stuff up there.
All right, let's get into a Toxic Tuesday edition of LA Live right after the great Rick James. That's not the right button.
All right, you squares.
It's time to smoke. Fire up this phone.
It'll make you dance to some of everything. Everybody get high.
Are you guys bummed about Luka? I feel bad for the Mavericks because their season is pretty much toast now, right? And they still have to play all these games. I wish they could just sit it out, stop the season. But they're in Texas, so you gotta carry the full term.
Toxic ass joke right there. Wow. This is LA Live for Tuesday, March 18th, 2025. It is a Toxic Tuesday here in LA Live, and it will be toxic. I have a few broadcasters crashing out. I hope to get that audio to you. LA Live is sponsored by Greystone Roofing and Construction. That is greystone-roofing.com. And G-Bag of the Day, we do it every weekday on the Fan at 2:30. If you see anything floating out there, don't be afraid to hit me up at Lucky Lucius P on social media. That is Lucious. You can find me at Lucius Alexander on Facebook. Or you can follow us all, find G-Bag Nation on Twitter, and send all your hate mail there, all right? A winner right here. It's a Michigan high school basketball player, Keyshawn Somerville. Now, he's having his way up there in Michigan, by the way. He's going to be a legend, just like my man Garside. He's a point guard, and he hit a half-court buzzer beater to win regionals for his team. This man is like Pastor to Will up there on his squad right now. And there was a lady in the audience. I don't know how she might be related to him. She might be a student. She might be a friend. She just might be a fan. Who knows? But she wheeled this half-court shot into the goal, bro.
I don't know what y'all happy for. It ain't over. 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 It's not over. Keyshawn can make it. I know he can. Come on, Key. Come on, Key. Come on, Key.
That sounds like an ant.
It's manifested right there, bro.
Yeah.
Believing in Keyshawn. That's an all-time call right there.
Yeah.
Key can do this. What's Key going to do? He's going to make a half-court shot. You're going to call this right here, lady?
She said it ain't over. It ain't over.
Key's a legend.
Yeah, he's a legend.
5'10", 140 pounds, Keyshawn Somerville.
Throw it in. Garside.
It's my man.
Big man on campus.
He averages 8 points a game, that guy. Garside.
All in the final 30 seconds.
He's money in that final 30.
Keyshawn's just a bucket from watching these videos,
No,
but
he's
he's
having
a
his way.
regular-sized guy.
Yeah, he's having his way.
It's like you dreamed growing up, I'm going to step out here and just school people in the Like Mike movie, but he's doing it.
It's all about them handles.
Yeah.
The more you can handle that ball, it's all about them handles.
Yep.
Put that ball on the string.
Create the space for yourself.
Yep. All right, let's see. Dallas Mavs fan right here went to Irving City Hall to express his frustrations with the Mavs, the new owners, and the fact that they're trying to allow gambling into the state of Texas. He had a lot on his plate right here. He has a conspiracy too. Listen.
As representatives of this city, your job is to look after the best interest of your citizens. All the city cares about is economic impact. Money, money, money. What about the moral impact? Did you guys consider that? What about when people become degenerate gamblers? When people go broke? When crime and drugs are infested in our city? When people develop mental illnesses because they're addicted to gambling? When you introduce gambling to our city, these are things that will be happening. The billionaires won't care because the money will be flowing into their pockets. So the question is the Adelson family lobbying with the council members of Irving? Did they promise to fund any of the city council members' campaigns? What's funny is that they're actually advocating for the citizens of Texas to be involved in the bill with the state of Texas to legalize gambling. But they want to rush this city council vote without the citizens of Irving even getting a chance to do any research. They don't want to move to Vegas. They want to bring Vegas here. The Adelson family has robbed us of a sports legend, and now they want to rob our city of our dignity. Let's make the right decision and send the Las Vegas Sands all the way back to the desert. He's supposed to have a statue.
I like his style. I really do. A good showmanship, good passion. But we want freedom of choice.
Yes.
Yeah. I know people might get hurt by all